Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. So this is your room, said the red-haired woman in the bikini and hot jean breathes, leading Nito inside of what was clearly a hotel room, but the fanciest one he'd ever gotten the opportunity to enter. 2 king-sized beds that looked far comfier than the bed in his dorm room, a large luxurious bathtub right there in the room recessed into what looked like a marble plinth with Doric pillars around it, quite the nice flat-screen TV on a stand above a long chest of drawers across from the beds, as well as assorted other furniture. Your clothes from the dorms are already there in the wardrobe, the woman, Kamemoto, he remembered, continued. I'd suggest changing into them, unless you want to stay in Vlad King PJs all day. As you saw, most of your peers put on their uniforms, but there's no established dress code. You can wear what you like. The weather's going to be nice and warm today, so if you're planning on hitting up the water park or the pool or the beach, or really, just anywhere outside, you might want to dress light. Or not. Not my fault if you get heat slide. Thanks, Monoma said, just taking it all in. So, for clarification, I absolutely have to be present in the theater to watch the epic adventures of Class 1A. Kamemoto nodded her head. That's correct. And if you aren't there, you are not going to like what happens. He furrowed his brow at the implied threat. You know, I don't very much like being forced to watch the ego-boosting antics of our sister class. The only thing that makes them so special is because they keep getting into trouble. It's giving all the rest of us at UA a bad name because they can't keep their noses clean. If not for 1A, we wouldn't have been moved into dorms in the first place. Maybe so, Kamemoto said with a shrug. But being on campus in dorms has given you more time and opportunity for training, and as you so enthusiastically pointed out, that helped lead all 20 of your Class 1B to passing the provisional license exam while only 18 in 1A passed. You have all the advantages to watching this show, Nito Monoma. You'll see what they experienced, what they thought, what they felt, how they dealt with the obstacles that were placed in their path, and whether they overcame them or failed. They'll be seeing their own history and reflecting on their own actions, but 1BS information will remain unknown to them except to the extent of your interactions together. If you want to pull one over on them in the culture festival and joint training, you should take this opportunity to learn all you can. She turned to move out of the room to give him some privacy to change clothes, should he wish. Oh, and by the way, she added as an aside when she reached his door. Eraserhead has tacitly given his class permission to murder you so long as he doesn't see it happen, so maybe follow your class rep's lead and play nice. I don't want to have to clean up more BLD and dispose of a body. Thanks, boo-bye. Monoma looked at her in shock for a moment as she exited. Wait. Clean up more BLD. What happened before? Hey, check it out. Kaminari exclaimed as they started entering the buffet hall. We have servers today. And they're totally cute too. Hiya. Someone was waving at them from behind the steam counters lining the hot foods of the buffet. We've got fajitas on the menu today, Naya. So we'll be marking them custom for ya, Naya. Oh, Izuku, look, Ochiko said, tugging on his sleeve. She looks like the girl who brought us our supper last night. You two were served dinner by a cat girl last night and you didn't tell us. Mineta cried out. He pointed at the woman who was smiling and waving at them, pointy cat ears sticking up from her head and whiskers around her nose as a furred tail waved around behind her. And she's a calico. She seems nice, Ojiro said. I've heard that people with cat-like quirks are really friendly. I'll have 2 pork fajitas, please, Aizawa said, already in front of her. Extra cumin, and light on the sour cream. Sure thing. 2 of my special cumin fajitas coming up, Naya. Mr. Aizawa's already being served by her. Mineta, Kaminari, and Siro all shouted. Gyro scoffed. Chill out already. She's just an employee. Maybe so, Ida replied. But they are the first staff members of this resort that we have seen besides Miss Kamemoto. It's natural to be surprised. Ida was not incorrect. Besides the one currently assisting Aizawa, there were 3 other women who appeared to have similar quirks, or were just catgirls, humanoid women with cat-like qualities like furry ears and fluffy tails. I'd kinda like to see what the wild pussycats would do if they came here, Izuku said, smiling as he and the rest of the students followed their teacher's lead in grabbing lunch. This is sort of right up their alley. Should I get the fajitas? 𝐒𝐿 wondered aloud to herself, holding a tray and looking up and down the line of steamers. There's so much food to choose from, but I don't want any of it to go to waste. What are you thinking about, 𝐒𝐿? Izuku asked while some of their classmates passed them by. Ida, Asui, Yorozu, Gyro, and Todoroki seemed to decide to hover around them as 𝐒𝐿's expression fluttered anxiously while she looked over the various hot dishes and pastas that were on display. She looked down and away. It's nothing. You're gonna think it's silly. Think what silly? Asui asked. 𝐒𝐿 glanced around at all of them, fingers tapping on her tray. Well, it's just that, we're able to ask for whatever we want, right? And it'll be provided. That's what Kamemoto said yesterday. Today, considering the things that we're watching and still have to watch, I was just thinking that I wanted to have mochi for lunch since it's my favorite food and all. It'd be a nice comfort food, you know. That's right, we have yet to see what happened to 13 again, Ida remarked. She's your favorite hero, right, Uraraka? She nodded her head. If I can learn more from what happened, then it'll be worth it, 𝐒𝐿 said, but I'm still not going to be comfortable with seeing that happen to her again. I wasn't there for that, Yorozu said sympathetically, but I saw the state of her back and suit when she was being taken care of by the paramedics. Kurogiri used his quirk to redirect her black hole with one of his warp gates, didn't he? 𝐒𝐿 looked at her in surprise and Yorozu closed her eyes, dipping her head downwards. I thought as much. It was the only logical explanation for how she had gotten so injured while the rest of you were okay and no other villains were nearby. Hey! The group turned to see Aizawa standing nearby, his tray loaded with his Nekomimi-made fajitas, an ice cream cup, and a couple of glasses of juice and water. Hurry up and get your lunch. I would like to discuss the episodes we watched this morning as a class before we have to return, and the longer you guys take the more time you're wasting that could be spent on review. Ida blanched. Of course, Mr. Aizawa. We'll get our lunch right away. Good, Aizawa replied, not sparing them another look as he headed off to the table he and the other teachers had taken to eating at. Come on everyone, Ida urged. Let us quickly decide on our lunches and sit down. And don't forget to take at least 2 glasses of water with you. It's very important in this heat to stay hydrated. He's got that right, Asui agreed as she made her way to the counter. My skin's starting to dry up, ribbit. Summer heat's never pleasant. Gyro raised an eyebrow. Your skin? Yeah, Asui nodded. The joys of having an amphibian quirk, I guess. My body naturally secretes a small amount of mucus to keep my skin lubricated. It really helps out when I'm in the water, reducing drag and everything, and it's a good moisturizer so I never have problems with dry skin. But because of that, when it gets hot out the mucus evaporates much faster and I have to produce more of it, which means I need to drink more fluids or I start to get dehydrated and dry out, ribbit. I really don't like how that feels, so don't be surprised if you see me drinking a lot more than the rest of you. She paused in front of the cat girl who had greeted them. Excuse me, but what can we get in the fajitas? We have plain chicken, JRK chicken, Cajun chicken, pork, or steak, she replied. Her tail was wagging back and forth. Between you and me, the calico said, I would go for the steak, Naya. It's wild rose beef, and I think it's even better than Kobe or Wagyu. Well, I'll have that, then, Asui told her. With everything on it, please. Wild rose beef? Yorozu asked, striding forward and placing a hand to her chin. Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 had gone to a different spot on the line, while the rest of them had come towards the lunch special. Oh, you must be referring to beef from Alberta, Canada, correct? My family doesn't get it often because of the limited amount that's exported, but I am inclined to agree with you. Really? Gyro asked. It's that good? As a Japanese person, it pains me to admit it, Yorozu replied. But yes, I do prefer the taste compared to our own luxury beef. That is not to say that our own is bad, it's one of the highest rated in the world, but it does mean that I prefer an import over a domestic. The fact that it's also only a fraction of the cost is another point in its favor, which is probably why they're able to provide it here on this island for all of us. Who cares where the beef's from as long as it's good? Todoroki asked rhetorically as he turned to the cat person. I'll have one of those too. So, Izuku, what are you going to have? 𝐒𝐿 asked, several feet away from the others, looking down at the pasta and pizza section. I'm still thinking of asking for mochi, even if it is a little on the strange side. I had been thinking about katsudon, he answered, but I had that for lunch and dinner yesterday, so even though it's good, I'll have a spicy tonkatsu ramen instead, just so I don't get too used to my favorite food. Still having pork cutlets, though, here? 𝐒𝐿 asked with a faint giggle. You must really like pork, Izuku. Darn it. I slipped up again. He laughed. It's fine. You've been calling me Deku since we first started at UA. I don't mind if you keep calling me that. You're the one who changed the meaning of that name for me, after all. 𝐒𝐿 blushed and looked away, even though she smiled. Thanks, Izuku. But you asked me to call you by your given name yesterday, and I want to call you by your name too. It's just a habit, I guess. He smiled warmly at her. You don't have to force yourself, 𝐒𝐿. You can keep calling me Deku if it makes you more comfortable. He averted his eyes from her, because 𝐒𝐿 was just so radiant even when she was nervous, and lightly scratched his cheek with a finger. I still can't believe that you're letting me use your given name, to be honest. I'm still coming to terms with how lucky I am to even be in a relationship. Smiling while her heart ballooned with warmth at the innocent smile on her boyfriend's face, 𝐒𝐿 gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Hey, how about we both get ramen, and we get some mochi on the side for dessert? Sound good? Yeah. Izuku replied with a nod. That's a great idea. Excuse me, miss. Can we get 2 bowls of spicy tonkatsu ramen please? Oh, but not too spicy. And some mochi with anko filling, if it's not too much trouble, 𝐒𝐿 added. No trouble at all, Naya. The woman, with black furred ears and tail, replied as her aquamarine eyes sparkled. We'll have those served right up for you, Naya, she purred. So go on and have a seat. We'll bring it out when it's ready, Naya. Thank you very much, 𝐒𝐿 said, bowing her head quickly as Izuku did the same. Come on, Izuku. Let's get something to drink and sit down. And we'd better get 2 glasses of water. Yeah, we don't want Ida to lecture us about not having enough to drink even if we're having ramen. Once everyone had their food and had started eating, including those who had specially ordered items that weren't already out for consumption on the buffet, and Monoma had arrived and quickly made his way to Kendo's table with a lunch of steak, potatoes, asparagus, and what looked to be red wine but was really just grape juice, Shota rose from his seat while holding a half-eaten pork fajita in one hand. He scowled as Ashido had risen from her seat to wedge herself between Kirishima and Bakugo, hooking her arms around both of them and declaring that they matched Kuri's my horn buddy, and Bakugo's my pink buddy and how they should form an agency together when they graduate. All right everyone, settle down, he declared. There wasn't much time between episodes while we were in the theater and all the side conversations get everyone distracted. Let's do some review over what we saw this morning while we eat before we watch our final 2 for the day. The students quieted down at the teacher's words and Shota issued a quiet sigh. To start with, I don't believe we need to go over the first combat training exercise you had with All Might again, but it bears repeating. Midoriya. Problem child tensed as Shota called him out. As I told you later, you only managed to win because you used your quirk at full power, which broke your arm again. Bakugo, you also used excessive force against a classmate during a training exercise. Going all out against a villain is one thing, but even with the history between the two of you, Midoriya is your classmate. Your saving grace is that you've never used that kind of power against another student since except during the sports festival, where it was sanctioned. Also, you were on a team with Ida, but you had 0 teamwork and didn't display the slightest interest in working together. I understand your philosophy, that the best don't need to rely on others to get the job done, and it's a very selfish and impractical one in our line of work. We frequently pair you up in exercises because that's what happens in the field. You will be forced to work together with heroes you may not know or may not even get along with to confront villains and mitigate disasters. It's a lesson you've learned already, considering your licensing exam, but seeing your actions at the beginning of the year, it bears reinforcing on all of you. Shota gave all of them a firm look. Teamwork and esprit de corps amongst heroes is what makes us strong. We may be competing against each other in the rankings for those who care about that, but ultimately our job is to save the lives of as many people as we can. Acting on your own jeopardizes that objective. Remember, even though that first match ended with Midoriya in Recovery Girl's office and Uraraka's stomach in revolt, they were successful because of their trust in each other and teamwork. Given the parameters of the exercise and Midoriya's non-existent control over his quirk, it's fair to say that had Bakugo worked together with Ida, the chances of Midoriya and Uraraka pulling off a win would have been even smaller. I'm sure that trust wasn't the only thing they built in each other that day, Ashido teased. Zero grinned as the two in question turned red and buried their faces in their bowls of ramen. Yeah, Midoriya, did you make a good impression on Uraraka? Shota sighed as the teasing commenced. He honestly hoped that these two were going to be the only couple in his class, otherwise everything would get completely out of hand. All right, that's enough. Hold off of the teasing until they start feeding each other, he told the students, and he took a sick bit of delight in the way Uraraka slapped her hands to her face and started to float away before Asu failed to yank her back down with her tongue. Fortunately, Gyro was able to wrap one of her jacks around Uraraka's foot and pulled her back down, but Asui's inability to extend her tongue all of a sudden was concerning. Anyway, I'm sure that all of you understand my point, he said, and took a bite from his fajita. Most of the class verbally answered, and Bakugo even begrudgingly nodded his head. Yes, sir. Following that, are there any comments any of you would like to make on the episodes prior to the USJ incident, he asked. Yoirozu raised her hand. Sir, now that most of us have our provisional licenses, would we be permitted to do anything differently in the event of another level 3 security breach should someone get past the barrier and gains access to the campus? Shota looked to Principal Nezu to answer that question. It honestly hadn't come up before, even in staff meetings. The principal rose to stand on his chair so that he could be better seen by everyone in the dining hall. You may have your provisional licenses, yes, he stated calmly, but remember that you are still students of our school. If security situations were to arise on campus again, you are to follow the directions of your teachers and other staff unless the situation gives you no other choice but to act on your own. If you are in a situation like several of you were in the cafeteria where there were no pro-heroes around and none of your upperclassmen were taking charge, then you have my blessing to exercise the authority given to you by your licenses to take command until a teacher arrives. Shota noticed that several students stiffened at the implications of increased responsibility, while others relaxed, knowing that they were permitted to act as the situation warranted. There's something that I want to ask about, if it's all right, Tetsu spoke up, raising his hand. Shota nodded, and Tetsu directed his attention to the table where Midoriya and his friends were sitting. Ida, you and Midoriya had said something about having a duel. What's that about? Shota looked at the two in question, who seemed to freeze at the address. Ida relaxed after a moment, but Midoriya was still stiff. Well, his problem child began, mechanically rubbing his hair. It was kind of a joke I was trying to make, more or less, because Ochako and I just got together. I wasn't being really serious about it, I was. More than a few blinks of surprise came from those in the dining hall, Shota included. He looked at Ida in interest, tilting his head slightly. Before he could open his mouth, Uraraka beat him to the punch with a flustered, "What are you saying, Ida? Do we have a love triangle on our hands?" Ashido squealed, loudly getting to her feet. Midoriya's gaze at his friend was firm, but the green-haired boy was waiting patiently as his friend also gave him a serious look. Ida, Shota spoke up. If this is relationship drama, I don't want to hear it. Fighting one another over a romantic partner is irrational, especially when they've already announced their relationship. So explain clearly what you meant by having a duel with Midoriya. Ida's attention spun to Shota, the boy's facial expression quickly shifting into a shocked panic. What? That's not my intention at all, Mr. Aizawa. While Uraraka is a wonderful person and a dear friend of mine, I assure you I have no romantic feelings towards her or intend to impede the relationship she and Midoriya have begun. Except staying in the same room together, Yorozu commented in a stage whisper. When Ida looked at her, her face was calmly in neutral as she sipped on a cup of tea. Then what is it, Ida? Shota asked. Ida seemed unsure of himself for a moment before turning back to his friend. Midoriya's expression had shown relief for a moment when Ida admitted no romantic interest in Uraraka, but now he just looked confused. Midoriya, I would like to duel you for the position of class representative of Class 1A. Shota sighed while Midoriya let out a confused shout. Oh, so that's all it is, he thought tiredly. Pointless class politics. But Ida. You already are the class rep. I know, Ida answered. However, I have been thinking about it since we saw the results of the election again. I admire that you placed your faith in me to serve as our class rep that day, but I feel as though my actions since then should disqualify me from the position. That Mr. Aizawa did not take the position from me earlier means a lot to me, but I also feel that you would not accept it if I were to simply resign and force you to take up the mantle you gave me. Therefore, I would like to duel you, Midoriya. Should I win, then I will retain my position as class rep, but if you should win, then I will step down and you may take my place. Whoa, hang on there Ida, Kaminari spoke up. Don't you think you're being a little hasty? It hasn't even been an hour since that time. You're right about that, Kaminari, Ida agreed. But this isn't just a feeling I've been having for less than an hour. It's one I've been carrying with me for a long time. I may be the class rep, but it is Midoriya who has truly been inspiring and leading our class. When I think of what to do in a situation, I find myself thinking of what Midoriya would do. Midoriya, he addressed him again. I deeply appreciate your faith in me, but I also believe that you would make an excellent class rep. I did vote for you after all, and forgive me for being so bold, but I believe the real reason you turned down the role was your lack of confidence and sense of self-worth. He placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Please, fight me for the right to be the classroom representative of Class 1A. Not just for our class, but for yourself. Oh hell no. Bakugo shouted. If we're gonna have a fight to determine class rep then you're gonna fight me. I'm not recognizing Deku as our class rep if we're doing this as trial by combat. Shota felt a vein throb in his forehead as he heard Nemurai gush about youth. This is getting annoying. Asui placed a finger to her chin. Principal Nezu, sir, is this even allowed? I see no reason why not, the rat replied. There is no rule that states that the representatives of each class must remain static. If Ida so chooses to relinquish his position to the student who originally held the office, there is no need to make a fuss. Wait Ida. Midoriya blurted, getting to his feet with his hands held in front of him. Shouldn't you discuss this with Yorozu first? After what I did last time, it wouldn't be fair to go over her head again. By all means, do so, Yorozu calmly interjected, sipping her tea. Both Midoriya and Ida looked at her in surprise. Yorozu. Todoroki said, trailing off. I mean it, Yorozu said without looking away from her tea. In hindsight, I do believe that you would have made an excellent class rep, Midoriya. It might have even helped with your confidence issues sooner. What Ida is proposing is simply restoring the original results of the election. We could hold another election if you like, and I'm sure you would win in a landslide. That is how much you have earned the trust and respect of the class. Shota started to rub his temples with his index and middle fingers. Bakugo was getting noisy, requiring both Kirishima and Zero to hold him back, but at least he wasn't using his quirk. Minoma seemed to be muttering to himself at the table he sat at with Kendo and Tetsu. Over half the class seemed to be in favor of and excited for the prospect of witnessing a duel between Ida and Midoriya for the position of classroom representative, and they were loudly discussing it. Even Nezu, Nemurai, and Yagi seemed to approve of the idea as they chatted at the teacher's table. All right, that's enough, Shota commented dryly. You can debate changing whoever's class rep later. Does anyone have anything else they want to discuss regarding the episodes we watched this morning? I would like to thank Zu and Midori for keeping their heads cool while in the shipwreck zone. Ashido declared, jumping to her feet. That was really cool of you both, with how you managed to stay calm when those villains were ready to kill you. It helps that I've had experience looking after my younger siblings, Asui commented. I've learned that panicking when they're upset just escalates things and does nothing to calm them down, so it's easier to diffuse the situation if you're projecting calmness. I don't have anything like that to fall back on, Midoriya admitted. I just felt that showing the villains how scared I was wasn't going to help our situation at all, and if we wanted to get out of it alive we needed to think clearly, and it's hard to do that when you're panicking. Like how you were planning on blowing up your other arm to save yourself during the entrance exam. Ojiro asked. That's not really a fair comparison, Kirishima said. It really was the only option open to Midoriya before Uraraka hit him with her quirk. If neither of those happened, Midoriya would have been a pancake on the road. Mineta, Asui spoke up, turning to look at the dwarf. I also meant what I said at the end of the episode there. Both of you were amazing. If you hadn't overcome your fear and used your quirk, Midoriya's smash wouldn't have rounded up all of the villains and kept them from coming after us. Yeah, Midoriya agreed, smiling. It was only because all three of us worked together that we were able to win. You did a great job, Mineta. Shota watched as the small boy sniffed and rubbed at his eyes with his arm. He didn't have any tears when he revealed his face and thanked them back. Uraraka raised her chopsticks to Midoriya's face, and seemingly without noticing it, he opened his mouth for her to place a piece of pork from her ramen in it. Nemurai clearly saw it, because she started squealing about youth again. He sighed. She was a hopeless romantic at heart. Mineta, Shota spoke up, distracting the class from noticing how his problem child and Uraraka were now casually feeding each other their ramen like it was completely natural. He bet that if their minds weren't so distracted that they'd be blushing tomatoes if they thought about what they were doing. Your classmates are right. You did a good job. Be proud of yourself. However, there are a few things I would like to say, Shota continued. Bakugo, Kirishima. The two of them looked towards him while the class quieted. Tell me what you did wrong. Both of them looked at him in confusion. Sir? Kirishima asked. What are you talking about? I'm asking you to tell me what you did wrong, Shota repeated. When? Bakugo asked back. I don't remember doing anything wrong back then, and I was barely even in that episode. When did I have time to do something wrong? Oh, are you asking about when they jumped in to fight that mist guy? Hatsuma asked. Kirishima's eyes widened. Wait, that's what we did wrong, he asked. But sir, nobody else was acting. We tried to take out the villain before he could hurt any of our classmates. We took initiative. Was that wrong? No, Shota agreed. Seizing the initiative and attacking the villain is usually a good tactic, except when it causes yourself to become a casualty of friendly fire. Both hot-belted teens tensed. Your situational awareness was lacking. 13 was preparing to use her quirk against Kurogiri, but both of you jumped in front of her, entering her line of fire. Had she not stopped herself, or had you jumped in a moment later, you could very easily have been torn apart by Black Hole. Acting quickly and decisively is an admirable trait, Yagi added. But Aizawa's right. 13, a pro with considerably more experience than you, was about to act. Even if most of you have your provisional licenses now, you need to pay attention to your seniors and instructors. They're the ones to look to in a crisis situation, and Aizawa told 13 to protect you. By jumping in like that before she could act, you jeopardized her ability to do her job. Kirishima looked down, hands clenched into fists. Got it. I understand, sir. I'll pay more attention next time. Bakugo looked like he wanted to mouth off, but he held Shota's gaze before shooting a glare off to the side. Yeah, I get it. I'll watch myself more. Shota sighed and spotted Monoma making a self-satisfied smirk. He really hoped that this afternoon would go well, and that he wouldn't catch his students drawing and quartering the antagonist in 1B. What are these? Kamemoto looked up at Mineta's question as the boy picked up the brown paper bag lined with plastic on the inside, gazing at it curiously. There was a bag just like it on every seat in the theater. Vomit bags, she answered. The vomit bags. Ayama stuttered. We really wouldn't need something so gauche, would we? Kamemoto shrugged as she popped a grape in her mouth. You tell me, she told him. How strong is your stomach? I'm sure we'll be just fine, Monoma breezily stated, waving his hand as AMR and several other students placed their hands to their recently filled stomachs. It couldn't have been that bad if Class A made it out of things okay. Oh, you are so gonna eat those words right before you throw them back up, Mimic, Bakugo growled, throwing himself on the couch. Kirishima and Ashido sat down with him, making him raise an eyebrow. Here. What are you doing here, Raccoon Eyes? I thought you were hanging around Deku's group in the front. I just felt like sitting here, that's all, Ashido answered him. Do I need a reason to sit with you and Kiri? Bakugo grunted and looked away from her as Tetsu moved to sit on the other side of Monoma, so that all three of 1B would be sitting together on the same couch. If we've been given these things, I guess things are about to get kinda gruesome, he wondered quietly. Aizawa felt Kiyoma place her hand on her shoulder. I'm here if you need it, okay, she whispered. Aizawa didn't answer verbally, but he nodded his head. Once everyone had settled down, Kamemoto dimmed the lights, locked the door, and flared the quirk inhibitor. The students were getting used to the discomfort of having something that was a part of them suppressed by now, with Tokoyami muttering soft words of comfort towards his torso from where he had taken upon sitting with Asui and Ida in the front center couch. Dark Shadow didn't seem to appreciate being kept inside so much. Final two of the day, their red-haired caretaker groaned while stretching her legs and arms out. She let out a soft mmm coupled with a yawn before starting up the 11th episode. The screen was black. No background music played at all. Just Shigaraki's voice. Kill. The symbol of peace. All Might. Kurogiri's massive warp gate covered the upper third of the screen as villains poured out from it. We are the League of Villains, his voiceover commenced as flashes of the students' reactions to the villain's arrival showed. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. Izuku and many of his classmates gulped and felt a chill as Kurogiri's succulent voice whispered in their ears as they watched the flashback of many of them getting warped away from 13. Great, more recaps, Bakugo growled. Just hurry up and get to the part where I'm exploding those shitty villains to Timbuktu. Shush man, this part's pretty cool, Kirishima said as 13 told Ida to run to the school to get back up. Bakugo grunted again and folded his arms, pouting his lip a bit. Kurogiri unleashed his mist towards 13, who popped open the cap over her right index finger, beginning to SCK up the mists into the singularity. Black hole. What do you mean fight? Are you crazy? Minetta's voice asked Midoriya in bewilderment as the episode recapped what had happened to the trio of students in the shipwreck zone. Ochako smiled and held onto Izuku's hand. She really could feel her heart swelling with pride at what Izuku had managed to accomplish, pushing his fear down and working through it to help save himself, Zu, and Minetta. These events may have happened months ago, but it was still inspiring to see how he'd acted under pressure and in the face of evil. Just like when he'd rushed in to rescue Bakugo from the sludge villain even without any powers. Izuku was proving again and again that he had the heart of a hero and the ability to inspire others. Minetta likely wouldn't have acted if he hadn't witnessed Izuku's courage. But Ochako thought as the intro kicked in after Zu's ending words from the last episode came and went, Izuku also said that he did something we'd probably scold him for. After Zu and Minetta brought Mr. Aizawa up, I didn't see the rest of what happened down in the plaza and the teachers wouldn't let us back in. What happened? Normally the intro gets me pumped, Kaminari said nervously. But now I'm just getting nervous. Shoji nodded his head. I know what you mean. The music's energizing, but knowing what's coming now, rubbing his hands together, Soto looked at his classmates. Hey, I really hope nobody has to use these vomit bags, right? Especially since we just had lunch. Yeah, agreed Hagekyu. That'd be a total waste. You all have nothing to worry about, Hatsune proclaimed. My stomach's perfect. I've blown myself up so many times, this baby's got walls of steel. I don't think that those two things are related, Ojiro pointed out. Details. Hatsune waved off. Oh, and legs, remember about coming to my workshop in the morning. Before or after your duel with muscles is fine. I really don't understand what you were getting at with the need to be all manly and stuff about it. If you don't want to be class rep anymore, then just don't do it anymore. Sure. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 whispered to the pink-haired support girl. It's starting again. The intro ended, showing a wide shot of the artificial lake with the sinking yacht and the massive villains floating like a log, all stuck together from Minata's ball and unable to do anything about it. The shot swayed to Asui, dragging Mineta through the water by his scarf, while she and Midoriya walked in the shallows towards shore, Midoriya wincing awfully at the pain from his broken fingers. Mineta chuckled. I had a good poop this morning, which makes my balls stickier. They're not going anywhere. Hatsune picked up the vomit bag and almost ripped it with how quickly she snapped it open. She didn't puke, but she was not taking any chances. Ashido squeezed her eyes shut and plugged her fingers in her ears while Yorozu and Kendo each covered their hands with their mouths. Mineta, that's disgusting, Yorozu commented. Don't blame me for how my quirk works, he shouted at her. Your quirk's based on fat. My quirk's based on bowel movements. Both of them are SHT. Bakugo began to roar with laughter, and Yorozu flushed red at the comment. Bakugo wasn't the only one who couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle at Mineta's remark, but Kendo still muttered, that's not something we needed to know right after lunch. Yorozu. Izuku gasped. He turned around, simultaneously calling for Mineta to apologize, with Gyro as she tried to get past Kaminari to punch the dwarf. Unaware of the drama happening in the Maple Theater, the Midoriya on screen continued to ramble through his mutterings. Had reserves underwater that we didn't know about. They could've, you're creeping me out, Asui said in front of him, expression not changing but also not turning to look at him. Stop it. Please. Midoriya stopped, looking at her in sudden surprise. Asui turned towards him now that the Midoriya mutter had ended. Instead of second-guessing what we did, shouldn't we think about our next move, she asked him. Yeah, Midoriya agreed. You're totally right. Ah. He winced suddenly, the pain in his broken fingers spiking. Ochako winced at a close-up of his broken fingers while she patted her hand on Yorozu's shoulder. Izuku, you were always hurting yourself so badly. Please. Please let the future that Kamemoto let slip not come to pass. Are you okay? Asui asked. Midoriya tried to put her and Mineta at ease with a smile. Yeah. Fine. Don't worry about me. He moved the elbow pad down to cover the broken fingers of his left hand. We should make getting help our top priority. He pointed in front of them. If we follow the shore to the exit, then we can avoid the central plaza entirely. Good idea, Asui agreed. That way we don't run into the villains Mr. Aizawa's facing off with there. Several dust explosions appeared in the distance at the plaza, far away from where the kids were where Eraserhead was fighting. Midoriya lowered his head slightly, an anxious smile on his face beneath his wild hair and furrowed brow. Yeah, but can he handle them on his own? Flashback shots of Aizawa's actions in the previous episode appeared in a montage over Midoriya's thoughts. How long can he hold out against a big group like that? If he doesn't get back up, then he's just going to overexert himself, Midoriya stated. He'll end up defeated by those villains cause he was trying to keep us safe. Aizawa grimaced. He understood now where his student was coming from, but still, he was about to raise his voice, but something inside him held back his tongue. Normally he wouldn't have any problem scolding Midoriya for purposely behaving recklessly when it wasn't his responsibility to act, but all the same. If he hadn't come, would he still be here to continue teaching them? Mineta gasped. Wait. Don't tell me you're suggesting. Are you trying to get us killed or something? Midoriya looked at both of them seriously. I'm not saying that we should jump into the middle of a battle, he clarified. But maybe we could find a way to take a few of those guys out and lighten his load. Narrator Midoriya picked it up from there. We'd had our first real fight and won, but that only gave us false hope. It made us think our powers could actually work against the enemy. We'd soon learn how wrong we were. Episode 11. Game over. Asui ribbited softly at the episode title. This is not going to be pleasant. Tetsu could feel the air shift. The light-hearted humor from Mineta's crack about both his and Yorozu's quirks being SHT was completely gone now. Everyone was tense and on edge, and Midoriya's narration and the episode title smote that feeling into them all like a hammer on an anvil. Even Monoma seemed to be able to feel it, muttering quietly so that 1A wouldn't hear. What's this tension coming from? Midoriya has All Might's power, right? The title card gave way to the landslide zone, with Todoroki monologuing to the villains. So the plan was to scatter us, and then kill us. He exhaled, a cool mist of water vapor visibly leaving his mouth in the now frigid air. You were woefully unprepared. The camera zoomed out from behind him, showing 8 villains in front of him either mostly or completely frozen in ice. Hatsune made a low whistle of appreciation. Wow! Todoroki's just too strong for these guys. I know, right? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 said, leaning forward. I was in the landslide zone with him. He was super cool. Pun intended. You haven't the slightest idea how to use your quirks, Todoroki lectured them, beginning to approach them. A gray-skinned villain was staring at the dual-quirked boy in shock and horror. This power. He froze us the instant we warped here. Todoroki calmly walked through his ice as the villains around him spoke. He's not a kid, he's a monster. So cold, where is he? Many backs stiffened at Shigaraki's voice as Todoroki recalled it. I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who eager to meet him. How do they plan to kill All Might? Todoroki thought. At first I thought they'd gathered a force of elite criminals who could simply overpower him. Another villain launched himself at Todoroki, wielding a knife in his hand. Todoroki placed his right foot down, creating a wave of ice that captured the villain in front of him. A staff suddenly lunged at the boy from behind, but he dodged it as if he had eyes in the back of his head and grasped the metal pole with his right hand, ice bursting into existence on the weapon. The camera zoomed back, showing that he'd instantly taken care of both villains in front of and behind him, freezing both into ice prisons. Nice one, Todoroki, Izuku said. You handled those two no problem. 𝐶 Bakugo scoffed. They were all just small-time thugs. But that can't possibly be their MSTR plan, he continued to deduce. Most of these villains are low-level thugs. Just pawns. Giving the villain behind him a dismissive glare, Todoroki yanked on the pole still in his hand, upsetting the balance of the ice he'd formed to keep the villain airborne, and he crashed to the ground. He sighed. From what I can tell, he thought back on when the villains first arrived, to Kurogiri and the Nomu, there are only 4 or 5 truly dangerous people here. If that's the case, then what we need right now is more information. Take note of your classmates' thought process, students, Nezu spoke up. You should all train yourselves in deductive reasoning. While we do not expect you to be detectives, these are useful skills for heroes of all stripes to have. Kaminari and Ashido both groaned and rubbed their hands in their heads. He was going to give them homework assignments on this, they just knew it, and they were already stressed out from having to watch this incident all over again. Even if Todoroki taking out all these villains on his own was totally badass and incredibly cool. To frostbite and hypothermia, Todoroki said in a low, threatening tone that further cowed the already completely intimidated villains. Luckily for you, I wanna be a hero, so I'd like to avoid any unnecessary cruelty. His footsteps stopped as he placed his right hand in front of one of the villains' faces, a chill mist emerging from his palm. He placed his fingers over the man's face, prepared to freeze him in an instant. Todoroki looked at the man who had tried to attack him with a knife with merciless eyes. But I can only do that if you tell me how you plan to kill All Might. That's the only way you'll survive. Geez, I'm getting chills just watching that, 𝐒𝐿 said with a grin as the scene swayed to the mountain zone. Oh yeah. It's our time to shine. Kaminari called out. Kaminari screamed in panic. A giant villain punched down at him, which Kaminari narrowly ducked as he started to run away. The boy in question pouted as he heard some of his classmates snickering. Okay, I take it back, the music for this show isn't dope anymore. It's turning my torment into a GG. I think I saw the Grim Reaper. He complained as Gyro forced a villain back with a machete she was wielding, and Yorozu beat one back with her metal quarterstaff. What's going on? Gyro stood in the center of their formation as the three were backed against a cliff, her eyes darting back and forth between the villains in front of them, a serious sest-off expression on her face, while Yorozu's expression was one of stern determination and Kaminari looked like he was doing only slightly better than Mineta. "Could you maybe take it down a few notches?" 𝐔𝐬𝐽 asked him in annoyance. The camera zoomed back, showing the three outnumbered by nearly 24 villains, including one that looked to be a woman in a bunny suit holding a WHP. "Right now we need to focus on getting away from these enemies," Yorozu stated, her head clearly still on her shoulders. "Then pull out a weapon for me, too," Kaminari loudly requested. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 turned aside slightly as she shot back, "You're the one with electrical powers. Just zap 'em so we can run. Were you not paying attention during combat training?" Kaminari hysterically fired at her as the show flashed back to when he and 𝐔𝐬𝐽 were partnered together for All Might's class. "Some partner you were. I can cover my body with electricity," he explained to her again, "but if I try to shoot it out it'll go everywhere. I'd take you guys down along with them. Or did you want shock treatment today?" 𝐔𝐬𝐽 gave him an unimpressed look while Yorozu tensed slightly, shifting her defensive stance. "I can't even call for help because there's still interference jamming the signal," he continued, tapping the radio gear he had over his right ear. "I'm counting on you too. I'm no help in this situation. You've got to get us out of here. Please. You're a real damsel in distress, aren't you?" 𝐔𝐬𝐽 coldly returned. "𝐔𝐬𝐽." Hagekyu spoke up. Was this really the time to have been picking on Kaminari? "New idea," 𝐔𝐬𝐽 declared as Kaminari dodged another punch from the big villain. Her boot connected with his back as Kaminari gasped in shock from the sudden contact as she kicked him. "You're my human stun gun. Seriously?" Kaminari shrieked as he headed straight for the villain he'd just avoided. "Come-o," his breath caught as his face slammed into the villain's chest and he started shocking the villain, who let out gurgles and cries of pain from the electricity coursing through him. "Whoa," Kaminari commented in pleased surprise. "Hey, this is working. I'm super strong." He practically laughed as his mood took a 180 from what it had just been as he gave both girls a thumbs up. "Sit back, you two. You can count on me." "You are exhausting," 𝐔𝐬𝐽 sighed. Young 𝐔𝐬𝐽, Yagi spoke up with a frosty chill to his voice before the girls' homeroom teacher could. "While the end result was positive, your words and actions to your teammate were far from appropriate." "Yeah," Kaminari groused as 𝐔𝐬𝐽 winced. "Did you really have to kick me into the bad guys? You got so gung-ho after I did it gave you the confidence you needed," 𝐔𝐬𝐽 replied, hunching her shoulders up as she leaned away from him slightly. "You're the kind of guy who needs a kick in the breeds to get going, Kaminari." She placed her fingers together and looked down and away. "And you were kinda cool once you stopped screaming like a hysterical nutjob." "Really?" he asked, all annoyance gone without a trace. "Don't push it." Another villain dropped into the pile of now 3 goons being electrocuted by Kaminari's quirk, caught in a net Yorozu had just made and thrown with a wave of her arm. The ponytailed brunette closed in beside 𝐔𝐬𝐽 with her quarterstaff held firmly in her hands. "You're lucky that worked out so well," she sternly warned her companion. "I'm sorry," 𝐔𝐬𝐽 sassed, "next time I'll ask before saving our butts." The camera zoomed on her, freezing her in place for her own present MIC sketch intro. 𝐭𝐝. Her quirk, earphone jack. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 plugged one of her jacks into the speaker on her legs, sending out a pulsing sound wave as MIC's voice continued. She can turn her own heartbeats into explosively amplified sound waves by inserting her plugs. Plus, she can hear really quiet sounds. So hip. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 smirked at the intro she got. DMN straight. Her on-screen double wasn't so pumped as the version of her sitting safely in the theater was. "Damn it, Kaminari," she grouched, her arms tense as she held the machete Yorozu made for her in front of her as she frowned and complained away the fear and rising panic. "You couldn't have asked for some kind of aiming gear when you put in your costume request form. I mean, come on." Ashido gasped as she watched a villain with 2 axes in hand leap off the cliff above 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and drop towards her. "𝐔𝐬𝐽! Look out!" The cry had barely left her mouth before she was able to sigh in relief as the on-screen 𝐔𝐬𝐽 dodged away from his attack, having heard him coming. Yorozu leapt in from the left side of the screen, kicking the villain in the chest to the cheers of the watching audience. It's ready, she grunted. 𝐤𝐬 looked at her in concern for a moment as 𝐤𝐬𝐳 stayed crouched down, and then the multicolored light that appeared when she was creating something shone through the fabric of her costume's back. It bulged and started to rip from the size of her creation. It takes me a little longer to create an object this big. The back of her costume burst asunder as a giant white sheet emerged from her back and enveloped both 𝐤𝐬𝐳 and 𝐤𝐬. 𝐤𝐬𝐳, seeing the insulation sheet, and remembering narrator Uraraka's words during the preview, felt her cheeks redden. "Oh, right, none of you boys look." 𝐤𝐬 shouted. "I can't use my quirk, but your eyes aren't safe." "What's the big deal?" Bakugo asked. 𝐤𝐬𝐳 lifted the corner of the sheet and smirked at the villains as she answered their question. "You're looking at a sheet of insulation 100 millimeters thick. Go, Kaminari." Kaminari grinned, blood dripping down his nose from the punch to the face he'd taken. "Badass." He glared at the villains surrounding them and raised his hands, electricity surging all over his body. "Now I don't have to worry about hurting my friends. You guys are fried." "Smart move," Nezu acknowledged. Kaminari's concern for friendly fire was holding him back. Creating an insulation sheet to protect herself and her teammate allowed him to go all out to defeat the villains that had them outnumbered with a single attack. "A wise course of action, Miss 𝐤𝐬𝐳." "Thank you, sir," she replied with a beaming smile. "Now then," 𝐤𝐬𝐳 said from beneath the blanket, holding it up to survey the area. Her costume was torn to shreds, her modesty only being protected by artfully placed clouds of dust. "I'm worried about the rest of our class." Mineta knocked his fist against his knee. "Damn it," he muttered over the relieved sighs of the girls and the boys. Izuku looked away from the screen, even though he couldn't feel Uraraka's eyes boring into him. It didn't seem right for him to look up at the image when 𝐤𝐬𝐳 was exposed like that, even if the show prevented the nipples from being seen. 𝐤𝐬 had said much the same thing, but 𝐤𝐬𝐳 turned to her and smiled, 𝐤𝐬's jack moving to cover the middle of her breastes where her nipples were from the sight of the viewing public. "I can make some new clothes," she replied in a chuckle, only to get her second intro from present mic Momorozu. Her quirk, creation. She can create any non-living object she wants. But she's only able to do so if she understands the molecular structure of the item she's making. 𝐤𝐬 was staring at her friend's body as she faced her. 𝐤𝐬𝐳 is so punk rock, she thought. "𝐤𝐬!" Mineta wailed. "You don't have any right to complain at me, you perv. You were totally checking out 𝐤𝐬𝐳's melons." 𝐤𝐬's face turned red and she angrily snarled at Mineta while her on-screen double hugged 𝐤𝐬𝐳 to prevent Kaminari from seeing anything. "I'm not the lecherous pervert who tried to peek in the changing rooms." Shoji grabbed Mineta by the sides of his head right before he could shoot out a retort and picked him up. "You're looking into it too much," he said, before placing Mineta down on his opposite side, providing a barrier between him and 𝐤𝐬, who was also separated from him by Kaminari. 𝐤𝐬𝐳 could only blush and hide her face in her hands. Denki Kaminari, present mic belted out. Electrification. When he goes over his wattage limit his brain short-circuits and he turns into a huge idiot for a while. Listen to him babbling. Ojiro sighed in relief. "You know, thanks to the music, from the show's perspective, it never felt like you guys were really in all th. Hakagear, Ashido, and Hatsum screamed as a hand broke through the rocky floor of the mountain zone a short distance away from the trio, like an undead rising from the earth. Ugh. Zombies. 𝐤𝐬 clicked her tongue and scowled as she folded her arms. That guy. Remembering how he got us me off. The show left the mountain zone to show the edge of the artificial lake coming up to the central area of the USJ. They could hear Mineta's voice speaking to Midoriya in a whisper. "Remember, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, right?" "Ribbit." Izuku gulped. In just a couple of minutes, they were going to see Mr. Aizawa get beaten by Nomu. He could feel sweat start to bead on the back of his neck as he remembered it. Hopefully the show wouldn't actually depict it, right? "Yeah, I know," Midoriya's voice said as the three peeked over the edge of the raised cement. "We'll get out of here the second it seems dangerous." Aizawa sighed as he watched him take out a few more villains on the screen, a number of his students whooping and cheering the takedowns. "You should have just headed straight for the exit, But that's just not like you, Midoriya. I can definitely see why All Might picked you as his successor. Eraserhead looked up from his position on top of two of the downed villains he'd just knocked out. Another villain was running straight towards him. It was Shigaraki. First it was 23 seconds, final boss. Eraserhead gasped, sending out his capture scarf. Then it was 24 seconds, Shigaraki continued, grabbing the scarf in his hand to deflect it but unable to use decay on it due to the hero having erased his quirk. And then 20. Then 17. Shigaraki reached out for Eraserhead's face. Mr. Aizawa. Kirishima shouted, not the only one to gasp in alarm, which was quickly assuaged when he avoided the hand and elbowed Shigaraki in the gut. Ochako sighed in relief for a moment, but Izuku's hand was still clammy and tense. She glanced at him. Izuku. It's coming, he said quietly, Izuku's eyes beginning to dilate as he used his right hand to reach for the vomit back. His stomach was twisting in knots and now he wasn't sure that he'd be able to keep the ramen down. Eraserhead's hair dropped down, his right elbow in Shigaraki's palm. The villain leaned in, whispering, "It was hard to see when you were jumping around, but I've found your tell. It's your hair." The students were so quiet that you'd be able to hear a feather fall, if not for the sound from the show itself. Soto had his hands in his mouth, lightly biting on his fingers, and Mineta used his hands to cover his eyes. He knew what was coming, while the majority of his classmates could only feel the tension from the screen. He may have to listen to it again, but he did not want to see what happened to Mr. Aizawa happen again. "When it drops, it means you've stopped using your quirk," Shigaraki taunted him with his deduction, the sleeve on the right arm of Eraserhead's shirt turning gray as it decayed under the influence of Shigaraki's quirk. Eraserhead grunted while his opponent continued. "You're having to blink more often." Midoriya and Asui leaned forward, looks of horror on their faces at what they saw. "Don't push yourself too hard, now." The show flipped back to Shigaraki, only one eye visible beneath the white hand covering his face as he stared down at Eraserhead. "You might just fall apart. Wouldn't that be a shame?" The camera zoomed out from the close-up on the villain's face. He had Eraserhead's elbow in his hand, the skin beneath his fingers gone as the muscles beneath it were revealed. Koda was one of the first to reach for his vomit bag, the animal-loving hero in training feeling his stomach revolting at the sight of his teacher's skin cracking and peeling off around his elbow, revealing the unprotected muscle tissues beneath. He wasn't the only one. Hatsume had already had her bag in hand, and it was currently receiving her partially digested lunch into it. The very sound of one person vomiting seemed to induce it in others, and Kaminari, Nema, Hagakure, Koda, Ashido, and Monoma had all expelled their stomach's contents into their vomit bags. Most of the others had their hands clasped over their mouths, doing their best to keep both the bile and their terror down. The camera suddenly zoomed back in on Shigaraki's mostly covered face and became stylized in the same way that the others had been as Present MIC's voice boomed out of the speakers. Tomura Shigaraki. Quirk, decay. Whatever he touches with all 5 fingers on either hand rots and disintegrates into dust, but it doesn't work on himself. A 5-point touch disintegration quirk. Ojiro muttered. "That's the power the leader of the league has." "I really don't like the sound of that," Kaminari spoke up, while Asui softly ribbited. "Are you freaking kidding me?" Monoma thought weakly, looking back up at the screen while the rancid smell of the bag in his hands entered his nostrils, threatening a repeat. The Eraserhead on screen had gotten away from Shigaraki and was still fighting back against the villains, even in the immense pain of having part of his arm destroyed and the nerves in his muscles sparking like crazy from their exposure. "No way we could handle someone with a quirk like that." Kiyoma placed her hand on her friend's shoulder as Aizawa bowed his head and closed his eyes. "Shota, that annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it?" Shigaraki noted as Eraserhead tried to regain his breath. The villain got up from his kneeling position on the ground. "Don't you think you're a little out of your element here, Eraserhead? You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head-to-head." Monoma shoved a fist to his mouth as Shigaraki spoke, willing his body to keep it down. He'd taunted Midoriya for sounding like a villain earlier. Now Shigaraki was doing it again. He'd analyzed Eraserhead's combat abilities and quirk limitations during the fight and used that to take advantage of him to use his quirk on the pro hero's elbow. Now he was showing that he had researched the hero beforehand, with the way he was talking about Eraserhead as the hero continued to fight and knocked out a few more of the villains Shigaraki brought with him, even down an arm. "And look at you, you're still standing," Shigaraki gleefully exclaimed. "You really are so cool." A few of the students couldn't help but tentatively glance at Izuku. The way Shigaraki was speaking, he really did sound just like Midoriya, like he was a hero fanboy getting to see his idol in action and nerding out about it. But this time, nobody dared bring voice to thought. "Oh, by the way, hero," Eraserhead glanced behind him, Nomu hulking over him like an ogre. "I am not the final boss." Nomu raised its hand and struck for Eraserhead. Students gasped in horror. The show mercifully did not show the impact, but seeing a splash of BLD fly into the air along with the broken goggles was more than enough. Ochako buried her head into Izuku's neck as she hugged him, the green-haired boy dipping his head down and jamming his eyes shut. The class only got to see his reaction, but he, Asui, and Mineta had all witnessed exactly what Nomu had done to their homeroom teacher. "Mr. Aizawa," Kirishima gasped, his face going paler with each additional crashing noise that came through the speakers. "That's not what happened, right?" Monoma haltingly asked in a quiet voice. Right. That Nomu was designed to fight only one hero, All Might," Aizawa answered bitterly, one hand clutching at his scarf for support while he felt Kiyoma's hand on his shoulder tense. No other pro hero on staff had any chance of fighting it and winning. "Not me, not Khan, not anybody." "No way," Tetsu muttered. "There's gotta be some way," Hatsu murmured. "Some baby that could." The show swayed away from Midoriya's terrified expression as he watched his homeroom teacher get pummeled like a grape and returned to the entrance where 13 was facing down Kurogiri. "Ah, black hole," the warp villain calmly mused even as he was caught in its clutches, a quirk that esses up matter and turns it to dust. Such an astounding power. However, you're a rescue hero, 13, skilled at saving people from disasters. Consequently, he declared as a warp gate opened right in front of his midsection, that means you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. As 13's black hole exerted pressure to SCK up Kurogiri, it instead began pulling on the warp gate Kurogiri had just opened. The villain then opened another gate behind 13, linking the two. 13 yelped as she felt her own body being pulled back towards the gate behind her. "Oh no, Madam 13. Iyama gasped. Bakugo growled. "DMN warp BSTRD. Just because it's the obvious move doesn't mean you should use it." Tokoyami lowered his head and glared at the screen. "Disgraceful." Kiyoma bit the nail of her thumb in angry distress. Seeing her colleague get taken down like that was making her BLD boil. Fortunately 13 made a full recovery from the incident, but Kurogiri made eliminating her look so easy. Kurogiri chuckled as 13's backpack and suit tore apart and crumbled from the power of her own quirk being pulled through his warp gate. "How unfortunate. You've turned yourself into dust." The students with her gasped and shared tense, horrified expressions. Ochako swallowed mightily while holding a hand to her mouth. She was not going to throw up. She was not. The suction from 13's finger went out as her quirk's power faded. "I'm sorry," she said, falling down, the back of her suit and helmet torn asunder. "He got me." 13. Ashido cried out, tears in her eyes. Soto glanced at Ida as they all stood in shock. "Ida, get out of here. Go. Now." Ida was about to reply when his fallen teacher's words came back to him. "Use your quirk to save others. Be a real hero." Ida grit his teeth before activating his quirk, the engines in his legs roaring to life. "Engine," he roared as he ran past Kurogiri, away from 13 and his classmates. Kurogiri turned his misty body to glare at the fleeing speedster. A sheep trying to escape from the wolves, he mused as Ida ran. "I simply can't allow that." A warp gate formed in front of Ida, the scene slowing down as the screen took on a stylized pink hue to stress Ida's mental state. "If other heroes arrive, it'll be harder for us to put an end to All Might." Ida tried to turn on the brakes and slow down, his feet skidding as he turned them sideways to try to get the maximum amount of friction possible. Even so, he was careening straight for the warp gate which would send him who knows where. This responsibility, he thought as the screen showed images of Bakugo and Kirishima fighting villains in the collapse zone, and Todoroki running in the landslide zone, was entrusted to me. Uraraka and Ashido were doing their best to look after 13 while Soto and Zero stood guard in front of them. Classmates, I'll keep you safe. Just before he could fall into the warp gate and be transported somewhere else, Shoji jumped in front of Ida, wrapping his webbed arms around the warp gate Kurogiri had formed, and preventing its usage. Run! Ida's classmate shouted. I've got him. The speedster turned off the brakes and hit the accelerator again, racing towards the doors. I'll be back in a flash. Kurogiri glared at him again, his attempt to warp Ida away having been foiled. You impertinent child, he viciously scolded, his mist body surging after Ida. Uraraka gasped and turned her head towards the villain, before frowning as she seemingly noticed something. The camera zoomed in on Kurogiri's back, the metal brace he was wearing visible beneath the thinning mist. Good eye, Uraraka, Asui complimented her. Yes, Ida agreed, even though he wasn't currently smiling. If not for your actions after spotting his body then, I wouldn't have been able to make it out. Ochako rubbed the back of her head and smiled sheepishly. I was just trying to think of something, anything, that I could do to help out, you know. I think you showed a lot of courage there, Uraraka, Yorozu praised her. You may not have had to fight against villains like some of the rest of us, but you had to watch 13 fall to Kurogiri's attack. Yeah, just seeing it on the screen was scary, Izuku added. Taking action against a villain after witnessing your idol being taken down takes a lot of bravery. Ochako blushed at his praise and looked down, blushing even harder when she felt Izuku place a kiss against her cheek. This wasn't really the place or time, or atmosphere, for such a romantic gesture. The episode hadn't even shown what she'd done yet, just that she'd noticed Kurogiri's neck brace. Stop it, she whispered, elated but conflicted, you're making me blush, Izuku. I have no time for this. Ida looked behind him at the villain's harsh complaint against Ida's actions. Kurogiri was right behind him, the black mist his body was made of nearly blotting out the sky above him before enveloping the teen. Be gone. As Ida closed his eyes in despair amidst the shadows all around him, narrator Midoriya's words came through. This was it. The Mountain Zone trio were calmly standing around, Yorozu's costume fixed as she told Gyro, see. Good as new. Before the ground behind Kaminari erupted and another villain rose from beneath the ground to the girl's shock and horror. The evil that pros faced, narrator Midoriya continued as the scene swayed to Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta's worried and dumbstruck expressions. We'd gotten our first look, but the worst was yet to come. Gasps and murmurs went through the audience as the camera panned over Eraserhead, face down in the cement in a pool of his own BLD as Shigaraki gloated over his defeated body. Vive Lad King, Monoma began to say, though his voice was shaking and had none of its usual haughty attitude, surely wouldn't have lost to, he said bioengineered anti-symbol of peace, Monoma. Kendo replied, her hands on her arms, rubbing them to try to bring some warmth into them and remove the chill that suffused through her body. Eraserhead would have been erasing its quirk, and it still did that. Yorozu averted her gaze, and she wasn't the only one who did so and covered her ears when the Nomyu let out an inhumane shriek. It certainly was one tough customer, Yagi sighed, folding his arms and looking down as the mid-episode break hit. I'm just thankful the damage wasn't worse and you managed to make a recovery, Aizawa. Class A's homeroom teacher stayed silent, eyes watching the screen, fingers curled into tight fists under his crossed arms. An explosion rocked a building in the collapse zone, Bakugo roaring as he attacked. Say goodbye. Two villains were thrown back by the power of his quirk, slamming into the wall and falling unconscious. Bakugo grinned like a wolf. Finally, it's our turn, Kirishima. His friend sported his shark-like grin, watching as the sword a villain had pulled against his past self broke apart against his hardened skin. Those guys were messing with the wrong class. Ashido cheered up a bit and whistled as she saw Kirishima chop down the sword-wielding villain. Hey, good job, Kiri. Looks like you and Bakugo really cleaned up. Kirishima chuckled. Or, it was nothing, really. Those villains weren't all that tough. Let's hurry and find the rest of our class, Kirishima told Bakugo. If we're both still in the USJ, then everyone else probably is, too. And not all of them have the offensive skills we do. Minato ground his teeth together and started to wish that he could have been anywhere else in the USJ than where he ultimately wound up, before remembering that both Midoriya and Asui had said that without him there, the villains likely still would have come after them. It would have been a difficult escape for Asui, dragging Midoriya along with her with his broken fingers. They might not have made it out. And remembering Nomu smash Aizawa's face into the pavement was still fresh in his mind. At least we all made it out pretty much okay, Hagekyo said, trying and failing to be a little peppy. We gotta make sure they're safe, Kirishima continued, thinking back to just before they were warped out. Especially since we screwed things up when we got in the way earlier. If 13 had been able to SCK up that villain, then we never would have been separated like that. So you did recognize that you made a mistake, Aizawa spoke up, looking down at Kirishima, who gulped sheepishly. Are you backsliding on me, Kirishima? I'm sorry, sir. Several students gasped, with Uraraka pointing up at the screen. Deku, look. I see it, he agreed. Someone's camouflaged, Ribbit. Gonna go destroy that warpy bestiality, Bakugo declared, rejecting Kirishima's idea of finding their classmates. Here. Our physical attacks didn't hurt that guy, Kirishima reminded him. Come on, don't be an idiot, man. Shut up. Bakugo retorted, his anger at Kirishima's denseness rising. I'm gonna take him down because he's their way in and out. The hidden camouflaged villain fell down from the ceiling behind him as he explained his plan to Kirishima. If I cut off their escape route, they'll be stuck here and have to pay for what they've done. We'll just have to figure it out. The hidden villain leapt at them. Hope you had fun chit-chatting. Too bad you let your guard down. Bakugo's hand reached out and grabbed the villain by the face, exploding him. Demon, Zero said, a grin coming back to his expression. Nice one, Bakugo. Idiot, the pink-haired blonde spat back. Like I'd let a weak small fry like that get the jump on me. Ojiro grunted and grinned slightly as the Bakugo on screen devalued the villain's skills. It's nice to hear you had some confidence in us. TCH, Bakugo scowled. You wouldn't have gotten into UA in the first place if you were all a bunch of weak blibbering morons. Those villains couldn't even take down mall cops. If any of you lost to them, I'm gonna kill you. Since when do you act so calm and rational? Kirishima asked. Usually you're all like, he turned to the side, where a caricature of Bakugo appeared with shark-like teeth, screaming die. 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 I'm always calm and rational, you red-haired loser. Bakugo shouted. Yeah. There you are, Kirishima cheerfully pointed out. Izuku chuckled a little as he let out a breath. Only Kirishima could have warmed up to Bakugo this fast. The others if you want to, Bakugo told his friend while turning away after dropping the charred chameleon villain to the floor. Wait, hold up. Kirishima called. I think what you're really saying is that you believe in our classmates, he stated while activating his quirk through his arms. He grinned as he punched his two hardened fists together. And that's thinking like a man, Bakugo. A few relaxed sighs left the lips of a number of the students as the drumbeat from Midoriya's training montage in the third episode kicked in as the scene swayed to the fire zone. Nothing bad had ever happened so far during upbeat music tracks, so this was probably just going to be a montage of their classmates kicking villain butt. Hagekyo cheered when Ojiro knocked out a villain with a headbutt after swinging down from a streetlight, and the tail-quirked boy smiled and gave her a thumbs up from his seat in the row above her. Were you really fine playing the bait, Koda? Soto asked his seatmate, watching Koda and Tokoyami in the squall zone. He grimaced but nodded. It really was our only option. There weren't any animals around to help me, and Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were a perfect fit in the storm. The music was still playing as the scene cut back to Ida running towards the doors. I have no time for this, Krogiri's voice carried. Be gone. Ida shut his eyes against the mist that enveloped him. A pair of hands touched the metal brace the warp villain was wearing, the fingertips flashing pink with a clear chime ringing as Uraraka's quirk activated. "I knew it!" Izuku cheered, beaming and pumping his fist as the show went into slow motion for a moment, Kurogiri's mist being seemingly yanked back, away from Ida. "Great job, Ochiko." "I don't know what his quirk is," Uraraka said, "but he's wearing some kinda weird armor. So he must have a physical body inside here somewhere." Gripping the metal in her hands tightly, Uraraka threw her arms up, launching the metal brace skyward. "Now! Run, Ida!" "Yeah, nice work, Ochiko, ribbit." "That was clutch, Uraraka." Soto agreed. A whole bunch of the students, led by Ashido and Hagakure, were cheering them on as they watched Ida work to pry the doors open, while Shiro and Soto teamed up to keep Kurogiri off of their class rep's back by first getting some tape on the armor Uraraka had floated and then having Soto swing it around and toss him away like a hammer throw in the Olympics. Yagi smiled at the students' teamwork to overcome the obstacle that had been placed in their way, noticing that Aizawa, who hadn't been able to witness the bravery of his students, was sporting a soft but proud grin. Kiyoma and Nezu as well. They were a fine group of young heroes. "Engine! Boost!" Flames roared from Ida's engines as he tore up the track, running away from the USJ and towards the main campus, towards the pro-hero teachers who would save his classmates. Tenya swallowed. He knew in his heart that he did the right thing, the correct thing. If he hadn't gone for help, then the other teachers wouldn't have arrived in time to clean things up. He clenched his fist tightly and bit his lower lip. But still, when he had run from the USJ to get back up that day, the show wasn't revealing all of his thoughts. The moment he'd escaped through those doors, there was a thought that flooded through his mind, something that had nothing to do with saving his classmates. For one brief, wondrous moment, Tenya Ida had felt elation, because as soon as he crossed the threshold of those doors, he was safe. The whole time he was running to alert the teachers, he had to keep reminding himself that his classmates were still in danger and needed help, or else the joy of having escaped from that nightmare of seeing his teacher get taken down by a villain while he stood by, helpless, would have consumed him. Meeting All Might along the way had been a fortuitous circumstance that eased his panic, but then another ugly emotion had begun to bubble away inside of him. The USJ incident was no secret. Details about what had happened leaked out. Rumors of the student who ran away circulated through the school, and Tenya had tried to put them out of his mind to focus on the sports festival. He believed he had been successful, but seeing these events again caused that feeling that had been stewing beneath the surface to come to a simmer. Tenya clenched his teeth and looked down. "What I did was the correct thing, I know that. I know that. But if that is the case, then why do I feel so ashamed?" Unaware of Ida's mental strife, the students cheered as they saw him run for aid and Kurogiri lamented the speedster's escape. Their cheers came to an abrupt end as the music stopped, Aizawa's broken goggles taking up the center of the screen. Saliva began to pool in their mouths as they felt their stomachs tighten into knots, dreading what could possibly be coming. Nomu had Eraserhead's right forearm in its grasp, the sound of skin and muscles moving as it tightened and tightened its grip, until there was a snap, and the forearm bent in a way it wasn't supposed to as Eraserhead's hand dropped limp, the pro-hero screaming in pain as his BLD started to run down from beneath the Nomu's fingers. Kiyoma placed her hands to her mouth while Aizawa looked away, wincing and trying not to recall the phantom pain his body was experiencing at seeing that injury happen again. He couldn't see the faces of any of his students, but he knew they had gone deathly pale. All they could do was gasp, too horrified for words beyond failing cries of his name. He felt a hand touch his left, squeezing tightly. He didn't need to look up into her eyes, he knew the look that was in them. He'd seen Nemurai with that look often enough after he'd been injured fighting crime, and was glad that even all these years after graduating UA that she was his friend. Not that he'd ever say that out loud, of course, but she knew all the same. "You can erase people's powers," Shigaraki stated, standing in front of Eraserhead as the pro was held down by Nomu sitting on him. "That's irritating, but it's nothing impressive. When faced with true, devastating power, you might as well be a quirkless child." Eraserhead's breath was ragged but furious as he turned a face filled with rage and pain back towards the beast holding him down, and his eye flashed red as he turned his quirk full blast at Nomu. It was useless, as 𝐻𝐻𝐽 slammed his palm down on Eraserhead's left arm, snapping the bones like matchsticks and cracking the concrete. As Aizawa's scream of agony at his bones shattering ripped through the theater, it was joined by an encore of horrid retches as the lunches of several students entered the vomit bags when their stomachs turned. Tetsu lost his lunch this time as well. His whole body was shaking and his skin had exploded with sweat. Minoma, don't say it. Don't even think it. He's breaking my bones like they're twigs. Eraserhead lay there, blood splatter on the cement around him and a cut on his head above his hairline bleeding badly. I'm positive I erased his quirk. That means he's super strong, even without powers. Eraserhead groaned as 𝐻𝐻𝐽 grabbed his head again, pulling his face off the ground. No! Ashido cried, her eyes blinded by tears. Leave him alone. Mr. Aizawa. I think he's as strong as All Might, Eraserhead concluded, the pain being felt even in his thoughts. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 smashed his head into the ground again, shattering the cement with Eraserhead's face. Mr. Aizawa. Yoirozu gasped. No way, Tokoami whispered. Koda shook his head back and forth. This is awful. Ida shook his head, trying to remind himself again that his running for help while his teacher suffered like this was not an act of cowardice. Hatsune was completely speechless. This is what heroes faced, not the flashy stuff on TV or in the sports festival. This right here was what she was making her babies for. Mineta had his head buried in his knees, avoiding having seen Aizawa's face smash into pavement again. This was too real. Way too real. Why did he have to relive seeing this? Seeing Mr. Aizawa getting tortured by Shigaraki and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 all over again. The three in the lake were just as horrified, this being their first time witnessing it, and witnessing all of it live, not just the parts the show deemed to illustrate. Asui's face was half buried beneath the surface, Mineta was crying while his hands covered his mouth, and Midoriya stood still in abject horror. No, no. I can't watch this anymore, Mineta whimpered. Many of his watching peers teared up and nodded, turning their heads aside. Do not turn away from this, students, Nezu spoke up. Remember, this is the career you signed up for. While this is not the ideal time to be receiving this lesson, it is one you will have to learn to live with. Whether you are a rescue hero or a combat hero, daylight or underground, these are the images in disaster sites you will need to become accustomed to. Reluctantly, slowly, they followed the direction of the principal. Kurogiri appeared next to Shigaraki. Tomura Shigaraki. Kurogiri, he acknowledged. Did you manage to kill 13? The rescue hero is out of commission, his subordinate reported. But there were students I was unable to disperse and one of them got outside of the facility. Shigaraki turned to look at him. Hey! Shigaraki began to growl, his hands coming up to scratch at his neck. His growls and breathing grew more intense and erratic as his scratching quickened, growing louder and louder. It sounded like he was almost flaying the skin from his own neck as his wrath mounted. Kurogiri! You fool! If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. The students, still pale and queasy from their teacher's brutal beatdown, grew even colder at how unhinged Shigaraki was. Minoma was completely silent, but 1A had forgotten he was even in the room. They'd even forgotten that they were sitting in a theater, with their classmates beside them. Even Bakugo felt fear seeing the leader of the villains threaten his subordinate like that, not that he'd admit it to anyone. Shigaraki stopped, the skin on his neck red and raw from his incessant scratching. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us. It's game over. Back to the title screen. And I was looking forward to finishing this today. DMN it. Let's go home. He really is like a child, Nezu thought grimly, noticing a number of their students freeze in place at the sudden change in attitude Shigaraki was displaying. From rage to disappointment and apathy in a moment. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. He was willing to give up and leave just like that, he wondered aloud. He hadn't accomplished any of his objectives, did he say they're gonna just leave? Mineta asked, his hushed whisper getting a hint of excitement in it. That's what it sounded like to me, Asui agreed, holding her breath and watching intently. Mineta gasped, relief flooding through him that they were going to make it out of this okay. As his eyes watered, he latched onto Asui. "Yes. That's amazing," he whisper-shouted as she opened her mouth in shock. Mineta's hand was grabbing her chest as he celebrated. The mood shifted. Every female eye turned towards Mineta, glaring red. Nobody shouted anything, nobody did anything, and nobody dared say a single word in the tense atmosphere that had just enveloped the theater. Should they speak, they feared that a lightning bolt of wrath would come down upon them and strike them dead where they sat, even if they spoke up to chastise Mineta. Now was not the place or time for that. Later, his punishment would come later, even though he had already received it. Asui held Mineta down under the water, half drowning him as she spoke to Midoriya, who had been oblivious to the whole exchange, with blushing cheeks. He hadn't taken his eyes off the villains for a moment. "I have a real bad feeling about this, Midoriya." He nodded, either not hearing or ignoring Mineta's spluttering. It seems weird that they'd retreat at this point, even if help is on the way. The screen did a close-up on his anxious face, the background around him turning gray. All Might's probably coming. Don't they want to kill him? They must know UA will beef up their security after this. So now's their best chance. What's going on here? He wondered as he beheld Nomu, still holding Eraserhead's head down into the pavement while Shigaraki and Kurogiri stood idly by. Why is this game over? Shigaraki moved as if remembering something. Oh, before we leave, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Absolute cold dread filled the room as they heard Shigaraki speak, Midoriya's and Asui's images reflected in his BLD red eye. Let's wreck his pride. Midoriya gasped. Shigaraki had moved too fast. He was already right in front of them, his hand reaching out. Let's make this hurt. All around the screen became bright as Asui's face was in the bottom center of the screen, Shigaraki's hand at the top, reaching out towards her. A jumble of voices all shouted out Asui's given and family name at once as the on-screen Midoriya recalled his teacher's crumbling elbow before the horrified thought of Asui disintegrating before his eyes entered his brain as he followed the path of Shigaraki's hand in a trance-like daze. Ochako leapt over Izuku's lap and wrapped her arms around Zu, Tokoyami, Ida, and Izuku joining in as they were all the closest ones to her. She held onto all of them, softly rib-biting. Shigaraki's hand touched Asui with all 5 fingers wrapped around her face, but nothing happened. He huffed, and turned his head. "You really are so cool." The camera zoomed back to show wild tufts of black hair between massive dark blue fingers. Eraserhead's blooded eye burned red with the power of his quirk. He looked like a BLD-soaked devil from the depths of hell, but to his students, he was an angel sent from heaven. Eraserhead. Cheers erupted through the audience at Eraserhead's save. If he hadn't managed to fight against Nomu's strength and raise his head at that moment, Asui would either be dead or at least be horribly scarred from Shigaraki's touch. Monoma recognized that right now. If it had been their class, without erasure, there would have been nothing to prevent Shigaraki from using his quirk on any of them. He wanted to believe that they never would have ended up in the same situation. They didn't have an All Might wannabe in their class like Midoriya who would have tried to head to the plaza from the shipwreck zone to case out the situation to help out their teacher. At least, not during the first week of class. That doesn't mean that one BS not still superior to them or anything, he quickly rationalized. Just, in this one circumstance, one as teacher Eraserhead is the correct hero for the job to combat the villain, that's all. Nomu slammed Eraserhead's face into the ground again, finally knocking him unconscious. Midoriya jumped out of the water, fist reared back. He needed to stop Shigaraki, now. His mind whirled at 1,000,000 miles a second, his body already moving before he'd finished thinking. This guy's clearly different from the ones we fought before, he thought as he powered up one for all in his right arm. I've got to save Asui and get us out of here. You! Midoriya demanded. Let her go. Now. Smash. Water and wind blew away from Midoriya's punch, knocking away villains that had still been standing in the plaza and shattering lights that lined the edges of the dome, far away from the point of contact. So that's what that blast of wind was, Ochako thought while still latched onto Zu. Izuku had used his quirk. How come Shigaraki's not dead then? Hagekyo cried out. You freaking smashed him, Midoriya. Such power, Monoma whispered to himself, his eyes bugging out as he saw it again. The amount of force that Midoriya generated from just a single punch. Maybe in their joint training, if he could manage to touch Midoriya and copy his quirk, then he'd have the entire fight in the bag. What? Midoriya realized, flinching in surprise as he stared at his right arm. It looked perfectly fine. My arm's not broken. 5th time's the charm, Ojiro chuckled with a smirk. After all that training, now's when I'm able to get a good smash in. Midoriya wondered in amazement at the fortuitous timing of getting the slightest of a handle on his quirk. All right. His excitement at this new development with his quirk overrode the fear he'd been harboring of the situation he and his classmates were in. It was an important milestone for him, using his quirk without breaking his limbs. Unfortunately, that excitement was incredibly short-lived. The show revealed that he'd punched Nomu in the stomach, and the bioengineered villain didn't seem to be fazed in the slightest. The excitement in the theater at their classmate finally using his quirk without breaking his bones evaporated as the on-screen version of him realized the horror of his powerlessness against the Nomu, and he was the one All Might had chosen to inherit his power. So not even Midori could do anything to stop it. Ashido gasped and shivered. Midoriya's body became a transparent stylized silhouette as Asui's image appeared behind him, her words running through his mind. If the villains spent so much time planning this attack, then they probably figured out a way to kill him. No way, he realized to his terror. You're pretty powerful, Shigaraki commented. This smash of yours, are you one of All Might's disciples? His shoulders slumped, no longer interested. He hadn't even turned to look at Midoriya. Doesn't matter. Nomu's beady pinprick of a pupil swung down towards Midoriya. I'm done with you now. Nomu reached down and grabbed Midoriya by the arm to keep him in place, the boy yelling in panic as Nomu raised his other arm high, preparing to swat him into the pavement like he had done to the boy's teacher. Asui knocked Shigaraki's hand to the side, darting her head in Midoriya's direction and loosing her tongue at him. Everything went in slow motion. Asui's tongue reaching for Midoriya. Nomu's outstretched hand on its way down to squash Midoriya like a bug. Shigaraki's parched hands advancing towards the heads of Asui and Mineta to turn both of them into dust. The BLD from Eraserhead's wounds spreading further along the cement to stain his goggles. All of that stopped as the doors to the USJ burst from their hinges with a cloud of dust. The theater went deathly quiet, caught up in the moment of drama. The dogpile on Asui looked up from where they were all in a giant hug, and even Mineta raised his head from where he had buried it between his knees. Smiles rose to their faces as footsteps echoed, accompanied by the bulked-out body of the man who had been lauded as the world's #1 hero carrying his jacket in his left hand. Cheers erupted as All Might's theme kicked in with the uplifting opening bars of violin to match the overjoyed and excited look spreading upon Sho Uraraka and Sho Ashido's faces. A bunch of them filled up the silence with chants of All Might. All Might. All Might. All Might. All Might walked slowly, silently, into the building to the unheard tone of his theme music, Shoji, Zero, and Soto gazing upon their teacher's entrance with grins of relief, hope, and renewed confidence. The walking titan slammed his foot down, the dust kicked up from his destruction of the doors billowing around him. Have no fear, students. The camera panned up from his foot over his broad, powerful chest, to reveal the man's face. All Might's teeth were clenched tight, shadows in every crease upon the man's face, set not with his smile, but in an expression of primal fury. I am here. Mineta wept tears like Midoriya. Look, we're saved. Asui had managed to grab Midoriya with her tongue, the boy no longer restrained by Nomu, and all she could do was ribbit in relief. He's here, Midoriya faintly assured himself, convincing himself that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. All Might. The show cut to the hero standing at the edge of the stairs leading down from the entrance, tossing his suit jacket aside. Ah, Shigaraki sighed, elated as he looked up at the majestic pro who stood at the pinnacle of hero society. Looks like our game's getting a continue. Asui. Mineta. Midoriya. A jumble of limbs and bodies crashed together as everyone piled into massive hugs on the three kids who had nearly been destroyed by Shigaraki and Nomu as the outro began. Mineta almost couldn't believe that Gyro, freaking Gyro, was actually trying to hug and comfort him. "Zu, I'm so sorry." Yoyorozu apologized. "I had no idea. My words were out of line. Midoriya, I apologize. That was so scary. I thought you were gonna die. If All Might hadn't shown up, if Mr. Aizawa hadn't been a total badass and used his quirk right then, oh you guys. I'm so glad you're alive. If All Might had been a second later, if I had been 1 moment slower in telling him when we ran into each other, then we give you a hard time for being a huge pervert, Mineta, but none of us actually want you to die." Izuku sniffed. "Thanks you guys. I'm just so glad that you're all my friends." Asui ribbited in agreement as Mineta voiced his thanks too. Their exclamations and sobs of relief and joy at having narrowly evaded death not once but twice in the span of about 30 seconds overwhelmed the speakers, drowning out the music of the outro and the next episode preview. Through it all, the teachers smiled warmly down at the 20-odd students, the majority of whom were celebrating how thankful they were that 3 of their number had come out of that harrowing situation alive and well. Aizawa turned an eye towards Monoma, seeing that the blonde braggart of 1B was seemingly staring at the screen that had just now blipped into the countdown timer before the next episode, completely stiff, as if frozen in place. Itsuka Kendo placed her hand on Monoma's shoulder after the countdown timer began. "You okay there, Monoma? You're looking pretty green." She glanced at Tetsu, who nodded and got to his feet. "I'll get some napkins," he said, taking his and Monoma's used vomit bags with him, "and get something to drink to wash the taste of puke away." Her gaze followed him anxiously for a moment or two before Itsuka returned it to Monoma. He was being a lot more passive at the moment. It didn't take a genius to understand why. The massive dogpile of hugs and good feelings going on below her that had dragged in the entire class of 1A, even Bakugo, though he wasn't giving anyone a hug, just shooting glares and loudly threatening Midoriya that since he'd taken All Might's power, if he ever let Shigaraki turn him to dust, Bakugo would kill him. A 5-point touch disintegration type quirk, she muttered to herself, echoing Ojiro's earlier words and thinking hard. Her own fighting style was very much martial arts based, and her quirk expanded her hands immensely. If she were to fight him, it would be incredibly dangerous. It'd be all too easy for Shigaraki to touch her giant hands and then they are gone. That's it. She's out of action forever and handicapped for the rest of her life. But while she was looking at it analytically right now, she was only doing that to distract herself from the fear of Shigaraki that had been threatening to consume her prior to the arrival of All Might at the end of the episode. Monoma hadn't seemed to have shaken that off yet. He still hadn't acknowledged her address. "Hey, Monoma." Earth to Monoma. She tapped him on the shoulder. "Whoa. Kendo." Itsuka honestly hadn't expected that to startle him so much. "Don't do that." "Do what?" "Tap you on the shoulder when you're spacing out." She inquired patiently. He scowled and looked away, down at the crowd of 1A and Hatsume. "Penny for your thoughts." Monoma was silent for a good minute, the countdown timer slowly heading towards the beginning of their final episode of the second day. "Real talk, Kendo," he said at last with barely more than 2 minutes to go. "Do you believe we would have been able to handle the USJ better than 1A did?" "That's a tricky question," she answered after thinking about it for a moment. "Our quirks are all really different from 1A's, and we don't have any clear powerhouses in our class like Bakugo and Todoroki. We would probably have been okay against the street thugs that they brought. We're all UA students after all, and like Todoroki said, most of the villains at the USJ didn't really seem to know how to properly use their quirks. Depending on how we were scattered around, I'm not sure how many times we'd be able to take out the whole bunch of them at once like Midoriya, Todoroki, and Kaminari did, but we'd probably have been able to handle ourselves just fine even back in the first week. The big question, then, boils down to Shigaraki, Kurogiri, and Nomu. To be brutally honest, seeing Midoriya punch Nomu with that much force and having it do absolutely nothing to it, and seeing what Shigaraki and Kurogiri are capable of with their quirks, I don't see us getting out of that without at least a bunch of injuries. Mr. Khan would have been able to handle the regular villains just fine, like Mr. Aizawa did, but doing so would have exhausted him, and he wouldn't be able to erase Shigaraki's quirk. If we were in the situation Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta were in, one of, if not all three of us, would be dead. The only person I can think of having a chance to force them to retreat is Kinoko, and that's only if she uses her spores to grow mushrooms inside of their tracheas so they can't breathe. We also don't have anyone who is super fast like Ida, so even if we did manage to get someone outside like 1A did, it'd take a long while for them to get help, and we don't even know to what extent the signal jamming was going on for. Izuku sighed. To be brutally honest, Monoma, if it was our class at the USJ that day, we'd probably be royally screwed. What if I was able to copy Shigaraki's quirk and use it on Nomu? Monoma asked, biting at the nail on his thumb. That'd give us an advantage 1A wouldn't have had. It doesn't matter how strong Nomu is if he's been disintegrated, right? Izuku tensed. That's true, but do you think you could really do that, Monoma? You're essentially talking about killing him. That's not something a hero should be considering lightly. Sometimes killing the villain is the only option. Both turned and looked at Aizawa, looking at the pair as Tetsu returned to the couch. It's never a pleasant part of the job, but sometimes, there are villains who are just too dangerous to take alive, or will not give you the chance to apprehend them. Sometimes they'll even attempt to take themselves out with a hostage, and the only way to save the civilian is to kill the villain. We're like the police in the pre-quirk era in that sense. Sometimes you just can't apprehend the criminal, and the only way to stop them is to put them down, permanently. It almost always spawns an investigation, however, so killing the villain is the absolute last resort when there are no other options. Villains don't operate with that kind of restraint, however, Yagi spoke up. They're already breaking the law. Many of them won't mind killing a hero who tries to stop them. Lots will even see it as a game or challenge. You heard the villains young Midoriya and his classmates faced. They were ready to kill children, and none of them seemed to be harboring any regret in their choice. The countdown timer ended before any of the 1B trio could answer, and while some members of 1A scrambled to get back to their original seats, the majority stayed in the big cuddle piles they had formed in the front two rows around Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta. Orozu, Kaminari, and Gyro had also become somewhat integral figures in those hug piles as well, given the cliffhanger their villain interaction had ended on. Bakugo didn't return to his seat, but he didn't join in the hugs, choosing to stand off to the side on the landing beside the second level of seating, leaning against the wall with his arms folded in front of his chest. The episode began with a close-up of Kurogiri's face, his eyes narrowing in what could assume to be a twisted smile as the screen cut between shots of the students' shocked and horrified faces. 13 fell down, the back of her suit torn to ribbons as her voice gasped out, "I'm sorry, he got me, thing," cried Ashido. "Not this again." Mineta said, covering his eyes as once again they saw Nomu's massive hand slam down, snapping their homeroom teacher's arm like a dry twig. Kiyoma placed her hand on Aizawa's shoulder again, giving him a soft look. "Hey, if you need someone to talk to about what happened, I'm always here, Shota. What you said to Midoriya yesterday about looking after mental health, that goes for you too." He grimaced, annoyed that his colleague was using his own words against him, but seeing Nomu slam his face back into the cement a few more times, wincing horribly and remembering the feeling of the bones in his face fracturing, told him that she was right. Aizawa simply nodded. The hugs renewed around the trio that had been so close to getting dusted or turned into a bloody paste by Shigaraki and Nomu, while the three in question clenched their eyes shut and tried to will away the tears that leaked out of the corners of their eyes. They were safe here and now, giving them the luxury of crying out the fear that they had encountered that day and hadn't told a soul about. Narrator Midoriya began a voiceover. "All of us, even our teachers, were scared. The evil we faced clouded our hearts with fear." "I wasn't scared, you idiot," Bakugo retorted. "I was sessed off. That's all." Just before Nomu's massive hand could reach Midoriya's face, the huge doors to the USJ burst off their hinges in an explosion of dust. The heads of practically everyone in the USJ turned to the source of the disturbance. Behind the veil of dust, a single figure stood. But the deeper the darkness around you, continued Midoriya's narration as Uraraka and Ashido gasped in wondrous relief and their male classmates by the door grinned in excitement. The figure gained definition as the camera panned up their body. The brighter the light shines, when a ray of hope appears. It's All Might. This is a bit of a different start compared to how the previous episode ended, Hatsune said over the opening bars of the intro, tilting her head a little while still having her arms around Ida, who had his arms around Asui and Midoriya. Last episode ended with All Might walking in all cool and silent. This one starting with a bunch of you shouting out his name. I think that's because the last one was from the perspective of Midoriya, Zu, and Mineta. Murozu offered an explanation. From their point of view, halfway across the USJ and at the edge of the artificial lake and plaza, all they'd be able to see would be the dust cloud until All Might came to the top of the stairs. They might not have been able to hear Uraraka, Ashido, and the others call out his arrival. Ojiro nodded. That makes sense. I missed all of what was going on out there because I was stuck in the burning city. Zero breathed a sigh of relief. At least the scary part's over now. Now that All Might's here, we can just watch how he and the others took down the villains and then whatever the rest of the teachers did when they showed up a few minutes after him. Yeah, Gyro agreed. Snipe totally saved our butts at the end. No thanks to me. She bit at one of her jacks in frustration, before after a few seconds she felt a hand touch her shoulder. You know, it was still pretty cool what you did to try to save me, Kaminari said. Sorry about going all brain dead and putting you in that spot. I had no idea the electric guy would have been hanging out underground in the mountain zone. Gyro felt a bit of heat rise to her cheeks and she glanced away from Kaminari to look back at the intro as it neared its finish. It was nothing. But, you're welcome, and thanks. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong here when Aizawa and 13 didn't answer my calls, All Might said as Uraraka and Ashido cried in relief as the tension flooded out from them while they knelt next to 13's prone body. Soto, Zero, and Shoji's tentacle mouths were all smiling at him. So I hurried over, running into young Ida along the way. He told me of the villainy at work here. The camera got a close-up of All Might's mouth from a side profile, the hero's teeth gritting in what could only be fury and frustration, directed at both the villains and himself. I can't believe all of this went down while I was resting. The scene flashed to when Ida met All Might on the road between the USJ and the main campus building, the class rep with panic and fear in his eyes as he quickly gave All Might details of the situation. I hate to think of how frightened these children must be, and how hard my colleagues had to fight in order to protect them. 13 was still conscious, the downed pro struggling to keep herself from lying completely face down. The only thing I can do now is reassure them that things will be okay, he reasoned as he stepped forward. That's my duty as the symbol of peace. All Might slammed his right foot down, the dust in the air swirling around him. Have no fear, students, he declared with a deadly serious tone. All Might reached up and grabbed at his tie, tearing it and his top button off with a single jerk of his wrist. Because I am here. Kirishima and Tetsu cheered and whooped first, and their shouts were infectious as other students in the auditorium also began to cheer and celebrate All Might's epic arrival and catchphrase. Ripping off his tie like that was so cool, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 squealed. Go gem, All Might. All Might. Midoriya gasped as Asui held onto him with her tongue. The camera returned to a close-up of All Might's face, the hero who always saved the day with a smile wearing an expression of absolute rage. And he's not smiling. That's 'cause All Might's about to kick some butt. Bakugo roared. He's gonna save everyone, Koda agreed, getting excited with the others and speaking up. Because All Might always wins. Shigaraki had stood up and was glaring at All Might. Heroic piece of trash shows up. Boo! Ashido shouted. Boo! Go home Shigaraki. Episode 12, All Might 𝐒𝐿. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 joined in as the episode card came onto the screen. And stink. Asui added. Go take a bath in a tub of moisturizer. Ashido heckled again. All Might tossed away his suit jacket as the small fry in the plaza began freaking out. Holy CRP. It's All Might. I've never seen the guy in person before, another villain said, looking shaken up by the appearance of the undefeated and unrivaled symbol of peace. I didn't expect him to be so huge. A third villain scoffed. This is no time to talk, you idiots, he scolded them. If we strike now, All Might vanished from the top of the stairs, we can kill 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Kendo gasped as the villain who'd been speaking was instantly knocked out, All Might moving and punching so fast that he wasn't even visible. So fast. The villains were all down as All Might picked up Eraserhead's bloody and broken body. He was unconscious, but still showing signs of life. I'm sorry, Aizawa, All Might apologized. I should have been here. Aizawa didn't dignify All Might with a scolding or any sort of reprimand. He knew the other hero was already beating himself up about this situation. He didn't need to lay any more guilt onto the retired pro's shoulders. Just watching how badly Kurogiri and Nomu had injured 13 and himself during the incident was likely making it even harder on the old man, especially since All Might no longer had the ability to step in and fight another Nomu were something like this to happen again. All Might turned towards Shigaraki, Nomu, and his 3 students. The camera zoomed in on the darkness beneath his protruding eyebrows, and the hero's electric blue pupil came into focus. Midoriya and the other 2 yelped as All Might had them all under his left arm and Eraserhead under his right in an instant. Shigaraki was knocked backwards with a crunch as the hand covering his face fell off. That's intense, Tetsutetsu commented with a grin. So that's what All Might's like in action, here. Hit him again. Gyro cheered. Knock him out. Shigaraki escaped, Gyro, Todoroki reminded her. Don't spoil her fun, Amar gently chided him. Man, seeing it like this as a show with the music is just so kick-ass, Kirishima hyped himself up. All Might so manly. Everybody, back to the entrance, All Might ordered the 3 students. And take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time. Mineta and Asui quickly agreed while Midoriya looked up at his mentor and idol with anxiety. You saved us, All Might, he said, still likely in shock from the near-death experience barely half a minute ago. Ochako wrapped her arms tighter around Izuku as she continued to look up at the screen, deciphering the tone of his voice. He's not just in shock from having been saved like that. He's worried about All Might. He doesn't have any time, and none of the rest of us knew it. Shigaraki was covering his face and searching for the hand that had fallen off, complaining about what had just happened. He reached the fallen body part, kneeling on the ground for it. He's still fast, father. Somehow he managed to hit me. Despite the heroic chords of the music still playing through the speakers, the watching audience felt their bodies chill at what Shigaraki just said as he grabbed the hand. Nobody wanted to say anything, but they all thought the same thing. Father. No, don't tell me that hand is. Yagi placed a hand over his mouth and he hunched over, forcing himself not to look at the screen. He jammed his eyes closed, but tried not to let a sound escape. He didn't need young Midoriya hearing him and asking him questions. That hand belonged to MSDR's, to Nana's son. Shigaraki sighed as he seemed to calm down with the hand back over his face. Of course a government hero relies on violence. I wasn't prepared. I couldn't even see him when he moved. But he's not as fast as I thought he would be. He's not as fast as he used to be. I guess it's true after all. The students recoiled and redoubled their hugs of solidarity at the sudden side-profile shot of Shigaraki's face behind the hand, the twisted grin and beady red eyes darkened in shadow. All Might really is getting weaker. The villains were paying close attention, Bakugo muttered scornfully. I bet it was the boss villain who told him that. That is to be expected, Tokoyami stated. Agents of Darkness will always keep an eye on our greatest of paragons. Nezu jotted some notes down in the book he'd taken from Kamemoto earlier. Midoriya, holding Eraserhead over his shoulder and neck, was trying to dissuade All Might from going into battle. That brain villain took one for, he stopped himself, realizing he was about to name his quirk in front of Asui and Mineta, before quickly correcting, I smashed him and didn't break my arm this time, but he wasn't fazed at all. He's too strong. All Might cast his arm out towards the boy. Young Midoriya. The hero looked back at his successor and made a V over his eyes while smiling reassuringly at him. I got this. Still seeming unsure, Midoriya started to walk back to the entrance, Asui coming to his side to help him with Eraserhead while Mineta followed behind. I was a bit too shocked at the time to notice, Ribbit, Asui said, glancing at Izuku, but you almost name-dropped your quirk then. The only reason Izuku didn't awkwardly rub the back of his head was because his arms were more or less pinned in the tangled web of limbs the chaotic class hug had become. One of his arms was stuck behind Asui's back, while Yorozu had accidentally pinned his other one to his side from where she was actually lying on top of him, and he was doing his level best not to be distracted by the feeling of his arm pressing into the valley between Yorozu's melons. His head was in Ochiko's lap as he lay on his side, practically sandwiched between the two brunettes with his right arm somewhat around the frog-quirked girl. Regardless of his awkward position, One for All successor still managed a pair of rosy cheeks from embarrassment. Yeah, I was too caught up too. I didn't realize it until the last moment. Carolina, Nomu, Shigaraki called upon as All Might soared towards him, arms crossed in front of him. Smash! Nomu blocked the twin slash of All Might's arms with just his torso by simply standing there and taking the hit. Great splashes of water burst into the air from where the force of the wind pressure All Might had unleashed disturbed the lake. The hero's grin faded in confusion as he straightened his body, seeing that his attack had no effect on the villain in front of him. Seriously? Kaminari gasped. Nothing. Weren't you watching the fight? Soto asked. No, the electrification user complained. I was in the mountain zone. We weren't able to see what was going on in the plaza. All Might leaned back to avoid a brutal bear hug from the Nomu. Guess he wasn't wrong when he said it had no effect on you, the hero grunted, throwing a punch straight into Nomu's abdomen. The beast quivered at the moment of impact, but steadied and tried to slam its hands down on All Might. The students who hadn't borne witness to the fight the first time watched as All Might bobbed and weaved, dodging Nomu's attacks while punching the villain, their attention riveted even as their expressions of confidence fell. All Might had been the greatest, the best ever, but his attacks were doing absolutely nothing to Nomu. Class 1 Bears Trio and Hatsune had no idea how they had managed to get out of this scrape if even All Might couldn't do anything to the villain, while the members of 1A who only heard about the finale were having trouble linking the story their classmates had told them in the aftermath with the images on the screen. That's because Nomu here has shock absorption, All Might Shigaraki gloated as the two titans duked it out, with All Might mostly keeping up an offensive that dealt no damage. The only way you're going to hurt him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. Of course, I don't think he'll sit back and let you do that. You've finally met your match. All Might laughed as he ducked under a swiftly moving hand that had attempted to grab his face. Thanks for telling me how to beat him. He quickly got behind Nomu, grabbing him around the abs, and lifted the villain off its feet. All I have to do is wear him down, and then it's on to you. All Might fell backwards to slam Nomu into the ground with a German suplex, the force of the move sending a massive plume of dust into the air that blocked them from sight and shaking the ground of the facility. Whoa! Did you see that? Tetsu crowed. That was awesome. Way to go, All Might. He took out Nomu like it was nothing, Kendo gasped, a smile shining through her face. Amazing! All right. Soto's voice cheered as the camera panned down from their view by the stairs, showing just how high the dust plume went and how massive it was in scope. Take that, bird brain. Whoa, Zero muttered in awe. Soto was pumped. That's what you get for underestimating him, he taunted, not that the villains could hear him. Uraraka and Ashido looked at each other from where they were kneeling by 13, their smiles and tears of relief shining brightly. Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta were all watching over their shoulders as Midoriya carried a razor head on his back and Mineta held up the hero's feet. Are you guys seeing this? Mineta asked with excitement. That suplex looked like a huge explosion. All Might's on a whole not her level. And yet he still has to look at his notes when he's teaching us, Asui pointed out with a bit of a sigh. Hey now, young Asu, Yagi spoke up in a fluster, waving his hands in front of him. I'm still new to the whole teaching thing with lesson plans and all that. And this was still the first week of class, after all. The students all giggled as the former top hero injected a bit of levity with his sudden embarrassed defense of his initial lack of teaching prowess. Aizawa sighed. We should have probably paired you with a TA to help out in your lessons, All Might, he said. One of the third-year Hero Course students would likely have gladly taken on the position to assist All Might in teaching the first years, Nezu agreed. I wonder how different classes would have gone if one of the big three had been helping your class from the beginning, Aizawa. They'd be a nightmare, he replied dourly, managing to get Kiyoma to laugh as he paid attention to Midoriya's thoughts on the screen as the hero in training analyzed the situation with the information he had available to him. He was weighing his options, realizing that doing what All Might had told him to do by staying out of the way and ensuring that he brought his teacher to safety was the best thing. Get that guy! Mineta shouted. Punch him right in the ball. Maybe we were worried about these bad guys for nothing, Asui wondered, blushing at her misjudgment. The cloud of smoke was still there as they continued to walk away. All Might's unstoppable. Seems that way, Midoriya thought. But I know the truth. The show changed settings from the USJ to Midoriya riding the train on his way to school that morning, showing his phone's screen. I read the Hero News this morning on my way to school and saw the headlines about All Might. Then, when they were talking about why he wasn't at training, 13 held up 3 fingers, probably to indicate that All Might was already at his limit today. The show cut to a slow pan-up of All Might against a sinister purple backdrop. He must have been absent because he'd used up too much of his power. He shouldn't be using one for all now. Returning to the 3 of them walking towards the entrance, Midoriya was still inwardly panicking about if leaving it up to All Might was the right decision. I'm the only one in my class who knows. Monoma felt his stomach turn again, and he hoped that he'd be able to keep the drink Tetsu had brought him down as he saw the flashback to the second episode, which he had yet to see. All Might was sitting down, his shirt raised, and the spider web of stitching, scars, and bruising on his left side was clearly visible as it marred the deflated man's body. Yeah, it's not pretty, Tetsu told him quietly. Seeing it puts things into perspective, right? Kendo added. Gives me the shivers thinking about it. I mean, who could have done something like that to All Might? Monoma bit the nail on his thumb as he listened to All Might's apparently remembered words from so long ago. All Might just bluffed the fear away with that smile. All Might was bluffing that he was fearless, in order to reassure everyone around him. If even All Might could be scared, then mocking 1A for being terrified just, and with how close some of them were to being killed by Shigaraki. If not for Eraserhead, then, could he honestly say that Mr. Khan would have been able to handle the situation better? I mean, surely we can, right? We're definitely better than 1A after all. There's no way we'd. Monoma's thoughts ended as the dust around All Might cleared. All Might, bent close to bridge position, was gritting his teeth and wincing in pain, BLD pooling around his lips. Oh, come on, he grunted over Nomu's face. What kind of cheap move was that? Most of the students gasped in horror as they recalled the sight now on full display for them, and Kiyoma, Nezu, and Aizawa all winced in shock and sympathy, with Kiyoma drawing her hand to her mouth. Nomu hadn't been suplexed into the cement as thought, but instead through a warp gate of Kurogiri's, his upper half emerging below All Might's back and sinking his hands into All Might's sides with its insane strength. Nomu's left hand was clutching right where the wound the flashback had recalled was positioned. Monoma passed out, his brain shutting down to prevent his mind from completely shattering. Itsuka watched him faint and sighed. We're going to need to have a long talk with him tonight, I think. I can't even tell if he's actually gotten better or not right now. Nomu's as strong as you are, Shigaraki bragged, gloating over the predicament All Might was in and mocking him for attempting to bury Nomu in the concrete to immobilize him. That won't stop him. All Might grunted as he struggled in Nomu's grip, and Shigaraki started to giggle. Nice work, Kurogiri. We've got him just where we want him now. Hatsune and several other students had their hands over their mouths as Nomu's grip tightened and more of All Might's BLD stained his white shirt crimson, the man's thoughts bringing their attention back to the wound he'd suffered now 6 years past, referring to it as his weak spot. Attacking All Might's Achilles heel, Yorozu thought. She shook her head, not wanted to watch what she'd been unable to witness in person. I know All Might makes it out okay because he's still here with us, but from how things look I can't even see how that's possible. All Might had both of his hands on Nomu's, attempting to loosen the monster's grip to free himself. If this is your best, then you picked the wrong place to attack, All Might threatened them. You should just give up now. Shigaraki scratched his chin, listening to All Might's bluster with disinterest. Kurogiri. Normally I wouldn't want BLD and viscera flooding the insides of my warp gates, Kurogiri told the hero as he struggled to free himself from Nomu's grip, but I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you. Soto's face paled. Hey, hang on, he's not saying. Oh God, Yorozu gasped, hands coming to her mouth. The dots were all connected. That would, so it appears the villains had a valid plan after all, Nezu commented. Impressive. Kaminari whipped around, looking at the different expressions on horror on people's faces as Kurogiri started to explain on screen. What? What is it? Shut up and listen, idiot. Bakugo scolded. The warp BSDRD's explaining it. He's pulled your body halfway through, Kurogiri stated the plan for All Might to hear how he would meet his end. I'll squeeze the gate shut. The whole audience turned their gaze away from the screen at the image of All Might's severed torso flying through the air. Fortunately, that never happened, Aizawa said, tapping his foot. But how? Tetsu asked. They've got him right where they want him. I am sure that we'll see in a few seconds, Nezu calmed him down. The show cut away from struggling All Might to where Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta were with Eraserhead. The camera didn't show Midoriya's face, but he did speak. Asui. Yeah, what is it, Midoriya? Will you carry Mr. Aizawa for me? Aizawa stood from his seat, hands slamming onto the railing as he glared down at the boy in the front row. Midoriya. Izuku gulped, but got out of the embrace of hugs he was tangled in and stood up, turning to face his teacher. Yes, sir. You disobeyed your teacher's order and ran straight back at the most dangerous villains in the facility. All Might. I won't let them kill you. Are you crazy? Mineta shouted after him as Midoriya ran back to the plaza. Izuku stood his ground, hearing his own thoughts during that moment echo back at him as he stared defiantly up at Aizawa. Midoriya, Aizawa barked, even knowing exactly where his problem child was coming from. The boy was the only one on the scene who was still conscious who knew of All Might's situation, and the hero was Midoriya's mentor. Even so, he ran headlong into danger without a plan on how to free All Might from the Nomu or how to interrupt. Kurogiri. The warp villain even managed to prevent Midoriya from doing anything by interposing his main body between the boy and All Might. An explosion struck Kurogiri a second before the warp villain was about to send All Might's successor through another warp gate, the blast of fire and smoke surprising both the villains and Midoriya. Get the hell out of my way, Deku. Hey, it's Bakugo. Kaminari cheered as his friend roared, bringing Kurogiri down to the ground with a firm grip on the villain's neck armor. Hell yeah, the currently pink blonde chuckled darkly with a grin. Got the smoky bestiary that time. Ice shot across the concrete, freezing Nomu through the warp gates Kurogiri had created. He's frozen. All Might realized in a cut-in, the camera zooming to where the source was standing. That means Todoroki must be here. The two-toned son of Endeavor carried a stony expression on his face with narrowed eyes levied at the villains. One of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might. Hagekyu squealed, seemingly writhing in her seat as it appeared she had her hands on her cheeks. Todoroki's just so cool. Don't you think? Hey. Hatsu masked. Oh yeah, sure. Phew. You had me scared for a hot second there, Midoriya. Thought you were gonna bite it. Aizawa and Izuku were still staring at each other, many of the students awkwardly trying to ignore the silent contest between them. Aizawa was the one who broke it. After dinner tonight, we're having a discussion, problem child, stated the teacher, with a note of finality that brooked no argument. Izuku glanced down, feeling the sting in Aizawa's voice, and nodded. Yes, sir. He sat back down, Ochako wrapping an arm around him in a tender hug. Kirishima jumped back after having just missed hitting Shigaraki with a swing of his hardened arms. DMN. That was gonna be cool. Guess I found your body that time, ya smoky bstd. Bakugo taunted Kurogiri as he had the villain down on the ground. Todoroki stoically declared that, the symbol of peace will not be defeated by delinquents like you. Tetsu felt his BLD pumping as he stood up, clenching his fist. Yeah. You guys are awesome. You turned things around in an instant. That's why they call them big DMN heroes moments, Soto said, smirking. You guys were totally all fired up. C'est magnifique. Aomar agreed. Aizawa sighed and frowned under his scarf as the episode break hit. Even more of them rushing into danger. Asui and Mineta had paused as they held up their teacher's limp body. Todoroki, Mineta gasped in a hushed voice, and Bakugo. And Kirishima, too, Asui added. Aizawa groaned in their care, attracting both students' attention. Let them handle it, we need to hurry. Yeah, okay. Up at the stairs, Uraraka was watching with bright eyes and a relieved smile on her face. They are helping. Ochako remembered back to that moment, and she hugged Izuku tighter in her arms. She had felt so relieved when Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima arrived and not only saved Izuku from being warped away again by Kurogiri, but also enabled All Might to free himself from Nomu's grip. She wouldn't know what she would have done had Izuku been hurt, but remembering seeing him rushing in alone had filled her veins with ice. Hey, Izuku, she said quietly, feeling her boyfriend's heartbeat through their uniforms and taking comfort in its solid beating. Promise me that in the future, you won't run into a situation like that alone and without a plan again. She heard him gasp and mutter her name, but Ochako held on tighter, squeezing him. Promise me, Izuku. That was dumb and reckless. I know why you did it, but you nearly, it wasn't even like with the sludge villain. You just ran in there without a plan or anything. Rip it. Ochako's right, Midoriya, Asui agreed as Izuku looked at her, stunned that he was being ganged up on. Your main strength isn't just your quirk, it's how well you can plan and strategize. All that goes out the window if you rush in blindly. Zu is correct, Yorozu said with a nod. You were able to escape danger before because of a well-devised strategy, but there was no trace of that here. All you did was rush to save All Might in a blind panic at the thought of losing your mentor. Izuku sent Ida a pleading look, begging him with his eyes to disagree with them all. The others are correct, Midoriya, his friend joined in, dashing Izuku's hopes. It was not one of your customarily well-thought-out strategies. Most unwise, added Tokoyami. Kaminari leaned forward. And don't just promise that to your girlfriend, Midoriya. The electrification user was practically frantic. You may be reckless, but you're not dumb. If you do something crazy stupid like that again, we're all going to worry like crazy about you and get real sad if you get hurt because of it. And you're like, the freaking chosen one, dude. You were already an amazing person and super important to our class before we found out about One for All, but now you're even more important. You can't just throw your life away rushing into things like that. Promise the whole class that you won't do it again. Yeah. Promise all of us, Midori. Ashido piped up. Koda nodded his head fervently. Kiyoma giggled to herself as almost all of the rest of 1A, Hatsume, Kendo, and Tetsu piled in on the make Midoriya promise not to rush in alone and without a plan train, the young successor to All Might caving under the pressure and promising his classmates that he wouldn't go off alone again. It's good that they can come together and agree on things like this, don't you think, All Might? She stared at him, telling him with her smile that this is all because you didn't train him better before he came to UA. Bakugo set off a few explosions with his hand pressed against Kurogiri's neck armor. Don't move. The blonde brought his face down close, giving the villain a malevolent grin. You try anything funny, and I'll blow your butt up right now, you got it. They'll be cleaning you up for weeks. Kirishima smiled uneasily as he stood nearby, keeping his eyes on Bakugo. Oh, that doesn't sound very heroic. Shigaraki seemed almost annoyingly impressed with the way events had turned. They escaped uninjured and captured my two strongest men, he thought out loud. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't have that. The villain turned to his ace in the hole, almost literally. Nomu. A number of the watching students gasped and recoiled in disgust as 𝐻𝐻𝐽 pulled its body back through the warp gate, the beast's frozen right arm and leg falling off its body, leaving ice-covered stumps on its shoulder and thigh. "How is that thing still moving?" Midoriya questioned. "He's all messed up." All Might flung out his arm to the side, commanding his students. "Stay back, everybody." The eyes of many of those watching widened in surprise as the ice broke off of 𝐻𝐻𝐽's amputated limbs, red muscle fibers expanding and growing from the area. "What is this?" All Might asked. "I thought you said his power was shock absorption." Shigaraki spoke as the muscle fibers and limbs reformed in seconds. "I didn't say that was his only quirk. He also has super regeneration. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back." "Multiple quirks?" Kendo asked, horrified. "How is that even possible?" gasped Yorozu as the soundtrack really kicked in with the villainous music, sending a chill of dread down her spine. I know when Oase and I ran into that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 at the camp it seemed absurd, but to hear him actually say that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 has more than one quirk. "First we need to free our method of escape. Get him, 𝐻𝐻𝐽." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 practically vanished from his position near Shigaraki, and the camera cut to All Might with a red background. "He's fast." All Might thought, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 charging at Bakugo in slow motion to show how he was able to perceive the speed 𝐻𝐻𝐽 could move while his students were unable to act. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 punched, a blast of dust that looked like a breaking wave exploding from his punch at Bakugo. "Bakugo!" Kaminari and Zero both shouted in concern. "I'm right here, dipshits," the currently pink-haired and faced Bakugo reminded them. Blown back by the power of the punch, Midoriya and the other boys were now more than 10 meters away from the impact site in a close group. Midoriya was on his but on the ground, groaning. "Such force!" He gasped and looked up. The dust cleared, revealing 𝐻𝐻𝐽, fist extended while kneeling, one hand on the freed Kurogiri and Bakugo nowhere in sight. "Kaken!" But Bakugo was right there. Stunned, but right there with them, and not a bloody pancake. "Kaken! Whoa, that's awesome, you dodged him." "Shut up, no I didn't, you DMN nerd." Ochako couldn't help but giggle a little despite the situation. Izuku gave her a curious look, and she simply shook her head. It was cute how he'd thought that Bakugo could have dodged that, and even if Bakugo wasn't, but the way in which he denied being able to dodge 𝐻𝐻𝐽 was at least a little funny. Todoroki gasped in response to Kirishima's question on how Bakugo got to where the rest of them were. "Isn't it obvious?" Their eyes went to the wall between sections that had a hole blown into it, skid marks in the concrete along with the smell of burned RBB. The camera slowly panned up. All Might was standing in front of the ruined hole in the wall, his shirt torn around his biceps, coughing and breathing from having taken that hit. "All Might!" Midoriya gasped. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes as he realized what had happened. "So he protected the child, here." All Might glared at the villain. "These are kids, and you didn't hold back." He growled. "I didn't have much choice," Shigaraki retorted. "He was threatening my companion. Besides, these kids are no angels." He pointed at the group of 4. The plain-looking one. "He tried to kill me with a maxed-out punch. What kind of hero does something like that? You think you can get away with being as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others? Well, you know what, All Might? That pisses me off. Why do people get to decide that some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Casting judgment as to what's good and what's evil. You think you're the symbol of peace? Ha! You're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence. And violence always breeds more violence. I'll make sure the world understands that once you're dead. You're nothing but a lunatic," All Might refuted his monologue. "Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound noble, but admit it, you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right?" Shigaraki seemed to grin. "He's got me figured out." Todoroki narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. He was prepared to finish this fight once and for all. "We've got them outnumbered." "And Kaken found the mist guy's weakness," Midoriya agreed. Kirishima readied himself in solidarity. "These dudes may act really tough, but we can take them down now with All Might's help." He hardened his arms and shifted his stance. Let's do this. Don't attack. The boys looked over at All Might at his words. He held his arm out towards them, palm outstretched in a gesture to stay back. Get out of here. Yes, listen to All Might. Mineta begged. Todoroki raised his right hand, ready to send out a wave of ice in an instant. You would have been in trouble earlier if it weren't for me, remember? He reminded the number one. You need our help. I thank you for your assistance, but this is different. Todoroki hummed in intrigue at All Might's words, and the pro changed his left arm from being in a stay-back gesture to a clenched fist in preparation for throwing a punch. It's gonna be all right. Just sit back and watch a pro at work. Midoriya wasn't too sure. But you're too hurt. You're bleeding. And you're almost out of tea, he gasped as he stopped himself, almost revealing the secret. Bakugo tisked. DMN nerd. You really were too careless. All Might popped the thumb up on the fist that he had formed, comforting his successor that it was going to be all right. He had this. All Might, the boy anxiously thought. Shigaraki had had enough of this. Nomyu. Kurogiri. Kill him. I'll deal with the children. All Might clenched his right fist. I'm afraid that I barely have a minute left in this form, he thought to himself. My power's declining faster than I thought it would. Barely a minute left. Tetsu gasped. So All Might was running on fumes that whole time. Bakugo realized. Even so, I have to stop these villains. Gyro once again shot her head up. Whoa, hey! It's that music again. She whipped her head towards the green bean in the front row. Midoriya! Did you do something stupid awesome again? Izuku yelped and waved his hands in front of him. No, it wasn't me, I swear. Then why is your theme music playing? Gyro asked. Bakugo turned towards Kendo. Hey, Fister. Wake that moron up. He needs to see this. Kendo blinked for a moment at the sudden nickname Bakugo gave her, before turning to Minoma and shaking him awake. The blonde's eyes were hazy as he let out a what? All Might smiled to himself in determination. Because I am. The screen darkened, a point of light flashing and shooting a ray forward through the darkness and the clouds, striking additional points of light along the way. One for all. The drums kicked in against a backdrop of the intensity in All Might's eyes, the world's symbol of peace and justice. Minoma was fully awake now, hearing All Might's declaration. Whoa! What's happening? Shigaraki and Midoriya both gasped before All Might tensed his legs and shot forward like a howitzer, Nomyu rushing to meet him. Their fists impacted, a flash of light and a blast of air shooting out from the contact, and a shockwave ripped through the air and rippled through Nomyu's arm. Everyone but the two combatants was blasted back and away from the battle. Weren't you listening? Shigaraki grunted as he righted himself in the air and landed on his feet. One of his powers is shock absorption. All Might smiled mockingly at him. Yeah. What about it? Grunting with effort, All Might fired another solid punch at Nomyu, striking the villain in the arm that he used to block. All Might and Nomyu exchanged another 2 blows before they each kicked it into high gear, throwing punches at each other so quickly that their arms were just blurs of speed and power. Holy CRP! This is freaking awesome. Kaminari cheered. You go All Might! Ashido cried out, jumping from her seat. Get that Nomyu! Such power, Hatsume giggled, seeing as how the boys were barely able to stay on their feet even after having been blown away. There's gotta be some baby I could make to keep up with that. Midoriya! I'm making you something that can withstand that even if it kills you. What? No! Kurogiri despaired. I can't get near them. The concrete cracked beneath All Might's feet as he and Nomyu continued to trade blows. He said your quirk was only shock absorption, not nullification. That means there's a limit to what you can take, right? Everyone was on the edge of their seats, or out of them, cheering or just holding their breath in amazement at the fight taking place before them. Trees were being uprooted and blasted into the air. Solid concrete was torn up and tossed around like paper ball. Nomyu was being pushed back by the sheer weight and number of the heavy punches All Might was throwing at him. Despite his shock absorption, All Might's strength was just too much for Nomyu to bear. The undefeated top-ranked pro had the villain's number, hurling one for all's overwhelming power at him with what the Midoriya on screen claimed to be more than 100% with every punch. That's statistically impossible, Midoriya. Ida chastised him. I'm telling you, it was, the boy refuted. Ha! Bakugo laughed. Like you can really tell that from a look, he mocked Izuku. You were just hyping him up in your demon head. You were too. Kirishima argued. Don't try to deny it. All Might's freaking awesome. All that power to beat Nomu, so manly. A real hero, All Might pronounced as he and Nomu battled both on the ground and in the air, their fierce strength tearing apart the facility around them, will always find a way for justice to be served. What the hell? Monoma asked in a faint whisper as he witnessed the battle between All Might and Nomu ratched from an even fight into All Might giving Nomu a beatdown and hurling him to the ground, forming a massive crater in the concrete. Nomu's body bounced up from the impact, All Might landing in front of him. Now for a lesson, the pro declared, standing straight with steam coming off his back. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. It seemed as though All Might grabbed one for all itself in his mighty fist as he prepared for his attack. Go beyond. Plus Ultra A. Mouths hung open in the Maple Theater, massive smiles on them, as All Might's punch was like an explosion, hurling Nomu into the sky and through the ceiling, explosions tearing the lights asunder and shaking the entire facility. In the squall zone, Tokoyami looked around as he held an unconscious villain. What's happening? Everything is shaking. Ojiro knocked a villain down with his tail in the fire zone, looking up in surprise. What was that? Nomu kept going after crashing through the glass ceiling, higher and higher, breaking through clouds until he winked out of sight. Kamemoto cackled. Looks like Nomu's blasting off again. Plus Ultra. Ashido cheered, jumping up and down. Kiyoma smiled as the students below them reacted, hugging each other and generally freaking out with how amazing All Might was, even though the fight consisted of nothing but punches and sheer force. Cheers of Plus Ultra and All Might overcame the audio from the theater's speakers as they all chatted with one another, none of them really even paying attention anymore. She figured that this was about close to the end of the episode and got up from her seat, patting Aizawa on the shoulder. I'm going to go get changed, she told him, gathering up her hero costume into her arms. Please inform them that they are to remain here after the episode. The wince in his face made her giggle in her throat as she headed to the bathroom to get more comfortable. This was going to be fun. Steam came off of All Might's neck, showing just how down to the wire this had gone. Time's up. Gotta end this fast. He stood amidst a cloud of dust and debris formed from his last punch and faced Shigaraki and Kurogiri. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly. Incensed, Shigaraki was shaking in rage and brought his right hand towards his neck. He cheated. More cheers erupted as the outro commenced, the students losing their SHT at how intense the fight between All Might and Nomu had been, and how Midoriya was going to have power like that. 300. Soto exclaimed. He punched the brain dude 300 times. And he did it without breaking his arms once. Kaminari agreed. A lot of heads turned to Izuku, who gulped. I get it. I'll work harder to get better with one for all. He assured them. Well spoken, Midoriya, Ida concurred. We should use the time given to us this afternoon to train, after our duel, of course. Izuku sighed. Are you still on about that, Ida? His friend nodded. I am. There is much I still have to learn. I did vote for you after all, and while I appreciate your vote of confidence in me, I do believe that you should have a chance in a leadership position, Midoriya. Many of us already look to you for guidance. What if I throw the match? Izuku asked. What if I don't want the position? Then I will resign, and as the person who received the most votes in our election at the start of the year I will make you my successor, Ida promptly replied. With Yorozu's approval, of course. She nodded. As vice representative, I approve. Ochako held her fists close to her chest. And you did vote for yourself too, Izuku. You can't say you don't want it since you threw your hat in the ring. Oh Ochako. Aizawa stood from his seat. All right, that's enough. Settle down. His eyes flashed red. None of the students had even noticed the outro ending or the next episode preview happening, or even the quirk inhibitor being removed. Now then, unlike yesterday, you're not free to run around to your heart's content. You will all remain in the Maple Theater for the next little while. Hagekyu gasped. Are we getting to watch the next episode? She asked. There's still got to be at least one more this season, right? No, you are not, Aizawa answered her, putting a slight dampener on the thought that they were watching more. You'll be having a lecture. Ashido, Kaminari, Shiro, Kirishima, Tetsu, and a few others groaned. Unfortunately, I am not the one who will be giving this lecture, Aizawa told them, feeling twisted joy inside as the groaning students gained somewhat hopeful looks. Nor was I the one who determined the content of the lecture. Hey, where's Miss Midnight? Kendo asked. Right here. Momo felt a chill run down her spine as she saw Midnight emerge from the bathroom, wearing her hero costume and holding her WHP. The hero liked her lips, giving the students a sultry smile as she walked down the steps towards the front of the theater, snapping her WHP on occasion. I'll be giving you darlings a lecture now. You would have received it anyway sometime this term because of the dorm system, but considering that we have students in a relationship and boys and girls sharing rooms, the principal has given me permission to present it now. Izuku and Ochako both felt intense gazes fall upon them as Midnight directly mentioned their relationship status and they gulped in cold sweats. She's not, Izuku muttered. Gonna talk about, Ochako continued. Midnight glanced at her daughter's horrified expression before she liked her lips again and smiled right at the only confirmed couple. It seems some of you have figured it out. That's right, kids. No, young adults. Today we're going to talk about you living up your youthful lives to the fullest. Let's talk about secretary. Momo shot up from where she was sitting on the armrest of the couch. Absolute panic was on her face, in her bloodstream, and vibrating through every muscle in her body. Everybody run, she shouted, turning towards the stairs. She needed to escape. Momo knew that look on her mother's face. Forget the fear she'd faced at the USJ or when she went to Camino. This was the worst possible situation she could be in. The doors to the theater slammed shut behind Mr. Aizawa, All Might, and Principal Nezu, cutting off her retreat. Momo quickly turned towards the wall. All right, fine. I'll make a cannon and blast my way out of here. Unbuttoning her shirt, Momo began activating her quirk. Blue light flared, cutting off her quirk's activation and bringing a pounding headache to her brain. She felt like she'd taken an ice pick to the skull. Nope. Not having any of that noise. Kamemoto declared, having slammed on the quirk suppressor again. I just had that wall repaired after All Might busted it yesterday. I am not explaining to upper management that I need it fixed 2 days in a row. We do seem to be prone to causing property damage, Ribbit, Zu spoke. She turned her head to look straight at Izuku and Ochako. Neither of them seemed to notice her words or her gaze, as both of them were completely red in the face. I'm out, Katsuki spat, shoving his hands in his pockets and turning around to head up the stairs towards the doors. Hanta leaned over the railing and tapped Rikido on the shoulder. Hey, is this really a good idea? He whispered. I mean, yeah, Rikido agreed, the baker's cheeks turning pink. Sec Ed class with Miss Midnight sounds, I'm all for it. Minoru declared. Lay it on me, Miss Midnight. I'll show you all just how much I know. Midnight cracked her WHP. Silence. Dead quiet filled the theater, except for Katsuki as he growled and angrily tried to throw the locked doors open, but they refused to budge. Bakugo, return to your seat this instant. This class is mandatory. Actually, why don't we change the seating up a little? Ladies can sit in the second row, gentlemen can sit in the third and fourth rows, and right here in the center of the front row, Midnight smiled as her eyes fell upon Izuku and Ochako, we can have our lovely couple of Midoriya and Uraraka. This is all your fault, Midoriya. Denki accused him. I never should have let you talk me into giving you those pickup lines. You were the one who freely offered them to Midoriya, Kaminari. Tenya was quick to remind the blonde as he stood from his seat in the front row. Fumikage nodded. That is true, he agreed. And I highly doubt that it was the pickup lines that got them together. Oh boy, Itsuka sighed as she veered off from Tetsu and Nito. This is gonna be weird. At least the rest of Class B isn't here. I think Pony would die if she had to take Sec Ed in a foreign language. Amahi Kamemoto giggled from her seat with the AV equipment. When Midnight had come to her just before lunch to inform her of this planned lesson, she was immediately on board with the project. They had a couple sharing a room, after all. Nobody knew just how much they may have retained from any health classes they had in middle school. It was imperative that they be prepared in the event that any relationships formed between the students during their stay on this tropical island paradise away from the nosy eyes and ears of their parents turned spicy. Izuku was sweating nervously as he sat next to Ochako on the couch directly in front of where Midnight stood at the front of the room. He gripped his notebook and a pencil in his hands to keep them from going anywhere. Notes. Notes would be a good thing to take during this impromptu class, right? There was health class in junior high, this would just be a refresher on that. It wasn't anything to get worked up about, right? It was just a healthy classroom discussion about sec, no biggie, never mind that his girlfriend of less than 24 hours was sitting right next to him and had given him an Erkton last night. Ochako stared forward at Midnight, trying to keep a peppy smile on her sweat-soaked face. This is fine. Totally fine. Midnight's a teacher who's just teaching a class would have had to take anyway because of the dorm sometime this term. We're just getting it early. Maybe it'll be fun. Yeah, that's it. This'll be a fun class that we can just laugh off later. There's no need to be so nervous, Ochako, so you can stop sweating like crazy. You're gonna make your shirt see-through. Oh, F. It hasn't soaked through it yet, has it? Izuku can't see my BR, can he? Midnight liked her lips as she surveyed the 24 students in front of her and held up the remote she had gotten from their island caretaker. Pressing a button, the screen behind her lit up with a simple white page. Apparently she had a slideshow presentation to aid her. Now then, before we begin, show of hands, who all has had a Sec Ed class before? Whether it was a private one from a doctor or another teacher or in middle school doesn't matter, I just want to be sure of where we stand. Slowly, nervously, most everyone glancing around at everyone else, many of the students raised their hands, all except for Mai. Midnight gave her a curious look. Miss Hatsune, have you not had a SXL education class before? The pink-haired dreadlocked inventor laughed sheepishly and rubbed the back of her head while grinning. I mean, probably. But I honestly didn't pay any attention. She pumped her fist energetically. It didn't have anything to do with mechanics or engineering, so I tuned it right out. Aha, Midnight purred. So we have a novice with us. No need to feel ashamed, dear, that just means that I get to teach you all the full course. Mai giggled. Shame. What's that? We are fed. Kyoka thought. I am going to die, Momo realized, her face growing even paler. I am absolutely going to die. Mother, why must you do this to me? Midnight clicked the remote she was holding and some words appeared on the first slide. Now then, she said. Let's start things off with an overview of what we'll be discussing today. First, we'll begin with anatomy. I'll be having each of you, boys and girls, identify the parts of the opposing gender's genitalia, and we will also be discussing the components of the female reproductive system and the basics of how a child is conceived. After that we will be discussing contraceptives and ways of preventing diseases that affect your reproductive systems. Once that's out of the way, we will move on to the fun things. Proper ways to begin a SXL encounter with a partner, FRPLY, 𝐾 positions, FTIShes, and so on. What's good and what's bad? What's porn and what's real life? There will be no shaming of anyone for anything that is said here. The only sin in the bedroom is ignorance, and I hope to correct any ignorance you young men and women harbor in your brains. She cracked her WHP again. So please, ask your stupid questions. Be prepared to feel embarrassed and dumb because you know nothing. Get ready to share your KNKS and fantasies with your peers. We'll get all of that out of your systems. I promise that once you leave this theater, you'll have all the knowledge you need to be prepared to have the time of your lives beneath the sheets. Prepare yourselves, versions, your training has only just begun. As blushes swept through the audience while some broke out into cold sweats hearing Midnight say that they would be sharing some of their innermost private thoughts, one diminutive ball-haired hero-to-be stood up. "I'm not a virgin." Minoru piped up, raising his hand. Midnight's WHP didn't quite reach him, but it rent the air with a deafening crack that had most of the students flinching away. "Oh yes you are, Mineta. Don't try to pretend otherwise." Mina giggled and elbowed Tsuyu next to her. "I betcha Miss Midnight can smell a version a mile away," she whispered. "You realize she was talking about us too, Ribbit." Midnight coiled her WHP around her left forearm and pulled it tight. Even though it didn't crack, it did make an audible sound that carried. "As a warning, naughty versions who chatter too much will be punished, so I suggest you keep the background talk to a minimum, unless being punished is something you crave. In that case, I'd be more than happy to provide a live demonstration on how you properly use a WHP and CRP." Momo buried her head in her hands and stifled the scream in her throat. This was just the absolute worst. "Oh please, gods, kill me now." Midnight clicked the remote in her hand and she dropped the sadistic smile. The words male anatomy appeared on the screen behind her. "Now then, let us discuss the parts of the male reproductive system." Another click from her remote, and a diagram appeared. A few of the boys blinked uncomfortably or blushed a little while nearly all of the girls' faces turned red. Nearly all. Hatsune was looking forward with a smile and rapt attention. Midnight pressed another button on the remote and a red laser pointer lit up on the diagram. "Now then, ladies, can any one of you tell me what this is?" Mina raised her hand, blushing throughout as the teacher called on her. Well, if they were going to be embarrassed, might as well have fun while she was at it. "It's a tube of extra sausage." Midnight frowned at her answer as a number of giggles and chuckles rippled through the assorted teenagers. The WHP crack struck the air centimeters in front of Mina's nose. Mina shrieked and jumped backwards, activating the recliner mode of the couch seat she was on and falling onto her back. "The proper name, Miss Ashido, is a PP. Let that be a lesson to all of you. There will be no euphemisms during this class. There will be no talks of PPS, pusses, rosebuds, melons, mountains, tracts of land, jewels, ball, sausages, peckers, schlongs, melons, pricks, flowers, manhoods, womanhoods, udders, mushrooms, fun bags, jam bags, or one-eyed monsters. While we are having this class, you are to refer to those things by their proper names, which we will be going over. Yoirozu." "Why yes." Momo yelped. Midnight shifted the laser pointer. "Please, identify this area of the PP for me." Gulping, but at least thankful that her mother had already taught her these things so she knew the answer was correct, Momo answered. "The glands." "Very good. And above it?" "The FRSKN." "Thank you." Midnight turned her gaze away from Momo and brought it down a little. She smiled, and Ochako froze, realizing that she was about to be called on next. Mina had revoked their ability to volunteer themselves. Midnight moved the laser pointer to another spot on the diagram. "Uraka, could you please name this part?" Ochako's face turned red and she heated up as she looked at where the laser pointer was. She looked down, bunching up her hands in embarrassment. "I don't remember the technical name for it, but it holds the TSTS." "Correct, Uraraka," Midnight stated. "And that's all right. This is the SCRTM. As Uraraka said, it contains the TSTS, which can also be called TSTCLS or male GNDS, which are the glands in the male body that produce a man's SPM as well as several hormones, including the production of TSTN. The SCRM is a skin pouch in which the TSTS may move freely, but they are connected to the body by the spermatic cord. The cord supplies the nerves and BLD for each testis, as well as the vas deferens, which carries SPM from the TSTS to the urethra to be expelled from the PP during 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Midnight rested her hands on her hips and leaned forward slightly. "Any questions about the male anatomy?" Mai shot up her hand and Midnight called on her. "Yes. How much tensile force does it take to twist it off?" Mouths dropped and the boys looked aghast at what Mai had just said, several of them gasping her name in surprise and horror. "Hatsune." She blinked. What? It seems like a design flaw, having something so important protruding from the body. I want to know how much force they can withstand. Midnight placed a finger to her chin and gazed ponderously at my while Kamemoto quietly cackled in the back. I'm not sure, Hatsune. Though there are men who are into pain, so if you find one and ask them, they may be able to help you. Excellent! Mai exclaimed. She whirled around in her seat. Minoma, would you like to be my test subject? The blonde squawked and started in surprise. Me? What makes you believe that I want to have you twisting my PP and ball off? Well, Kendo said that you must have a tiny PP, so I just assumed it would be less painful for you, Mai replied. As Itsuka turned white and Nito turned red, shouting the ginger's family name, Toru pulled on Mai's sleeve. No. Hatsune. Remember what Miss Midnight said. We're not allowed to say PP. You have to say that Minoma has a small PP instead. Mai giggled to herself. Oops. Sorry Midnight, my bad. Katsuki started howling with laughter. Never mind, I'm glad I'm sticking around for this essay. Calm down, Bakugo, Midnight dryly instructed him. It's not that funny. Miss Midnight, Yuga inquired, raising his hand. If I use the French words for anatomy, would that be acceptable? You may. Rikudo looked at Yuga. What's the French word for PP anyway? PP, he replied. He received several stares for his efforts. Vausit's tues des barbares. Ochiko glanced towards Izuku, whom she saw was in the middle of sketching Midnight's diagram and labeling the different parts, and breathed a bit of a sigh of relief. He was probably just as stressed as she was, but at least he had found something to channel that into. Perhaps she should start taking notes. Ochiko reached for the notebook she'd grabbed yesterday, that she honestly had barely put anything into, and raised her hand. Miss Midnight. Yes, Uraraka, you have a question. Ochiko nodded her head, finding herself involuntarily glancing towards Izuku's lap before returning her gaze back to her teacher's face. Yes. For reference, how big do pays get? The scratchy sounds of Izuku's pencil on paper as he sketched stopped. It wasn't just Izuku's pencil, everyone went quiet as they digested Ochiko's question. The guys shifted furtively in their seats, each of them having intensely private thoughts. Just as Midnight was about to open her mouth, Mai beat her to the punch. Well, that's an easy question to answer, she giggled. We just need to line the boys up and measure 'em. Then we'll get our 5 ms. Maximum, minimum, mean, median, and mode. Now where's my tape measure? She's not serious, is she? Denki asked. I'm afraid that she is, man. A hero replied. You want to measure me? Minoru asked. I'll let you get your hands all over me if you want. Tenya started chopping his arm as he shot up straight. Hatsune. Suggesting we do something like that is inappropriate and unacceptable. But I'll also need this data for support gear and costume upgrades, Mai countered. I already have all the girls' measurements because their costumes need to fit. If we need to be adding cups to protect your pays and TSTS while you're out and about heroing, I'm gonna need your measurements so they fit. Can't have you going into battle with your PP shoved down a breathe leg, can I? She looked back towards Midnight. They don't get that big, do they? Midnight shrugged. They can be. She clicked the remote again, and while the slide didn't change, a chart with some data in appeared. Since I know that PP size is a question that will always come up, she winked, I have this prepared. Now, the largest medically verified PP on record was 34 centimeters, or 13.5 inches in length and 16 centimeters or 6¼ inches in width when erect. The smallest ever recorded was 1 centimeter long. Having such a small PP can be caused by a few conditions, one of which is micropenis, where the majority of the PP is inside of the body rather than outside. Another is congenital hyperplasia, where the glands connects directly to the pubis and there simply is no at all. On average, however, you would expect to see sizes between 10 centimeters or just under 4 inches and 16 centimeters or 6¼ inches when erect. Out of 100 people, you'd only find 10 who are above or below those measurements. She looked directly at Mai. Got that, Hatsune? You should be fine working within those parameters. We won't be lining the boys up and having you measure them. If you absolutely need to measure the size of their GNTLS for any costume improvements, do so privately and do not share that information with anyone. The inventor nodded. Got it. I'll just have to create a tiny one to accommodate Monoma's micropenis. I don't have a micropenis. Nito shouted. Kendo! This is all your fault. Ya sound pretty aggressive there, Monoma, Katsuki barked. Sure that vehement denial of yours isn't compensating for something. I don't have anything to say to you, Bakugo, Nito fired back after huffing a laugh. Haven't you heard the bigger the quirk the smaller the dirk? I apologize for the euphemism, Miss Midnight, but the proper term just doesn't rhyme with quirk, you understand. A vein throbbed in Katsuki's forehead. You wanna compare, copycat? I'll compare right now, BSTRD. WHP it out, show everyone you don't have a micropenis, but it's still gonna look like you do compared to mine. I ain't gonna lose to you in anything. A hero glanced away. I don't know, Bakubro, he thought to himself as he recalled their visits to the hot springs at the training camp, didn't seem like it was that big. Momo sighed and placed her head in her hands. This conversation is disgusting. Izuku was looking up from his notebook and staring at the chart on the slide with a look of frozen horror on his face. He started to mutter. Wait, so having to stuff it in a breathe leg isn't normal. I finally got a quirk and started to feel normal, and suddenly I'm not normal anymore. I know my classmates are fine with one for all, but what if this makes them all turn on me? Siabi, what's Ochiko going to think? What's gonna happen if our relationship gets to that stage? Will she look at it and think it's disgusting? I'm sorry, Mum, I know you hoped for grandchildren, but that might never happen now that I found out I'm a freak. His voice was so quiet that Ochiko was sure that she was the only one who heard him mutter, and her face turned red as a tomato while her eyes strayed to the PP of Izuku's breathes, searching for the outline of. Oh, is that so? Tell me, which one of us has their provisional hero license and which one of us doesn't? Oh wait, that's right, I do. What does it matter if yours is larger than mine by a centimeter or two? I can go out on a work study and be a real hero while you're stuck taking a special course because you're such a failure. If both of them keep this up, neither one is graduating from being a version, Toru commented. You said it, sister, Mina agreed. Hey, Kyoka. You doing okay? The girl with jacks on her earlobes jumped at hearing her name and quickly folded her arms and looked away from Mina, blushing tremendously. Of course not, she hissed. This whole class is embarrassing. Internally, she was panicking. Holy SHT Broccoli's PP goes into his breathes. F did not need to hear that. Midnight snapped her WHP again, the sound shredding the air apart. Silence. She tugged on the cord a couple of times. Clearly, some of you wish to be naughty versions and get punished. Keep this attitude up and I will follow through on my threat. The students all quieted down, Izuku looking up from his mini freakout. And to you boys who just may happen to be in the 5th or 95th percentile, don't stress yourself out. Being larger or smaller than the average is nothing to concern yourself with. The size of your PP does not dictate how good of a lover you can be to your partner. Now then. Midnight clicked her remote again and the slide changed. A new picture appeared on the screen, this time showing the same member, but irked. Ladies, can one of you tell me properly what is the difference between the previous slide and this one? Tsuyu raised her hand and was called upon by their teacher. That would be an irkton. Very good, Asui. And can you explain why and how the PP becomes irked and what this state is for? Tsuyu nodded, softly rib-biting as she blushed faintly. It happens when a man is sexually aroused. BLD fills tissue that surrounds the PP, making it bigger and stiffer so that it can more easily go into a woman's vagina. Top marks. Midnight stated, giving the frog girl a thumbs up. She activated the laser pointer again. Now, once the male is aroused, he will also start to produce precum or pre-ejaculate. A few snickers descended from the theater rows. Yes, that is a real word, and not something that you only read in smutty books. Momo felt her heart thump in her chest. Midnight had smiled knowingly when she said that, even though the hero hadn't been looking at her. She knows. How did Mother find them? I made sure to hide those novels thoroughly. This fluid serves two functions, Midnight continued. The first of which is to cleanse and adjust the pH of the urethra, through which the male edgeculty consisting of sperm-filled SMN will be expelled upon 𝐂𝐬𝐚𝐥. Wait! Mina cried, getting to her feet and grabbing the railing in front of her. Comes out of there. A guy's not going to pee in us, is he? I should certainly hope not, Midnight replied. There are those that have certain 𝐾&Ks involving urine, though, and are usually part of a degradation 𝐾&K, but at no point should a man ever urinate inside of a vagina. Additionally, it is much more difficult for a man to urinate while sustaining an erection. Denki shot his hand up. I thought it was impossible to pee when you had one. Not impossible, no, just much more difficult, Midnight corrected him. When engorged with BLD, the urethra is compressed, requiring much more pressure from the bladder to expel urine from the body. You'd need to intend to go and have a legitimate need to relieve yourself in order to do so when having an erection. Does that clear things up for you, Kaminari? Yeah, thanks, he answered, and sighed in relief. As I was saying, the second purpose of the creation of precum is to lubricate the PP to better penetrate the vagina during NTRCS, Midnight continued. During orgasm, muscle contractions will occur throughout pumping the edgeculty through the restricted urethra and out of the PP. She smacked her WHP into her hand. Now then, ladies, time to put your thinking caps on. I know none of you versions are as innocent as you would want us teachers to believe. Can anyone give me any examples on how you would induce RLL in a man you're interested in having sex with to get him nice and hard and erect and get that lubricating precum flowing? The girls froze on the spot. They hadn't thought thoroughly enough on how much audience participation this class of Midnights was going to entail. Absolutely none of them wanted to raise their hands, not after Midnight's first reaction to Mina's initial informal offering of information. Midnight smiled as she looked over the girls, while the boys in class just smirked or looked away in sympathetic embarrassment. Poor Koji had his head in his hands and was lightly shaking it while Shoto's eyes were as wide as saucers. He may have raised his hand for having had a SXL education course before, but apparently this was far more in-depth than what he'd been subject to before. No takers? Midnight asked. Very well, then. Miss Hatsume. You've admitted to having the least knowledge among your peers. Do you have any ideas on how to STMLT RLL in a man? Mai's smile hadn't left her face once since the class started. She giggled. Before I answer that, I would like to confirm something. May I ask a question? Midnight nodded her head, interested in where the young lady was going. You may. Guys like girls biases, right? Mai asked. It's common enough to be considered a generally accepted assumption, yes, Midnight replied. Minoru's ears perked up as Mai clarified whether or not guys liked melons. Already he was imagining the support girl wrapping those massive melons of hers around his head and smothering his face in them, and given the redness on the cheeks of some of his peers, he wasn't the only one having dirty thoughts about the crazy inventor and her huge rack. Then like this. Mai declared, turning around in her seat and unbuttoning her blouse. Her brazen action, done without an ounce of shame, stunned male and female students alike, and none could act to stop her until the last button was undone, showing off her toned stomach and sculpted abs beneath the turquoise BR that supported her prodigious chest. Izuku counted himself lucky that he was in the row in front of Mai, so he could only see her back and not her chest, but he could see the eyes of many of his male classmates bug out as they stared before many of them turned away awkwardly. Then an explosion of sound and a flurry of activity happened. Kyoka tackled Mai into the couch, the inventor landing on top of Mina's stomach, as Kyoka shouted at her to cover up. Tenya jumped to his feet, hand chopping as he scolded Mai for inappropriate behavior. Minoru looked like he'd died as his head blew back, fountains of BLD shooting out of both of his nostrils. Many of the male students awkwardly glanced at one another, as if asking each other if they'd just seen what they thought they'd seen. Katsuki had turned into a raging dog, chastising Mai like Tenya but much more violently, and Shoto had stood up and turned around 180 degrees. Midnight was howling guffaws of laughter. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 felt a gaze on her and turned her attention towards her boyfriend, who looked away at the last moment, his face cherry red. She blushed. Was Izuku looking at my melons? Momo looked despairingly at the ceiling. As Midnight slowly got her laughter under control, a shirt flew down from the boy's rows and landed on top of Mai with good aim. Tenya was now shirtless and tieless. Cover up, he ordered. It's not proper for a UA student to bear their cleavage towards the opposite sex so thoughtlessly like that. So it'd be fine if it wasn't done thoughtlessly, here. Mina teased, hands straying to her top button. Hey, it's a little warm in here, isn't it? Mina. Toru gasped. Have you forgotten that Minetta's in this room? Mina's expression soured. Oh yeah, good point. Don't want to be giving that goblin a free show, now do we? So Ida, did Hatsume's little flash make you pop a woody? Oh yes. Mai asked as Tenya sputtered in crimson and sat down, the girl jumping upright with her own shirt only done up midway and Tenya's much larger shirt on over top to hide some more, though the way his oversized shirt looked on her and half-veiled the mountains on her chest only seemed to make her look more artsy. Was my action an appropriate response? She turned around to face Midnight. Well, was it? She flashed me her melons, Minoru mumbled. Never thought I'd see the day, get a hold of yourself, man. Denki panicked. Hey guys. I think Minetta's dying. He lost a lot of BLD. He's fine, Kamemoto waved off. If he passes out I'll take him to the med bay. Midnight giggled as she lifted her hand to her chin. Yes, Hatsume, that is certainly one way to start getting a man aroused. Yorozu, spare me. Please name another method for causing RLL in a man for me, please. Sking the glands. Momo shouted, stating the first thing that she could think of. Midnight paused, head pinged to the side. What's wrong with a kiss, girl? What's wrong with a nice kiss to get your man nice and hard and start making that pre-cum? Give him a kiss, girl. She punctuated her final word by cracking her WHP an inch away from Momo's nose. Give him a kiss. Nibble his ear. Bite the lip. Bare your chest. Smack his buttocks. Like his NPL. Slide his thighs. Perform a striptease. Trail your tongue down from his clavicle all the way to his pelvis. Slide the PP through his clothes while you make out with him. Grind your hips or butt on his pelvis. Wrap his PP between your BRSTS and use those to STMLT him. You can do all these things before you vacuum the glands in your mouth, Yorozu. Momo screwed her eyes shut and clapped her hands over her ears. Hearing Midnight say all of that so quickly, with such intensity. So many different ways in which to make a man irked had her mind going to places where she felt it shouldn't, to her mother and father together in their bed in the darkness of the night, to those steamy novels she had hidden in her room where the heroines did just those sorts of things. Mother, please. Oh please, Momo, Midnight replied as the majority of the students whipped their heads between them. Your father and I have done far worse. This is just the beginning of FRPY. I don't want to visualize you and father engaging in FRPY. Momo yelled. Then don't, Midnight said simply. Imagine yourself engaging in FRPLY with a strapping young man or woman instead. Momo's mind went back to the brief fantasy she'd imagined yesterday when 𝐒𝐭𝐲 left the gym, of her and Izuku together, inviting her towards them, her lips touching Izuku's, his hands squeezing her BRSS, 𝐒𝐭𝐲's lips peppering her neck and shoulders. Then 𝐒𝐭𝐲 moved behind her, the brunette's soft, squishy BRSS pressing into her back while the other girl's hands strayed down to her pelvis, which was where Izuku's. Redder than a tomato, Momo covered her face with her hands and squirmed in her seat. Dirty thoughts are bad. They are bad when surrounded by my classmates. You're a Momo. Mina gasped. Midnight's your mom. Toru exclaimed. I never would have guessed, Mashiro commented. That's so cool. Izuku spoke up, turning around on his knees on the couch he and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 were sitting on. His eyes were shining brightly. You've got an amazing pro hero who's also a UA teacher as a mom. That's amazing, Yorozu. And I win the bet, Midnight thought, grinning as Momo stuttered out a response to Izuku's enthusiasm. You're gonna pay up, Shota? Yes, she answered before the class could get too uproarious. Little Momo is my adorable daughter. We kept it secret because she wanted to, but since she's gone and revealed it herself, you're the worst, Momo whined. Laughing, Midnight simply chuckled. Oh come now, Momo. It's a mother's job to embarrass her daughter. I didn't think you'd be this embarrassed after I already taught you all of this before. Having this lesson privately and having it with all of my classmates are two very different things, mother. Tell me, were you thinking about a boy just now? Momo's already crimson face went even redder and a flash of rainbow light appeared from underneath her arm as a small matryoshka doll popped out, colored green. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 leaned down and picked it up. She frowned at it for a moment before recalling what Momo had said yesterday and mentioned in group chats. She smirked and held it while looking at Momo, wiggling it back and forth in her hand. Looks a lot like broccoli, doesn't it? Shut up. Momo threatened with her eyes. Wait, how did I even create that? Isn't the quirk suppressor on? Anyway, Midnight interrupted Momo's thoughts. Enough about your classmate's family situation. That should be enough ground covered on the male anatomy. Now then, your lovely version boys. Midnight liked her lips and smirked at the males in the audience. It's time to test your knowledge of your female classmates' lady parts. And remember, I will punish you if you do not use proper terminology. This is your last warning. She clicked the remote as the boys turned increasingly uncomfortable. The slide changed on the screen, showing an unlabeled diagram of female GNTs, which looked far more like it was a picture that had been taken rather than an artist's rendition for a textbook. She turned on the laser pointer and brought it towards a specific part. Now then, boys, I'm not going to call for volunteers this time. Kaminari, can you tell me what this is? Is that the CLT? 𝐂𝐽𝐽 smacked her head into her face. Of all the... Kaminari. Incorrect, Midnight declared. Minoru had his hand raised, eagerly begging for Midnight to call on him so he could unleash his knowledge, but she chose someone else. Midoriya, perhaps you have the answer. Ochako went bright red as she glanced at her boyfriend, who looked towards Midnight with a determined, completely unembarrassed expression. Yes. That's the vaginal opening, or introitus. Midnight beamed at the confidence in the green-haired boy's face, not a trace of doubt, anxiety, or embarrassment at all in it. Very good, Midoriya. Let's try another one, then. Bakugo, what's this? Katsuki scoffed, his arms folded over his chest, and answered with a disinterested, the 𝐵 Majora. Excellent, Midnight cooed as the girls blinked, glancing between Izuku and Katsuki in surprise. She moved the laser pointer again. Coda, could you please identify this part? Me. Yes, you, Coda, Midnight confirmed. If you don't know, then you don't know, but if you were to wager a guess, what would this be? I don't feel comfortable answering, Miss Midnight. I mean, I don't remember. That's quite all right, that's why we're here, to learn. Tokoyami, perhaps you. I would rather not embarrass myself with an incorrect guess, so I also wish to abstain from answering. Kirishima. Tetsu. Do either of you know? Both shook their heads. Mineta. The PP fountain. Crack. Mineta. What did I just say about euphemisms? Minoru recoiled from the WHP, which still had been nowhere near him. But I thought that was its name. Midnight sighed and held her head in the splayed fingers of her left hand above the remote. Mineta, for the time being, just take notes and pay attention. If you honestly thought it was called that, then I wonder as to the quality of the education you received. Ida, can you identify the correct name of that area of the VLVA? Blushing red, Tenya nevertheless rose from his seat, straight-backed. Yes? That's the urethra. Good. Midoriya, here. The CLTs. And here, Bakugo. Clitoral hood. Midoriya. LBIA minora. Midnight clapped while Ochako felt the foundations of her world being shaken. Midnight changed the diagram, but she barely noticed as she stared, frozen, at Izuku. He wasn't a blushing mess. What was this? This wasn't what she expected at all. She'd totally forgotten a couple of those names, like LBA Minora, but Izuku was able to say them by heart without breaking a sweat. Not only him, but Katsuki too. And now Izuku and Bakugo are talking about the uterus and reproductive cycle like it's no big deal, she thought about a minute later, as Midnight seemed very impressed with the two boys and was repeatedly asking the two of them her questions on PRDS and PNNCY, which both boys were answering correctly and in civil tones. Typically it's 22 days long, but it varies for every woman, Katsuki answered. SPM can usually live inside the FLLPN tubes for about a week, so even if you're being careful, you could still end up impregnating someone if you let it out inside. Ovaltine usually happens 2 weeks before the PRD starts, but again, every woman's a bit different. And the PRD is when the uterus sheds its nutrient-rich BLD lining that it formed in preparation for receiving a fertilized egg, Izuku added. And once it's done shedding that, the CYCL starts all over again, though my mom has said that she gets bad cramps and headaches when she has hers. Good boys. What happens to the egg? Midnight asked. It was incredibly unsettling to hear Katsuki correct Izuku about whether or not an unfertilized egg is broken down and reabsorbed by the body or is expelled with the BLD when the uterine lining is shed after not having fertilized the egg, and not hear Katsuki bark an insult at him while doing so. The students were just going back and forth between them like watching a tennis match, staring in silence at how these two were talking without one of them acting like a rabid dog. You sure about that? Izuku asked. I thought the egg was just reabsorbed by the body. No, it's broken down and is shuffled out along with the rest of the PRD-BLD, Katsuki replied. Am I right, Midnight? Excellent, she said, nodding her head. Full marks, Bakugo. Darn, Izuku muttered. I always figured it'd be a waste of nutrients if it was just expelled out with the rest of the uterine lining. How do you know all this? Shoto asked, glancing at Katsuki in surprise. Here. How do you losers not know it? He asked. We were tested on this CRP in middle school, you know. You all wanted to get into UA, right? It's only natural that you should know it. I guess Bakugo really does deserve his high-class marks, Mina realized. He gets good classroom marks. Itsuka inquired. Toru motioned as if the invisible girl was nodding her head. Yeah. Bakugo was third in the class on our midterm exams, behind only Yomomo and Ida. Wait, he placed higher than Midoriya and Todoroki. Itsuka asked. Midoriya was fourth and Todoroki was fifth, Toru answered. They're the strongest, most experienced boys in class and they get the top marks. If only Bakugo wasn't an angry Pomeranian and Ida wasn't a stick in the mud, all four of them would be prime boyfriend material. Ochako finished writing down some notes about Pia's Midnight was adding on. She didn't know BH control could make her cramps hurt way less. And looked at Izuku. Wow, Izuku, she stuttered. It's like you know my body better than I do. He looked up at her and blushed while rubbing the back of his head. Why, I kinda studied this stuff pretty intensely in health class. Along with the crazy dream of being a hero was the even crazier dream of maybe having a girlfriend and later wife one day, ha. It was not crazy, neither of them. Ochako insisted in a whisper. You're an amazing person, Izuku, and you'd have been a great hero even without a quirk. If I'd come to Musutafu a year earlier and gone to your middle school, there's no way I'd have let you give up, even if All Might never gave you one for all. Ahem. Ochako froze and turned to look at Midnight, who was giving her an icy smile. I'm a fan of youthful romance, she stated, but perhaps you should wait until after this class to woo Midoriya, Uraraka, unless you're volunteering yourself and your boyfriend to come up here and demonstrate what we're about to talk about. Demonstrate. Ochako stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yes, Midnight answered, holding up a little square package. And where did she get a huge DLD like that from? Would you care to come up to the front, please? And be a lamb and bring Midoriya up with you. Ochako could hear Mina's and Toru's giggles, Kyoka's sniggers, Mai's excitedness, and Momo's frantic apologies while a bunch of the boys whistled and tossed good-natured heckles down at them. She tried to will herself to calm down and stop blushing so freaking hard, but that was a little more difficult to do when Midnight was grinning at her like she was Holy Siabu, what am I gonna do? What's Miss Midnight going to make us do? She's not going to make us do things in front of the class, is she? She's not going to make us kiss in front of everyone and demonstrate FOI, is she? Izuku was muttering up a storm beside 𝐒𝐿, and listening to him mutter helped ease 𝐒𝐿's nerves a little. Not a lot, just a little. Taking a deep breath, 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his hand and tried to ignore the blatant teasing O's that erupted from her classmates at the display. Izuku's muttering stopped at the contact and he looked up at her. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't find any words to say, so she just powered through her blush and smiled. Izuku blinked and silently returned that smile, also throwing in a slight nod and a quiet sigh for good measure. Whatever Midnight was going to have them do, which was probably just going to be putting the condom on the DLD or something like that, they would get through this momentary embarrassment together. This would all be something to laugh about at supper tonight. Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 stopped in front of Midnight, who gave them an approving nod and a smile at where their hands were still connected. She flicked her fingers that held the wrapper. This, my lovely class of versions, is a condom. Wait a minute, Miss Midnight. Minoru called out, raising his hand. I actually think you've made a mistake. Oh. And what am I mistaken on, Mineta? I don't think all of us are versions, Minoru replied, shrugging and holding his palms up. Midnight sighed. Mineta, I believe I already stated that I don't believe for a moment in the lie about you not being a version. He shook his head. Oh no, Miss Midnight, I'm not going to try and convince you of that, he answered. Minoru paused dramatically before extending his arm and laying out his finger, pointing directly at the duo on stage. I'm saying that Midoriya is the person here who isn't a version. Izuku's face was well on its way to just being permanently red as he flinched and looked up at the assembled first-year UA students. Emmy. What makes you say that? Ooh. I must know, what was it like? Mai shouted, jumping up and leaning forward. Does that mean Midoriya's already injected his 𝐿𝐵𝐵 into some lovely lady? Has muscles gone and made a baby of his own? Please, Midoriya, tell me all about it, for science. 𝐒𝐿. Mina gasped. Did you and Midori do the nasty last night? Is that why you never came down and you two looked so damn pleased with yourselves this morning? They were sporting the I just had sec look and we never noticed. Toru screamed. I'm so jealous. You've got to tell us what it was like. 𝐒𝐿 was just as flustered as her partner. What? No. We haven't had secretary. I've never even seen Deku's junk. So, how are her asteroids? Denki teased. Soft and squishy or hard and firm? Guys. Cut it out. Koji begged. Yes. This conversation is absolutely disgraceful. Tenya agreed. I can't believe that you'd slander Midoriya's reputation like that, Mineta. Ida. Momo countered. Midoriya is a wonderful person. Whether one is a version or isn't doesn't make them any more or less virtuous. You sure started crushing on him hard, Ribbit, Tsuyu commented, making Momo bury her face with her hands when she realized just how quickly she jumped to defend Izuku. Deku. Katsuki shouted above Tenya's protests. You're gonna tell me how a wimpy nerd like you managed to get laid before me? You have 5 seconds before I kill you. If Midoriya says he didn't, then he didn't. Kyoka shouted. What makes any of you think he'd actually be able to lie to us about something like that? He was able to fool us about his quirk for 5 months, Mizo pointed out. Eyes slowly turned back to Izuku, who grew even more flustered at that very correct fact. I didn't. I'm not. Izuku shouted back, his eyes slammed shut while his brain whirled around. Sure, he'd seen 𝐒𝐿 in a towel, and she'd accidentally given him a hard-on yesterday when they were making out, but that was it. He hadn't done anything else. 𝐒𝐿 was there when Mai landed on top of him with her big, soft melon squishing into his chest, and nothing had happened. The only other time was when lightning lanced through his brain as the inheritor opened his eyes and glared at Hunter, pointing at him. Zero. This is all your fault. My fault, he laughed with a confused grin. What are you talking about? You talked. A cacophony of gasps, squeals, and explosive roars including explosions filled the theater while Midnight held her hand to her head, shaking it slightly. So noisy, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 complained while Yuga sighed dramatically. Deku. Izuku froze when he heard his hero name leave Ochiko's lips. She'd more or less stuck to calling him Izuku since their confession in the medical center yesterday. Calling him now sounded like he was in all sorts of domestic trouble. What do you mean by that? What did 𝐒𝐿 talk about? Izuku shook his head and looked around, choosing not to answer her at the moment and hoping that it was the correct response. He needed to find a person, one specific person, the only person on this island who could collaborate his story. He found her. Laughing her butt off. Miss Kamemoto. Yes, what's up, Deku? You've seen everything that's happened to me since I got one for all, right? Izuku pleaded. Well, everything. Insofar as the show reveals, yes, she answered. It's not like I know every single waking moment of your life since the sludge villain attack. But you know and have seen enough, right? You've seen the provisional license exam, right? Kamemoto's brain clicked as she registered what he was getting at. He wanted her to agree with him that nothing had happened between himself and Kami Itsushimi. She smirked. Oh. So you want me to spoil that little incident for your classmates, here? What's she talking about? Itsuka asked. She looked at the 1A girls. Did something happen during your test? Ochiko blinked. Oh yeah, the licensing exam, when 𝐒𝐿 and I found Izuku with. Her cheeks reddened again. Shiketsu girl, naked, and he said she looked like me. Her brain was melting, and it had done so far too many times today. Izuku, Ochiko stammered. Why I didn't do it with that girl, did YA? When she looked like me. No. I swear. Izuku replied. Nothing happened. Bullshit. Minoru countered. 𝐒𝐿 told me in Kaminari that he found you and that babe from Shiketsu behind some rocks, but naked. I wasn't naked, she was. Izuku screamed before the gasps could get too intense. And it was because of her quirk. She looked like Ochiko and then her appearance and costume melted off of her like candle wax. It was really scary. Kamemoto blew on a whistle, silencing the rambunctious teenagers and attracting their attention. I do know the incident that Deku is talking about, she said, letting the whistle fall down to where it sat atop her Yoko Litna-themed bikini top. And while I will confirm that I never saw Deku drop his breathes and have a quickie in the middle of the exam, I also cannot recall if the scene didn't cut to black at any point and skip to show what another member of 1A was up to. You'll just have to wait until we get there. However, I do believe Midnight would like to continue the lesson, so would you please leave the question of is Deku a version or not until you reach that stage in your viewing. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Kamemoto, Midnight said with an appreciative nod. Moving on. This is a condom, and this is a sex toy called a DLD, shaped like a man's erect PP. She paused, searching for the looks of discomfort on the students in front of her. Quite a number of the boys and girls were looking away, while Katsuki was watching with terrible posture and what could either be disinterest or bubbling rage under the surface of his skin for the suspicion that Izuku had lost his virginity before him. Or maybe that was just because the skin on his face was pink like Mina's because of the hair dye that had been mixed into his shampoo. Midnight tore the wrapper off the little RBB prophylactic. The original primary purpose of the condom was to prevent undesirable consequences of unprotected sex, specifically the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases. A side benefit was also the prevention of unintentional pregnancies, since the condom will catch the male 𝐔𝐬𝐽 when he achieves orgasm. Uraka, I would like you and Midoriya to demonstrate how to put the condom on the normal way. What? Izuku yelped. Why you want me to put this on Izuku's? PPP. Midnight chuckled. No. That's what this is for, she said, waving the slightly wobbling toy in front of her. But I do want Midoriya to hold onto it while you put the condom on it, sweetie. Izuku took the, admittedly large, DLD with its flat silicone base and fake SM into his hands and awkwardly held it as he looked towards Ochiko, who had received the wrapper from Midnight. He looked down at the item in his hands again, confident that after today, he'd have a permanent blush on his cheeks just like Ochako, and hers would be even larger than now. Oh God, it's as green as my hair. He realized, gulping and staring at the toy. How should I hold this? He asked, looking to Midnight for advice before glancing at Ochako, who seemed to be stretching the. Why did it have to be pink? Midnight had the decency not to giggle. However you wish. You can stand and hold it upright. Hold it horizontally, hold it near your waist where the man's PP would normally be, lie on your back and hold it, whatever makes you and Uraraka feel most comfortable. While you're figuring that out, let me go over some of the diseases that wearing a condom can help prevent transmission of. First off is H's. Ochako tuned that part out as she approached Izuku. Her heart was hammering in her ears so loudly she swore it was audible to everyone in the theater. Izuku really didn't seem to know where he should hold the toy in his hands, and Ochako wasn't entirely sure of just how she was supposed to apply the condom on it. She didn't want to get this wrong. As embarrassing as it was, being up here in front of her class and with Izuku, this was important. If they were ever going to do it, they'd need to know to make sure she didn't get dropped from the hero course. And he'd probably be dropped too because it'd be his baby too. Miss Midnight. The teacher paused in her train of thought to turn towards her voluntold assistant. Bacterial vaginosis is not secretary. Yes, Uraraka. This is embarrassing, but how do I make sure it's not on backwards? Ochako looked away, feeling her embarrassment in asking such a basic question eat away at her inside. Midnight's smile brightened immensely. Excellent question, Uraraka. I'm glad you're being courageous enough to ask, a true hero to yourself and your partner. Momo groaned and buried her face in her hands at her mother's enthusiasm while Ochako and Izuku simply continued to exist in their state of being red as beets. In order to ensure that you're putting it on correctly, you want the rim to be on the outside, not on the inside, understand? Flustered, Ochako quickly turned it around in her fingers so that she was holding it correctly. Alright, got it. Izuku was looking at her with a weak smile as he simply held the toy up, standing vertically at around the level of his sternum and about a foot away from his chest. Boo! Mina catcalled. Put it by your PP, Midori. Get on your knees, Chako. You're not going to be putting it on like that when you're in the sack. What if she's floating him, ribbit? Zu asked. If she was floating him, then trying to put it on would just make him move to the floor, Mai answered. She'd have to be applying pressure to keep him up while also pushing down. I don't see it happening. Denki scratched at his cheek while Midnight told Mina to pipe down. I don't envy Midoriya and Uraraka being up there, you guys, he said quietly, but a part of me's kinda jealous. Jealous of being in embarrassment central? Rikido inquired. And not that, he replied awkwardly, but you can see it, right? As embarrassing and awkward as it is, doing this in front of everyone, they're still going through with it. You can really see just how much they trust and like each other. Yuga agreed. It's a wonder to behold. Their little romance is off to a appealing start. I wouldn't call it that, Hanta chuckled. If this happened before they became a couple, I'm sure their heads would have exploded if Midnight asked Uraraka to put a condom on a fake Midoriya PP. The boys who heard him blinked and stared at him. How do you know it's based off Midoriya's? Minoru asked. Hanta pointed. Well, it's green, ain't it? Just like his hair and hero costume. It was like a lightning bolt ran through the theater at Hanta's ironclad logic. Nito felt liquid fire run through his veins. He did not have a micropenis like a certain inventor and Ginger had commented earlier, thank you very much, but there was no way that the daredevil selfless idiot was that much bigger than him. Just no way. Enua. Impossible. He'd already inherited All Might's quirk and been the first among the first years to start a romantic relationship. Izuku did not need to also be packing a massive package. I've got it. Ochako declared, turning towards Midnight. This is right. Midnight inspected her work. Yes. Very good, Uraraka. That's exactly right. You'll do good when you need to do that for real. Ochako turned red as she thought about it, recalling what she had overheard Izuku mutter, and held her hands in front of her while looking down. Now, Midnight took the condom off the toy and handed the RBB to Izuku. Your turn, Midoriya. You'll need to know how to do this too. And me? Izuku asked. Well, this is modeled after you after all, Midnight said, the toy flopping in front of her as she held it. You more than anyone would need to know how to put it on. You have the PP in this relationship. Momo felt her face heat up at the implication. She and the other girls all had huge blushes on their faces, while Mai blurted out, "Is it to scale?" 𝐭𝐞 felt herself panic as she heard the other girls break out in sweats. Momo had squeaked like a tiny mouse at what Midnight and Mai just said. "Oh F," she whispered to herself, hoping to drown out the sound of her own heartbeat. "It's certainly possible," Midnight answered with a teasing tone, "but even if it isn't, the condom probably wouldn't have broken anyway, these things can stretch. However, you've all been eyeing this pretty intensely. You can always ask Momo to make you one." Momo leapt to her feet at the implication. "I have never made anything like that before." Momo argued with her mother before the girls got the idea that she was the one who Midnight got it from. "Oh, of course not," Midnight answered her. "Not in green anyway." "So this is how I die," Momo thought as she felt her jaw tremble, her mother's teasing eyes piercing her soul and cutting her down. She knew. As hard as Momo had tried to hide them, if her mother had found the smutty trashy romance novels, then she had surely found the small collection of relaxation aids Momo had created since she was 13 and totally accidentally stumbled upon those websites that she should not have been permitted entry to. My own mother kills me through sheer embarrassment. Don't be surprised, Momo, you knew that this was how it was going to end with Mother being Midnight. Mother, she wailed. Miss Midnight, Izuku spoke up, his voice still unsteady. Could you, maybe, tone down teasing Yarozu a bit? This class is awkward enough as it is. Momo looked up at him, her knight in shining armor. Midoriya, Ochako chuckled a little to try and dispel her own tension. Yeah. It's hard enough for us. I can't imagine what it would be like for your Momo, since she's your daughter and everything. The daughter of Midnight shifted her gaze to the brunette in front of them all, also standing up for her, and feeling a lump in her throat. She was coming to her rescue too, Uraraka. Also, how am I supposed to put this on? Izuku asked, holding the pink condom that Midnight had passed to him. If I need to hold onto the toy and the condom, I won't have enough hands. I can't ask Ochako to hold it, because then it'd be like I'm putting it on someone else and that's not what I'd be doing. I guess you'll just have to put it on yourself, then. Nito shouted. Come on, Midoriya. Is that toy really based off of you? You can't really be packing that much heat, can you? Midoriya doesn't have to show us anything. Tenya retorted. There will be no dropping of trousers and stripping of underwear in this theater. Don't stifle my scientific curiosity. Mai countered. I must ensure Midoriya's hero costume fits properly. Yuga scratched his cheek. To be honest, I'm a little bit interested, myself. Midoriya has always been somewhat shy in the locker rooms. Get a hold of yourself, Sparkles. Katsuki scoffed, but he was only one of a few that were irritated. The girls, and several of the boys, were sporting at least some redness in their cheeks. Ahem. Midnight interrupted them. Perhaps I should clarify. When I told Midoriya that this was modeled after him, I did not mean him specifically. I meant that it was modeled after him in the sense that he is genetically male and has the set of male reproductive organs. I did not mean to imply that this toy was a 1:1 scale reproduction of Midoriya's own physiology. To answer your question, Midoriya, you are correct, but if you simply treat this as a classroom lesson, I am confident you can overcome it. Additionally, it is a mother's sacred duty to tease her daughter. Do not try to take that away from me, unless you also plan on taking her away from me. In which case, I request a beach wedding in Okinawa. Mother. Momo groaned. Please, could you stop? Midnight sighed. Very well, then. Midoriya, Uraraka, you may retake your seats. As our resident couple aptly demonstrated, that is how you properly place a condom on a PP the normal way. Now, allow me to demonstrate a very improper, but very fun way of applying a condom to the male genitalia. I do not recommend any of you attempting this until you are quite experienced in the SXL arts. Midnight liked her lips as she retrieved a fresh condom from a wrapper and placed the device in her mouth. The class could tell something downright nasty was about to happen as Midnight opened her mouth and placed the tip of the silicone DLD against her lips. The fake PP slipped past, and inch by inch disappeared into Midnight's mouth and into her bulging throat. Momo felt her face explode, and she wasn't the only one, but none of them could tear their gazes away from what Midnight was doing. The majority of the boys started to hunch over, hiding what Midnight's display was doing to them, and Izuku made demon sure that his notebook was covering his lap because oh man, he did not think that the R-rated hero would really go and do that in front of a pack of teenagers during a sec ed class. Minoru bit his lip as he tried to contain himself. This was really happening. This was happening right in front of him. Midnight was deep-throating a huge DLD to show them how to apply a condom. It was like one of his fantasies had come to life before his very eyes. He was definitely going to have fat material tonight, burning this image into his brain. It was too hot. It was too hot. Minoru's head shot back like a rocket as twin geysers of BLD shot from his nostrils and he fell back into his seat, unconscious. Mineta! Denki gasped. Hang on, man, hang on. You still haven't gone on a date yet. He's fine, Kamemoto assured him. Nobody's permitted to die on this island, they just get really big boo-boos. He can sleep it off. Midnight withdrew the toy from her mouth, showcasing the green sec aid covered in the pink condom again, this time glistening and slathered with her saliva and the mucus that lined her throat. The pro hero liked her lips as she said, "Once again, I do not condone trying this until you are experienced. You could very well screw it up and accidentally choke on the condom, but it is a very fun way of applying protection to your partner to ensure safe secretary." Midoriya, the young man turned his head when he heard Momo's pained voice calling to him, and she gave him the most pitying look as she said, "When this is over, please smash me." For about 5 seconds there was total silence in the theater before Midnight placed her hands on her cheeks and squealed. "Momo! I'm so proud of you. My, how bold of you. Wairozu." Izuku yelped. "If Izuku's smashing anyone, I'm first in line, Yomo," Ochako declared, gripping Izuku's arm even as her face went red as a beet. Put me in line after Yomomo," Mina giggled. "I wouldn't mind having those clenching butt cheeks smashing me." Momo jumped to her feet, waving her arms around. "Not like that. I didn't mean it like that. I meant when this is over please smash my head in with a superpowered punch." Kyoka laughed. "Too late, Yomomo, we've already decided on what you meant." "Arj. And too bad for you, Yorozu," Hanta chuckled. "Miss Kamemoto already said that we can't die here, so if you were hoping he'd put you out of your misery, you're out of luck." Mizo raised his arm. Mrs. Midnight, if I can call you that since you're married." "Yes, Shoji," the teacher asked, smiling broadly. He pointed to one of the young men sitting near him. "I think Ida's gone catatonic." Attention shifted towards Class 1 as current representative, and they all saw him slouched back, head resting on the back of the couch, mouth open with what looked to be foam coming out of it. Katsuki tisked. "Lightweight. Couldn't even handle a sec ed class. How sheltered is he if even F in Deku hasn't passed out from shock?" Shoto glanced away, his own blush lighting up his cheeks. "I still don't think that Midnight should have done that. Would this make Midoriya even more fit to be class rep, then?" Toru asked. "I don't see how not passing out when seeing a teacher, who's also the mother of one of our classmates, do that counts as being class rep material," Mashiro commented, Koji nodding his head. "It's just one of the things a loving wife does for her husband," Midnight giggled. "He loves it when I do that and I love that he loves it." "Mother! I did not need to hear that. Now I need to bleach my eyes out." "So this is what it's like having Midnight for a mom," Ochako thought, sitting back down in her seat now that she understood Momo's slip-up. "Stay strong, Momo, stay strong." She turned to look at Izuku, who seemed to be frozen in place. "Izuku!" The sound of her voice jolted him out of whatever reverie he had been stuck in. He hadn't even been muttering. "What? Uraraka? You okay?" she asked. "You kind of froze up on me." Oh, Izuku grinned. I'll bet he was too busy thinking about smashing you and those Uraka, she teased. You know, some of you did just admit to wanting to have sex with Midoriya, 𝐂𝐸𝐲 commented, lightly scratching his cheek and blushing. Mai hummed and giggled. I wouldn't mind at all for research purposes. Hey, Midnight. How does the whole sex thing actually work? It can't just be insert rod into slot, right? Izuku collapsed into his seat at Mai's giggles behind him, his face practically on fire. This couldn't be real, this all had to be some kind of fever dream brought on by stress from seeing Shigaraki and Nomu again at the USJ. He had passed out during the last episode. From the adrenaline rush of watching All Might knock Nomu into the sky, and now he was hallucinating that 4 girls, technically 3, had said they wanted him to smash them, and one of them was 𝐒𝐿. She couldn't have possibly said that. They'd only confessed that they'd liked each other last night. It was impossible that she wanted to have sex with him. 𝐒𝐿, meanwhile, had buried her face into her hands, not even noticing the force of gravity leaving her as she started to float away. How could YA just go and say that, 𝐒𝐿? Telling 𝐒𝐿 want him to smash YA. What is wrong with YA? There's no way you're that effing thirsty for him, is there? Oh no, this class was totally a bad idea. 𝐒𝐿's floating, Mina cackled. Zoo. Ribbit, the froggy girl replied, sticking out her tongue and wrapping it around 𝐒𝐿's waist before reeling her back in. Heh, it worked that time. Tetsu frowned and looked down at his hand. It took a little bit more effort than usual, but he was able to turn it into steel like normal. I thought the quirk inhibitor was on. All right, calm down versions and Midoriya, Midnight said, clapping her hands. It's time to move on. We got a little distracted from what we were discussing, but for the most part, so long as you use protection and know the SXL history of your partner, you should be able to avoid contracting most, if not all, STDs. Next up, she clicked the remote a few times, rapidly shifting through slides showing images of the symptoms of STDs affecting both male and female genitals until it stopped on a slide with a single word on it. FRPY. Midnight declared. Who can tell me the purpose of FRPLY? Of the students who were still awake, a few shifted nervously, but Mashiro raised his hand and was called upon. It's to ready both partners for having secretary. Correct, Midnight replied. Anyone else? Tsuyu let down 𝐒𝐿 as the gravity hero disengaged her quirk's effect on herself while Momo tentatively raised her hand. She was still racked by nerves after everything her mother had done so far, but she felt like she needed to redeem herself after being scolded earlier. Midnight's eyes zoomed in on hers, the smile on her mother's face sending tingles down her spine. The waiting for her to be called on was agonizing, as if Midnight was waiting for someone else to raise their hand to volunteer as tribute, or to just heighten Momo's anxiety. Momo! Finally. She let out a breath before inhaling to formulate an answer. Yes, FRY can also be a time to deepen emotional bonds between two people, even if it doesn't lead to SXL/NTRCS. Midnight nodded at her. Correct as well, very good. Momo sighed with relief at not having been subjected to another teasing arrow through her chest. FRPLY, as so aptly put by your peers, is a time for both deepening emotional bonds between two partners in a relationship as well as preparing each other for SXL/NTRCS. This involves inducing the female to produce vaginal juices and getting the BLD flowing into the man's PP, causing it to enlarge and harden, as well as begin producing precum as we discussed before, something I'm sure all of you are very familiar with at this point. She winked and blushes shot to the faces of the students like they were doing the wave. Even Katsuki sported one through his currently dyed pink cheeks. Now then, I would like you all to brainstorm different things that you can do as part of FRPLY. You don't have to differentiate by gender, but I would like one thing from each of you on what you could do with your imagined partner to STMLT them and prepare them for SXL/NTRCS. Let's start with the boys. Shoji, could you please see if Ida is willing to wake up again? If not, we'll take the fact that he's still shirtless as being his answer. Mizo glanced at Tenya, seeing the blue-haired young man was still out after having witnessed Midnight's display. Realizing what they were going to be getting into, he returned his gaze to Midnight. I think I'll let him sleep a bit. Very well, Ida says to strp off your shirt and reveal some skin to your partner. Shoji. The youngest member of Class 1A blushed as he did not expect, although he really should have, to be called upon immediately. Whispering something seki in their ear. Excellent. Midnight beamed. Bakugo. Spankin their naughty butt, he answered her. A bit rough for a start, but good answer, Midnight stated with a nod. Kirishima. He rubbed the back of his head and glanced down sheepishly. For a brief moment, he felt his eyes meet Mina's, and A-Hero quickly looked away from her. You giving her a kiss. Just the thing to start getting her in the mood. Ojiro. Mashiro scratched at his cheek. Helping undress her. Always a fun thing to get the heart pounding. Keep it up, boys, Tokoyami. The bird-headed boy lowered his gaze to meet Midnight's. Dancing. Ooh, Midnight cooed, quite the romantic choice. I like that. Soto. Well, massaging the BRSTS, I guess. Good, good. Either through clothes or without them in the way, but it may take some coaching from your partner to know how she likes them handled. You're not needing dough, after all. Ima. Kissing the NPL. Yuga suggested, seemingly less embarrassed now. Excellent. Another. Tetsu. Sparring, the Man of Steel answered. Manly. A-Hero cheered. Midnight quirked an eyebrow. Sparring. Yeah, Tetsu replied. Don't some people get turned on fighting? Couldn't a good old-fashioned sparring match be a good bit of FLY? Nodding her head, Midnight replied, a bit of an unorthodox answer, but it can check out with the right person. Minoma. Stroking the CLTS, he offered. Now we're getting there. Todoroki. He stared at Midnight. Feeding them cherries. Silence overtook the room for a moment and Shoto glanced around. What? Why has no one else mentioned cherries? Didn't they have something to do with this? Midnight controlled her giggles while some of the boys' peers were unable to keep a lid on theirs. That's a misunderstanding, Todoroki, she explained. Recall when Bakugo mentioned the hymn when we were going over female anatomy. In most of your female peers, they've likely already broken theirs because of the actions involved in their training, and it's different in every woman, but quite often the hymn will tear and bleed when a woman has her first SXL experience. That BLD is what is referred to when people colloquially speak about popping a girl's cherry, and is meant to reflect being a woman's first partner and taking their virginity. It's also used for men as well, where a cherry boy is a male who hasn't yet had sex themselves. Shoto's eyes widened. So when I called Bakugo cherry popper and said Midoriya should be able to burst Uraraka's cherries without any problem earlier, it was like a repeat of that morning watching the battle between bitter foes and being distracted by so many attempts at coming up with a hero name for Katsuki, except this time even those who had held in their laughter couldn't. Shoto turned as red as the cherries he'd been talking about while Izuku and Ochiko, blushing like mad, couldn't manage to keep their faces straight amidst the piles of laughter all around them and ended up in giggle fits of their own. Few could even hear Shoto's mumbled apologies. When the class finally managed to get themselves under control, Midnight decreed for them to move on to the next person in line, Koji. Far more comfortable in the situation after everyone had had a good laugh, the normally quiet boy spoke up with his suggested act for FLY. Rubbing the thighs. Good. Zero. Well, Hunter started. I don't know if this counts or not, but does BND play count as FRPLY? Absolutely. Midnight answered with shining eyes. We'll get more into that later, but that can absolutely be a wonderfully seki and RSNG prelude to secretary. Some of the best times with my husband were when, mother, no. Momo screamed. Midnight, yes. Mai countered. Tell us. Yeah, tell us. Toru joined in. Midnight laughed. I think if I did my poor daughter would spontaneously combust, she answered. So how about we save those sorts of questions until after dinner, okay? Kaminari, you next. Give us an example of FRPLY on your partner. Oh, well, Denki started. He chuckled nervously and looked up and away before bringing his gaze down to somewhere in front of his knees. I've kinda thought about fingering the PU, I mean VGNA, and using my quirk to make a very faint electric current from my fingertips. Ooh, Midnight wasn't the only one to express surprise at Denki's admission. 𝐭𝐻𝐲, Mina teased, grinning at her friend one row above him. How would? Kyoka started to think before she quickly shook her head to dispel the thought before it finished. Midoriya, you're up, Midnight stated, turning to look to the boy in front. He asked. I thought Mineta or Yorozu would be next. Mineta's unconscious and the boys are up first, Midnight replied simply. You're the last of the boys, and you have experience, correct? No, I don't. Izuku sighed. He bit his lip. He'd been thinking about what it was he was going to answer with since the rest of the boys had started. While he hadn't been expecting to go right away, he was at least thankful that he wasn't the absolutely last person to be called upon. That would have been more pressure than he knew what to deal with. Fortunately, he did have his answer. 𝐻𝐸𝐾 and most of the rest of the students watched him closely. Well, complimenting her. Could you clarify a bit? Midnight asked. Do you mean dirty talk in telling your partner how seki they are or what they do to you or something else? Izuku shook his head. Maybe a bit, I guess. I was more thinking of, saying how brightly their eyes shine when they're happy, or how their smile warms up the whole room and gives me strength, or how nice her hair smells and how soft and gentle her touch is. 𝐻𝐸𝐾 felt like she was the one who was about to combust as Izuku openly complimented her in front of her entire class. Her heart pounded, even as she felt her eyes softening while her body flooded with warmth. It was taking all of her willpower not to put her hands to her cheeks and start floating again, even though that really shouldn't be possible because of the quirk inhibitor that Kamemoto had once again implemented. Izuku. Midnight smiled. Ah, I see. Well, it seems to be having its intended effect. Izuku stopped talking and Midnight gestured with a slight wave towards 𝐻𝐸𝐾, who was blushing up a storm and looking bashfully at her boyfriend. She had her fingers curled up on her knees, trying to keep them in place instead of doing something with them. Izuku gulped, wondering just what that something could be. 𝐻𝐸𝐾. Dummy, she mumbled. Complimenting me like that in front of everyone. It's embarrassing, Izuku. He went red at the shy tone in her voice as she not scolded him. I just said what I felt. It took a second for 𝐻𝐸𝐾 to register what he said, and another second for her to lose her grip on the restraints holding her back and just lean in and kiss him, present company BDM'd. They already shared their first kiss in front of everyone, and they'd been flirting and feeding each other in the buffet hall. Kissing during midnight sec-ed class was hardly a big leap. Tsuyu chuckled as Izuku's hands struggled with finding something to do while 𝐻𝐸𝐾 was on top of him before settling on holding her shoulders and upper back. You're such a ladykiller, Midoriya. Whoop. Whoop. Itsuka teased as numerous other catcalls and whistles started up from their classmates. Keep it in your breathes. Way to go, Tiger. You get him, Chaco. And so they ascend the staircase to adulthood. Good thing Ida's out, or he'd be lost between being happy for them and having a fit. I must watch this. I feel something new inside of me, it's interesting. I require more data. Midnight clapped her hands, though that didn't seem to stop 𝐻𝐸𝐾 from continuing to kiss Izuku as she now lay atop him on the couch in front of her. That's it for the boys. Ladies, I know I already gave quite a few examples a little while ago, but now it's time for you all to list some examples of your own for FLY. These can either be things to get your partner aroused or what you'd perhaps like your partner to do to you to get you in the mood. Let's start with you, Uraraka. 𝐻𝐸𝐾 barely heard Midnight, but she still heard her nonetheless. Never breaking her eye contact from the emerald jewels set into his face, she brought her hand away from his cheek and towards the messy curls that topped his head. Carding my hand through his hair, she said, her fingers doing just that. Izuku groaned beneath her, the action both stirring up something inside of him while also putting his mind at ease. It was nice, more than nice. He pushed his head into her hand, non-verbally telling her to keep doing it. Nodding, Midnight spoke up for those in the back who may not have heard. Petting. Very nice. Momo. And do not stampede towards the glands again, please. Momo didn't respond to her call, and she could see why. The poor girl had one of her hands raised so that it was at her chin, her fingers curling up and covering her mouth. She was watching what was happening in the front row even more intensely than Mai was. Momo. Midnight sighed and reached for her WHP. Yoirozu. Crack. Why yes. The startled daughter snapped back towards her teacher. What do you want to do or have done to you for FRY? That's none of your business, mother. Momo snapped. Midnight frowned. Yoirozu, I may be your mother, but I am also your teacher. All of the boys have shared examples of things to do to entice RLL in a SXL partner even if it may have made them uncomfortable. This is an excellent opportunity to better know and bond with your friends and peers. Now please, share an example with the rest of the class on an act that could be part of FRPLY to get prepared for proper NTRCS. You can name a generic act, something you would like to perform on a partner, or something you would like to have done to you. Momo glanced down to the right again, away from Midnight and to where Ochako was still on top of Izuku, the two of them seemingly lost in their own world and gently holding one another and sharing light kisses. Ochako's head was hiding Izuku's face from her, but she could imagine the look in his eyes. That kind light and tender affection, slowly being replaced by a wild lust, a lust for her. For Momo's curves, to drown in her melons and squeeze her butt, as the fire that she'd often seen in Ochako's eyes during training was fixed on her while the shorter girl pressed up against her back, hands coming to her front, gripping at her clothes. The WHP cracked again as she stalled. Yoirozu. Using my quirk to make seki outfits and lingerie, and then having them ripped and torn from my body. Momo shouted. Kyoka chuckled after a moment of silence. Hotdin, you really have started to like big strength broccoli, haven't you? She wiggled the matryoshka doll in her hand again. Kyoka. I want to die, Momo thought. I seriously want to die. How can I face everyone now, knowing that I want to have my clothes ripped from my body? Gyro, Midnight prompted. Caught off guard after her ribbing of Momo, especially since Midnight didn't say anything to tease Momo about what she'd just admitted, Kyoka stuttered for a moment before blushing and looking away. I guess, French kissing. Excellent. Miss Ashido, if you please. She giggled. I think you already covered most of mine for things I'd do to a boy, she answered, and then smiled. But if I had to say something that a boy could do to me to make me wet, and this is just me, but she began to blush. My horns are sensitive and not to toot my own horn or anything but doing stuff to my horns makes me a very corny girl. A hero gulped. Ashido's horns, here. And for you, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Ever heard of the invisible HNDJB? Toru asked in response. Ah yes, I suppose that would be a specialty of yours, wouldn't it? Midnight giggled. Toru immediately felt flustered as Midnight eyed her with a sultry expression. Not that I've ever done that or anything. It's just something I've thought about. Quite understandable, given your quirk. Miss Hatsune, how about you? And please no flashing the boys again. Oh, that's easy, she giggled, still wrapped up in Tenya's shirt as well as her own. Running up and hugging them from behind or landing on top of them. That'll get them up. Midoriya reacted that way in the hallway in front of the design studio about a couple of weeks back, I think. Wait, what? Denki exclaimed. Yeah, Mai replied. One of my babies exploded when I was testing it and it blew the doors open. I landed on top of Midoriya and after a few seconds I could feel something poking me. Didn't realize that that was his PP until today, though. Midnight nodded. Nearly at the end now. Asui, and then Kendo. What are your thoughts? Between what you said earlier and what everyone else has said, I can't think of anything else, Ribbit, Tsuyu commented. So I'm sorry, but I don't have an answer for you. Oh, wait. 𝐒𝐿 hasn't been mentioned yet, that counts as FRPY, right? Kuni what? Denki asked. She means eating a girl out, dips hit, Katsuki told him. Oh. Denki grinned and gave Katsuki a thumbs up. Thanks man. TCH. Yeah, whatever. It should be whoever ends up your girlfriend who thanks me. 𝐒𝐿 here. Toru wondered. Hizu, Mina spoke with a saccharine voice, just how long is your tongue? Ribbit. Tsuyu croaked, her cheeks turning a rosy pink. And it's really thick and flexible, right? Kyoka asked. Mistakes have been made, Tsuyu realized too late. I'm in danger. Midnight moved her gaze to Itsuka, who blushed. Well, what about taking a bath or shower together, she asked. Especially after doing something to work up a sweat. Clapping her hands, Midnight beamed at them all. Excellent. Well done, everyone. Yes, all of those are wonderful examples of acts that could be performed during FRPLY to get yourself and your partner in the mood for some tender lovemaking or just good, naughty fun to deepen those bonds between you. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 frowned, sighed, and lowered his head. Is all the flirtation really necessary? Mina raised her hand. Oh, Miss Midnight. I have a question I just remembered. Yes, Ashido. What is it? Mina lowered her hand. So, I'm pretty sure that my mom is full of SHT, but she told me when I was 13 that I was allergic to SMN. Is that true? Midnight felt her eye twitch. While I don't know your specific medical history, Ashido, I can tell you that it's quite possible to be allergic to pretty much anything, even being allergic to specific proteins in your own sweat. So while it is possible that you could be allergic to a component within SMN, I would also say that it is probably highly unlikely. How does your mother know that you're allergic to SMN? She said she got me tested for SMN allergy when I was 4 and was having me tested for peanut allergy. More than one person laughed or attempted to stifle it while Midnight sighed. Yes, Ashido, your mother is full of SHT and was likely trying to scare you away from becoming sexually active. There is no way she would have tested a 4-year-old for a SMN allergy. She should have just kept you away from boats the whole time. Then, Hunter chuckled. Mina laughed. I know, right? Thanks, Miss Midnight. I was sure she was just blowing smoke, but I wanted your opinion. Anytime, Miss Ashido. Any questions? Midnight asked, clicking the remote again, slowly slipping through slides. Any questions on FRPLY? Silence. Very well then, let us move on. Uraraka, Midoriya, you can stop that now. The class couple stopped their kissing, finding it very easy for them to separate once they remembered that they had just been making out for the past couple of minutes in full view of their teacher and at least a portion of their classmates. They jumped off each other as if they'd been scalded, and quickly brought their hands to their clothes, straightening them up once again and tightening their loosened ties. I can't believe I just did that. Ochako thought to herself. Marking out in front of everyone like that. She rubbed her thighs together as she smoothed out her skirt. Izuku placed his notebook over his lap again. Holy woe! How could I do that, and in front of Midnight and everyone? I should die. Yeah, that's it, I should just end my life and die. No, you can't do that, Izuku. What would Mom think? You can't just get a girlfriend and then die of embarrassment before you can even introduce her to Mom. But she'll show Ochako baby pictures. I'm sure Ochako's parents will show baby pictures of her. Oh gosh, right. She'd look so cute as a kid. I've got to live long enough to see those, at least. Midnight looked back and forth between Izuku and Ochako, who both seemed to have calmed themselves down. Our next topic of conversation to cover, then, will be something I'm sure many of you are at least passingly familiar with. She clicked the remote once more, and one word became emblazoned on the screen above an image of what looked to be a video cover, in which a woman who looked an awful lot like Midnight was posing for the camera surrounded by 3 hulking shirtless men, one of whom had a mutation quirk that made him seem like an anthropomorphic German shepherd. The Midnight lookalike had her hands at the crotches of their jeans and was giving the camera a sultry smile. Pornography, Midnight declared. As part of this, we'll be discussing KNKS, positions, fetishes, and the differences between porn and real life. Keep your hands to yourselves, versions and Midoriya, because this is the part where things get midnighted. Intense. Hey, Yorozu, Rikido spoke up. That picture. He trailed off, not finding the confidence to finish the question. Yuga coughed. It wouldn't happen to actually be Midnight, would it? His voice came out quite near to a squeak at the end of his line, and the eyes of the class glanced between the image on the screen, Midnight's smirking face, and Momo's panicking expression. And no. It's not. Momo replied. At least, I don't think. Mother. Please tell me that that isn't you. Midnight waved. Nothing to worry about there, Momo, I'm not the performer in this video. The only videos of me engaging in sex are private affairs between myself and your father, but that leads into this discussion. What is real and what is fake about pornography? Please, wake up Ida and Mineta again. It was a shame they missed our last discussion, but I believe that this is a subject that we really should have the two of them awake and cognizant for. Or, can't we just keep Mineta unconscious? Toru whined. For forever. Kyoka agreed. Midnight shook her head as Denki shook Minoru awake and Mizo managed to rouse Tenya. Now ladies, he may be a little perverted, but your classmate Mineta is simply the most open and honest about his desires. It is a tad obsessive, but I'm sure most of your classmates, including those you think to be the most innocent, could be just as dirty-minded as he is and just hide those desires. Just as he has openly declared his longing to see you ladies in all your natural glory, I'm sure all of you have thought about or spoken to each other about checking out your male classmates' bodies. The girls shifted awkwardly about that. Truly, they had talked about that kind of stuff, and went into it at length in their girls' chat the previous night, especially about one particular male student. The thirst was real. Minoru was just the only boy who was completely open about his desires. Besides, it wasn't as if none of them had appreciated the eye candy of seeing Izuku shirtless and muscled up after All Might's 10 months of pre-UA training. Minoru shook his head awake. I feel a little woozy. What are we talking about again? He asked Denki before looking towards the screen, which was currently blank. You kinda lost a lot of BLD and passed out when Midnight showed us an interesting way to put on a condom, Denki told him. Try not to get too excited, dude. Miss Kamemoto said that we may not be able to die here, but I don't wanna. Think of what would happen if you lose too much BLD. That may be difficult, Hanta said, grinning at Minoru with an evil gleam in his eye as he rubbed his chin. Midnight just said that we're gonna be covering porn next. Given the way this has been going, I'm sure it'll be rated XXX. Miss Midnight. Tenya bellowed. That is inappropriate. Midnight smiled as Tenya stopped himself, seeing that the prop was nowhere to be seen anymore and the screen was currently just a white sheet. What was inappropriate, class rep? Tenya coughed as he struggled to get his bearings. My apologies, he said, his volume much more reasonable now. I seem to have hallucinated a bit. I thought, never mind. By the way, has anyone seen my shirt? Why am I shirtless? Mai giggled. Because it's on me, legs, she cackled. Don't you remember? You threw it at me when I undid my own shirt. Tsuyu grinned a little. Do you want it back right away, Ida? I'm sure it smells a bit like Hatsume right now. Savage Zoo. Mina chuckled as Tenya went white. I don't mind, Mai replied. She started unbuttoning the too big for her shirt. I kinda like the smell of whatever cologne he was using. Wait, hang on, Tenya said from above. I don't wear cologne. Mai paused in unbuttoning the shirt for a moment. Oh, so that must be his musk, then, Mina giggled. Itsuka looked at Mai on the other end of the couch. She, Tsuyu, and the inventor were sharing. Hatsume. Something wrong. Mai didn't appear to hear her, and she brought the collar of the shirt up to her face, and took in a deep sniff. So this is Ida's scent, then, she whispered quietly. I should remember it. Tenya looked away, not meeting Tsuyu's eyes, or anyone's. No, it's all right, he said. I can wait until later to have it returned. I just wanted to make sure I knew where it was, that's all. He sat back down next to Mizo. Ochako shared a look with Izuku. They were far from being love experts, given Ochiko's denial of her own feelings to try not to burden Izuku with them while he struggled towards their shared goal of becoming heroes as he worked under the weighty legacy of One for All and Izuku's crushing esteem issues making him feel like no one could ever possibly want to date him. However, at this moment, both of them came to the same conclusion. We should totally try to get Ida to confess to Hatsume before we leave this island. Mai left the shirt somewhat unbuttoned as Midnight got their attention again. Let's begin. Unlike the previous sections of this class, this one will be more open discussion and free-flowing. However, There are some things I would like to ensure that we cover, so we'll start with them. Midnight clicked the remote, and the blank screen changed to something that turned every youth's head tomato red. Mother! Momo screamed. Oh God, we interned with her. Itsuka gasped. Why did you let me intern with her? DMN. Denki chuckled. I cannot imagine that this darkness of the adult work is in any way appropriate for us to be viewing, Fumikage uttered. A-Hero nodded, glancing back and forth. It's not very manly, but this is a class, so, you could always look away, Katsuki commented. Don't see what all the fuss is about. Minoru perked up. Dost mine ears deceive me? Is Bakugo actually a pervert too? Shut up, you great moron, Katsuki barked. I just don't know why all you extras are making such a big fuss over it. So what if Uwabami does this SHT on the side, and why are you getting so bent out of shape over it? She's a lame hero and it's just effing porn. Even if we're not 18, we've all seen it. It's not like it's effing difficult to tell a website that you're over 18, it's not asking for photo ID or anything. Hell, I'm sure even Deku's seen it. He's probably got a bunch of magazines hidden at home with spreads of Pop Step or those cat ladies Pixie Bob and Mandalay. Ochako froze and turned to look at Izuku. Bakugo's not telling the truth, is he? What? Izuku asked. No, of course not. He wasn't meeting Ochako's eyes. He's never been in my room since we were little kids, and what does it matter if a hero magazine has a cow lady centerfold anyway? That was not the correct thing to reply with. Momo narrowed her eyes just as Ochako did. He never said cow lady, Izuku, Ochako reminded him. Izuku let out an eep as he realized he'd slipped up. Hopefully she'd forget about this by the time they got back to the dorms. Maybe. Wait a minute, cow lady. Minoru asked. He frowned. I don't think I've heard of her. Probably a heroine who deserves her namesake, Momo uttered darkly. Cow lady. Mina wondered. Hey, how come we've got heroes like Cow Lady around, but Alien Queen gets rejected? Before Midnight could answer, Katsuki groaned. Wait, her. That Texan with the big horns in the ranch chick outfit. God, how old is that magazine? It's a collector's item from the time of All Might's debut in America. Izuku retorted. It took me a long time to find it and a year's allowance to get it. Ochako sighed. Of course the magazine was related to All Might. Izuku had probably gotten it before he'd even started looking at girls, or maybe this cow lady heroine was what started him on the path to looking at girls. She'd have to take a look at the magazine just to be sure, and then she'd decide if he could get it back. But it was part of his All Might collection. It was really important to him. His fanboyishness was one of the things that made Izuku Izuku. So what if it had a picture of this female hero in it? She could probably confiscate other pornographic magazines that Izuku probably had hidden under a mattress. No, that wouldn't be fair to Izuku. She didn't want to be that catty stereotypical obsessively jealous girlfriend who destroyed her boyfriend's porn stash while maintaining her own. Besides, if Uwabami was getting filmed having sex with 3 men at once, then surely there were other pro-heroes who had. Ochako stopped as she reached that line of thought, feeling a terrible chill run down her spine. Midnight. She leapt to her feet and grabbed the railing in front of the couch, all thoughts of Izuku's potential magazine collection gone. We're not gonna have to wear ourselves out to become popular heroes, are we? The other female hero students reacted like they'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. What? Itsuka yelped. I don't want to, what the F? Everyone in the room felt themselves stiffen in shock. Izuku had gotten to his feet and had a livid expression on his face. That's bullshit, he shouted. There's no way that should be a thing. No hero should have to demean themselves to using sex to become popular. They're a hero. I can understand the popularity polls, but for a female hero's Billboard ranking to be limited to whether or not they put out or become a sex symbol is just plain disgusting, and I want no part of it. The only thing that matters is saving people from disasters and villains, and how good you are at doing that. F the Billboard charts if they force female pros to have sex to get anywhere. Izuku, Ochako muttered. Midoriya, Momo whispered. Holy SHT, Greenie just said twice, Kyoka said. And he did it by getting mad on our behalf, Toru added, Izuku humming and nodding. I don't know if I'm gonna swoon or not, Midori, Mina teased. You really know how to make us ladies feel appreciated. Oh shut up, Katsuki barked. Hey, that's not, can it? Katsuki interrupted Izuku. Listen up. If any one of you even thinks of sleeping their way into the rankings, I will lose every single ounce of respect I may or may not have for you. You've all got your provisional licenses, you've earned those. If you want to get up in the rankings, take that spot through your own hard work and earn it. Show everyone you're better than some sec doll. If I hear that any one of you fed somebody to get a ranking, I will explode you until you can't work anymore. If you want to be aware, just retire right now and get lost. You're in UA to be the best, so don't be a disgrace by deciding you can't get anywhere without some big shot. A hero grinned and punched Katsuki in the shoulder. Hell yeah. That was a manly bit of encouragement, Bakugo. Well said. Tenya agreed. Though perhaps tone down the vulgarity in your language. F off, 4 eyes. Midnight raised her hands and cracked her WHP again to draw attention back to the front. Calm down, all of you. The eyes of the students went back to the female pro, in front of them. Just so that you all are aware, there is absolutely no mechanism or ability for any pro hero, male or female, to sleep their way into the rankings, Midnight told them. Popularity polls are one thing, but the Billboard rankings are not simply a popularity contest. Uwabami and some other heroes may spend more time on modeling, commercials, and other side jobs such as this, she gestured to the image on screen again, but they are in no way a means to achieving fame and popularity as a pro hero. In Uwabami's case, she enjoys the money that she gets paid for performing and she enjoys the work. She has told me that since she has no steady boyfriend or husband, it's a fun way for her to have her SXL needs and desires fulfilled, and many of the male performers like having the opportunity to work with an appealing pro hero such as her. Let me emphasize this again, as a mother, as your teacher, and as the R-rated hero, Midnight. There is no place in the hero industry for trading sec for rankings. It simply is not possible and is not tolerated. The Hero Public Safety Commission may be many things that we grumble about, but it is not an organization that can be bribed or will demand SXL favors. Is that clear? The assembled students gulped and nodded their heads. Midnight was serious enough that every last one of them heard her crystal clear. What I wanted to discuss with you all were some of the differences between pornography and real life, Midnight continued, gesturing to the still on-screen image of fellow pro hero Uwabami naked and performing SXL deeds with 3 men. For a start, Mineta, can you inform the rest of your peers what those who appear in pornographic works are called? And the answer I'm looking for is not porn star, so you can avoid answering with that. She flexed her WHP in her hands, making Minoru pale at the idea of angering her again. I wasn't thinking that at all. They are performers. Sometimes they are called actors or actresses, but I think that does a disservice to film and stage actors because a lot of times they are really bad at acting. Midnight nodded. That's right. They are performers. Their job in a pornographic work is to perform. Just as an actor performs on a set or stage to entertain an audience, they also do so, but by performing SXL acts. The entire point is for them to get paid to perform SXL acts so that a viewing audience can pay to seek SXL gratification through watching them. They are putting on a show. If you are going to go into your first SXL experience thinking it's going to be like what you see in porn, get rid of that delusion right now. She's not going to be deep-throating you on the first try. He's not going to be fantastic at giving you all secretary. You don't do an all raw. You're going to bumble and make mistakes. The people you watch performing in most of the porn you would consume are professionals. This is their career, they are good at what they do, they know what they are doing, and they are aided by an industry that, as exploitive as it can be, also knows what the F it's doing and what's good and safe for their performers to do and what is not, while also having people on standby to handle emergencies while filming should they arise. If you're alone with your partner in a bedroom, you don't have that luxury of a first aid responder or a BND expert on standby if you F up what you're doing, and you'll be in for one embarrassing trip to the hospital. Quite a few faces were red and steaming at their teacher's words, especially since he had dropped a few F-bombs herself, while Katsuki just glanced away, disinterested though he still sneaked a peek at Uwabami's picture, still on screen, when he thought no one was looking, and Minoru nodded his head. His hands were under his chin and elbows on his knees, paying close attention. Mina raised her hand. So, what else is different in porn than in real life? The performers are often faking orgasms, Midnight answered. For most women, not all, but most, it's difficult to achieve an orgasm through only vaginal STMLTN with a man's PP. If there isn't some other STMLTN, like on the nipples or CLTS or other erogenous zones the woman may have, it might even just be impossible for them to see LMX. So, for the purposes of entertainment for those who watch it, quite often the female orgasms will be fake. Face still red from the earlier comment about embarrassing hospital trips, Rikido posed his question. So, we all know what happens when a guy, has an orgasm, he started, but do girls do something similar? Is that why we don't always see squirting in the videos? Minoru asked. Because they are farking it all the time. Shaking her head, Midnight replied. Not necessarily. Squirting is actually a bit different than female 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and it's also not something that all women are able to experience doing. Squirting doesn't need to happen during orgasm, it can be induced, but female 𝐔𝐬𝐽 happens during orgasm, but not always with every orgasm, unlike in a male. It's hit or miss with each person and how well they and potentially their partner know their body and what can or cannot be done. However, that doesn't mean you can't still have enjoyable secretary. It may surprise you all, but I myself just can't SQR. She sighed and looked up at the roof, her arms slowly wrapping herself in a hug. My sweet hubby and I have tried so many times and so many ways, but I just can't do it, yet we always have fun trying. Izuku and Ochako each mentally breathed sighs of relief, as well as a number of other people in the class, while Momo called out her mother again for providing too much information. It was no knock against them or their partner if they just couldn't do something. Miss Midnight, I must protest. Tenya implored her. This kind of subject matter is inappropriate. It was this very same inappropriate behavior which caused all of us to exist, Ida, Midnight reminded him. Complain to the principal if you wish, but this discussion is happening regardless of your objections. Her eyes brightened. Actually, that's a bit of a good idea I just had, since it segues into the next talking point. She clicked her remote and the image changed away from Uwabami, finally, but this time it once again made the faces of most of the audience steam with how lurid it was as a collage of lewd images appeared beneath the white header of kinks. As we're discussing pornography, let's talk about one of the reasons it has survived for so long, by fulfilling people's KNKs. Todoroki, would you happen to know what a KNK is? Shoto blinked like a deer in the headlights. He shook his head. My apologies, but I don't know. That was not covered in my prior education. Quite all right, Todoroki. Mineta, I know you can answer this one. It's something that a person finds are SNG, Minoru said, slurping back his saliva from seeing the collage of seki ladies and men in lewd circumstances on the screen. Something that they find especially hot that turns them on more than other stuff. Very good, 10 points to Mineta, Midnight answered with a grin. What your classmate said is correct. A KNK is just something that a person finds to be especially secretary. That's the major difference between a KNK and a FTSH. A KNK is something that heightens SXL, LLL and satisfaction, whereas a FTSH is a requirement to be aroused at all. Some FTSHs are harmless, while others are socially unacceptable and tend to require counseling and occasionally treatment. While we were going to be discussing KNKs first, Asui, can you give me an example of a harmless FTSH and one that's harmful? Sure. I suppose a harmless one would be a FTSH for something like knee socks, ribbit. While a harmful one could be BLD or pedophilia. Midnight nodded as a wave of discomfort rippled through the students. Remember, that is something that we pros sometimes need to deal with, bringing down a villain or another criminal who has a SXL FTSH that they are legally not permitted to pursue. They are as much a victim to their condition as their victim is, but they gave into it and performed an illegal action. All we can do is educate, counsel, attempt preventative measures, and then handle the cleanup if things get messy. Midnight clapped her hands together. Now that depressing bit's out of the way, let's talk 𝐭𝐻 in porn. Reverse order this time. Miss Kendo, what sort of 𝐭𝐻 do you like to explore in the pornographic material you consume? Izuku scratched her chin and wryly glanced away. I don't know if I should be saying anything. It's basically admitting to doing something I shouldn't. That's right, Kendo. Tenya agreed. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Don't be such a buzzkill, Ida, Denki laughed. I mean, the ice is, like, totally broken now, right? We can relax a bit and actually talk about this stuff. Midnight smirked. Oh come now, you're all healthy, curious teenagers. No one here is about to punish you for watching what we adults believe to be too mature for you to watch. I do not know how many of you turned on the television sets in your rooms yesterday, but when I turned on mine it was definitely preset to an adult channel. Hey, so was ours, a hero spoke up. And mine, Tetsu stated. Koji nodded rapidly and Kyoko frowned. Mine too, she said. Oh, that's what that was, I giggled. I wondered for a minute why all those people pretending to be pirates weren't wearing a lot of clothes, but then I changed the channel to something else. Tsuyu glanced at her. You mean you didn't spend the whole night in your new workshop, Ribbit? I had too many ideas bouncing around in my head for new babies and I couldn't settle on just one to start on, I replied. Ochako breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, so Izuku hadn't been watching porn when I wasn't in the room at some point yesterday. All the TVs had been set to those channels. I guess to show us that Kamemoto meant it when she said that nothing was out of bounds. Well, in that case, Izuku admitted while still glancing off to the side. Her voice trailed a bit as she continued, making it difficult to hear her. I kinda like watching or reading res stuff. Ooh. Midnight asked with a smile, staring at Izuku and making her more uncomfortable by the second. Since her gaze didn't move over to Tsuyu in the slightest, Izuku began to wonder if the silence from the teacher meant that she was asking for clarification. Well, you know, the ginger replied, curling her finger around the tip of her ponytail. I mean in stuff like, where you've got two people fighting each other, and the winner gets to be DMNT when having sex with the loser. That kind of thing. Wonderful. Asui. You're next. Ribbit. The normally unreadable girl was sporting a blush. Well, the kinds of stuff I look at, a lot of the time there's water involved, like on a beach or in a pool. Ooh, water sec, I like it, Midnight said with a nod. Hatsune, how about you? Watching a documentary on engines. Mai exclaimed. They always make me feel nice and good, especially the way they purr and roar, and I heard one of my classmates refer to them as mechanic porn once. Does that count even if there's nothing SXL going on? Close enough. Midnight beamed, giving her a thumbs up and a wink. 𝐔𝐸𝐽. A few of the Invisible Girl's classmates smirked. Pretty sure we can guess yours, 𝐔𝐸𝐽, Hunter sniggered. And if you guessed VYSM, you'd be right. Toru giggled. She made a motion as if rubbing her head. It's kinda on brand for me, but yeah. I like watching stuff that involves watching others do it. There's nothing wrong with that, Midnight replied. Just because it would make it easier for you to do it because of your quirk doesn't mean that it's wrong for you to have that as a KNK. Remember, all of you. You may think it weird for having a particular KNK, but just like your quirks, that's simply who you are. As long as nobody gets hurt, there's absolutely nothing wrong with finding something particularly secretary. Oh, me next. Me next. Mina shouted, waving her hand. I like watching dancing or yoga secretary. It's a little bit into roleplay, but basically where a dancing couple transitions from dancing to thing, or when a couple is doing yoga and that turns into secretary. That's a fun one. Gyro. She tapped her earphone jacks together, looking a little embarrassed. However, everyone else was sharing, and they were well past crossing the line, so I kinda like looking at light restraints and tickling. Not anything major, like shibari and stuff, but just a little bit of restraint and being in such a position. It shows a lot of trust between the performers, even if they are sometimes role-playing non-con. Midnight nodded her head. Now Momo, I know it may be even more embarrassing to have to tell me what you've been looking at, But if you don't want to, I could always pull up your browser history and I know precisely which novels of mine you have hidden in your room, don't say it. Momo replied in a panic. I'll talk. I only have to name one 𝐭𝐴𝐴, right? Toru giggled. Sounds like somebody has something to hide. Are you gonna say something like clothing destruction? Hanta teased. We already got that from your last example with FRPOY. Face steaming, Momo turned away from them and faced forward. Her eyes glanced downwards, momentarily catching Ochiko's and Izuku's gaze, before she really began to feel like her skin had become a frying pan and she looked down at her knees. Recently I have found myself thinking about 2 girls and 1 boy, she answered, shyly glancing up at her mother. I know I've always liked those kinds of situations in the novels I've acquired from your library, so I would say that one of my 𝐭𝐴𝐴 would be threesomes. Ooh! Mina squealed. That sounds exciting. Who are you fantasizing about? I'm totally down for a threesome with you depending on the guy involved. Momo's neck nearly cracked as it whipped in the direction of the pink girl. Ashi, what? Mina lifted her arms behind her head. Yeah, girl. You're like supermodel hot and you've got the biggest BRSTS of all the first years. Who wouldn't want to get in and cop a feel of those sweater puppies as part of the action? Oops. Sorry, Midnight, I let an innuendo slip again. I meant BRSTS. I feel like this is a conversation we should not be a part of, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 muttered, Mashiro nodding his head next to him as both boys felt their cheeks growing red at the idea of Mina and Momo together in a SXL situation. Minoru gave a thumbs up. I'm willing, ladies. Tsuyu shook her head. Sorry, Mineta, but I don't think Mina was talking about you, ribbit. The frog-quirked teen softly ribbited to herself in laughter. I'll bet you were thinking of someone like Midoriya, Todoroki, or Kirishima, weren't you, Mina? She paused, a faint blush coming onto her cheek as she scratched it coyly. Well, Kyoko wiggled around the Matryoshka doll that she had placed between her knees before plopping it on Momo's skirt right in her lap. So who's the other one you've been thinking about, Momo? She needled. Come on, we're fairly certain who the boy is. Enough of this. Tenya was on his feet, his right arm chopping downwards. We are in a class. There is no time for all this teasing and interruptions or we'll never finish the lesson. Uraraka, I believe that you're next. Well, somebody's eager to be the last one to spill one of his 𝐭𝐴𝐴. Denki chuckled while Momo silently praised Tenya's timely interruption. Ochiko, meanwhile, resented Tenya's comment, because the longer it drew on, the closer Midnight might come to stopping early and then she wouldn't have to say, I'm kinda into reading 𝐔𝐬𝐵 smut, she told their teacher. You know, doing it outdoors or in places where someone could potentially see, like on the train, or in the park, or in front of a large glass window. Something about being brave enough to risk being caught, but also not letting that fear stop them from doing it and showing the whole world what their relationship is like. I like reading stuff like that. Midnight nodded, giving her a warm smile. It wasn't just the smut, there was also the romantic subtext in the smut that Ochiko was describing. It was cute. That's a wrap on the ladies. Cherry Boys and Midoriya, it's your turn. Start us off strong, Midoriya. Quirk play. Katsuki snorted. Saw that one coming 10 miles away. Interesting, Midoriya, Midnight purred. I'm seeing some blank faces. Care to elaborate for your classmates? Izuku nodded his head. Sure. So, well, I guess all of you know by now that I've kinda got a thing for analyzing quirks and heroes, and there's one journal that I haven't shown anyone. I guess it's kinda my forbidden journal whenever the idea came to me of how quirks could be used during, well, when getting NTMT. Ooh, a forbidden journal. Midnight giggled, hamming it up. And what kinds of KNKY things have you analyzed, Midoriya? The super strength I get from One for All, for example, he began. I'd pretty much be able to break apart any support item, costume, or regular clothes with it and keep someone pinned down too, or break out of restraints. Plus, being super strong, I'd be able to lift and carry most women for any position that'd require that without issue, and I just have to remember to tone it down so I don't move hard enough to break something. Then there's Kamu Woods. His quirk would be really great at binding a partner and keeping them trapped in BNDG play, same with Shiozaki if she can control whether or not her vines grow thorns. Soto's Sugar Rush also works the same way as my Strength Enhancement. Shoji can create eyes, mouths, hands, feet and other appendages from his tentacles, and they are fully functional, so it stands to reason that he could also create pays as well. Gyro could use her quirk to send the vibrations from her heartbeat off her jacks and into the PP or around the VLVA or any other part of the body of her partner to create what would probably be a really interesting and NTMT sensation. Verozu's creation just has so many applications it's impossible to name them all. Being able to create anything, the utility of something like that in a bedroom setting is limitless. Midnight, your quirk would allow you to easily put your partner to sleep or put them into a very relaxed mood depending on how exactly it works if you can adjust the concentration of your pheromones. And 𝐒𝐻𝐿, your zero gravity would let you make us weightless, which just opens up the whole concept of 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐻𝐿, which could be really fun and also makes me wonder if that'd also make secretions like sweat, SMN, and vaginal fluid also weightless. What about me, Midori? Mina asked with a cat-like grin as 𝐒𝐻𝐿 and Momo both nearly fainted at the excitement pouring out of Izuku as he rambled. The boy picked up the notebook he'd been using to take notes for the lesson. How weak and viscous can you make your acid? I can dilute it until it's just a touch below neutral, Mina replied. And you've seen my melty wall in the licensing exam, so I can make it pretty darn thick. I could also make it as viscous as water if that's helpful. She giggled as she watched Izuku frantically scribble the information down. Well, you could probably use it as a lubricant, then, if you were to be giving someone a HNDJB, he answered, tapping the end of his pencil against his chin. And if you were to then perform FLLT, having such a weak acid like that on the PP probably wouldn't matter, but you might need to make sure you get the pH right to match what your own body produces so you don't mess up the internal chemistry of your reproductive tract. He paused for a second. Actually, if you were to have sex with someone like Kirishima or Tetsu with their hardening and steel quirks, you might just need to do something like that to give them extra lubrication in order to make it enjoyable for both of you if they were to use their quirks too. Mina felt her cheeks light up like a stop sign and flare as hot as Shoto's left side at the idea of Kiri, naked, standing over his, imagining his big, hard, PP becoming all rock-like as he flexed and engaged his quirk. Slathering her acid on his hardened phallus, just how would that feel? I think you broke Mina, Midoriya, Toru said. The green-haired youth blinked. Oh. I'm sorry. I just got really into it and she asked and I didn't mean anything by it. It was just a really interesting thought experiment that I sometimes get too deep into and please don't, cool your jets, Midoriya, Itsuka sighed. She gave him a small smile. We know you're big on quirks, don't apologize for it. Besides, I'm sure Tetsu and Kirishima would really enjoy getting to be iron and rock hard for their eventual girlfriends, wouldn't you? Also, no way is Ashido getting her horns on Tetsu, Itsuka mentally declared. They just needed to assume that the blush on her cheeks was just from how ridiculous this class was, not from her imagining what Tetsu's PP would look like when it was all shiny and metal, or if he would even be able to come when he's hard like that. The two so-named young men chose not to look anyone in the eye. I do love teaching teenagers this class, Midnight thought to herself as she witnessed all the little tells and hints at who may like who and what they may be thinking about. It's always so interesting. Very well put, Midoriya, she praised the green-haired youth in the front row. Thank you for that explanation. I'm sure that your imagination will be able to find lots of uses for quirks in the bedroom in case any of your classmates come to you for advice. She cackled inside as his face became a steamed tomato before moving on to the next victim. Mineta, you're up. One of your 𝐾𝐻𝐿s, if you please. Minoru hesitated for just a moment. He could go for the obvious ones that he liked, or should he answer with something that he wasn't entirely sure about but had started to grow on him since Mount Lady's internship? Nah, best to play it safe and predictable. He had no idea how his classmates would react if he said he was maybe kinda into femdom. He finally announced. That's my dream, to be a hero popular enough to become a HM king. All those appealing babes, with bouncing bias, hold on there, Casanova, Midnight interrupted him. You're going to want to make sure you can land one girlfriend before you start wanting more. I wrote an essay on the old heroes Red Dragon Emperor and Defiant, the Viridian Hoarder. Both of them had HMs and you're not even close to being in their league, grape juice. Minoru blushed as she shot him down. Of course he'd heard about the Red Dragon Emperor and Defiant. Guys like that were basically his idols. I'll work super hard, then, he declared, turning his gaze towards Izuku in the front. The ninth holder of One for All looked to already be a shoo-in for amassing a HM of his own, given the way the girls in class had been looking at him since yesterday. Damn it, why couldn't he have been the protagonist of the show, conveniently forgetting about all the quirkist bullshit, months of hellish training, and broken bones that his classmate had suffered through? I'll become a super awesome popular pro. That's the spirit. Midnight encouraged him. Don't let that drive go to waste. Kaminari, you're next. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna sound weird or not, Denki replied. But I kinda like it when clothes are still on. I just think it's super hot when people aren't totally naked when seki stuff's going on. Minoru gasped while some of the others in the class gave him intrigued looks. Kaminari, you traitor. He held up his hands. Hey, don't get me wrong, I love seeing girls naked as much as the next guy. It's just something I'm into when, like, the shirt's bunched up around the collar or waist and a vest or skirt is still on. That's quite a common one, Kaminari, Midnight answered with a nod. So I wouldn't say it's weird at all. Don't worry about it. Zero, how about you? I guess this ties into quirk play a bit, he answered with a smile, and I'm losing my wild card status because this is probably totally expected, but, yeah, I like checking out BNDG stuff. You have to be careful with that. There are many ways in which that could go wrong, Midnight warned him. Tying the wrong knot, using the wrong rope, making things too tight or too loose, it's tricky to do properly. If you're ever interested in doing it with a partner, I recommend getting some lessons on proper BNDG technique from an expert before trying it yourself. Coda, how about you? Blushing up a storm, his quiet voice momentarily failing him, Koji gathered his courage under the effects of peer pressure with everyone else sharing their K and spoke up. More or less like Uraraka, he answered her. I enjoy the idea of outdoors, but not necessarily where people could catch you. Like, by a river or waterfall or when camping in the woods or something like that. That's lovely, Coda, and exciting. Being one with your partner while being out in nature just like how we used to be hundreds of years ago is quite fun. Todoroki, how about you? Shoto was silent for a few moments, looking at Midnight and then his eyes shifting over to the collage of lewd images on the slideshow behind his teacher. I admit, I'm not as knowledgeable about this sort of thing as my classmates, he said at length. I didn't really have any influences that got me into this sort of thing, but there is one thing that I've recognized I find appealing. What would that be? Yuga inquired while most everyone else turned to listen to him speak. Katsuki opened his ears, too. As dumb as this shitty class was, it was entertaining as F, and he wanted to know what Icy Hot found secretary wedding dresses. Toru and Mina practically screamed with how adorable and sweet they found Shoto's admission. Yuga was also quite vocal in praising Shoto's tastes, all of which put Endeavor's son on a bit of a back foot for not expecting that reaction, and Katsuki sneered internally. Yeah, wedding dresses can be seki, especially once you're in private and you can tear the thing off of her. Monoma smirked as Midnight called on him. I can't believe I'm listening to this. All so tame. Quirk play. Light BNDG. Threesomes. VYRSM and outdoor secretary. But really, what should I have? Do you have a point, Monoma, or is your KNK extreme narcissism and degradation? Midnight had her WHP handy as she flatly delivered her line. The blonde coughed. Well, maybe a little bit of degradation, but that's because I'm more into GNGBNGS. 1 or 2 girls and a whole horde of guys. He received several looks, some of disgust, others of begrudging approval of his tastes. Some of it is degradation, sure, other parts of it is seeing the women performer act like a far too corny slot, but mostly I think it's because it shows the performer getting absolutely as much pleasure as is physically possible for her to receive. That's a nice and more wholesome take on it than I was expecting. Tetsu, what makes your PP iron hard? He grumbled and looked away, not a big fan of how he was called out like that. I like redheads, he answered. Before anyone could say anything in response, he quickly snapped his head in the other direction. Okay, Frenchie, you're up. OUI, Yuga replied, winking and sparkling. He caught on how Tetsu and Itsuka had commented on how they basically liked the same things, and there was something in Itsuka's tone after Izuku mentioned Tetsu having sex with Mina that just screamed at him that she did not approve of that thought at all. Though it's très gauche to simply discuss this so casually, I do happen to have a KNK for fashionable cosplay. One of my great loves of Japan is the schoolgirl sailor uniform. It's both so cute and alluring at the same time, non. Yeah, right. Rikido hesitantly agreed with the way Yuga had turned towards him and practically asked him. Guess I'm next, right? So, he blushed, rubbing the back of his head and glancing at his knees. So, I'm less into watching videos and more into doujinshi, but I guess something that I keep coming back to is Netara. That's not bad, is it? Midnight shook her head. Not at all. You can't help what you're into, and if you find Netara or cuckolding RSNG, then you find it RSNG. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Now, if that were to happen to you in real life in a non-CNSNS way, then that might end up being an issue you might need some counseling for to keep your mental health in good order so you don't slip into depression. But no, there is absolutely nothing inherently wrong in liking that. Tokoyami. The bird-headed boy lowered his head and closed his eyes. I'd rather not say. Or, don't be shy. From out of his chest emerged Dark Shadow, making Kamemoto grimace and looked down at the settings for the quirk inhibitor again. It should have been working, damn it. I can tell you what Fumi likes. Dark Shadow. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gasped. Don't. Why not? His quirk replied. Everyone else is saying their embarrassing secret stuff. You shouldn't hold back, Fumi. Return, Dark Shadow, now, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ordered. I do not wish to have them think ill, it's tentacles. Dark Shadow spoke up, swerving around so that he was behind 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and patting him on the shoulder. This guy likes tentacle and monster stuff. Go back. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shouted, grasping Dark Shadow by the beak and starting to wrestle his quirk back down into his body. Obey me, foul creature. I don't want to go back. This stuff sounds fun. Izuku had his notebook in hand, scribbling. I wonder how Dark Shadow could be used. As someone to help pin a partner down or up. As part of role-playing a terrifying villain. I don't think Dark Shadow has any method of reproduction, so it's not like it could really join Tokoyami in doing anything, but he has called it a creature. Maybe that means it does have a PP, Mai jumped in, leaning over the railing. If it's a living creature, it's got to have some way of making babies, right? But it's more like a bird, Tsuyu added. So maybe a cloaker. Most species of birds don't have a PP and their reproductive system's completely different, ribbit. What? Mai asked, whipping her head around to Tsuyu. Really? Yeah, Tsuyu answered while Koji nodded his head in the next row up. Amphibians have it too, though at least the males get some kind of PP. It's something I had to learn about a while back because we were concerned my anatomy might be different because of my quirk's mutations, but it's not, thank goodness. I can already spit out my own stomach. Having a cloaker too would just be really gross. What's the difference? Minoru asked. Momo coughed. To simplify it, the cloaker in birds, amphibians, and other species functions as both the site of bodily waste removal and NSMMTN. Meaning? Mina queried. Meaning they pee, poop, and have sex from the same hole, Hunter answered, and a pall came over all the students as they thought about it. Fortunately, I don't, Tsuyu reminded them all. So please, stop thinking about it. Ojiro, you're next, Midnight declared as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 utilized the distraction and managed to get Dark Shadow to obediently get back inside and was currently muttering to himself about his forbidden desires having been wrenched into the light from the darkness where he'd banished them. Now's probably a bad time to say that I find 𝐒𝐿𝐵, he answered, chuckling slightly. A few of the students likewise issued half-hearted laughs. Doing it in the but just seems so weird, Toru said. It is common, though, Kyoka replied. I've heard that you either love it or you hate it, Mina added. There's no in-between. Doesn't matter how much you paid me, I'd only try something like that with someone I really liked, Izuku said with folded arms and a shake of her head. Midnight smirked, but otherwise held off on teasing. Just remember that if you were to try that, you should definitely have a lot of lube and a condom handy, as well as cleaning your rectum out in preparation. I am sure Recovery Girl doesn't want to hear about any of you doing it raw or getting an infection because of fecal matter getting into lacerations in the rectum or on the PP. Kirishima, you're next. A hero winced horribly from the mental image of having SHT all over his junk and shook his head before trying to clear it with thoughts of something he actually found sexy, ignoring how strange it was to be intentionally doing that in class. Alright, this is gonna sound really corny, but I sometimes find heroing situations to be really sexy, he admitted. Like some of those bad parody ones, where the hero saves some bystanders or other civilians and then they get really gratuitously thankful. Oh yeah, like that one you starred in, Midnight. For once, Midnight froze, as she pet her head in confusion while Momo's stunned gasp was even louder than Mai's. The one I was in. I assure you, Kirishima, I have never. Yeah, I think I know the one he's talking about, Minoru piped up. It's got you in your first costume, where it looks like the bad guys are gonna beat and have their way with you when they tear the whole thing off and have you practically naked, but then, wham. Bam. Hi-ya. You knock them all out with some well-placed kicks and punches while also using your quirk on them, and the two dudes you save take you right there in the alley. Oh right. Midnight at midnight. Midnight ignored Momo's gasp as her eyes brightened. Oh yes. That one. I understand now. So have you done porn, Miss Midnight? Mina gasped. Was it fun? How much did you get paid? Midnight giggled and shook her head. Sorry to burst your bubble, Ashido, but I need to reassure my daughter. No, I have never done porn. However, there have been a few parodies in which they have used my likeness and I have been called on to act as a consultant on my costume and how my quirk works. Being the R-rated hero means that quite a few production companies want to use my likeness from time to time, especially when I was in my 20s, but I did make a pretty yen from being an on-site consultant. Plus it was adorable when the cast and crew wanted my autographs and for me to do a Seki photo shoot. That film promo cover earlier. I actually did that photo, even though I never performed in the film. She didn't mention how she was actually 4 weeks PNT with Momo at the time. She had crossed many lines, but saying that might be going a bridge too far. A hero nodded his head, relieved that his teacher hadn't actually done it, and elbowed his seatmate. Hey, it's your turn, Bakubro. You got any KNKS that don't involve property damage? Green hair, the explosive Pomeranian answered without a moment's hesitation. There was a single second's total silence. Izuku froze in his seat, stopping writing as Katsuki's words got stuck in his brain. Green hair. Bakugo likes green hair. Wait, green hair. What the F does Kaken think I'm secretary? Izuku shot to his feet and turned around, yelling, what? Katsuki blinked, then his eyes caught sight of the nerd's green hair, and he felt like he wanted to vomit. FNO, he shouted. Don't make me puke, idiot. Like hell I'd be turned on by you, Deku. That had better be the truth, Bakugo. Ochako warned, getting out of her seat and glaring at him. I agree, Momo added. If abusing Midoriya turned you on, then that's even more despicable than we thought. F no. Katsuki shouted back. You're marking me sick, even implying that I effing got off torturing him for 10 years. Just cause he's got green hair and I find green hair attractive doesn't mean I find anything about Deku appealing. Well, then who is it? Mina asked. None of your thing business, raccoon eyes. It isn't me, is it? Tsuyu asked. Because I don't return the feelings, Bakugo. Can it, frog? I'm not into you. Midnight clapped her hands. Okay, we can discuss Bakugo's secret crush. I don't have a effing crush. After the lesson, but for now we have 2 more students to get through. Shoji, then Ida, please. Actually, mine is the same as Tokoyami's, Mizo replied. I know it's on point because of my quirk, but like Midoriya said, I actually can create, well, PP duplicates using my quirk. So, yeah, when I do check out stuff, it's tentacles. He was blushing beneath his mask, but 𝐒𝐲 felt like the giggles he overheard weren't anything like the teasing ones that had come up in middle school when he'd been made fun of for his quirk or wondering if he could make sex organs with his dupliarms. All of them were being subjected to Midnight's class, so these giggles didn't really make him feel embarrassed or ashamed of his quirk, not even Itsuka's hushed question that he just managed to overhear on if he'd be good in porn. It wasn't what he wanted to do at all, but when he was older, perhaps he'd have an interest in it like Uwabami seemed to. Steam seemed to escape Tenya's nostrils as he rose from his seat. As the last person to speak, I must first declare that I strongly object to this method of teaching SXL education, he declared. I see no academic purpose for having each of us underage students divulge information about the types of materials we like to consume when all of us are not legally permitted to view such material. Your objection has been noted and will be summarily ignored, Midnight replied. Identifying different 𝐭𝐻, specifically 𝐭𝐻 that each one of you has, is as much about exploring the vast range of 𝐭𝐻 that are out there as well as understanding that every person can have different SXL preferences for what they find RSNG. Some may surprise you, some may not. It's all part of life, and since we're all on this island until we've finished watching this show about Midoriya and your class, however long that takes, it is quite possible that romance could bloom. It already has for Midoriya and Uraraka. Knowing as much as possible about SEC and the forms that it can take is good for your SXL health, and God knows I'm sure none of your parents are bold enough to discuss 𝐭𝐻 with you or why doing it raw is a bad idea unless you are trying to conceive. As an example, I had Momo barely a year out of UA. Momo blushed, hesitantly stuttering at the announcement. She knew her mother was young, but she didn't know that she was that young. Remember, all of you. The ladies are fertile. Their bodies are ready to bear children, but none of you are ready to be mothers and fathers yet. You're not even ready to be what you're aspiring to be. Get your lives in order first before you start creating new lives within you. Ida, your 𝐭𝐻, please. How much says he finds classroom lectures 𝐭𝐻? Hanta asked Denki while elbowing him, with the electrification user snorting in response. Yeah. Probably likes the hard-nosed, strict, glasses type who just comes undone at the first provocation. While I still disagree, you are our instructor, so I must answer, Tenya replied. Very well. What I find RSNG are women who are confident and bossy without being abusive. Excellent. Well done, Ida. Midnight cheered. She glanced up at a clock on the back of the wall at the edge of the classroom. 𝐻𝐻𝐿. This is taking more time than I thought. We should probably finish up soon, so let's do a quick lightning round on SXL positions, Jeopardy style, and then finish off with 10 minutes of free conversation. Izuku felt a defeated groan well up in his dry as a bone throat as the picture on the slideshow changed again, and he hoped that this would all be over soon as Minoru raised his hand and shouted out Lotus Flower. He was already mentally exhausted from watching his fight with Bakugo again this morning and then the majority of the USJ incident this afternoon. While this was, admittedly very, interesting, Izuku wasn't sure just how much of the new information he'd learned he'd end up retaining. Furthermore, how on earth are Ochako and I going to be able to go to sleep tonight now? The air in the buffet hall was a subdued and exhausted one. Just before Midnight had been about to finish the lesson, she had suddenly gasped and screamed, I almost forgot to discuss consent. That took another half hour to go through, as Midnight thoroughly drilled them on the topic of consent and the dangers legal and otherwise in non-CNSNS NTRCS, while also throwing in that some people have non-con 𝐭𝐻s and like to roleplay them and if any of them do they should do so with an understanding and willing partner. So, we're not gonna talk about that, right? Mashiro asked, glancing around at everyone. What's there to say? Katsuki fired back. I'm surprised you all knew as little about that SHT as you did. Did none of you pay attention in health class? Give us a break, man, Denki whined. Not all of us are smart enough to get into the top 5 of the class. But you're smart enough to get into UA, Katsuki retorted. That means even a bottom feeder like you shouldn't be a complete idiot. You still call the guy who graduated medical school at the bottom of his class a doctor, so use that dumb brain of yours already. Uraraka, Midoriya. The couple in question, who couldn't look each other in the eyes at the moment, looked up at the voice of the person in front of them. Or, rather, looked down. Momo was performing a dejiza in front of them. I deeply apologize for the actions of my mother in that lesson, having the two of you come up front to demonstrate as well as her teasing. Yarozu. Izuku gasped, waving his hands in front of him. That's really not necessary. I humbly disagree, Momo replied. I cannot apologize enough for the embarrassment my mother put you two through, put all of us through, please forgive me. Okay, you're forgiven, Yomomo. Ochako answered. Geez, don't make us look like we're Yakuza bosses or something. Momo looked up at the two of them, a very, very small smile returning to grace her features. Really? There's nothing for you to be apologizing for, Yorozu. Shoto spoke up from several feet away behind her, watching the scene with his usual deadpan expression. It's not like you have control over the actions of your parents. Be that as it may, Momo replied, still on her knees even if her head wasn't planted into the floor anymore. I still feel the need to do something to atone for the embarrassment my mother caused all of us. Also, I'm sorry for not telling anyone that Midnight's my mother. It's really not that big a deal, Denki tried to placate her. Yeah, she's our teacher and your mom, but it's not like your situation is any crazier than some of our other classmates. Momo was silent for a moment as she contemplated what he said, and Denki continued. I mean, like, Todoroki's dad is Endeavor, who's the current #1 hero in the country, and Midoriya was being personally trained by All Might himself before he got into UA, and now All Might's also one of our teachers. Your pro-hero mom being one of our teachers isn't that big a deal. But All Might and Endeavor never showed pornography to our class. Mina giggled. She is now my absolute favorite teacher. Big thumbs up to your mom, Momo. I thought that we were not talking about this. Koji inquired as Momo melodramatically groaned and cast her gaze to the warmly lit ceiling. I agree, Tenya added. I move that we should never discuss that entirely inappropriate lecture and what was said in it ever again. He glanced at Izuku and Ochako. Just earlier today he had believed them to be far too naive and innocent to do anything improper when they were huddled beneath that blanket together, but now he had to reconsider that notion. Ochako had mentioned that she was into 𝐒𝐲𝐵𝐻. Wouldn't doing something while hiding in plain sight play right into that? I don't see what was so inappropriate about it, Mai said, leaning back in a chair and going over the notes she took in her notebook. Now I know that there's a lot more data I need to gather, and she's given me lots of ideas for interesting babies I could make. You are not getting the boys to STRP for you, Kyoka declared. Bakugo. Katsuki looked up and grunted questioningly at the student who was approaching him. Tsuyu stared at him, one finger pressed against her chin. You said something in there about green hair. Is there something I should be aware of? Katsuki's currently pink face frowned and he was about to shoot a retort at her before recognizing that the frog-quirked girl, the well-proportioned frog-quirked girl, had green hair. He grinned. Why? Wanna see if it's true? Tsuyu felt her mouth open on her own accord and blinked. Sorry, Bakugo, but I'm not interested in having my first time be with an aggroed cherry bomb. The thought of being literally finger-banged is a hard pass. I just wanted to let you know in case you were thinking about it. With Tsuyu walking away from him, Katsuki made a tch sound and called out, your loss, as he turned his gaze away from her. He made the mistake of looking at Denki, and his friend patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry about it, man. I get rejected all the time. I'm not worrying about it. And it's not a rejection if you don't ask. I never said I wanted to F a frog. Mina held up a finger and frowned. Okay, back up. 1. Zu is a great girl and any guy or girl would be lucky to have her. 2. You say that again and I'll dissolve your PP until it matches Monoma's micropenis. Enough with the micropenis SHT. Nito yelled from the other side of the room. I'll prove it to you if you want, Ashido, you and all you 1A trash. You, no, Mina wrinkled her nose and shook her head. I don't want to see it, not unless you can prove to us you can be nice and you romance me. Monoma, we are not going to get into a PP measuring contest with 1A, Itsuka groaned. And stop insulting them. You saw what they went through at the USJ. Yorozu. Gyro. Everyone in the room stopped their assorted conversations that all managed to revolve around what they just experienced, despite the pledge to not talk about it, and turned to see that Aizawa had entered the buffet hall. The teacher didn't seem to be sparing them a single glance of sympathy for having abandoned them to Midnight's lecture as he looked towards the two female students. He'd just named. "Follow me, please. There's something I'd like to discuss with you both." Izuku watched with concern as Momo anxiously followed after their teacher. She was already anxious enough from having just spent the last, however long that lecture was being thoroughly embarrassed by her mother. She didn't need any more embarrassment. Before he could do something about it, though, a hand landed on his shoulder. Turning to see who the owner was, Izuku looked in slight puzzlement. "Hey, Ida. What's up? I hope you haven't forgotten about our duel, Midoriya." "What?" Izuku asked, starting to wave his hands in front of him. "Of course not, Ida. I haven't forgotten at all. Though I'd hoped you had," he thought. "Then we wouldn't have to go through this. Are you sure we should do this now, though?" "No time like the present," Tenya answered. "Come, Midoriya. Let's ask if we can use their quirk training facility." "They're actually going to duel?" Mai asked aloud. "This I've got to see." Momo wasn't quite sure why she and Kyoka were being led away from their peers by Aizawa, but it had to have something to do with what had happened today. There was no other explanation for it. However, despite all of her intelligence, Momo just could not grasp a reason for why their teacher had singled the two of them out of everyone in class. It couldn't have been because of what her mother subjected all of her classmates to, because if that was the case, why was Kyoka getting involved? Aizawa opened a door, gesturing for them to enter. Momo found her mother present in the room, changed out of her hero costume and now in a pink tank top and beige shorts. "Hello again, girls," Kiyomi said, no smile present on her face. Momo felt any complaints she had about the art teacher's conduct in the last lesson slip away as she recognized the serious air present in the boardroom she'd entered. The door closed behind Aizawa as he entered after Kyoka. Their homeroom teacher instructed them to take a seat, and the pair of girls sat down in the chairs around the table in the room. "I suspect you both are wondering why Aizawa called you in here," Kiyomi said. "That's because we noticed something about your conduct in the videos we watched today that we feel needs to be addressed." "About our conduct?" Kyoka asked, frowning. "We were barely in any of the episodes today. But for what you were visible in your actions were concerning." Aizawa's tone was not one that gave Momo any degree of confidence. "I'm talking, of course, about the USJ. Yorozu, you used your quirk to arm both yourself and Gyro against the villains, but you did not prepare a similar weapon for Kaminari." Momo winced at the deadpan scolding from her teacher. "And Gyro, you showed a callous disregard for Kaminari's safety when you kicked him directly at the villains." Yorozu was correct, you were only lucky that that move worked out so well. If it hadn't, there's no telling what would have happened. Kyoka didn't say anything, but looked away dejectedly. Kiyomi folded her arms while watching the two girls. "So, do you have anything to say for yourselves? After witnessing the scene again, I'm sure you both must have remembered how you were feeling and what you were thinking at the time. Momo, why didn't you give Kaminari a weapon too? As someone who creates electricity, even if he cannot aim it, he could at least channel the current through a medium like the quarterstaff you created for yourself." Keeping her eyes down and rubbing her arm, Momo pitifully answered, "2 reasons, mostly. The first is because I was not wholly familiar with how his quirk worked, having not had time to work with Kaminari before in class or spend any amount of time with him to inquire about his quirk. Because of that, I was not fully aware that he could only create electricity from his body but had no ability to direct it anywhere specific. Secondly, I didn't make him one like I did for Gyro and myself because he didn't ask for a weapon until I was already concentrating on producing the insulation sheet so he could fully utilize the area attacks I'd seen him perform during combat training, and making multiple different creations simultaneously is a skill I've only recently been developing since our final exam before summer break. If I'd given him a weapon, I would have lost all my progress on the insulation sheet and would have needed to start over, which would have taken more lipids from my stores as well as time I wasn't sure we had because of how outnumbered we were." Momo looked up. "And if I'd taken the time to explain all that to him, I would have had to partition my concentration between explaining things to him, creating the insulation sheet, and keeping an eye out for villains on the attack. I just couldn't handle all of that at the time. Aizawa dipped his head slightly. Understandable, I suppose. You three weren't exactly given the opportunity to strategize like Midoriya's group in the shipwreck zone. Still, you were able to create a net in an instant while Kaminari was giving some villains a shock treatment to trap another in his quirk's effect, so it's clear that at least some of that inability to perform multiple creations simultaneously is a mental block opposed to a quirk one. I expect you to apologize to Kaminari later and to do better, understood? Momo bowed and nodded. Yes, sir. I apologize for failing to meet your expectations of me. Both teachers then turned their attention to the purple-haired rocker. Well, Gyro, do you have anything to say for yourself? Kyoka winced and hesitated to say anything. While she still figured that Denki needed that kick in the breaths to realize that he could actually do something against the villains, saying as much to Aizawa and Midnight probably wouldn't look too good. Even though it worked in their favor and boosted Denki's confidence in himself before Momo had finished making the insulation sheet for them to hide under, kicking his dumb but straight at the villains who were trying to kill them was not something that, in hindsight, she was proud of. No, sir. The only thing I have to say is the stress of the situation got to me, and Kaminari's panicking wasn't helping us. We'd just started training and were suddenly being attacked by villains. Kaminari's screaming about being dead weight wasn't helping me. Even so, what I did was stupid and callous. It wasn't very hero-like to kick Kaminari at the villains trying to kill us, even if it did work out. Kyoka was tapping her jacks together beneath her chin, not looking up at either Aizawa or Kiyoma. There was silence for a long moment before Aizawa sighed. Granted, since this was an unprecedented incident in only the first week of training, mistakes when encountering villains for the first time can be expected. Even so, your conduct still deserves a reprimand. I want each of you to apologize to Kaminari for what you did or didn't do that day, and I want both of you to hand in an essay to me examining your faults, how you've improved since then, and how you plan to do better. Also, Gyro, don't think I haven't noticed how you've spoken to Kaminari. I'm not sure if you're intentionally being malicious in your teasing or not, but after witnessing how Bakugo has treated Midoriya, it would be hypocritical of us to only look at their relationship. What are your honest thoughts about him? Kyoka felt her cheeks grow hot as Aizawa's question reverberated around in her head. Her thoughts about Denki. Seriously. Why was her goddamn teacher asking this? Shifting her eyes away from Aizawa's gaze, she tapped her jacks together a little more forcefully. Well, he's an idiot, and loud, and completely exhausting to deal with, and is always smiling like a knucklehead but keeps flip-flopping from being annoyingly optimistic and seriously pessimistic about his own skills. And he keeps trying to flirt and ask out every girl he sees. It's annoying. He's just such a pain. Momo felt gears clicking together in her brain as she watched Kyoka's face redden, not meeting anyone's gaze as she scratched her head, and her mother grinned devilishly and seemed to be struggling not to squirm with delight as she sat on the board table. Aizawa, I believe we can leave the subject of whether Gyro's bullying Kaminari alone, the femme fatale stated in what was practically a purr. I feel that it's something the two of them will need to resolve on their own without our involvement. Aizawa gave his senpai a glance, his mood souring when he saw her grin. Very well, I won't demand that you two have a conversation about your teasing. Just tone it down and make sure your teasing doesn't stray into bullying, got it? Why, sir? Kyoka replied. I still want you to apologize to him for the USJ, properly. Yes, sir. I want that essay by the start of episodes the day after tomorrow. You're dismissed. We seriously do not have to do this either, Izuku said as the two teens faced each other in the resort's quirk training facility. Both of them had changed into the training clothes provided to them by the gym, simple shorts and muscle shirts, and were currently stretching in preparation for throwing down. I believe we do, Tenya replied as he limbered up. It's only fair to recognize your achievements in spite of the adversity you faced. In your tenacity and drive to become a hero, I am of the opinion that you far surpass me, Midoriya. I find myself looking to you for inspiration, which is why I feel like you should be the one leading our class going forward. Izuku looked down sullenly. I'm still not sure that I'm the right fit for that. I've never even been a class monitor before. If you want to lead your own agency in the future, you'll need to get some experience leading a team, Midoriya, Tenya reminded him. You already do an exemplary job of that during our exercises, and what the video today displayed regarding what happened at the USJ this spring. And even though we haven't gotten to review it yet, don't think I've forgotten about our provisional licensing exam. You were the one leading our class through the first half of the first stage until Shindo from Ketsubutsu split us up. This would be a good thing for you. Tenya smirked. Besides, it's not like I'm planning on just handing the position of class rep over to you forever, Midoriya. We have 3 years at UA. I intend to challenge you for the post next year. I've got an idea. Why not keep being the class rep for this year and then I can run for class rep next year? Izuku proposed. Tenya kept smiling and shook his head. Let's get to it, Midoriya, he said. Unless you want to shame yourself by backing out of this duel. Wait. Maybe this isn't such a good idea, Ida, Izuku continued to plead. There was that thing that happened yesterday with One for All. I don't know if I can control it or not. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. Well then it's a good thing we're in this quirk training facility, isn't it? Tenya asked. His smile dropped and Tenya got into a running stance. Midoriya, I'm coming now, whether you're ready or not. Izuku tensed at the declaration from Tenya, the engines in his friend's legs roaring to life as ingenium rushed for him. Eyes widening, Izuku ducked, Tenya's leg whizzing just over the green curls of his hair. Ida's not playing around if his first move is a headshot, Izuku realized. He's taking this seriously, even though he wants me to be our class rep going forward, he's not going to just lie down and give it to me either. Which means I need to give him my best too. Izuku dodged to the left, firing up One for All to 5%. He threw a punch towards Tenya's side, which missed as the speedster ran out of the way from him. Izuku gave chase, kicking things up a notch while Tenya was still in the process of accelerating. 7%. He connected a blow against Tenya's back after catching up to his friend, Izuku's foot striking into the muscle just beside his spine. Tenya grunted at the contact, but Izuku's blow was not as strong as it could have been. He knew that Izuku could strike harder than that, he'd been the one teaching his friend how to kick in order to create his new shoot style after all. Both of them traveling in the same direction also helped to lessen the force imparted in the kick. Tenya took another couple of steps forward as he regained his balance before spinning on a dime, firing up the engines in his left leg and snapping it towards Izuku. His friend took the kick to the side, partially blocking it with his arm, and managing to avoid being pushed back too far. Ochako cheered as she stood on the sidelines with the majority of the class. You can do it, Izuku. Kick his butt, Ida. Minoru called out. He's popular enough without being class rep. Tenya jumped up, spinning around and using his engines to boost his left leg's speed and power again. His kick slammed into Izuku's raised arm, the green-haired inheritor taking a stance identical to All Might's when he'd been blocking Nomu's attack against Katsuki in the video they'd seen earlier that day. Izuku felt his body get pushed back a few feet along the floor of the gym from the strength of his friend's kick, and he knew he'd still be feeling that one in the morning, but it wasn't the worst he'd felt. Unfortunately for him, Tenya was on him again, quickly advancing on his friend and using his engines to full effect as he spun and kicked at Izuku, forcing him onto the defensive. Izuku weaved and dodged, tracking Tenya's movements with his eyes and recalling everything the larger youth had taught him about using his legs as weapons. Shoot style was still in its infancy, Izuku hadn't been using it for more than a couple of weeks, but Tenya had been training to use his legs since BRH. It was clear that he had an advantage over Izuku when fighting that way. Leaning his head back, Izuku felt the toe of Tenya's shoe by his chin, cutting it far too close. I'm not going to be able to do anything if I stay on defense, Ida's too fast for that, and I'm still too stiff when using full cowling at more than 5%. Firing up One for All to 8%, Izuku pounced to the right to get some distance. Tenya twisted around as a follow-up kick cleared away the dust from Izuku's dodge, analyzing the path that Izuku's body was taking. Narrowing his eyes, Tenya prepped his engines. I'm only going to have one shot at this. My apologies, Midoriya. They roared as he sent them into overdrive, and blue flames emerged from his mufflers. Recipro burst. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 gasped as Tenya moved. It had looked like Izuku was going to get away from their current classroom representative, but then Tenya put on the heat. He caught up to Izuku in the blink of an eye, grabbing Izuku around the waist and speeding straight in the direction Izuku had already been heading. The wall. The pair slammed into it, Tenya body-checking Izuku's back into the concrete and driving all the air from his lungs. Even so, Izuku had endured far worse pain than simply being winded like that. He'd been in pain through most of his young life, and shattering his limbs fighting the zero-pointer, Todoroki, and muscular was far and above worse than this. Tenya's shoulder was pushing into his sternum and his arms were wrapped around his waist, but that left Izuku's hands and arms free. I can't control my movements as fluidly above 5% yet, Izuku thought as he kept one for all flowing at 8%, bringing his right arm up, but thanks, Ida, you just put me in a position where I can't possibly miss. Tenya gasped as Izuku's elbow came crashing down against his skull, knocking his hold on Izuku off slightly and sending his friend's glasses clattering to the floor. Izuku used the moment's lapse on Tenya's part to slip free from his grasp, kicking off the wall with one motion of his right leg and then using his left to hook Tenya around the shoulder. Rotating around, using the added force from Tenya's recipro, Izuku mentally apologized to his friend as he launched the fellow speedster headfirst into the wall. Denki and several others winced while Itsuka placed a hand by her mouth and hissed, "Yeesh, he's gonna be feeling that in the morning." The blue flames of Tenya's recipro burst sputtered and died, black smoke now emerging from his mufflers, while Izuku scared in air. That attack had still hurt. Dang, Hatsune wasn't kidding when she said you were like a tank with an F1 engine, Ida, he wheezed, turning to look at the other boy, who had slid down the wall and was groaning like a zombie. "Hey, you okay there, Ida? You're not hurt, are you?" Just fine, Midoriya." Tenya replied, though anyone who heard his voice could tell that, no, he wasn't. He was gritting his teeth and fighting through the pain to answer him. "You sure about that, legs?" Mai asked, nonchalantly striding up to him, 𝐿𝐼 only a step behind. "You seem to hit your head pretty hard, there." Mai turned towards Izuku while Tenya still squirmed on the floor. "Nicely done, muscles. Looks like you're now the third-class rep on the island." Izuku blinked at her. "The third? Oh, did I forget to mention? I'm the class rep for 1H. Everyone in the gymnasium that doubled as the quirk training facility stared at Mai. Even Tenya managed to turn around from where he was still agonizing on the ground to gawp. "What?" Izuku couldn't get a word out from his baffled mouth, so Tsuyu managed to beat him to the punch. "Didn't you say that Mr. Power Loader vetoed you from becoming your class representative, Ribbit?" "Yeah, but Principal Nezu vetoed his veto." "You also said that you were never going to get the position," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said as Dark Shadow emerged from inside of him. "Yeah, was that a big old lie?" asked the living quirk. Mai shrugged. "I never said that I didn't get the position, just that I knew I was never gonna get it and I didn't want it. Apparently none of my classmates wanted it either, so Principal Nezu kinda swooped in and made me class representative, no idea why, though. It's not like I've done anything class rep-like. I've spent all my free time in the design studio making babies. The most I've had to do is settle disputes whenever more than one person wants the plasma torch." "How do you settle those?" 𝐿𝐼 asked. "By suddenly realizing that I need it to make something and taking it for myself," Mai proudly declared, throwing her prodigious chest forward and laughing. Those who knew Mai better than the others exchanged looks. That was certainly one way to diffuse arguments in support. Nobody would be crazy enough to try taking something like that away from Mai once she was using it. Tenya, getting to his feet and holding his head in one hand, groaned. "No wonder I never saw 1HS representative at the meetings with the student council." "We have a student council?" Denki asked, scratching his head. "The hero course doesn't have much to do with the student council, it's mostly applicable to the general studies and business track," Tsuyu said. She turned to look at Tenya as he stood. "Are you sure you're okay, Ida?" "Yeah," Itsuka agreed. "That looked like it hurt quite a bit, and it's not like you're as hard-headed as Tetsu is." Still holding his head in one hand, Tenya waved her off as he reapplied his fallen glasses with the other. "I'll be fine, but thank you, everyone, for your concern." He turned to look at Izuku. Congratulations, Midoriya. This is your victory. I cede the position of classroom representative of Hero Course Class 1A to you. May you lead us wisely. Izuku did not look so sure. Are you really sure about this, Ida? What if Ida? You're bleeding. Tenya raised his hand towards something wet that he started to feel on his forehead and brought it back towards his eyes. Seeing that it was now painted crimson with his BLD, a noise of interest passed his lips. It appears that I am off to the medical center to receive treatment immediately. I'll go too. Mai offered. While you're getting your head examined, I'll be able to take another look at those engines of yours. Taking his defeat gracefully, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stated, watching as Tenya walked out of the facility with Mai closely following. It is the outcome he was hoping for, ribbit, Tsuyu said. Even so, he must be a little frustrated. Yeah, Mashiro agreed. It was over so fast. Do you think Ida should even be walking by himself right now? That was a pretty heavy blow to the head he took. Didn't we learn in first aid training that you should never move a patient with a head and neck injury? Itsuka asked. Their neck muscles swell up and compress their vertebrae, so it's not immediately apparent if they've suffered a spinal injury until the swelling goes down. Koji nodded. Yeah. People who've seemed uninjured in car crashes have woken up the next day paralyzed because they didn't realize they were even injured in the first place. So, why did we just let Ida walk off on his own? Izuku asked aloud. Ida, don't move. You're gonna be paralyzed. We can't have Ingenium number 2 being knocked out because of training. Someone get a stretcher and call for Miss Kamemoto. As class representative, it is my sworn duty to get you to the medical room safely. Midoriya, just because you're the class rep now doesn't mean you need to become the new Ida. Besides, you haven't been sworn in yet, ribbit. We have a swearing-in ceremony. How did I not know this? No can do. Midori's not allowed to swear. Guys. Focus. Ida. Head injury. Shota tilted his head back and took a sip from the 20-year-old Scotch aged in version white oak casks. He could taste the flavors of butterscotch and cinnamon spiked apple while a hint of vanilla lingered on his tongue. It was a good Scotch, with an easy nose and the smell of sweet butter, and he needed a glass of the good stuff after today. Reliving the USJ attack had not been easy for him, especially after seeing what his students had gotten up to after he'd lost consciousness because of the Nomu. That had been a terrifying encounter, not knowing what he was up against after he'd had his limbs broken by the creature even after using erasure on it, and then his students had been brushed with death that was only averted by All Might's last-second arrival. He looked down at his plate of hamburger steak, grilled vegetables, and rice, thinking about Midoriya when his eyes focused on the asparagus. For only being a first-year student with not even a week of training and barely above zero grasp on a quirk he just recently came into possession of, he had done admirably. The young man had come up with a strategy to safeguard his teammates while sustaining as minimal damage to themselves as possible, avoiding a costly battle in an environment that they were ill-suited to fighting in. However, his next choice was to imperil himself and his classmates, but not through aggressive glory-seeking or headhunting like Bakugo had displayed when the explosion boy went after Kurogiri, and to his credit he never suggested that they leap headfirst into the thick of the fighting like Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima would have done. Midoriya knew his limits and those of Asui and Mineta with him. He knew that they couldn't take on all of the small fry that Shota had been facing, but their previous victory had emboldened him into thinking that they could still pick off some of the villains on the edges. His reason to lighten the load Shota himself had to bear was a noble one, and also one he shouldn't have had to concern himself with. Shota bit the head off the piece of asparagus in his chopsticks and chewed it thoughtfully, appreciating the salt, black pepper, and herbs the chefs had seasoned it with. It was frustrating, having such a good soul in his class. The torment and lack of support that the boy had endured through his formative years should have made him jaded and cynical about the world, but here he was, a paragon. Shota had been informed of the result of the duel between Midoriya and Ida. He knew that the problem child was now won as classroom representative. But something about it just seemed off. Not him becoming class rep or calling him noble. He recognized Midoriya's spirit for what it was. There was just something else at play here. Nomirai sat down next to him as Shota swallowed. Most of the students had already finished eating supper, so it was just him and his senior. Alone in this section of the buffet hall. She appeared to have taken the seafood option, some shellfish fedua that also included slices of sausage to go with the prawns, scallops, and mussels. "Penny for your thoughts, Aizawa," she asked, sitting down before clapping her hands together and swiftly murmuring "itadakimasu." Shota grumbled and carefully picked up a piece of his hamburger steak. It was so tender he didn't even need a knife to cut it, just his chopsticks were enough, so he had to be cautious. "It's about Midoriya," he answered. "That's a shocker," Nomirai replied with a hint of amused sarcasm. "How are you doing, Aizawa? Seeing how you got into the state you were in when we all arrived was painful. Watching it happen to yourself again had to have been far worse." "I'll be fine," Shota grunted. "Right now I'm more concerned with Midoriya. His actions at the USJ, they weren't rational." Nomirai scoffed. "You always say stuff like that," she remarked. "And I'm always right," Shota replied. "You agree with me, Kiyoma." "What are you thinking about this time, Aizawa?" she asked tiredly before perking up when she placed a tomato and herb-covered prawn in her mouth along with a bit of the pasta. Shota ignored her hums and blissful mmms at the taste of the food. He started tapping his plate with his chopsticks, the sharp tapping noise comforting as he tried to figure out what was rolling around in his head. "Midoriya, he disobeyed orders twice in the videos we saw today," he stated. "He came towards the plaza to try to help me with the villain pack, and then he ran towards All Might when he was in a bind." Slurping some noodles, Nomirai glanced towards her junior. "That's who he is, though. You've been his homeroom teacher all semester and summer. You more than anyone in the school, even All Might or sweet young Uraraka, know who Midoriya is. That child has a noble and righteous heart and just wants to help people who are in trouble." "Except there was nothing he could do," Shota countered. "He's a first-year hero core student and had only just begun to learn how to control a quirk he'd had for a month. We're adults and fully licensed and trained pros, and All Might was the #1 ranked hero not only of Japan, but the entire world. Midoriya recognized after he broke himself during the entrance exam that he didn't have the skills to become a sidekick, yet he still tried to get involved after leading Asui and Mineta out of danger. He had 2 close calls within minutes of each other, and he didn't get killed only because others arrived to save him at the last second. He was worried about you, Aizawa," Nomirai tried to reason. "God knows he's intelligent. He knew right away that you'd thrown yourself into a battle that was heavily stacked against you." Shaking his head, Shota's tapping on the plate intensified. "It's not that. I assured him that I had it handled and told him to evacuate with 13. He stuck around at the top of the stairs and watched until Ida almost dragged him away. Then, since he had the opportunity, he took Asui and Mineta with him towards the plaza, where their presence could have distracted me from the fight, and then he felt like he needed to rush to All Might's aid when All Might was the strongest hero there was, even if he was fighting on a time limit, when Midoriya couldn't even properly control one for all without breaking himself. All Might had even told him explicitly to evacuate me because of the condition I was in because of Nomu, and he disobeyed his goddamned idol." Shota reached out and grabbed his scotch, taking another sip of it while Nomirai hummed thoughtfully. "When you put it like that, it sounds like you're saying that Midoriya doesn't trust us." Shota froze at his senior's words and slowly placed his glass back down, as well as his chopsticks. His face fell into his right hand as Nomirai questioningly called Shota. "That's it," he said as the puzzle pieces fell into place. "Midoriya doesn't trust us adults." He could feel Nemurai's questioning gaze on him through the hand covering his face, and Shota groaned. "He was running around on adrenaline and fumes with 2 broken arms when I caught him in the woods at the training camp and wouldn't have listened to me even if I told him to go back to the lodge, and then even knowing that All Might was on the job along with the top pros, he still went off along with your daughter to try to rescue Bakugo from the league. That's what I couldn't figure out. That's why he's such a DMN problem child. Once he's in a situation he doesn't trust anyone other than himself and his friends to handle it." At last, Nomirai sighed and looked down at her plate, placing her chin on her hand while resting her elbow on the table. "It does make sense when you look at his past," she reasoned with a dejected air. No adults ever believed in or trusted in him before he met All Might and then came to UA. The Musutafu heroes just stood by as Bakugo was being hurt by the sludge villain. All Might didn't move to save Bakugo until Midoriya did first. I'm not going to go out and say that it's All Might's fault he's your problem child, but when he told Midoriya that his actions inspired his hero to act, wouldn't that have reinforced a subconscious idea in Midoriya? Shota glanced at her. What are you getting at? The adults aren't doing anything, so I will. The adults can't do anything until I do. Once I move, others will follow after me. I am going to become the greatest hero in the world with the power All Might entrusted to me. I have to do everything I can do to save whoever needs saving, no matter the cost to myself. Shota reached for his scotch again while Nemurai sighed once more and returned to her food. We're used to dealing with students with Superman complexes, but it's gonna be hard when the student in question can actually back that up. We can't make him an Atlas at 16, Shota answered her. It'll crush him. You're one to talk, Nemurai sniped. How'd you sleep last night? One of the best nights of sleep I've had in years. The bed was soft and the pillows were fluffy. I didn't have any K and KS in my back and no headaches from being overtired. It was awful. But I'm not trying to train Midoriya to be me. I know my work habits are unhealthy. Then maybe you should set an actual example for him and take care of yourself, Shota, Nemurai said, dropping his first name for emphasis that just got him to glare at her. Look at who his examples are so far to draw from. 1. All Might, the symbol of peace, a man who used his power to practically single-handedly cause a historic drop in crime and has been the pillar upholding society for years without ever taking a break. He couldn't even take a break on his way to school to do what his actual job was. 2. Eraserhead, a gruff, perpetually tired underground hero who does both hero work and teaches at UA, who works so much he has coffee for BLD and resorts to taking power naps in a sleeping bag he brings everywhere, but doesn't hesitate to jump into a probably unwinnable fight to protect his kids and make them feel at ease. She gave him a deadpan stare that Shota had to admit was pretty impressive, but it irked him to no end. Growling, he picked up his chopsticks again to grasp another piece of his absolutely delicious hamburger steak. Why does being a hero teacher have to turn us into f***ing hypocrites? When you roped me into this whole teaching thing, I expected to have to teach kids how to be selfless and help people, not to have to teach them to not be heroes. We'll just do what we can, Aizawa, that's all we can do. Hopefully having a romantic relationship will encourage Midoriya to hold himself back because he has someone who'll be sad if he pushes too hard. Or maybe we should get him a cat. He can't go and die if he has a cat to take care of, right? Don't make fun of cats in front of me, Nemurai. You know better than that. Okay, so spill, 𝐶, Mina said as all the girls except for Mai had gathered in her and Toru's room. They were all in pajamas, being a few hours after supper at this point, but still not quite time for them all to head to bed. Why didn't you tell anyone that Miss Midnight was your mom, girl? You even had us over at your house and we didn't see a wink of her. Momo felt herself blushing as she curled her fists around her knees while on Mina's bed. I didn't want anyone to know that I had the R-rated hero as my mother, she answered. Don't get me wrong, she's a great mother and I love her, even if she can be infuriating like she was today. She's encouraged and supported me every step of the way, and becoming a hero was my choice. She and father never pushed me towards this path. I'm proud that she's my mother, but still, telling my classmates that our teacher is my mom would have just been too embarrassing. I suppose, Toru said. I mean, given how much fun she seemed to be having teasing you once it was out in the open, it kinda makes sense that you didn't want to let it be known that she was your mom. Ochako nodded. It also would have put a lot more pressure on you if everyone in class knew that your mom was one of our teachers, though I can't say that things would have been much different if we'd all known that one of your parents was a pro-hero right off the bat. What do you mean? Momo asked. Ochako smiled. Well, look at Ida, she said. His whole family are pro-heroes. Grandfather, father, brother. Learning that your mom was one would have just made you even cooler, Yomo. Though it probably would have made Mineta a little more unbearable, Mina acquiesced. Little creep's bad enough already, but if he'd known you were Miss Midnight's daughter from the start, well, that was another reason why I didn't want to tell people, Momo admitted. I may be following in her footsteps already with how risque my costume is. I didn't need the boys in class to think that my personality was like hers as well. I believe it's fair to say that you're nowhere near as flirty as your mom is, Gozu. Itsuka answered her. She's kinda got that under lock and key. But still, she scratched her cheek, looking away and blushing. Can't begin to imagine why she let you intern with a pro like Uwabami if she was totally aware that she, The temperature rose a few degrees in the room as each of the girls remembered exactly what midnight had showed them that afternoon. Yeah, that was a lot, Toru giggled, the movement from her sleeves making it clear she was either scratching her head or doing something with her invisible hair. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's cheeks heated up and she pushed her index fingers together. Yeah, well, it's just kinda something I've been interested in. I honestly thought that that'd be your thing, Toru. No way, the invisible girl refuted quickly. Doing stuff like that in public. There's no way I could do that. It'd be way too embarrassing. Isn't your hero costume being naked? Kyoka asked. I'm not naked. Toru argued. I wear gloves and boots, remember? There was a pause as the other girls registered what she said. But, your body, Itsuka pointed out. Like, your melons but would be totally exposed, not that anyone can see them anyway. Honey, you're just a step away from being totally ND in that costume, Mina giggled. It's even worse than what I heard Midnight's high school costume was. Oh please, don't make me think of that nightmare, Momo shuddered. Mother's shown me pictures. Whenever I think of how exposed I am in mine, I always think about what Mother was bold enough to wear when she was our age. How are you going to handle outdoor training in the winter, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Toru seemed to freeze at the thought. Oh, shoot. I didn't think of that. I'll freeze my melons off if I don't do something. Well, it's not like you can wear anything, Kyoka wondered. You can't really be the stealth hero, invisible girl if your clothes give your presence away. I know. Toru grumbled. It's seriously stupid. I'll have to basically give up heroing in winter. Unless you can find a way to make an actual hero costume that's as invisible as you, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. That way you won't have to be naked all the time. It'd probably also suck if it's raining outside, having to run around all the time in the rain with no clothes on. Maybe you can talk to Hatsune about it. Momo suggested. I'm sure she'd like a challenge like that while we're here on this island. It'll be autumn soon anyway, so the temperature will start to decline. That sounds like an idea, Toru agreed, nodding her head. And hey, I know that this is a change of topic, since I'm sure 𝐒𝐿𝐵 doesn't want us teasing her all night about midnight sec ed class, but did any of you rewatch those episodes of the show that we saw yesterday? She got a few nods in response to her question. I know there was some talk about us redoing Mr. Aizawa's quirk assessment test from orientation day, but remember how he said that showing us how he graded us all would be pointless. I do recall him saying that in the video, Itsuka said, Mina and Tsuyu nodding. I think he fixed the scores, Toru stated. The other's eyes widened and Momo let out a small gasp. Toru started waving her arms around. Seriously, he had to. There's no conceivable way I came in ahead of Midoriya, or Gyro, or Kaminari. None of us had awesome physical scores. Momo placed a hand to her chin while Kyoka nodded. It is really weird that Jamingwei and I scored higher than him, she said. I mean, yeah, we're all fit, but Midoriya was 10 months of intensive all-might training fit. Dude got shredded working out cleaning that beach. Mr. Aizawa did seem to have it out for Midoriya at the beginning of the year, Momo said. Perhaps placing him in last place and then saying that he was lying to us about expelling the last place person was another logical ruse of his. A ruse on top of a ruse that was a fake ruse. Mina asked. She pouted. Sneaky. But that does sound like Mr. Aizawa. It still isn't fair to Izuku, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said, shaking her head. I know what Mr. Aizawa said about the world not being fair, but having it out for him right from the start is just the total opposite of favoritism. He had that really great ball throw score, and his grip strength and a whole bunch of the other events he wasn't in last place either. You're one to talk, Infinity Girl, Mina teased. That one score alone is probably what put you into 10th place. But it still doesn't explain how I scored higher than Midoriya. Toru exclaimed, waving her arms around again. He was faster than me, stronger than me, had a better long jump, had a better time in the distance run, obviously had a better softball throw. The only thing I think I beat him at was the seated toe touch. Just goes to show that Eraserhead was judging on his own scores. Itsuka sighed. I just hope Tetsu's re-education of Monoma is going well. His what? Mina asked. Tetsu is marathoning yesterday's episodes with Monoma right now, the ginger replied. Hopefully it gives him some more context about your class and tones down his inferiority complex. Damn it. Nito cursed, his leg twitching. It's a stockpiling quirk. I thought for sure I'd be able to copy his power. Even if you could, wouldn't your body kinda explode if you tried to use it? Tetsu asked. Let it go, men, we're about to get into the 10 months of hellish training Midoriya went through just to get ready for it. Well, he's stuck on this island with us now until we get into watching whatever future Miss Kamemoto and her superiors in upper management want to show us, Mina said. So he's bound to get to know us and drop it eventually, right? I hope that seeing what he's like whenever he interacts with our class knocks some of his loose screws back into place, Kyoka commented. I can't imagine what your days must be like having to put up with him, Kendo. He's really not all that bad when he's not ranting about how Class A is full of trouble junkies and thinks they're so much better than us, she replied. Though I think his attitude is rubbing off on Mr. Khan. Vlad King's been becoming a bit more obsessed about having us show up your class since summer break started. He was practically glowing in homeroom the other day when he gloated that all 20 of us passed but 2 of your class failed. I don't think that's really such a bad thing, Tsuyu said. It's good to have a rivalry. Once we're pros, we're all going to be rivals with each other in a way. So long as the rivalry isn't too intense or generates any bad BLD, I'd be fine with that, Toru agreed. Momo nodded. I do as well. I look forward to competing against your class in our future joint training, Kendo. Yeah. Same here. We won't go easy on you, though, Mina, Ochako, and Kyoka all agreed. I look forward to it as well, Itsuka giggled. It'll be fun going up against your class, though you have to realize that our class is going to have a distinct advantage over yours. Mina frowned. Why's that? The same reason the other schools had an advantage over us in the first stage of the provisional licensing exam, Momo answered. You, Tetsu, and especially Monoma, will be watching our development by seeing this show and will be aware of what we can do. Our techniques and super moves that we develop will be an open book to you to tell your class about. And you can bet we'll exploit the heck out of it to develop countermeasures and contingency plans to defeat you, Itsuka challenged with a smug grin. We'll see how well those work out, Momo replied, smiling. We'll be well aware of your advantage. It'll just be another obstacle for us to overcome, Ochako agreed with a grin. Plus ultra. We'll be going just as plus ultra as you. Well, maybe we'll do something none of your plans could expect, Mina countered. Itsuka laughed. Like what? Mina grinned at her, giggling in her throat. Maybe pin YA to the ground and establish DMNs over you. Itsuka looked at Mina for a hot second before her cheeks flushed red. Ashi, what? Mina cackled and started rolling around on her bed. Itsuka was still blushing furiously and glared at the pink-skinned hero student. Not cool. Ashido. Mina only laughed harder. So, who do you think Baguko is into? Toru asked. Well, it's definitely not me, Tsuyu stated. I told him no before he even got the opportunity. And he already nearly puked at the thought of Izuku, Ochako stated, folding her arms and furrowing her brow. The very idea of Bakugo liking Izuku in that way was simply unthinkable after all he'd done, and fortunately the dyed blonde seemed to think the same way. Which is great, because if he was, she left her threat hanging. Personally, I hope it's none of the girls in our year, Momo said with a wrinkled nose as if she'd just smelled something unpleasant. We can count the people with green hair on one hand. Midoriya, Zu, Shiozaki, and Tokuchi. And Kamakiri, Itsuka reminded her. Seeing what Bakugo was like at the beginning of the year and as a kid, I really hope he doesn't come after Shiozaki or Tokuchi, But if he does, she smirked, he'll have to get through me first. Don't make a promise you can't keep, Kendo, Kyoka warned her. Bakugo's really strong and he's frustratingly talented. There's a reason he's one of the top dogs in our class and won the whole sports festival. And he may just beat you down and decide to dominate you instead, Mina teased. Miss Itsuka's sec fights turn me on, Kendo. Shut up, she retorted, whacking Mina with a pillow. I'm not about to lose to a bully like him. Mina shrieked and waved her arms as she tried to defend herself, but aid came from Toru smacking Itsuka in the face with a different pillow. Her assailant stunned for just a moment. Mina managed to grab a pillow of her own and raised it to whack Itsuka back, but she wasn't paying too much attention and accidentally smacked Kyoka in the side of the head. She promptly grinned and declared, "Oh, it's on now," and stole the pillow from Mina's grasp before whopping her butt with it. Very quickly the room descended into a whirlwind of shrieks, giggles, and rib bits as they all took up arms in an impromptu pillow fight that had all of them just letting loose and having fun. It was a good bit of stress relief for them, especially after everything that had happened that day. Seeing Nomu and the USJ attack again had been difficult for all of them, and this seemed like a good way to try to make those memories seem less scary. Momo laughed as a pillow struck her in the cheek and she fell backwards onto Toru's bed, something much heavier than a pillow following her down. Ochako had been floating using her quirk and had just returned her gravity, her momentum still being carried forward by the slap she'd received from Mina, and yelped in surprise as she landed on top of their vice rep. Staring up into Ochako's brown eyes, so very, very close, Momo felt her heartbeat quicken. The fantasy she had before returned, especially now that she could see very tiny flecks of gold in the other girl's eyes. Ochako was smiling apologetically at her, seemingly totally unaware of Momo's rapidly beating heart. "Thanks for catching my fall, Yomo," she said. "Hope my landing wasn't too rough on you." "And no. No it wasn't," Momo squeaked in surprise. Ochako said something in the affirmative and rolled off of her, and Momo felt herself relax just the slightest bit. The gravity girl picked up the pillow that had landed on Momo and chucked it at Toru, who ducked. Momo slowly sat up and simply continued to watch the other girls, and doing her absolute best not to get distracted by just how round her brunette classmate's rear end was. "Oh dear, I did not anticipate having a SXL awakening when we arrived at this island. Stay strong, Momo." Sometime after the pillow fight and a cuddle pile on Zoo, when she expressed her relief that she was still here and able to do all of this with them, Ochako returned to the room she was sharing with Izuku. She was just about to insert her room key to unlock the door when she froze like a deer in the headlights. Izuku was behind that door, getting ready for bed. Izuku, who had said he was into quirk play. Izuku, who was a total beefcake underneath his clothes. Izuku, who at least academically knew the VLVA inside and out. Izuku, who could probably ram her through a wall. Izuku, who she had practiced putting a condom on with earlier that day, on a DLD that Midnight had first insinuated even if she denied it was based on said young man's own equipment. Izuku, who she'd said she was first in line in getting smashed by. "Don't worry about it, Ochako," she tried to reassure herself. "It's nothing, really. That was just a really embarrassing classroom lecture we had to sit through. It's not like you're really thinking about having sex with him. Why just became a couple yesterday. It's way too soon for you to be getting ideas in your head like that." Shaking her head, Ochako opened the door and entered the room. Izuku had the television on and was currently sitting on his bed with a notebook in hand, scribbling something down. He'd dressed down into one of his t-shirts and a pair of black shorts, but he hadn't seemed to notice that she'd entered yet. Breathing a sigh of relief that the first thing that happened when she entered wasn't the two of them staring at each other like a couple of confused idiots, Ochako closed and locked the door behind her before padding her way to her bed after meandering around the bathtub in its marble setting. She couldn't even tell that the cracks they'd caused in their fight yesterday were ever there before. It was like the whole thing was brand new. The bed was wonderfully soft, as usual, as she clambered onto it, being careful not to accidentally float anything. Izuku seemed to be watching some kind of nature documentary. That was new. Watching. "It's a documentary on kangaroos," Izuku replied. "I got to thinking after we got Ida to the medical room that I still need to improve my kicks for my shoot style. Doing big sweeping kicks is one thing, but I started wondering if there was anything else I could do to SWCH things up. Bakugo said that I'm too easy to read when I increase 1 for all to 8%, so I decided to try incorporating different things into my moveset. So why kangaroos? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 asked. Izuku pointed and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 brought her gaze to the screen. Two boomers were scrapping with each other, and her eyes widened just a little bit when she saw one of them jump up and kick the other kangaroo in the chest with its powerful legs and feet. Don't you think that's a bit more of an Ojiro move? She asked. He's got a tail he can use to catch and balance himself with. You don't. If you tried to do that, you'd just be kicking yourself away too and falling to the ground. That was my thought too, Izuku admitted. But then I thought, maybe if I'm able to use Black Whip, would I be able to use it to grab hold of the ground and maybe anchor me like some kind of pseudo-tail? Now 𝐒𝐿's eyes really widened as she thought about it. She could see the move Izuku was talking about in her head, and it honestly sounded pretty cool. If you could do that, then why wouldn't kick yourself out of range of the villain either, she realized. You'd be able to get right back in there and keep scrapping or chase after the villain and unload a heavy kick like Ida depending on how far your jump kick sends them flying. Exactly, Izuku said, snapping the notebook shut. Want to go see if we can do it? 𝐒𝐿 laughed. Izuku, it's 20 to 11. I know, but I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight if I don't try it out, he said. If you want to go to bed, that's okay. I'll let you get some sleep. Nope, now you've got me awake and thinking about it too, 𝐒𝐿 said, shaking her head and giggling. Now I want to see if this is gonna work. Do you think you can even control it? Izuku's smile faltered and he looked down at his hand. I don't know, but I'll have to try. Let's go talk to All Might. I'm sure he'll want to come with us. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Yeah, sure. You head on out and wait for me. I'll just quickly change into something better to train in than pajamas. Izuku blushed after a moment before quickly stammering something in agreement and heading on out. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but giggle. She really had been overthinking things. Sure, they were dating now, and they'd kissed quite a number of times, but Izuku was still Izuku. She'd been totally overreacting, thinking that Midnight's class would have fundamentally changed anything. Her phone dinged just as she was putting on a fresh grey tank top to go over a pair of emerald spats. She frowned slightly as she saw that it was a message from Kyoka, and when she saw the content her face instantly went red. Oh Gyro. You did not need to tell me to pay attention to Izuku's breathed leg. It was late, and Shota was re-watching the show again with a pot of coffee in front of him. He wasn't even pouring himself cups, just drinking straight out of the coffee pot. Shota still wasn't sure why he was doing this again at this late hour. Maybe it had something to do with what Nemurai had said about Midoriya not trusting the adults in his life, or about how he had recklessly thrown himself towards the League of Villains after Shota had lost consciousness fighting Nomu. Why was he doing this all over again? Shota sighed and rubbed his eyes as it continued through the entrance exam again, a highly irrational test in picking new entrants to the program. That's right. Show who you are. Embody what it means to be a hero. Nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice. His eyes flashed as he turned back to the television, Midoriya's scraped and broken arm and legs on full display after he punched out the Robo Inferno. There had been no way that All Might's words had actually reached the boy that day, but Shota would have been a complete idiot not to realize that it was the exact philosophy that Midoriya was living by. That misguided chivalry was going to get him killed. What am I gonna do with you, problem child? Shota sighed. Toshinori sighed and shook his head as he looked down at Midoriya and Uraraka, the boy sitting on the bed in the medical station with his girlfriend next to him with a concerned look on her face, while in front of the sitting youth was one of the cat people employees of the resort that had started to pop up as of that morning as far as he was aware. Her mulberry-furred tail swayed behind her, poking out through a hole in her white clothes. She had introduced herself as El Famo Uban when the trio had entered the medical center, giving them a bright smile that was in contrast to the strained groans that Kamemoto had so far made whenever someone had hurt themselves. She was still smiling kindly now even while she examined Midoriya's injured arm. Clearly it wasn't possible for their caretaker to be present in the medical room at all times, especially when there were so many other things that were likely occupying her, so it made sense that there would be dedicated medical staff. This was a full-size resort, after all, but still, to have not been introduced to her until just now when it was close to midnight was just unprofessional. Not like Toshinori had any room to talk. He hadn't introduced young Midoriya to Tsuruhiko until his successor had to go for his first internship after the sports festival. It wasn't like it would have been impossible to introduce his MSDR's sworn friend while he'd still been training Midoriya into a vessel capable of receiving one for all. Clearing those thoughts away, Toshinori began to question their newly acquainted medical professional. "Well, how's it look?" Midoriya winced slightly at the words that left Toshinori's mouth, but the boy wasn't at fault. None of them could really have known that when he attempted to use Black Whip consciously to catch a ball that Uraraka threw across the gym that it would actually rip open the skin on his arms like tearing seams of fabric. "The lacerations are fairly extensive, but thankfully shallow," she remarked. "But there is some other less recent damage present that has yet to heal fully. I do not know if I will be able to heal it, but I shall do my best." "Heal old damage?" Midoriya asked as Toshinori felt his eyes widen. "You mean you'll be able to repair the abuse Midoriya put himself through using one for all?" He wondered. The cat girl stood up and moved towards the desk in the corner, where a tall but rather plain wooden cane stood. "As I said, I do not know. However, you are training to be a hero, correct? Heroes should always be in their best condition." She grasped the cane and turned around, the smile lighting up the turquoise eyes with pupil slits beneath her swooping bangs of mulberry hair. "You are in this resort to rest, recuperate, and learn, correct? I can scarcely see why striving to heal such harsh damage thee'st already suffered would be undesirable. I doubt there is aught I can do for thine right hand or the scar tissue, but everything else I believe I will be able to put to rights before you leave." Moving to stand in front of Midoriya, 𝐿 raised her cane aloft. "I will heal the immediate damage your arms have received now. Pray give me some time, and I should find a solution for resolving the rest of your injuries." Toshinori felt himself wondering just where this 𝐿 came from given her manner of speech and exactly what her quirk could be if she was raising a cane in front of her with the crook at the level of her head when the air around her suddenly began to swirl and became visibly infused with green light and the wooden cane in her hand started to shine blue. Motes of light appeared, dancing around the crook and 𝐿 as the crook of her cane itself seemed to be surrounded by some kind of soft blue aura. She raised the cane above her head and the aura pulsed. Toshinori's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as the light from the cane and the twinkling blue motes came to rest on Midoriya's injured arms, and all the cuts he'd sustained from his usage of Black Whip healed instantly. "What was that?" Uraraka asked while Midoriya examined his arms closely as stars twinkled around him. The whole thing lasted barely 2 seconds. 𝐿 seemingly ever-present bright smile was exuberant as it turned towards the young lady. "Oh that was a little experiment," she replied. "I was not sure whether or not my magics would work on Midoriya or not, since you all seem to come from a land without ether. Yet, ether is present here on this island and it has not yet seemed to have any undue effects on you all just being around it, so I was hoping that using etheric energies to heal Midoriya's wounds would work. Evidently, it did, which means I have a bit less to concern myself with for devising a cure for the residual damage to his arms from past injuries." Mouth agape, Toshinori could only stare as she replaced the cane beside her desk, tail with the tuft of black fur on the end like a lion swaying back and forth slightly. "Pray return to your rooms and get some rest," she declared. "I have some research to do. I shall see thee anon once I have devised a solution to your past ailments, Midoriya. Good night." Thank you very much," the young man replied. Toshinori followed his young successor and Uraraka out of the medical room in something of a daze before he closed the door behind them. That was magic," Uraraka said. "She just said that she used magic." Both kids were looking up at him, but Toshinori had no clue what to tell them. "Seems like it," he answered, a smile coming to his face unbidden. "This place is just full of surprises, isn't it? A television show about young Midoriya's life, a staff full of cat people, and apparently even some who can perform magic." Midoriya placed his newly healed right arm up to his chin and held it in his hand. "Are we sure it isn't a quirk, though? She said it was magic, but a lot of quirks are able to do things that people previously would have called magical. After all, Magic is any sort of phenomenon or advanced science that just isn't understood, so maybe her quirk functions sort of like Recovery Girl's if she has a healing quirk and that staff of hers is just a support item. It wouldn't be out of place for that to be the case. She said something about ether, maybe her quirk is the generation of this ether and manipulation of it. It could just be another form of energy that we don't know about because we haven't seen a person with a quirk like hers before. I should ask her more about her quirk tomorrow in our free time and maybe see if she would like to come to the training facility to deal with any injuries we might sustain while training there. Toshinori glanced down at Uraraka, who caught his eye, and they both shrugged and shared helpless smiles. I trust you can get him back to your room just fine, young Uraraka, he asked. You can count on me, sir, she replied as Midoriya continued to mutter away about Alphonse's quirk. Toshinori nodded. You are all right with that setup, yes, he inquired. Sharing a room with young Midoriya, I mean. You did have quite the stirring confession yesterday. Uraraka's face blew straight past pink into red, and Toshinori had to hold back his laughter. It was good to see them being happy together. All Might. Uraraka complained. He affectionately ruffled her hair and a chuckle slipped past his lips. It's okay, he said. I'm just happy to see young Midoriya happy. His smile's never been brighter than it has been today, and I believe we have you to thank for that. Just take whatever you learned in Midnight's lecture into consideration. Her ears flushed scarlet and Uraraka grabbed hold of Midoriya's wrist. Okay, being teased by All Might now, have a good night, sir. What? Have a good night, All Might. Midoriya called as Uraraka practically dragged him away. See you in the morning. Toshinori raised his hand and waved. Have a good night's rest, young Midoriya, young Uraraka. Don't stay up too late romancing. The squawk that Midoriya let out was absolutely precious, and Toshinori chuckled as his successor and his girlfriend rounded a corner out of view. Letting out a breath, Toshinori turned in the other direction. Well, I guess I'll go and get some rest, too. He had just taken a step towards heading to his room when the door opened and Elfamo peeked her head out. Mr. Yagi, might I have a word with thee? Since we are on the subject of healing the previous damage Midoriya's arm sustained, I wish to know if there was aught I could do for thine own injuries. Tenya nervously looked down from where he was lying on a work table at the mad woman who was standing beside him. I honestly appreciate what you are trying to do for me, Hatsune, he stated, but it is getting close to the time in which you'll be ejected from the studio. As students of UA, we should be ensuring that we get plenty of rest in order to function at our best. I function better on less sleep anyway, Mai replied, holding her tape measure. Now just relax, will you? I just need to take some measurements for the new leg babies I want to make. You won't let me yank your mufflers out, so making a citric acid injector like you do for a numbers engine is the best I can do at the moment. It's kinda crazy that your quirk just runs on citric acid and doesn't even require oxygen to function. What do you mean? Tenya asked, glancing towards her as she measured him. Mai giggled. Well, if your quirk really did require lots of gaseous oxygen to function, then there'd be a lot of real combustion going on in there. Your legs would have cooked long ago and the BLD that circulates around your engines would boil. Whatever oxygen you'd be getting to fuel the reaction would have to be from your bloodstream, and I'm sorry, but even as bullshit as quirks are, your BLD just doesn't carry enough oxygen to sustain whatever output your quirk's doing without asphyxiating you. What you've got just seems to decompose citric acid into pure power and blows any thermal energy, water vapor, pure oxygen, and carbon ash from the decomposition away. So, we make a baby that just gives your engines a shot of pure citric acid powder and see just how much of an explosive boost that gives you. Isn't that counterproductive to my last costume upgrade? Tenya asked her in exasperation. I wanted something to improve my radiator to help keep my legs cooler. Adding something like that would just make my engines overheat faster. But this time you're not forcibly overcharging them, she replied. You're just giving them a blast of pure fuel, which should give you a burst of power without the drawbacks of your recipro burst stalling your engine. She paused for a moment, pushing her arms together as she seemed to have an idea, though all it served to do was give Tenya a bird's eye view of the cleavage her black tank top exposed. He quickly turned his head away, trying not to think about it and the completely inappropriate lesson Midnight had given them earlier. Hey, Wonder what would happen if I combined it with ethanol. That'd really give you a power boost, don't ya think? Just as Tenya was about to respond, he felt Mai's hand and tape measure run over his PP before her hands swiftly moved towards his other leg, measuring the outside. Ha Hatsum. What was that? Just taking your inside leg, she replied breezily. And I had to make sure there was enough room for comfort between the thighs. I can't engineer humans to have internalized TSTS, but if they and the PP are gonna be just hanging around, I've gotta make sure your suit keeps them safe no matter what happens. You can't be getting all distracted by it being too tight on you if a villain shows up with a whole bunch of sex appeal now, can you? Hatsum. What? Am I wrong? Tenya bit his lip as he grumbled. She was not incorrect. He knew that, but still. That was inappropriate of you, Hatsum. The last thing Midnight lectured us on was the importance of consent. I'm trying to work on making adorable babies to keep you safe here, Mai replied. I repeatedly asked you when we were in the medical room to take measurements and you refused. More drastic measures needed to be taken. By disregarding the boundaries I insisted upon and infringing UPO, so are you going to be like this every time you get a costume upgrade? Mai interrupted him. Because while it's not the most relevant information for the majority of your costume, a PP protector is still an important piece of equipment. There are a lot of BLD vessels in that part of the body, you know. A villain could give you a life-threatening injury if it's not suitably protected, or remove your ability to procreate, which is something you're biologically programmed to longing in the majority of the population, or so science tells me. Frowning, Tenya narrowed his eyes. What kind of noble intentions does inappropriate touching serve, Hatsum? She stared at him in silence for a good 7 seconds. The smile that had been almost constantly plastered onto her face from the moment he met her during the sports festival slipped from her lips, and that was more unnerving than anything else she had ever done or said to him. Hatsum. Oh wow, the pink-haired girl said, you really are an idiot, aren't you, Ida? Even after today, you don't get it. Tenya racked his brain, trying to figure out what she meant. I don't get what you mean. What happened today? I did hit my head when engaging in my duel with Midoriya, but I failed to see how that, the USJ, you idiot. Hatsum shrieked at him. Eraserhead and 13 almost getting killed. That guy with the hands disintegrating the barrier at the front gate. Midoriya and the other two almost getting turned into red paste and ash. All Might's fight with the Nomu. She grabbed him by his shirt, yanking him up from the position he'd remained in lying on the table. I'm a support student. I don't fight villains, I make babies to help you fight villains and keep you alive. Seeing what you all went through before the first week was over was terrifying. I don't have a baby that can stand up to Nomu. I need to make you stronger. I need to make your armor better to keep you safe. You're not dying on me. If I can't, then what good of an inventor am I? Tenya's heart clenched as a sob racked its way past Mai's lips. Heroes fight villains. Support companies provide costumes and equipment to the heroes to support them. It's in the name. But if that support's not enough and the villain still wins, what's the point? What good are flamethrowers and missile launchers and gyroscopes and jetpacks and power armor exoskeletons if the villains win in the end? All Might can't protect us anymore. And Midoriya breaks himself fighting and rushes in without thinking. He asked for gear to reduce the strain on his ligaments, and even with his new kicks he still can't go all out or he'll shatter like obsidian. He's already broken himself so much that his body isn't even healing fully, that's why he's asked for gear like that, and he's supposed to be All Might's successor. I never really cared about you guys before, I admit that. You were interesting test subjects for my babies during summer break. Yeah, I knew heroes fought villains, but I didn't watch the news, I didn't see what you guys did. SHT got real today, Tenya, and when I'm doing my best to get exact measurements of every part of your body so I can tailor your costume to protect every millimeter of you, you rebuff me like some prude. I know I'm not good at people stuff, but what do you want me to do? Mai dipped her head down, her watery eyes no longer in sight but now soaking Tenya's uniform shirt as her face pressed into his chest while she sniffled. I'm just trying to help. Tenya's hands were off to his sides and held up, not knowing what to do with them. He'd never had a girl crying into his chest before, what was he supposed to do in this situation? Should I call for a teacher like Mr. Aizawa or Midnight? Maybe Midoriya would be better suited to this, or another girl, or Koda with his pet rabbit. No, it would take too long and it's late at night. I cannot trouble them, this is my problem to solve. Come on, Tenya, be a hero. But what does a hero do to calm down a crying girl like this? Do I follow Midoriya's example during the licensing exam? Or perhaps what Tensai would do? Stealing himself for doing something that he had not anticipated when he agreed to join Mai in the workshop, Tenya took a breath, and he wrapped his arms around her. I apologize, he said, feeling his own tears at Mai's heartfelt confession. She stiffened in his grasp, seemingly caught off guard by him hugging her. I was blind to your feelings. The videos of today reminded me of my own shame at having run away while my classmates fought and struggled through their own pain and fear. I did not think about what a support student like yourself would feel seeing what they experienced. Mai was silent for several seconds as she relaxed in his hug. What's this talk about shame for? If you hadn't gone, All Might wouldn't have hurried even faster and wouldn't have known what was going on. You saved your class, Tenya. Let's make babies that'll make you run even faster and for longer, so you'll always arrive in time. Tenya nodded. Yes. And you are correct. My reproductive system is a vulnerability due to the amount of BLD that circulates through that part of the body. If you wish to customize my suit instead of resorting to a standardized cup, then, though the idea is a little discomforting, you have my permission. Tenya could feel my pulling back a little, so he relaxed his arms to allow her. There was still the evidence of tears behind her cross-haired golden eyes, shining like coins, but a small smile had returned to her face. Really? Tenya gulped, but nodded his head once more. Yes. Really? Then no time like the present. Mai shouted. She got off of him and quickly grabbed her tape measure again. Quick! Get up and drop him. Stand over by that wall over there. We've only got 6 minutes and 42 seconds before we get kicked out of the workshop and I'm forced to return to my hotel room. 6.5 minutes later, the two exited the workshop into the lit hallway of the first basement level of the resort, Tenya hurrying to get his breathes back on while his shirt and tie were slung over his shoulders and his shoes smacked into the wall. His face was red, and Mai's was the color of her hair. Miss Kamemoto really wasn't kidding when she said that the workshop will eject you. Tenya remarked. Mai grasped one of her dreadlocks, idly playing with it for a moment. No, she was not, she stated with a chuckle. But, I got all my measurements I need from you, legs. Now I just need to work on getting the rest of the boys to drop their trousers for me. A little bit of steam came out of her ears as she stepped forward down the hallway towards the stairs that would take them back to the main floor. Tenya quickly zipped up his fly and fastened the button as he hurried after her, pausing only to grab his shoes. Just didn't expect that it would be another woman with a cat quirk, Tenya muttered, thinking about how just seconds ago a 7-foot-tall woman with cat ears, a tail, and whiskers slammed open a back door with an employee-only sign on it and shouted at them to get out and get to bed, Naya. You can make kittens there, not here, Naya. They were quiet for a minute as Tenya hurriedly attempted to make himself presentable again, not that anyone was around to witness. Hey, Ida. Mai's voice was quiet as she spoke. Thanks for that. You know, making yourself uncomfortable for me. It means a lot, knowing that you'll still fall for my ruses. Your ruses? Tenya asked. That stuff I said. Crocodile tears. Just like how I was pretending to be sportsmanlike at the sports festival when I used you to advertise myself and my babies. Mai turned her head and gave him a smile before quickly looking away. For a moment, Tenya was about to open his mouth and scream chastisements at her for tricking him again, but he thought back to just a few minutes ago, when she was sobbing into his chest. He'd never imagined the bombastically loud inventor who tanked explosions from prototype inventions without a care could be so soft and fragile, as well as emotional. She could say that she was faking it, but that was so raw that she was probably just pretending. Well, fine, I'll play along if you wish, my Hatsune. You're terrible. Tenya responded, chopping his hand towards her. Taking advantage of and tricking me like that, do you not have any sense of shame, Hatsune? Mai laughed. Hey, you know the expression, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? So you're saying I'm the fool now? I'll keep doing it so long as you keep falling for it. You are incorrigible. Whatever. You'll probably miss me at breakfast. I'm gonna get an early start on those new leg babies for you and some ideas I'm getting for arm babies for my Doria, so boo-bye. She started to take off down the carpeted hallway and Tenya reached out his hand towards her. Wait, Hatsune. She paused and turned to look at him. What? Tenya let his stern expression slip into a smile. Good night. Sweet dreams. Mai's manic smile turned a shade sweeter and her cheeks a tinge rosier as she replied. Sweet dreams, legs. Turning right around, she called, night-to-night, over her shoulder before taking off again. Tenya nearly stopped himself from reprimanding her for running in the halls. Nearly, but not quite. Even if he wasn't a class rep anymore, he just couldn't let that slide no matter how pretty her eyes were. It was still dark when Izuku woke up, but he didn't find himself desiring to snuggle his way back into the blankets and pillow of this ridiculously large bed, or wait until his phone's alarm went off. It had only been a minute and he was already wide awake. The sound of the breeze or the ocean waves coming through the open window wasn't going to lull him back to sleep, nor was the rhythmic pattern of Ochiko's breathing in the next bed over, though that was great to listen to. This was now the third time Izuku had woken up on this island, and it really was starting to feel like this wasn't simply a dream he would just wake from, even if some of the things that had been happening were completely nonsensical. A show about him, showing both his past and his future, a new facet of One for All, Ochiko Uraraka being romantically attracted to him and wanting to be his girlfriend, a strange quirk that created healing energy, catgirls, all the catgirls. He'd just woken from a dream about Ochiko having cat ears and a tail, a dream where she did things that Midnight had discussed yesterday. Shaking his head, Izuku rose from his bed and partially pulled back the curtains. The sun had yet to rise, so it was still dark out. Kamemoto had said that sunrise was at 20 after 6 in the morning, and given what he assumed to be their current latitude, Izuku was sure that he wouldn't start to see sunlight peek over the eastern horizon until a few minutes before sunrise itself came, if how quickly it got dark after sunset was any indication. Since he was awake, though, it was a perfectly good time to go for a run. The air felt cooler now, though still warm, so he didn't have to worry about baking in the heat like he and the others had the first afternoon. Contemplating leaving a note behind, Izuku thought for a moment before just firing off a text message to Ochiko, noticing her phone light up and buzz as she received it, though it did nothing to disturb her slumber. Smiling, he quickly got dressed into suitable running clothes, gathered his room key, a towel, and a water bottle, and headed outside. The air was warm, as he'd previously thought, with a steady sea breeze carrying the fresh smell of the ocean, which was still novel enough to him that it was refreshing. The track around the island was a good distance to do a couple of laps for a morning run, especially if he wasn't pushing himself with One for All. But maybe he should push himself. Nobody was around, after all, and he did need to get more control over his quirk. Quirks were like muscles, they needed to be pushed continuously to be strengthened or else they'd grow weak from disuse. While pushing his natural body would help him grow naturally stronger, pushing what his body could do using the maximum safe amount that didn't cause fractures could also help him develop. If he got stronger, then maybe he wouldn't be getting yelled at so much for being reckless. As he passed by the poolside bar, Izuku's mind wandered back to the previous day, when Mr. Aizawa had gotten into a staring match with him in the theater and promised a discussion after supper about his actions. He'd managed to skillfully avoid running into his homeroom teacher and dodged that conversation. If Mr. Aizawa had really wanted to dress him down, Izuku was sure that the man would have been able to track him down without even trying and choke him with his capture scarf. Yes, what he did at the USJ there was reckless, but what else was he supposed to do? Maybe rushing in right then didn't do anything, but what they were bound to see today was necessary. If he hadn't jumped in, broke his legs, and distracted Kurogiri and Shigaraki, then All Might would have died. The teachers would have been seconds too late. It's better to beg forgiveness than ask permission, right? But he still wasn't a bad boy trouble junkie. He didn't go looking for dangerous situations to run headfirst into. They just happened to happen around him with alarming regularity. The sludge villain, the entrance exam, the first battle trial, USJ, Hosu, final exams, summer camp, Camino Ward, they were all isolated incidents, not part of a pattern. He didn't have a problem. Everyone else was just crazy. Reaching the track, Izuku filled his bottle with the on-tap sports drink and took a pull from it first before getting himself into a running stance. No brisk jog to wake himself up this time, he was going to push it this morning. The crashing of the waves in the starlight and moonlight entered his ears, and Izuku slowed his breathing as he prepared himself. Okay, forget the egg in the microwave or the taiyaki. Think of a dam, open the sluice gates up just a little to get the turbines moving. He could feel 1-for-all's power flow through him as that mental image took hold, infiltrating every muscle in his body and strengthening them. 1-for-all, full cowling, 8%. Opening his eyes, Izuku took off down the track. The wind blew past him, green sparks of lightning arcing off his body as he sprinted. The roughly 5-kilometer track wasn't curved to a degree that gave him any trouble maneuvering, but if he tried kicking it up higher, maybe. If I'm trying to push myself, why shouldn't I dial it up a little? Izuku thought. He brought up the image of the power dam again, thinking about opening it up just a little more and letting some more water through to push the turbines harder. Full cowling, 10%. The change was immediate. His speed increased as every step pushed him further, faster, and Izuku could feel his muscles straining a bit, but not to a significant degree. It wasn't hurting, he could do this. Except, that tree was becoming bigger pretty fast. Was he going to be able to turn to keep himself on the track in time? He should. It's just a matter of simple body movement. Oh. I tripped. It's fine. Izuku thought as he tumbled and then accidentally kicked out, propelling him into the air and straight towards the coconut tree. I may not be able to angle my body, but I should be able to use Black Whip to swing Aru. Black Whip didn't come out when he tried to summon it. OCRP. Pain greeted Izuku as he managed to swing his body enough in the half-second after he noticed his plan would fail to make his shoulder contact the tree's trunk instead of his face. His green hair met grass and a groan clawed its way past his teeth. Oh okay, that didn't work, Izuku muttered. He was painfully reminded of his solo training the first night of his internship with 𝐵𝐵. When he hadn't quite figured out full cowling yet. Black Whip didn't come out, he thought as he looked at his arm. It's there, but I can't use it. It's like I've locked it behind a gate. I suppose that's for the best. When I tried to use it last night with All Might and 𝐒𝐿, the second I brought it out it tore at my arms. I'm just not strong enough to use that power safely at all yet. I need to work harder, so that I get to the point where I can reliably call on it without injuring myself. He stood himself back up. And to do that, I need to raise my continuous full body limit higher. I can't just settle for 8%. Let's try this again. 1-for-all, full cowling, 10%. Sand and grass exploded behind him as he kicked off once more, a green streak in the darkness. Izuku did not tell the classmates he ran into, or 𝐒𝐿, when he returned after sunrise for a shower before breakfast just how many trees he accidentally ran into while pushing himself. Maybe the way he was running was wrong for the speeds he was going and he needed to start Naruto running, or perhaps he should think of it less as running and more many long jumps in quick succession. Either way, he needed to work on it. Katsuki had been right when he said his movements were straightforward when his power output was above 5%. Izuku just didn't know what to do in order to become more flexible. Were his attempts to imitate All Might as 𝐵𝐵 pointed out still holding him back? The bright smile that 𝐒𝐿 gave him as he exited the shower, dressed in a t-shirt that read breathes and a pair of All Might-themed red, yellow, and blue shorts, pushed those thoughts away and the two headed out to go down for breakfast. She was likewise dressed casual today instead of in their summer uniform, wearing a pink graphic t-shirt and a white skirt with dark green tights. So, today's going to finish off the USJ, 𝐒𝐿 stated as they walked down the hall. Yeah, Izuku said with a nod. Not sure what it's going to show after that. I mean, there's the sports festival, but we had a lot of stuff that happened in between the USJ and sports festival. Do you think it'll show what we did when classes were cancelled on Thursday? 𝐒𝐿 asked. I can hardly remember what I did on that day off. Izuku shrugged. I know I basically stayed at home and rested, he said. Mom was all worried about me after what happened, and I didn't want to worry her more and give Recovery Girl any reason to get mad at me. 3 days at UA and 3 visits to the nurse's office really didn't look good. And it feels like you still visit her every other day, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said with a bit of a pouty face. It kinda sucks that you didn't meet All Might a year earlier. You would have had so much more time to train and get your body used to one for all so you wouldn't be hurting yourself so much. And now that I have Black Whip I feel like I'm back to square one, Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Though I don't think I'll be able to use it for a while. Why's that? Besides it slicing open your arm yesterday, I mean. Well, I tried using it to swing from a tree earlier this morning when I was on my run, Izuku admitted, avoiding making eye contact with 𝐒𝐿𝐵 as she glared at him, and it didn't come out. He looked down at his hand. It feels like I've subconsciously locked that power away until my body's able to handle it. It's there, but I can't use it. So I'm going to need to train my body to the point where I am able to bring it out without hurting myself before I can get any practice in actually using Black Whip. A long sigh came from 𝐒𝐿𝐵's lips. Well, that's good at least. I don't like the idea of you hurting yourself so much just to try to catch up to the rest of us. From where I'm standing, I'm trying to catch up to you. Izuku blinked and looked at his girlfriend as she slid her hand in his. You're just really brave and noble, Izuku, she told him. And even though you only got your quirk in February, you work harder than anyone else in class to get better to become the best hero you can be. Ida wasn't being crazy when he said he wanted to hand the job of class rep back to you, Izuku. You deserve to be leading our class, whether you can see that yourself or not. Her warm, soft, lips pressed against his cheek, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled. And I'll be here to tell you as many times as I need to until you start believing it. Izuku stopped walking at the landing of the staircase that would take them down to the ground floor of the lobby, and then onto the buffet hall where breakfast was waiting. There were no traces of the fight they'd had 2 nights ago, with everything repaired to be as good as new. His heart was swollen as he wrapped 𝐒𝐿𝐵 up in a hug, which she warmly accepted. Izuku didn't say anything, he didn't need to, and he could feel her smile against him as her hands ran down his back with her pinkies extended so that she didn't accidentally use zero gravity on him. Wait a second. Izuku pulled back slightly as a highly developed part of his brain started to kick into gear. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, is your quirk activation always involuntary? Yeah, she asked, seemingly curious as to the question. You know this, Deku. Whenever I touch all 5 of little finger pads I have on one hand against something, I remove the gravitational force being applied on it from it. That's why I wear my sleep mittens so I don't float stuff while I'm asleep. Right? But I don't really want to stop you, Izuku, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 continued, 'cause I'm sure what you're thinking about's really important, but can we at least eat breakfast while we talk about it? I'm sure you're hungry after your run. Don't wanna analyze on an empty stomach. Oh. Right, sorry. I'll hold on to that thought, then, Izuku replied, pulling out his notebook and quickly flipping to Uraraka's page before jotting down his questions. Where'd that come from? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wondered. I didn't see him put the notebook and pen in the back pocket of his shorts. The couple were not the first ones to arrive that morning for breakfast, but as they were arriving only about 15 minutes after it had opened at 7 on that, the majority of their classmates had yet to arrive. However, there were still a few notable faces. Mr. Aizawa was already seated, sipping on a coffee and looking actually decent while the principal sat across from him with a bagel. Tenya had a tall glass of orange juice in front of him and was doing something on his phone while Mai sat across from him and was practically shoveling pancakes into her mouth. Momo was sitting with Mrs. Midnight. Momo was sitting with the teacher they now publicly knew to be her mother and seemed to be having a cordial breakfast with despite all of the teasing that had happened during the lecture yesterday. Mina, Toru, and Kyoko were all in line for the breakfast buffet, and Minoru, Mizo, Mashiro, and Itsuka were already seated at a couple of different tables, eating away. Izuku felt his pocket buzz and chime as a notification went off the moment after Tenya put his phone down. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's did as well. Guess that was Ida asking where we were, she suggested before raising her voice and waving. Hey, Ida. Good morning. Tenya looked up and waved before Izuku caught his face stiffening. Good morning, Uraraka. Midoriya. As class representative, it's up to you to set an example for your fellow students. You should not be dressed so casually but be wearing your school uniform. Izuku glanced at Mai, who was in a red tank top and jean jacket tied around her waist with black breathes, and then at Itsuka, who had elected to wear a robin's egg blue t-shirt as well as her green UA skirt. "But, we're not at school, Ida," Izuku replied. "And it's really sweaty and getting kinda musty because of the heat and humidity, so I put my uniform in the laundry." "He's under no obligation to be wearing his uniform, Ida," Mr. Aizawa said between sips of his coffee. "Leave Midoriya be. As he's now the class rep, you're in no position to be lecturing him. If Midoriya chooses to wear casual clothing because he's permitted to, you have no authority to try to dissuade him." "Yes, sir. I apologize." "Stop being so noisy, and I'm not the one you should be apologizing to." "Yeah, Ida," Mai agreed with her mouth half full of pancake and syrup. "You need to stop being so uptight. Hatsune, please do not talk with your mouth full. Midoriya, I apologize." Izuku smiled and raised his hands. "Hey, it's okay, Ida. You're just really earnest, I get it." He turned towards Ochako. "So, what do you want to eat?" "Maybe cereal this morning," she wondered, placing a finger to her chin as the pair picked up trays. "Or some muffins and fruit. If they have grilled mackerel, I could go for some of that and plain white rice. I haven't really thought about it yet." The other three girls from their class passed them by on their way to a table, giving both of them cheery good morning greetings, and Mina offering to melt Izuku's tacky breathes shirt off so that they could all enjoy the pecs and abs of his shirtless torso, which got both Izuku and Ochako blushing like mad as Ochako fervently declined Mina's offer. Just as the trio were walking away, Izuku found his attention being drawn by one of the Catgirl staff calling his name. "Mr. Midoriya," the voice's owner called, skipping out from behind the counter to approach him. "I have something for you." The one who spoke was a appealing woman with shoulder-length ginger hair and furred ears and tail, wearing a golden tiara with soft blue bows tied to either sides. Sapphire earrings were piercing the woman's cat ears, while metal bangles were on her wrists, rings on her thumbs, index, and middle fingers, and a collar-like choker decorated her neck. The woman's stomach was bared underneath a short dark blue CRP top, and white breathes with detailed cross patterns down the sides of each leg. Izuku felt his already flushed face heating up as his eyes were level with this woman's chest, and it didn't help that she was giving him a very warm smile. She handed him a small crystal bottle, within which was a yellow liquid what sparkled and shimmered with an inner light. Good morning, Mr. Midoriya," the cat-eared and tailed woman greeted. "My name is Meilabati, and Elfamo has made me aware of your situation." His blush receding, Izuku looked between the bottle in his hand and the smiling woman in front of him and Ochako. Oh, is this what she was talking about last night?" Izuku wasn't paying attention to his volume, or how everyone currently in the hall had now paused and was listening in. Meila nodded, holding a hand up with one index finger raised while also lifting her leg behind her in a joyful expression before settling. "She's going to be leaving those tinctures here with me for you. Elfamo instructed that you're to have 2 every day, one with breakfast and one with dinner. So if you choose to go to one of the restaurants for dinner, please make sure you at least come by here first and ask for me so I can give you the medicine. Also, I've prepared a special menu for you to peruse that might help as well. I already have your breakfast prepared. Just give me a moment and I'll bring it out." "Really?" Izuku asked, feeling all of his other emotions go away in the face of excitement. "That's amazing. Thank you. I wasn't expecting to get anything this quickly. This has something to do with fixing your arms, right?" Ochako asked. "Just making sure." "Yep." Meila replied. "We're hoping that this special medicine and meal combo over the next 5 days or so should repair the damage your arms have sustained and fix you right up." "But..." Izuku and Ochako looked back towards her. Elfamo's still not sure what effect introducing meals and medicine made with etheric water, lightning, and fire-aspected energy to your body will be. So, before you take it, I am to make you aware of the list of potential side effects." She withdrew a small flip pad from her back pocket which seemed to contain the list and cleared her throat. "Warning, potential side effects may include dizziness, nausea, restlessness, muscle pain, skin rash, hives, vivid dreams, irrational self-confidence, loss of confidence, numbness of the extremities, loss of smell, constipation, uncontrollable urges, 𝐒𝐿 DSFNCTN, rapid muscle growth, incontinence, diarrhea, drowsiness, excessive energy, temporary blindness, obsession for click-clack math rocks, lethargy, and priapism. If you experience the last one and it persists for longer than 4 hours, you're to go seek out 𝐿𝐵 immediately and she will take care of it. Momo felt herself blush at the mention of the last one while her mother laughed. You sure you want to be taking a medicine like that, Green? 𝐭𝐽𝐾 asked, glancing at the bottle in his hand and then back at the woman who gave it to him. Sounds like it could be dangerous. Izuku was sweating as well at the list she'd just given him. Yeah, but at this point what choice do I have? I can either live with my arms as they are now, which could affect my ability to save people, or I could take this and hopefully get them fixed. What did you do to your arms? Mina asked. She looked at the compression sleeve he was wearing that covered the scar on his right arm. Does this have to do with what happened at the training camp and why you were so much more messed up than anyone else? Izuku nodded. Yeah. I busted them up really bad then. The doctor said that my ligaments were deteriorating pretty bad, and that if I broke my arms like that 2 or 3 more times, I might not be able to use them again. But it's okay, he quickly said to the looks of horror on the faces of his girlfriend and 3 other female classmates. I started using shoot style so I don't abuse them anymore, and I asked Hatsum and 𝐿𝐵 for costume upgrades to lessen the strain on my arms so they don't get hurt as bad. And if you get your arms fixed, you're going to promise not to mess them up like that again, right? Izuku gulped at the chilly gaze Ochako was giving him. Why yes, he yelped. I promise. I can't afford to break myself like that again. Good, she said with a tone of finality. We care about you, Izuku. I care about you. Even if you don't care what happens to yourself, we do, and if you care about us you'll take our feelings into consideration and take care of yourself too. Swallowing, knowing that she was right, Izuku nodded. I promise. Mayla clapped her hands together and kicked back her leg again. Excellent. I'll bring out your breakfast, Mr. Midoriya. I hope you're hungry for a big ol' farmer's breakfast. Eggs, potatoes, onions, and a healthy shank of meat from an ovim's loin, all garnished with parsley. Mina blinked at the unfamiliar words. Okay, ignoring that. I have a question. The cat girl stopped and looked back at her. Yes. What's a priapism and how will Midori know if he has one? Mayla giggled. Oh, it'll be pretty easy for Mr. Midoriya to tell if he encounters that particular side effect. It's a painful and permanent 𝐒𝐿. Remember, if you get one and it lasts longer than 4 hours, you're to seek out 𝐿𝐵 immediately and she will take care of you. Minoru's cry of Midoriya could be heard even from the lobby. At 8:30, right as the breakfast hall had closed down, Shota had all of the students gathered in the quirk training facility on the island. He had scoped out the facility beforehand, and knew that a number of students had already done so as well, so he was sufficiently happy that it was even a little bit bigger than the TDL back at UA. The front half of the gym was like a normal hardwood maple-floored gymnasium, while the back half already resembled a concrete obstacle course like what Ken Ishiyama liked to create. He still wasn't exactly sure by what Kamemoto had meant that the facility had Yorozu and Soto covered when it came to food, but he was sure that they'd figure that out in time. Looking at the lines of students in front of him in either their UA-issued gym uniforms or their own exercise clothes, Shota opened his mouth. Starting today, we'll be spending an hour before watching those videos and 2 hours after watching the videos to continue where we left off during your summer training camp and at UA to further develop your powers and special moves. The training goal Vlad King and I imposed on you to develop at least 2 special moves is still in place for those who haven't reached it yet, but by the time we return to UA from this crazy island I expect all of you to have at least 4 either perfected or in progress. A hand shot up from the end. Shota looked over at the offending student. You have a question, Minoma? Yes, I do. Erase ahead, he replied, placing his hands on his hips. Why exactly are Kendo, Tetsu, and myself here with your students? Shouldn't our classes conduct separate training? Toshinori decided to answer his question. Whether you are part of Class A or Class B is not important, young Minoma. What matters is that you are all young heroes in training. If what Miss Kamemoto told us on our first day at this island is any evidence, the future ahead of you kids is going to be fraught with danger, and you have an obligation to improve your powers as much as you can in the time we've been given. Rivalries can be nice, but it's not smart to take them to extremes. Instead of raising each other up, you'll just be tearing each other down. And before any of you ask about little Hatsune, Nemirai addressed as she stood in her own hero costume just like Shota did. She's down in the workshop puttering away and building things. Principal Nezu is supervising her. Shota waited a moment to see if Monoma was going to object again, but the blonde didn't. If nobody has any further time-wasting questions, let's begin. You're all free to break off to conduct your own independent training for your special moves, but we'll be here to provide advice and guidance should you ask for it. Midoriya, Shota saw the green-haired youth blink when he called his name, and Kendo, she also seemed surprised to be getting called out. I would like both of you to stick with me for a bit. The two class representatives came forward, Midoriya pausing for a moment to have a brief chat with Uraraka and Ida, and Shota looked over them as the rest of the students split off on their own like Bakugo, using his quirk to quickly evade Kirishima or join together in small groups. Kendo gave Shota a questioning look as Midoriya caught up and joined her. What did you want to speak to us about, Mr. Aizawa? She asked. He held up his hand. Before I get to that, he started. How are you feeling, Midoriya? You took that medicine the cat lady gave you, right? Feeling any of the side effects she listed? He frowned and flexed his hand a little. I don't think so. Well, maybe. There's a bit of muscle soreness in my arms and I am feeling a bit more energetic than usual, but nothing too serious. Shota nodded. Good. Now then, I know that this flies in the face of what I said the other day, Midoriya, he apologized, but right now, I don't want either of you training your quirks. He waited for a moment as his words sunk in. That's not to say that you won't be doing supervised quirk training at all, just that for today, I have a different task in mind for the two of you. Kendo, you're the class rep of 1B, Midoriya, you're now the class rep of 1A. While I have personal opinions as to the need for such mundane school positions in our track at UA, nevertheless, they exist. You're both to serve as leaders for your respective classes and your year as a whole. As such, I want the two of you to assist us teachers today in helping your classmates. Shota took pleasure at seeing the bewildered expression on Midoriya's face. Wait, what do you mean by that, Mr. Aizawa? What can we do to help you? Nemirai giggled while Toshinori grinned. What Aizawa is saying, Midoriya, Nemirai practically purred, is that we would like you to put that fanboy knowledge of yours to work. He blushed, but Aizawa was happy that Kendo seemed to get the message. Oh. So you want us to go around and help our classmates with developing their quirks with the ideas we can put together along with you teachers. That's right, Toshinori said. You catch on quick, young Kendo. Thank you, sir. Her eyes brightened. And you're having me do it along with Midoriya so that I can get practice with Tetsu, Monoma, and your class, so that once we return to UA I can help the rest of my class out too. That's right. So, Midoriya, Shota said, giving his problem child a small smile. Have you got any ideas on how we can make your classmates miserable? Shota still hadn't forgotten that he'd told Midoriya he wanted to have a discussion with him yesterday, but now was not the time for it. He needed to win the kid's trust first, and admonishing him first thing in the morning for disobeying instructions was not going to help him do that. It also didn't help that after re-watching videos last night, he'd done a little reminiscing of his own and come to his own realization. He was their homeroom teacher, it was not his job to personally train Midoriya or the rest of Class A, that was All Might's job as the teacher for foundational heroics. However, when had he actually striven to give Midoriya any legitimate guidance? He was failing Midoriya just like all of the other homeroom teachers he'd had probably failed him. If he wanted to have an honest conversation with the problem child instead of just coming off as lecturing him, then he needed to make the first move in forging a relationship with him like a good homeroom teacher should. Midoriya blanched at his words for a moment before looking at Toshinori. A grimace came to his face, probably remembering the 10 months of hell All Might had subjected him to, before looking back at Shota. He liked the grin the kid gave him. I've got a few, yeah. Amahi Kamamoto whistled as she watched the students trundle on into the Maple Theatre a few minutes prior to 10. Well, some of you certainly look like 𝐂𝐻𝐻. A series of grumbles and mmms exited the mouths of the students as they went to find either familiar or new seating arrangements on the couches and love seats in the theatre, and several were already coming up to her and asking for drinks and snacks. She had never said that they could get snacks, but, hell, why not? They looked beat up enough that they could do with some popcorn. She passed Mina a bottle of cola and a bag of hot buttery popcorn, to which the pink-haired girl in a baby blue tank top and black shorts thanked her, with Hunter following immediately after. Great, now I feel like I'm some part-timer working the concessions counter at Cineplex. Oh well, so long as they have fun and learn something eventually. Pulling out another bag of popcorn from a trans-dimensional food replicator as Hunter asked for it, she popped the question. So, what happened to you guys since breakfast? Grumbling, the tape-quirked young man answered, quirk training. He started to rub his elbows and winced. I was making tape non-stop for the last hour. That's rough, buddy, Amahi said, and handed him his popcorn and cola. Apparently Katsuki was next in line and Amahi gave him a smile, seeing that his hair was still pink after yesterday morning's dye fiasco, though he had at least managed to get his skin color back to normal. Well, hello there, Bakugo. You want some snacks too? Got any Hellfire Cola back there? He asked. Amahi blinked. Hellfire Cola. He gave her a look of belligerent disbelief. Here. You never heard of Hellfire Cola before. I thought you knew everything about us, babysitter. She shook her head. I only know about you guys from the show you're watching and additional sources, but I've never heard of Hellfire Cola before. What's that? Katsuki made a tsh noise as he scoffed at her. It's an Endeavor brand soft drink, duh. We're supposed to be able to get whatever we want on this island, right? Realizing that of course a hero as famous as Endeavor had to have had at least one sponsorship deal with a drink company, Amahi nodded her head and reached down for the replicator under the AV table, calling for a bottle of Hellfire Cola. Lo and behold, one appeared in her hand. Cold glass with a black label around the middle, flames surrounding the base, and Endeavor's stoic expression above the flames with the stylized name of the drink made of fire above his eyebrows along with the tagline burns the soul like a hell spider. Not sure what to make of it, and even less unsure by the fierce grin Katsuki gave her when he saw the bottle in her hand, Amahi handed the bottle over to him. Katsuki pulled the top off without a care or ask for a bottle opener, and the smell that emerged from the bottle offended her nostrils. Well, less a smell and more an overwhelming sense of fire that should not be coming from a soft drink. Her eyes started to tear up and Amahi coughed just from being near it while Katsuki took a long pull from it right in front of her. When he finished, his cheeks looked as if they'd been dyed again, but he was grinning like a madman. Yeah. That hits the spot. Now let's get this dumb show about Deku started already. Amahi waved her hand in front of her face as Katsuki walked away, still not sure of exactly what he had just consumed that made her feel like she just walked into a food processing plant that had been grinding ghost peppers into a powder. If anyone else wants to get some cough snacks, now's, oh god, the time. Oh 𝐻𝐻. She called for a box of tissues and started to blow her nose, already feeling the mucus running as her sinuses drained just from getting a whiff of it. Oh 𝐻𝐻, dude, you're drinking Hellfire Cola. Denki yelped, spotting what Katsuki was carrying back to his preferred seat on the far left of the second row down. How are you not dying? Because I'm not a PP like you morons, Katsuki replied. Want some? I'd rather not burn my taste buds off, thanks. I don't know how he does it, a hero commented, but Bakugo drinks that stuff like it's mother's milk or something. It's so manly how he handles insanely spicy stuff like that. The dyed pink walking bomb sat down next to a hero and Tetsu again, with both hardening boys turning their whole heads to rock and steel immediately so they didn't get any of the capsaicin being carried out of the bottle by the fizzy carbonation to hurt them. Momo looked to her right to ask her seatmate for the moment, Kyoka, about it. I've heard about Hellfire Cola but I don't believe I've looked into it. Do you know anything about it, Gyro? I heard they make it with dragon's breath peppers, she answered. It's supposed to be in the same heat range as pepper spray or something like that. Momo gasped. And Bakugo just casually drinks it. I am never having one of those again. Izuku stated as he sat down in his love seat with Ochako. She raised an eyebrow at him. Again, she asked. You mean you've had one before? He nodded. Bakugo forced me to drink a whole bottle once in second year at Aldera, and he and his sidekicks took a bunch of pictures and video, Izuku answered. It really scared. I kept vomiting on the way home that day. It was not a fun time. Bakugo! Tenya shouted. The explosive Pomeranian rolled his eyes. Oh, my God, are we gonna go over every shitty thing I did to Midoriya before we got to UA? Isn't everything else already tame in comparison to me telling him to kill himself and wish to be reincarnated with a quirk? You gonna do the whole arson, murder, and jaywalking routine on me, Four Eyes? Katsuki's complaining gave Tenya pause for a moment. I suppose, continuing to lecture you over every little incident that happened in the past would be redundant, wouldn't it? Very well, I shall do my best to withhold my comments on your past transgressions. It's fine, Ida, Izuku tried to assure his friend. Besides, you never saw Bakugo when he first started drinking Hellfire Cola. He let himself giggle a little. His face was covered in tears and snot. Shut it, nerd. You know Bakugo, you really shouldn't keep calling him that, Hanta said with a shd grin as if he had a death wish. You placed higher than Midoriya on our midterm exams and you were bragging to your middle school classmates about how you aced UA's mock tests. If you're calling Midoriya a nerd, doesn't that make you an even bigger nerd? Katsuki seemed to be breathing fire as he withdrew his lips from the bottle of cola. You wanna call me a nerd again, tape arms? He's right, you know, Kyoka teased from the safety of the front row next to Momo. You knew quite a lot in that lecture Midnight gave us yesterday. You must have studied hard, nerd. You're dead meat, tone deaf. Whoa, easy there, Bakugo, a hero said easily as he placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. No need to get riled up about it. Just take them as a compliment. I'm not riled up. And I don't need their DMN compliments. Tenya sat back down in the middle couch in the front row with his current seatmates Maya Nito as Katsuki barked. He wasn't entirely sure why Nito had decided to sit front and center today when he'd stuck to the back of the theater yesterday after being summoned, but it had to have something to do with the 1B boy's sense of superiority or wanting to sit closer to the action on screen. Or perhaps it was because if he sat in the front he wouldn't be able to see everybody's glares whenever he commented, as they would all turn around and send murderous daggers at him with their glares. Death would come swiftly and unknowingly to the back of his head instead of between his eyes. Itsuka was sitting with Momo and Kyoka, right next to the armrest adjacent to Izuku. Nito had plopped himself down opposite Ochiko's armrest, so if he acted up she shouldn't have too much trouble getting to him. The only problem was that she would need to go through Izuku and Ochako first. He hadn't taken well to the time she had spent with Izuku going to a few of his classmates and helping them with their quirks. In actuality they'd only stopped by 3 of them before the hour was up, Mashiro, Yuga, and Koji. But Nito wasn't happy with Itsuka aiding the enemy all the same. I do believe everyone has taken their seats now, Nezu remarked from his custom seat on the topmost railing. Whenever you are ready, Miss Kamemoto. Yes, Amahi replied, planting her butt back down in her chair. Let's get this show on the road. As the doors locked closed, the blue light of the quirk inhibitor flared before she dimmed the lights and set the AV equipment to work on bringing the show back to life. Final episode of the first season, here we go. All right, a hero said while pumping his fist. And then we're on to stuff like the sports festival and our internships. Unless it shows a bunch of boring class and slice of life bullshit, Katsuki grumbled, having calmed down. He took a swig of his Hellfire Cola and held back a belch. The refusal to belch still did not deter the scent from his fizzy drink to reach the nostrils of a hero and Tetsu, who had completely forgotten that the quirk inhibitor was in place and their respective hardening quirks had ceased functioning. I can't believe you drink that stuff, Tetsu said, pinching his nose shut. It's so manly how he doesn't even cry, a hero added. Shut up. You're both just weak. Bakugo stood frozen in suspense watching the fight between All Might and Nomu as the pro-hero's words reached him, the picture switching from him to Todoroki to Kirishima and finally to Midoriya. A real hero will always find a way for justice to be served. All Might dropped down as 𝐻𝐻𝐽 bounced up from his impact from All Might's earlier throw. Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but perhaps it's time someone taught you what it means. All Might grasped the visual representation of one for all's crystallized power in his fist, to go beyond. The students in the theater were already punching the air in excitement as the highlight of yesterday's final episode was presented to them again, and almost all of them joined in shouting their school's motto along with their hero. Plus, Ultra Ah. And I thought they'd be tired from quirk training, Aizawa thought. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 blasted through the glass ceiling, the massive lights exploding as he shot past into the sky, parting clouds until he winked out of sight. The camera returned to All Might, panning up as he stood in a cloud of dust. I really have gotten weaker, he admitted aloud to himself in the same stance he held after finishing the punch. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. He stood up straighter and turned to face the 4 students who'd been nearby, patting his fist on his chest. But today, it took more than 300 mighty blows. Toru was practically squirming in her seat. I'm still surprised that All Might was able to punch him that many times so quickly. Yeah, Izuku agreed. Can't wait to see when Midoriya gets to that level. Steam was coming off of All Might's neck even as he held his smile. End this fast. He turned to face Shigaraki and Kurogiri. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly. Despite his victory over 𝐻𝐻𝐽, All Might still looked pretty beat up even as he stood imposingly before Shigaraki, who was shaking in disbelieving frustration and rage. No, the villain rasped. He beat me. He's not any weaker at all. The camera panned to the hole in the roof. And look what he did to my 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Returning to Shigaraki, his one visible eye beneath the dismembered hand covering his face glared at the symbol of peace. He cheated. He did not cheat, ya whiny loser. Katsuki jeered at the screen before taking another swig from his Hellfire Cola as the show went into its opening number. Hiro and Tetsu moved just a little bit farther away from him and the bottle, not that it helped all that much. Is that really Shigaraki? Nito asked. Izuku and some others looked towards him. I re-watched everything with Tetsu yesterday, and he's just flailing around using video game terms and saying that All Might cheated. I know what he did to Eraserhead was terrible, but seeing him act like that, why are we so scared of this guy? He's dangerous, Monoma, Izuku answered, deadly serious. Really dangerous. From his seat near the back, Katsuki added, he's got a few screws loose, and he wants to bring down heroes. He made a noise of disapproval before continuing. But now that his boss is out of the picture and his little gang's on the run, I don't think he'll be much of a problem for the pros to handle. We can only hope, Kayama quietly murmured so only Aizawa, Nezu, and Yagi could hear. The intro ended, showing the cliffs and rocks of the mountain zone. Get your hands up, an unfamiliar voice ordered. Verozu and Gyro both tensed and hissed while they glared at the person who was speaking. It's Gyro! Koji exclaimed. No quirks, got it. The camera swayed to who they were looking at, a broad-shouldered villain with lumps on his skin wearing a thick HS and a skull mask. He was holding up the brain-fried Kaminari by the back of the teen's jacket, a little bit of BLD coming from the boy's nose. Use your powers, and I'll kill your friend here. Momo felt her frustration at that moment all over again as she witnessed her own helplessness to save her helpless classmate. Even now, after all this time, she still couldn't think of a way that would have let her save him without further endangering either Denki or herself and Kyoka. Katsuki groaned. Did you seriously let that dumb villain take you hostage? Hey, it's not like I wanted to get caught by a villain. Denki returned. We had no idea he was there. Catching Yorozu and Gyro with their breaths down. Minoru thought, tucking that idea away for later use. Stupid. How did we not see this coming? Gyro asked herself. I feel a little brotherhood with other electric types, the villain told them, so I don't want to kill him. He raised his right hand and electrical sparks flashed off from his palm and fingertips, making Kaminari nervous. But I will if you make me. While this is far earlier in your education than we would normally like, Nezu said as the on-screen Momo and Kyoka relaxed their fighting stances and held up their arms in surrender, This is a good example on dealing with a hostage situation. Probably the one Todoroki said was jamming our communications. Are you seriously going to give us homework on this? Denki asked. Don't tempt me, Aizawa replied. Villains will often use tactics like this in order to escape from heroes and law enforcement, Yagi stated, watching as the electric villain advanced while keeping up his threat of harming Denki. They use our own values and morals against us in order to avoid apprehension and punishment for their crimes. Hostage situations have to be handled with far more delicacy than normal run-ins with villains. Gyro was talking to the villain as he moved towards them. Destined for mainstream success. The villain paused. Hey. Izuku leaned forward. It's an interesting idea, Gyro, but I don't know how much thought you put into Kaminari's safety since he'll be in the line of fire assuming the villain doesn't notice and you can get the attack off in the first place. At the time I was thinking that it was more important to knock the villain off balance to give us a chance to get Kaminari back from him, she answered him, blushing slightly and frowning while folding her arms. Plus it would just be sound waves from my amp, so it wouldn't be too bad, sound waves that were able to shatter rock. Fumikage asked, deadpan. Kyoka groaned. Become a villain in the first place. Gyro asked, giving the villain a smile as the jack from her right earlobe snaked its way down her back and right leg. I see, Yorozu realized, glancing at her partner while still looking very concerned. Gyro can attack without moving if she can manage to get her earphone jack plugged in. Woo! Mina cheered. You get him, Gyro. A hero added, seeing the jack just about to connect with the socket in the amp on her boot. The villain's hand neared Kaminari's face, sparking intensely. His hostage yelped while he barked a laugh at them. Both girls gasped while he threatened Kaminari's life far more deliberately now. Nice try. Think you can distract me that easily? Gyro grimaced as her jack returned to its normal length dangling from her ear. Big mistake, sweetheart. I'm not some dumb thug who can be outsmarted by a couple of kids. There's always one, I guess, my snarked. You need to learn to take hostage situations seriously, he continued as the other villains in the mountain zone writhed on the ground and struggled to get to their knees. The electric villain's right hand was abuzz with lightning zaps near Kaminari's head as he delivered his final ultimatum. So here's the new deal. Either this idiot's going to die, or you are. How about that? Are you serious? Tetsu asked. Denki, Kyoka, and Momo stayed silent, all three of them with their fists clenched down on their knees. Gyro! Yorozu, Koji helplessly gasped. Minoru felt himself shaking as the villain taunted the two girls and turned to look at Denki. He and Tsuyu hadn't been the only ones to brush with death with the villains that day. His best friend has almost been electrocuted into an early grave. If that had happened, then they wouldn't have really gotten the chance to get to know each other and become friends in the first place. As the title card dropped, Minoru started to thank his lucky stars that he had Izuku and Tsuyu with him in the shipwreck zone and that Denki had somehow survived that electric villain in the mountain zone. Episode 13. In each of our hearts the scene cut back to the plaza where the dust was starting to clear. The four boys were in the bottom center of the frame, watching as All Might stared down Shigaraki and Kurogiri as All Might stood partially veiled by the dust. The four students were standing still, watching to see what the villains would do after All Might's taunt. Oh boo! Mina jeered. Go back to Yo Momo, Gyro, and Kaminari. Oh, come on, Shigaraki whined, scratching fervently at his neck. What's going on here? He's just as strong as he's always been. Damn it. Gotta say, Denki said while rubbing his arms as Shigaraki continued to complain, that constant scratching at his neck thing is really grossing me out. Yeah, totally, Mizo agreed with a nod. I'm glad I never had to see it up close, ribbit, Tsuyu said, while several other classmates nodded. Not attacking me. All Might taunted from his stationary position in the dust cloud. Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? The camera zoomed in on his face, showing that electric blue iris in the sunken eye beneath his eyebrows. Well, come and get me, if you dare. What are you doing, All Might? Minoru asked, holding his head in his hands. You shouldn't be encouraging the villains to come at you. You're barely holding on. He's trying to. Intimidate them into backing off. Koji answered. A viable move, Tenya said, placing his hand on his chin as he analyzed it. Since he was no longer able to fight after so soundly beating the 𝐻𝐸, his taunt could be enough to intimidate Shigaraki to retreat. Regroup with the other guys, Kirishima was saying as the image focused on Midoriya. The last thing we want to do is get taken hostage or get in his way. Midoriya's expression, though, was anything like the confident words Kirishima was speaking behind him. This isn't right, he knew. He can't beat them. He's bluffing. From Midoriya's viewpoint, there was a lot of steam coming off of All Might's body. The pro was about to revert to his weakened true form. It's almost hidden by the dust, but I can see it. The steam coming off his body is the same as when he's about to transform. The picture around Midoriya darkened as the boy's anxieties exponentially skyrocketed. All Might's muscles protested and spasmed as he struggled to remain standing rigid and imposing before Shigaraki and Kurogiri. CRP. I can't fight them. That 𝐻𝐸 guy took too much out of me. I'm pretty sure that if I make one more move, I'll be forced to go back to my weak form. I can't keep this up much longer. Despite the future knowledge that, of course, everything turned out all right, the students in the theater were hanging on to every moment, every shudder, and every whisper of thought that the show revealed. All Might, Ochako whimpered, holding tightly to Izuku. To think that All Might was that close to being defeated, Shoto thought, staring up at the screen. I misjudged the situation. We shouldn't have tried to leave things to him at this point. At the very least I could have used my ice and fire too. Shoto froze in his thinking. His fire. He couldn't have used that at the USJ to fend off Shigaraki, no matter how much more useful it would have been over using his ice. Ice Shigaraki could decay, but it wouldn't be possible to decay fire. He looked down at Izuku, who was holding onto Ochako and staring at the screen with rapt attention. Midoriya, just how blind was I? If I'd used my fire, I could have done so much more to help here, to help All Might. They're so close to surrendering or at least running away, All Might reasoned as he forced his body and the embers of one for all to keep up the charade. Shigaraki drew Midoriya's eyes away from his almost defeated mentor as the deranged villain growled and started scratching his neck even more vigorously with both of his hands. If only 𝐻𝐸 was here, he'd rush you right now. PND you into the ground without giving it a second thought. Tomura Shigaraki. Kurogiri called out to him. Please, do not fret. Look at him. About half the theater gasped as they got a close-up of All Might's BLD-stained torso from where 𝐻𝐸's steel-like fingers had dug into the scarred tissue from the old wound he'd received, as well as the shivering, quaking muscles while All Might continued to stand tall. He has definitely weakened. 𝐻𝐸's attacks were successful. Did he have to notice? Kyoka groaned. Seriously, couldn't the villains have just run away? It appears that Kurogiri was serving as Shigaraki's handler, Nezu commented as Kurogiri continued to work at getting Shigaraki to calm his emotions and take a broader view of the situation. While Katsuki shouted that he most certainly was not frozen in fear, Nezu continued. Seeing how they have interacted thus far, Tomura Shigaraki is the one in charge, while Kurogiri appears to be acting as a faithful and loyal servant to him. The man who paired them together was wise, indeed. Haven't missed our chance to kill All Might. The tense music cut as Shigaraki's hands ceased in their obsessive scratching at the man's pasty neck. Yeah, you're right. Itsuka gulped. That doesn't sound good. Did that warp guy talk Shigaraki out of All Might's bluff? Tetsu asked, nervously glancing at Hiro and Katsuki, the latter of whom just scowled. I mean, the big end boss is right here, Shigaraki uttered while glaring at All Might under the hand covering his face. The grunt villains All Might had knocked out started to rouse, getting up to their feet to stand between the four students and the exit. Kirishima and Bakugo exchanged glances as they noticed the returning challengers. I think All Might can hold his own against those two main guys, Kirishima said. He hardened his arms and took a fighting stance as he prepared to wade into battle. Let's make sure these dudes don't hurt anybody else. Hiro grit his teeth and looked down at his knees. The young man gripped them as tightly as he could, feeling shame at his own inadequacy to read the situation welling up. Damn it. I'm so stupid. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was able to tell that All Might was on his last legs, and Midoriya knew All Might's secret and knew that he couldn't fight anymore. Idiot! How did you not notice? Don't beat yourself up, Katsuki muttered. Icy hot and I didn't pick up on it either. Midoriya was the only one in our class who could have figured it out at the time. 𝐒𝐻ERO still seemed down even after the rare encouragement from Katsuki, which just annoyed the explosion quirk teen, so he shoved the bottle of Hellfire Cola under 𝐒𝐻ERO's nose. 𝐒𝐻ERO caught a whiff of it and immediately recoiled, clamping his nose shut and doing his best not to cough. Katsuki could take the rather tame verbal abuse 𝐒𝐻ERO gave him for that, since it got his friend's mind off of things. He has to have gone past his limit already, Midoriya knew, eyes riveted to the scene in front of him while the other three boys prepared to beat up the goon squad. There's no real question about that. If these villains toy with him, he's done. Midoriya clenched his good hand into a fist as he trembled with a storm of emotions inside of him. A number of the students and Kayama gasped as they saw Shigaraki now start to dash for All Might, any words that they might have said about Izuku's past fist clench dying before they could reach their lips. So this is it, All Might thought, dipping his head down slightly as he prepared to meet his fate. Consider this revenge for what you did to Nomu. Shigaraki screamed. Holy 𝐻, this is bad. But then the teachers arrived and saved him, correct? Nito thought, trying not to show just how much he was internally freaking out because, yes, this was certainly bad. 𝐒𝐿 lunged forward, using his mist to open up a warp gate. Where is everyone? All Might, panic setting in, mentally called out as he shifted his footing. 𝐒𝐿 was getting dangerously close. All he needed was an instant and he'd be able to envelop All Might in that gate and squeeze it shut, cutting the number one hero in two. I need backup. Midoriya's teeth were clenched, trying to force a smile, as he appeared on scene, trying to intercept the villains. Midoriya! Of course, Nito sighed. He is the only one who knew, after all. Aizawa dipped his chin into his capture scarf and groaned. He's fast. Shigaraki gasped. Midoriya's legs were broken from the splurge of power he'd kicked into them. All Might turned to look at the boy trying to be a hero, to save him. I'm the only one who knows how much trouble he's in. Midoriya repeated in his mind. Whoa, Midoriya! Kirishima shouted, stunned and shocked just as much as Bakugo and Todoroki were that Midoriya would throw himself at the villains. The pain hit Midoriya at once. Broken legs were not something he could just ignore, especially not since, I controlled it earlier, but my legs still broke this time. That's going to be a theme for a while, Mashiro commented with a wry smile. Breaking your legs is not okay, Midoriya. Yuga admonished him. Can hit the part of his body that's hidden. I can end this now. Midoriya started to yell as he prepared to unleash an arm-shattering smash at 𝐒𝐿's metal brace. Don't you touch All Might, you stupid villain. Shigaraki moved his right hand through 𝐒𝐿, the man's henchman opening up small warp gates so that the villain's outstretched hand was right in front of Midoriya's face. Midoriya! Midoriya, no! How aren't you dead? Ochako froze, oblivious to the cries all around her as everything went into slow motion on screen, Izuku realizing what was about to happen as soon as he reached that hand. Shigaraki's horrid cackling rose above the gasps, whimpers, and shouts that the students hurled at the villain in the recording of the past. She had forgotten this. Everything had happened so quickly that even though she had been watching what was going on, Ochako had been too far away and it happened so fast that she had been unaware that Izuku had been just seconds away from having his face touched by Shigaraki's quirk. The girl buried herself in her boyfriend's chest, angry with him for having been so reckless in the past, but also so very glad that he was here right now for them all to admonish. Not that she really could. He was right, Izuku was absolutely right. If he hadn't acted, All Might likely wouldn't be here right now. A gun fired. Shigaraki's hand jerked away from Midoriya's face right at the very last moment, blood spurting from the bullet hole made just underneath the knuckle of his index finger. Midoriya fell to the ground, unharmed but for his broken legs. He had been too distracted to try to punch 𝐒𝐿. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki turned around at the sound of the gunshot, and All Might sighed in relief and craned his neck over to look back at the entrance. They're here. Snipe stood there as the drums for what had been basically Midoriya's theme music this season kicked in, shifting his gaze and aiming somewhere else. He fired 2 quick shots, bright flashes coming from the muzzle of his handgun. The bullets zoomed through the rocks of the mountain zone, making both Yorozu and Gyro gasp and flinch as they pierced the electric villain's shoulders. He let go of Kaminari. The students in the theater cheered at Snipe's arrival and impeccable timing to rescue 5 people in what was effectively an instant. Excited shouts and cheers drowned out what the on-screen Gyro and Yorozu were saying. And the cavalry arrives. Denki shouted. Thank goodness, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed, lowering his head. You had me worried there, Midoriya, Tetsu said. Didn't know how you were gonna get out of that one. After Principal Nezu apologized for being a little late from where he was riding atop what appeared to be Vlad King's shoulder, Uraraka tearfully greeted them with a heartfelt cry of "It's Ida" that just released all of the tension from the students. Ida's triumphant face shot up on the screen. Your class rep has returned, he declared. I've fulfilled my duty. The camera swiftly panned out, showcasing a group shot of Ida with the UA teachers, 2 of whom none of the students still had no idea who they were after a full term at UA. And I've brought reinforcements. Momo placed a hand to her chest in relief. Thank goodness the teachers arrived when they did, she said. To think that Midoriya was that close to Kyoka had pinched her. Don't forget about ourselves, Yomomo, she reminded her classmate. We weren't in a great spot either. Minoru looked up at Mizo. I'm just glad that present MIC was facing away from us when he shouted at those villains. Yeah, seems painful. Kyoka winced and tugged at one of her jacks absently. Watching present MIC scream down at the villains that had tried to renew their attack now that the pros had arrived reminded her just how much it hurt being on the receiving end of her English teacher's quirk. Mai smiled and leaned back in the couch, watching as Ectoplasm's clones started a beatdown of the goons attempting to rush the staircase. Well, that about wraps things up, right? Great job showing up again in the nick of time with the teachers, Ida. You were a real hero there. Tenya frowned at her compliment and looked down. Perhaps, but if only I could have been faster, then maybe Midoriya wouldn't have broken his legs trying to save All Might. Mai was silent for a moment and turned back towards the screen, thinking about her citric acid injector. She should have it done shortly after their afternoon episodes and have it ready for a test run. If it functioned properly, then great, but no invention ever worked perfectly the first time around. Tweaks would most certainly be necessary. As explosions tore up the front of the USJ from the pro-hero teachers making full use of their quirks to eradicate the villains who dared invade their school and threaten the lives of their students, Shigaraki backed away towards Kurogiri. Oh man, the pros are here. It's game over. For real. Let's go home and try this when we can. Yeah. Minoru cheered as a bullet pierced Shigaraki's arm. Shoot him again, Snipe. Yagi looked at Aizawa. Want to reprimand him for that? Aizawa shook his head. I'm actually taking far too much pleasure in watching Snipe turn him into Emmentaler to chastise him. Kurogiri swooped in between Snipe and Shigaraki, protecting his charge from more of the hero's bullets with his warp gate. Snipe continued to lay down suppressive fire even if none of it was getting through, because it was at least keeping the villains on defense. We need someone who can capture M from a distance, he said. You're up, 13. Ochako cheered as her hero spoke up. BLD pulled out of Shigaraki's wounds as he lay groaning on the ground. Kurogiri started to wrap his misty body around him to get them out of there. Let's go. Before they could make their escape, he grunted as a force suddenly began pulling him back. The mist villain's body began to warp from the force of the suction dragging him, and he recognized it, even though it was much stronger than last time. The screen showed a white-gloved hand reminiscent of an astronaut suit, with all 5 of the fingertip caps open, pulling all matter towards them. 13 was still standing, aided by Soto and Zero, the hero reaching her hand out to try to capture Kurogiri this time with everything she had. Black hole. It's too bad that 13 wasn't able to get him, Aizawa sighed. That would have saved us a lot of trouble. Dwelling too much on the might-haves won't help us, Nezu reminded him. All we can do is learn from the past. While we all wish that things had gone differently, All we can do is move forward with what we have. I may have failed to kill you this time, Shigaraki warned as Kurogiri fought off the immense pressure of Black Hole, thankfully for the villain aided by the distance between himself and 13, but your days are numbered. All Might coughed, a bit of BLD coming from his mouth as he struggled to move his arm up to wipe it up with his fist. All Might. Symbol of peace. I am going to kill you. Shigaraki's face sank back into the blackness of the warp gate as he and Kurogiri successfully retreated from the battle and Midoriya's theme music ended. That sounded ominous, Toru said anxiously. No biggie, Mina assured her. That's just standard cartoon villain talk. I know, right? Denki added. I swear, I can totally see Shigaraki saying, I'll get you next time, Gadget. Next time. Like his some Dr. Claw ripoff. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 peered up and sideways at Denki. You watch ancient American cartoons. Most of the class peered at Denki. What? They are funny. Tsuyu turned her eyes away from Denki and towards 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 since he was her seatmate this morning. How do you know about those, Tokoyami? The young man felt sweat pour through his feathers and he tried not to look at her. The dalliance of my youth, courtesy of my grandfather. Power Loader stood next to Ojiro in the fire zone after all the villains had been defeated. Narrator Midoriya's voiceover took over now that the danger had passed. That day, we learned what pros could do. The scene shifted to present MIC kneeling by a defeated villain in the squall zone with Tokoyami and Koda, and what they fight against. It shifted again to the mountain zone, with a vast number of ectoplasm's clones overseeing the capture of the villains there and the safety of Yorozu, Gyro, and Kaminari, to keep us all safe. His voiceover continued over the faces of Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima, who all seemed too stunned for words. It was a revelation we weren't prepared for. But somehow, we survived. Midoriya himself groaned as he lay face down on the pavement, struggling with the pain of his shattered legs. However, what left his mouth had nothing to do with the physical pain of the accumulated broken bones in his left hand or legs and feet. Hanging his head while clenching his good fist, Midoriya frustratedly admonished himself in front of All Might. I couldn't do it. I wasn't able to help you. Aizawa sighed, once more thinking, this kid. That's absolutely not true. Ochako was relieved to hear All Might say that, because she had just been about to confront Izuku about how he had been beating himself up. The way All Might looked on screen at the moment, though, caught half between Buff Might and Small Might, kinda freaked her out, though. You bought me a few vital seconds, All Might reassured his successor. If not for that, I'd be dead now. The sun shone through the hole All Might had created in the glass dome when he'd sent Nomu flying, creating a breathtaking visual of the still undefeated number 1 hero gazing admiringly at the boy on the ground. Young Midoriya, you've saved me once again. Aizawa took a deep breath through his nose and stared down at the young man currently being hugged tightly by his new girlfriend while several of his classmates congratulated him on having earned All Might's praise. One as homeroom teacher ran a hand through his hair and sighed again. Midoriya's on-screen tears of joy and relief as he was overwhelmed by All Might's praise tugged at his heart. Was there any way to be rational about this? Was there any way to reprimand Midoriya for his actions at the USJ here? He didn't have a teaching precedent to go by in this case. What should he say? What could he say? If Midoriya had been a second later in acting, then All Might would either be dead as he claimed or at least even more disfigured. If Snipe had been a moment later, then the same could be said for Midoriya. If Nezu had been quicker in getting the other faculty there, then Midoriya wouldn't have needed to act in order to give All Might those few vital seconds. If Ida had been any slower, then All Might may not have arrived in time to prevent Midoriya, Asui, and Mineta from getting killed. Everything that happened was just one huge incident of a lucky break in everyone arriving just in the nick of time, compounded down to the simple matter of how none of that would have happened had All Might been present in the facility with all of his time remaining from the beginning. However, while he could grill All Might for not being there like he was supposed to be, that wasn't about to change anything. The symbol of peace no longer had his strength. He was just an ordinary man with some health conditions trying his best to become a teacher now. Chewing him out now when Nezu'd already lectured him wouldn't accomplish anything when it came to Midoriya. I can see the wheels in your head spinning, Aizawa, Yagi said. You're conflicted about Midoriya, aren't you? You encouraged this behavior in him from the beginning, Aizawa groused. The problem is that apart from his own broken bones, if he hadn't acted the situations would have likely ended tragically. How do you reprimand someone who gets results while only harming himself? Well my. Snipes said as he surveyed the field from his vantage point at the top of the stairs now that the battle was over. Midnight turned to look at him, holding her flogger limply in her right hand. I can't believe we let them escape after everything they did here. Kiyoma gasped. My first line where you could see my face. She cooed and hugged herself. Oh, if only it was a better one. Vlad King placed Principal Nezu down. They did catch us completely by surprise, he admitted, a small smile on his face, as if he was more impressed that the villains had managed to pull off such a feat than angry that his students had been attacked. The calmness of his tone was somewhat relaxing. For now, we need to make sure all the students are okay. Midnight and Snipe nodded. The camera panned away from the entrance to return to the plaza. If all the pro teachers are gathered here, it must mean the rest of the school's safe, Todoroki reasoned, rubbing his neck as the tension eased. The villains attacked this facility, but not the rest of the campus. Midoriya, hey! Kirishima shouted, running towards him. Oh, Kiri's a good boy, Mina giggled. Hey, I was worried about him, Ehiro replied with a faint blush. Midoriya launched himself at the villains, you know. Ah, Kirishima, All Might thought warmly while the camera remained on Kirishima as the future Red Riot ran for the downed Midoriya. I'm glad to see that he's looking out for his friend. All Might's thoughts took an immediate turn as he realized something. His deflated, skeletal appearance was on screen now, barely hidden by the dust cloud that was still there, and All Might internally began to panic. Oh, CRP, wait. If he comes over here, he's gonna learn my secret. Not good. Ehiro was not the only one who started to laugh. Heh, sorry about that, All Might, he apologized. Yagi laughed as well. No apologies needed, young Kirishima. You were just looking out for young Midoriya. Don't be sorry, Kirishima. Toru said. It's All Might's fault he didn't tell us. It isn't like he was in a position to, Momo reminded them while a wall of cement flew up to block Kirishima from reaching them. It's not like it's information he could have openly trusted an entire class of first-year students with. Cementos stood from his kneeling position after blocking Kirishima's path forward. For your safety, please stay back, young man, he instructed the student. Join your classmates at the front gate. Leave the injured to us, we can take care of them. Kirishima's confusion at why he was blocked off from seeing Midoriya vanished at that simple explanation. Oh, gotcha. He grinned and pumped his fists. I'm on it. Kirishima ran back towards Bakugo and Todoroki. Hey! He said for all of us to head back to the entrance. All Might and Midoriya sighed in relief that his secret hadn't been unintentionally compromised again. Wow, Yuga surmised. You two weren't very adept at keeping things a secret, were you? I am honestly surprised that we didn't learn about All Might's true form until he lost his powers on live TV, Itsuka said. Given everything we've seen, I'm wondering why we never noticed it before. I'm actually a big fan of yours, Cementos told All Might with his hands together after the man collapsed onto his butt and thanked him for his intervention. The camera zoomed in on Cementos, freezing in place as the screen became stylized for present MIC's voiceover. Cementos. His quirk, cement. He can manipulate any cement he touches, which makes him one heck of a fighter in the concrete jungle. We should sneak you out of here and get you both to the nurse's office, Cementos said while All Might sat in his dusty crater and Midoriya just stared. Seriously, All Might. That could have been really bad. All Might sighed and looked away. I had to act recklessly, or else I'd be dead now. He wiped his blooded cheek with the back of his hand. Just goes to show how strong those villains were. Aha! Mai shouted, startling the students. She turned and pointed across Nito to Izuku. That's what you meant when you said that the faculty must have known that you knew about All Might's zombie form. Cementos didn't react at all to you being right there or tell you to keep your mouth shut. Izuku nodded his head. That's right. He did, Midoriya. The bar. Momo urgently called out, drawing his attention back to the screen. Kurogiri's warp gate opened, depositing a whining and bleeding Shigaraki onto the wooden floor. Oh, shot in both arms and legs. All those underlings wiped out. Even Nomiu was beaten. We failed. Those kids were so strong. Heh, serves you right for messing with UA. Rikido jeered. And the symbol of peace wasn't weakened at all. You were wrong, MSTR. So wrong. MSTR. Ochako thought, furrowing her brow. She gasped and looked at Izuku. She could feel his body growing cold as ice. No, I wasn't. Izuku wasn't the only one who felt his body freezing. The seatmates of those who had joined Izuku in heading to Kamino looked to their companions in mounting worry. Even Nito was unnerved when he noticed that Ida was quaking in fear at the very sound of the voice. Yagi's BLD ran both hot and cold, hearing the voice of the villain he'd last seen behind a wall of glass, with that imperious smile on his face. All of the students who had been present for Kamino and heard his voice could only think one thing, him. To the 5 students who had gone to Kamino to attempt to rescue Katsuki from the League, it was the voice of death. The camera changed views to show what Shigaraki was looking at, a television with a black background and purple letters that displayed sound only to show that Shigaraki couldn't see who he was talking to, but perhaps they could see him. We just weren't as prepared as we should have been, the voice from behind the television stated. I agree, a different voice from the TV added. We underestimated them. Thankfully, we failed under that cheap League of Villains name and not our own. So it was a front? Kayoma asked, confused and uncertain. And what about the creature the MSTR and I created? The second voice continued. Where is Nomiu? Given that he was asking, it became apparent that while Shigaraki could not see the two, they could see inside of the bar. Yes, Emister joined in querying. Why is he not with you? Kurogiri was back in a suit as he answered. He was blown away. What? The second voice blurted out in surprise. Hunter grinned. Bet that surprised you, heh. It does please me that Nomiu's defeat at All Might's hands placed them on the back foot, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 stated. If it was their best pawn, then this was a strategic victory for our side. Nezu rubbed his chin, heaving. Kurogiri explained that he didn't have precise coordinates. That information is quite useful. Hearing how Kurogiri's quirk works alone is worth the trouble of us being brought here. Miss Kamemoto, you have my sincerest thanks. Katsuki narrowed his eyes as he listened to the second voice rave about the loss of Nomiu. That voice was familiar, but where? Where was he thinking he'd heard it before? Well, I suppose it can't be helped, the Emister said while the camera showed a poster of All Might with 3 deep claw marks cutting through it and the brick wall it had been affixed to. Unfortunately. Power, Shigaraki rasped through his pain. That reminds me. There was a kid there who tried to protect All Might. Everyone in the theater froze solid, any whispers of conversation halting. The air itself seemed to still, only vibrating enough to carry the sound from the speakers. He was just as fast as him. Oh? MSTR asked, sounding intrigued. Eyes turned towards Izuku as his veins and arteries became filled with ice. He'd already known about Shigaraki wanting to kill him, but to hear that he had taken an interest in him even as far back as the aftermath of the USJ. I need to get better with One for All, fast. If he hadn't gotten in our way, we might have killed the symbol of peace. That brat? Shigaraki's thoughts turned back to the moment when Midoriya intervened. That brat. Naturally, you're upset, Themsis spoke calmly. But this was not a futile mission. We've learned many things. Too many things, Nezu worriedly remarked in his own head, the principal's paws feverishly jotting things down in a notebook. All for one knows about Izuku Midoriya. Gather the villainous elite, Emisa instructed as the camera panned over Kurogiri and the prone, still bleeding Shigaraki. Take all the time you need. I must remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you to be my face. A symbol of your own. The camera zoomed in on Shigaraki's face, the man's red eye gazing up at the television from beneath the hand masking him. Tomura Shigaraki. Next time, you will show the world that it should be afraid of you. Nito was about to put up his swagger, since he had yet to see Shigaraki do anything to cause him to be afraid, or so he told himself, but Mai's elbow slammed into his face before he could. Midoriya, the support student, shouted. I am making you a Fing Gundam. I don't care what it takes. I am making you a giant Fing mech, and you are going to pilot it, and be safe in it, and use it to turn that Shigaraki guy into a pancake. Do you understand me? Hatsune, language. Whoa. Hatsune. Izuku yelped, holding up his hands. That's really not an easy. Midoriya, Shigaraki just raged that you foiled his evil plan to kill All Might. Mizo pointed out. He has his eyes set on you. You're a target, Minoru added quietly. Midoriya, let us worry about you, Ribbit, Tsuyu spoke up. I get that you're having a hard time accepting that people like you enough to care about your well-being, but this isn't something that you can just handwave off. Shigaraki clearly has it in for you, and we know how dangerous he is. This is bigger than just you, Midoriya, Itsuka added, glancing at Momo as the Yorozuera seemed worried sick while gazing at Izuku. If we all work together, I'm sure we can beat him. Don't try to handle this on your own. Oh, you sweet summer children, Kamemoto thought as she listened to them. You have no idea what's in store for you in half a year. A gloved invisible hand touched a white GI-covered shoulder as all the students were in a line after being counted out by a police detective in a trench coat and hat, accompanied by a girl's voice saying, Ojiro. He glanced beside him, and the visual shifted to a white and green background with bright yellow star stickers as it became clear that it was Ojiro and 𝐒𝐻𝐵. I heard you were a really good fighter, 𝐒𝐻𝐵 praised him. I had no idea you were so strong. Ojiro seemed to deflate just a little as he answered, I didn't know I was the only one on my own. I survived using hit-and-run tactics. Don't feel ashamed that you did what you had to. In order to survive that experience, Aizawa instructed Mashiro, who was also grimacing as he watched his past self being more humble and less confident. You were by yourself and outnumbered by adults who were there to kill you. Trying to stand your ground against a mob and take them all on at once would have been beyond foolhardy. Kayoma loudly coughed and glared at him. Is this a case of do what I say, not what I do you're trying to preach, Aizawa? You don't say. Ojiro said after 𝐒𝐵 stated she was in the landslide zone with Todoroki and gushed about how strong he was. Well, I'm just glad you didn't get hurt. Mina got an evil look in her eye and turned to stare right in Toru's invisible face. I didn't even know she was there, Todoroki thought after overhearing her. I could have frozen her. Ha ha. The stealth hero, Invisible Girl, is already proving her worth. Toru crowed, doing her best to ignore Mina's grin. But shouldn't you be concerned because Todoroki could have frozen you? Minoru asked. If he didn't know you were there and he was using his ice like that, you could have become a popsicle like those villains. But he didn't. Toru replied. So everything's good. Izuku frowned a little and sat back in his seat, Ochako cuddling up to him. While that did feel really nice, having her press up against him and wrap her arms around his chest, instigating a calming effect after having heard All for One's voice again, it did little to dispel something that nagged at him. True, everything did work out in the end, but... Work out in the end? Hey, guys. Izuku prompted, glancing around. Did anyone get scolded for fighting the villains? You mean like how we're going to scold you for being so reckless and hurting yourself? Denki asked. Izuku scowled. Okay, maybe I deserve a little scolding for breaking my legs, but if I didn't then Shigaraki could have killed All Might. I meant, did any of you get in trouble for fighting? No way, dude, Kirishima replied. It was self-defense. Nobody said anything. This is a different situation than when you ran in to fight the sludge villain, Morin. Katsuki barked and took another drink from his cola. You can't equate running directly at a villain when you're a weakling who'll just need someone to save him with exploding a villain who's trying to kill you in the face. Izuku bowed his head, feeling his own expression fall. Oh, okay. Just curious. So, it's like that, is it? Did Principal Nezu convince the police not to say anything? They did interview us all in the days after the attack. Mr. Tsukochi interviewed me himself because he knew about One for All, and he has that lie detector quirk. They'd know that we used our quirks to fight back and we probably injured a number of villains. What were the news stories about this again? Did they not publicize our efforts? Was that covered up? Izuku, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 whispered, rustling him, "You're muttering again. What's up?" Izuku blinked as 𝐒𝐭𝐴 snapped him out of it. Oh, nothing, it's fine. I'm just surprised that I'm going to be the only one yelled at, again. All Might is also without any serious injuries, the detective continued as the class listened to him with relief, even though they were still concerned about what the doctor had said about Aizawa over the phone. He's in the nurse's office right now. Recovery Girl's power should be all the treatment he needs. Uraraka wasn't so relieved, coming forward and forcefully asking, "What about Deku? How's Midoriya?" Ida also asked, his two best friends on pins and needles. The dark thoughts in his head were banished as he saw how distraught both of them seemed to be. "Sorry for making you both worry." "Care of him, too, he's fine," the detective answered. Uraraka, Ida, Tokoyami, and Kirishima all looked relieved at the news. "Oh, thank goodness," Uraraka said. The camera cut to an aerial shot of the class in a semicircle around the detective while other police stood watch nearby. "Now, let's get you back to class." "Okay." The detective smiled before turning towards an officer with a cat head. "Sangza. I still have some business in the nurse's office. I'll leave this to you, Kei." Sangza, the police officer with the cat head, saluted him. "Yes, sir." Ashido and Uraraka paused on their way back to the buses. "It's a cat. Or, look at his bell." 𝐒𝐿 blushed. "Oh, I forgot about that. At least they didn't say anything out loud," Aizawa sighed. Yagi chuckled. "Even if they had, I believe Sangza is used to kids commenting on his quirk." "Come on, man." Kirishima called to Bakugo, who had been staring up at the USJ and thinking about what he'd just seen Midoriya do. "We're going back to class now." Yeah. I heard him, YA idiot," Bakugo retorted, following after his friend. "Oh, so that's when you started to figure it out, here?" Tetsu asked. "About Midoriya and All Might. The pieces started to come together when I saw him moving as fast as All Might, yeah," Katsuki answered. "But if Midoriya hadn't been an idiot and told me he got his power from someone else, I still wouldn't have had a clue." "It's a good thing Midoriya didn't tell anyone else," then, a hero said, smiling down at the green-haired inheritor. "Perhaps an entire system overhaul," Principal Nezu was saying to Midnight and Snipe, still inside the USJ. "Agreed," Snipe said with a slight nod. "Warp quirks are very rare," Midnight added, her hand on her hip, "and can completely change the course of a battle." She looked forward absently, her mind clouded. "It's frightening to know that a villain has such a power." Principal Nezu seemed troubled by her words as he looked at the plaza in front of them again. "I wonder if the school's beefed up its security since then to deal with somebody like Kurogiri?" Denki asked. "I don't know if you can," Mashiro replied. Kurogiri said that he needed precise coordinates to locate Nomu and there wasn't enough time for them to go looking for him. Basically, as long as he has the location of where he wants to go, he can go there, right Midoriya? Izuku nodded. "Yeah, Ojiro has the right outlook on that. As long as he knows the precise location he can open up a warp gate anywhere, so since he's already able to open up one at the USJ, we should probably assume that he could open a gate anywhere on the UA campus. If he can do that then he can target anywhere, at any time. It would be impossible to try to defend everywhere simultaneously, it's not an efficient use of resources. Trying to be everywhere at once would just spread us too thin or be cost prohibitive even if money isn't an issue. Unless we could move the entire campus to somewhere else so Kurogiri wouldn't know where we were, there would need to be sensors in place everywhere to sound the alarm if someone without a student ID appeared and in case they pulled a similar trick with an electric quirk user who could jam the signal, we'd need a failsafe to go off if we ever lost communication with a sensor." The boy was scribbling away in his notebook as he analyzed the situation, Nezu smiling down at where he was. The young man sure was resilient, and had almost accidentally stumbled upon one of the solutions Nezu himself had come up with. "That's a wonderful idea," Nezu declared, having all of the students stop looking at the screen or Izuku's muttering to pay attention to him. We let you off without a homework assignment yesterday, but today I feel like assigning all of you a project during your lunch break. Mina and Denki went white. Not another one. You may all work together as a united first-years team or split into smaller groups as you wish, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stated. Come up with a proposal on how to improve 𝐸𝐴's defense systems against a future villain attack. You may either assume that they have successfully infiltrated the campus, or you may propose a change to deter future attacks from succeeding in breaching our borders. I look forward to all of you presenting your ideas. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 sat back down in his seat, loving the groans of the kids and the exasperated screams as people started blaming Myhero and Izuku or pulling their hair out. He just loved molding young minds to flex their creative muscles. Recovery Girl sighed as both All Might and Midoriya were laid up in beds in her office. Midoriya was still in his PE clothes, while All Might was wrapped up in bandages. Well, I guess I won't scold you for him being back here since it wasn't your fault. It kinda was, though, Tsuyu muttered. I can't be sure yet, All Might rasped with strain in his voice, but I think I shortened my time limit again with that fight. Midoriya gasped in surprise as his eyes went sideways towards his mentor's voice. I hope I can at least still hold the form for an hour. Itsuka groaned and put her head in her hand. Seriously? Only an hour a day? How did we not figure this out? How did nobody see All Might when he was like that? Actually, Itsuka turned towards Ochako as she spoke up. I think we did, but we just didn't figure out it was All Might. We saw him with Izuku during the sports festival after his fight with Todoroki, but I just didn't know who he was and was too worried about Izuku to ask. The door opened, Recovery Girl turning to look at who entered. She smiled as a man said, "Excuse me." It was the same detective who had been talking to the students while the police took away the apprehended villains. He took his hat off and placed it over his chest. "Hi, All Might," he greeted pleasantly. "Been a while." Some BLD spurted from All Might's mouth as he shot forward in surprise. "What the hell? I didn't know that you were investigating." The man closed the door behind him. Midoriya shot up from his bed, worried and surprised about the new entry. "Whoa, All Might. It's okay he's seeing you like this." "Oh, yeah, it's fine," All Might assured him, coming down from his surprised reaction. "This guy's all right. Naomasa Tsukochi, my best friend on the police force. He's legit. I trust him." So that's another person who knew about All Might's weakened form, Shoto thought. Just how many people were in the loop before the Kamino raid happened? "Sorry to cut to the chase," Tsukochi apologized, "but we could really use any information you might have." "Hold on," All Might quickly stopped him with raised hands. "Before all that, tell me all the students are okay. And Aizawa, Eraserhead, and 13. Fumikage smiled. "Always the hero. I'm glad that never changes." Tsukochi was smiling. Student injuries were scrapes. And both of the teachers are in stable condition right now. Relax. Midoriya and All Might both sighed in relief at the news. "That's good to hear," All Might said. "If you heroes hadn't risked your lives," Tsukochi continued as the show looked at 13's broken costume and Eraserhead's bandaged head on his hospital bed, "the students would never have made it. You three saved that entire class of kids today." While some of the students felt like that was giving their teachers a little too much credit, none of them felt in the mood to voice that grievance at the moment, too caught up in either freaking out over 𝐒𝐻𝐻's snap assignment or in just peacefully watching the scene that was shifting things into a lower, more relaxing gear. All Might turned towards his friend again. "You're not seeing the whole picture, Tsukochi. Those students also risked their lives. They fought as hard as us." Midoriya shifted as he looked at All Might, properly seeing him after her mentor honestly acknowledged their efforts. "Thank you, All Might." The rest of 1A were walking through 𝐸𝐴's halls on their way back to their classroom to finish the day, All Might's voice talking over them. "I don't think there's ever been a group of first years who experienced a real fight like this so early in their training. They not only survived, they learned what it means to be a pro." All Might smirked as he turned away from Tsukochi. "Those villains made a mistake attacking them. This class is strong. They are filled with courage and drive." The camera panned over Recovery Girl and Tsukochi before settling on Midoriya. Mark my words. They'll become great heroes. The students settled back in, listening to the swelling music and letting All Might's words of encouragement fill them as they saw reflections of themselves in the light of dusk filtering in through the school windows. Pensive expressions showing their continued feelings of determination and frustration after the day's events. Of course, one person had to ruin the moment. And thus the legend of the cocky brats of 1A was born, 𝐼𝐸 said. Growls went his way, as well as glares intense enough that fireballs could have come from them. All right, I will concede that none of you seem to be thinking, hey, thanks to that fight, we're so much better than B class, but just because you all went through a villain fight and survived doesn't make you better than the rest of us. In fact, isn't it because you fought back that the mess at the training camp happened and you dragged the rest of us into your mess? Izuku gasped as the credits started to roll, along with a highlight reel from the season. Monoma, don't you dare. He held out his hands. I'm just saying that if Midoriya hadn't gotten in Shigaraki's way, then he wouldn't have been fixated on him, and if he hadn't been fixated on him, then maybe the League of Villains might have left our summer training camp alone. Shut up, but... The quietness of Katsuki's order stunned 1A into silence before they could strangle 𝐼𝐸 in his seat, and if the quirk inhibitor wasn't up, 𝐒𝐿 would have probably yeeted him into the ceiling. As it was, she had just managed to place 𝐼𝐸 in a headlock. The blonde got up from his seat and shuffled down the steps as the outro continued to play. All eyes were on him as he walked right up to 𝐼𝐸 and looked down on him. Uraraka, keep him still. 𝐼𝐸 opened his mouth to fire a retort at Katsuki, but the pink-haired explosion boy shoved liquid fire into his mouth instead. Hellfire cola poured from the bottle onto 𝐼𝐸's tongue, and he immediately felt his eyes water and his tongue violently protest the obscenely spicy carbonated beverage that was an affront to cuisine. It was like he was drinking pure capsaicin with a fizz that made it burn 10 times worse. Shrinking back from the inhumane cruelty that Katsuki had just subjected 𝐼𝐸 to, 𝐒𝐿 pinched her nose shut. Her eyes were watering just smelling the fizz. Katsuki grinned down at Monoma like a demon with fire in his eyes and an empty glass bottle in his hand. If you're going to blame anyone for the summer camp, blame me, you idiot. I was the one they were after because they saw me in the sports festival. Deku had nothing to do with it. Maybe if you'd actually been any good, they'd have tried to kidnap you instead. 𝐼𝐸 didn't have the constitution to argue that at least he had his provisional license and could act as a hero and go on a work study, while Katsuki had to take remedial courses. Izuku sighed. Well, there goes the idea of Monoma finding empathy after watching what you went through. Seriously, that was insane. Oh look! Toru exclaimed. Post-credit scene. Midoriya was leaving Recovery Girl's office, his legs fully healed. It had gone from dusk to fully night by the time she was through healing him. Good night. Thanks for all your help. My pleasure, she answered from inside her office. Be careful on your way home. Yes, ♥. Midoriya ran through the dark halls, lit by the light of the full moon. We had no way of knowing, narrator Midoriya said over his running in the halls that Iida would surely have reprimanded the troublemaker for, but the League of Villains attack on the USJ was just the beginning. A bigger incident was on the horizon. That's not ominous at all, 𝐒𝐿 sarcastically jabbed at Izuku. Does narrator you have to be such a downer? Well, I'm right. Izuku answered her. Reaching the front doors of the school building, Izuku was surprised to see Uraraka and Iida waiting patiently for him. Mina grinned at the happy and excited looks the on-screen 𝐒𝐿 and Izuku shared when they saw each other. Looking back at this, it really is so obvious you two had a thing for each other. Mina. I was just glad I had friends who cared enough to wait for me. Izuku tried to explain. We were just happy to be alive, narrator Midoriya continued as the three friends smiled while walking home from school together, Uraraka and Midoriya first just gazing at each other before Iida said something to draw Midoriya's attention to him as conversation struck up. To have shown that we had the potential to be real heroes. But the worst was yet to come. The scene shifted away from UA to a city skyline of high-rise towers. The camera panned across it until it came across the silhouette of a man atop a water tank with raggedy scarves that flapped in the wind, torn clothes, and a katana across his back. A thick, grotesque, tongue slipped out of his mouth and he liked his lips. The screen went black, with the words "To be continued second season" appearing in yellow letters. The worst? Mai asked, realizing that a chill had fallen upon the theater. Tenya had frozen for the second time this episode, and she could tell that he was shaking. "Hey, who was that at the end, Ida?" Tenya grit his teeth and cast his eyes away from Mai, feeling his shame at letting his anger control him like that return. Of course, how could he have forgotten? This was a show following the course of events of the past and eventually the future. He had taken for granted that it followed Midoriya, but Midoriya came to save him in Hosu. It was inevitable that it would go over Stain crippling Tensai and his misguided attempt to bring him to justice. "That was the hero killer, Stain," Shoto answered. "So we're going to get to see you three getting saved by Endeavor, right?" Denki asked. "Oh man, that's gonna be so cool. I've always wanted to see the current number 1 in action." "Hey, Midoriya, was he cool?" Izuku started to sweat a little at Denki's question. Yeah. Totally. It was really cool." Amahi Kamemoto yawned and stretched as the 5-minute timer popped up on the screen. "All right, kiddos. 5-minute break. Before we hit up Season 2. Snack bars open, now that I appear to be running a snack bar, I guess." Momo glanced up the stairs, concerned about what was happening near the doors of the theater, and not liking the anxious look that was still on Ochiko's face after she returned down the stairs with Tenya and Tsuyu. Ochiko was back in the love seat she had been sharing with Izuku, biting the nail on her thumb in worry. "Is everything going to be okay?" Momo asked the brunette. "Mr. Aizawa's talking to him," she answered, chewing on that nail. "I don't like it. I want to know what they're saying." "Mr. Aizawa is usually pretty harsh in his lectures, Ribbit," Tsuyu said, "so I hope it doesn't develop into an argument." "Midoriya can also be pretty stubborn when he gets behind a cause," Tenya agreed. "While I do believe he acted recklessly, there's really not much else he could have done. He's probably chewing him out for almost getting himself killed at the USJ, Nito replied, trying to look smug and failing from the tears in his eyes and total redness of his face thanks to Katsuki's intervention with his Hellfire Cola. The excessive breathing was just making him look like a dog. "Dude, we almost got killed back there." Denki yelped. "Would it kill you to show just a little sympathy?" Nito shrugged. "But then what would I do without my defining character trait of hating Class A? Maybe reign in that inferiority complex, Monoma," Itsuka said with a scowl. "You told me that you and Tetsu watched the first day's episodes yesterday, so you know exactly where Midoriya's coming from now. Your quirk may be copy, but at least you had a quirk." Nito grimaced and held his tongue. Kyoka folded her arms. "For the record, Monoma, you're the only one stirring up this whole class rivalry thing. We're all at UA to become heroes. It's not very heroic to keep mocking the other class and putting words in our mouths, unless you're really just an insecure narcissistic glory hound like Bakugo." "I'm not insecure. You're insecure. Take that back or I'll kill you." A hero nearly sweat dropped. "So you're fine with being a narcissistic glory hound?" Nito scowled. "None of them get it. I may as well have been quirkless with copy. I can only achieve success by relying on others, using the quirks of my allies and enemies. Alone, I'm useless. So I'll claw and fight my way to the top. Seeing Class A get attacked by those villains and get all the attention and glory from surviving it, sure it was terrifying, and maybe our class wouldn't have been able to handle things. If Komori was warped into the fire zone, for example, her mushrooms would just shrivel and burn. But still, all the attention went to Class A, when we had been working just as hard in our classes, and because their class was attacked our lessons were put on hold while they were getting valuable combat experience. We all want to be heroes too, damn it. Would it hurt to give us some recognition for the hard work and effort we put in without getting into trouble? The next big event of the school year is the sports festival, and normally nobody pays attention to the first years and all the focus is on our seniors. This year, though, all eyes were on our year because of Class A. Everyone wanted to see the class that fought off the villains. Nobody gave a DMN about the rest of us. Why shouldn't I be upset with them for stealing all the spotlight, and Midoriya most of all? So what about his past? He has All Might's quirk and All Might in his corner. He's destined to get to the top like that, and if Kendo's not going to do it, then I'll have to be the one to bring him back down to size. Momo looked sympathetically at Ochako as she eyed the clock on the screen, time starting to run out. Everything will be fine. I hope. Just a few minutes before, Shota Aizawa sighed and ran a hand through his hair, then placed the thumb and index finger of his left hand beneath his eyes and pulled down on the skin for a few seconds before letting that hand slide from his face. He stood from his seat. Midoriya. A moment of your time, please. Nemurai and Toshinori both looked at him questioningly as he shoved his hands in his pockets and turned towards the stairs. What are you up to, Aizawa? Nemurai asked. Having a conversation I've put off for far too long, he replied. Shota went up the stairs the few steps to the top level, and then stood by the doors, waiting for Midoriya to arrive. He wasn't alone. Shota felt his eyebrows twitch in annoyance. I didn't ask for any of you to come along, Uraraka, Ida, Asui. With all due respect, sir, Ida stated, whatever you wish to say to Midoriya, he will immediately divulge to us, so the contents of your conversation won't stay private. Uraraka and Asui nodded, while Midoriya had enough decency to look guilty. Shota frowned harder. No. This is a conversation between myself and Midoriya. If he chooses to share what was said between us with you all later, that's his decision, but right now this is a private conversation between student and teacher, understand? The three looked at him with hard gazes, but eventually nodded, Uraraka slipping her hand into Midoriya's and noticeably giving it a squeeze. They walked back down the steps, and Shota directed his gaze away from them and past the four teenagers to the screen, checking the remaining time. Lowering his head afterwards, Shota closed his eyes and took a breath. I'll keep this quick. Midoriya, good work at the USJ. The sight that greeted his eyes when he opened them again was what he expected, a completely flabbergasted Midoriya. Good work, he asked hesitantly, pointing at himself. Wait, aren't you going to yell at me for running into danger? I think we can both agree that that would be counterproductive at this point, Shota answered him. You'll run into danger with no regard to your own safety if you feel you can help even a little or save a life regardless of the consequences to yourself. You've already proven that you believe rules exist to be broken if they stand between yourself and saving someone, and that nobody, not even All Might, can dissuade you. So, instead of telling you that your actions were inappropriate, unnecessary, or out of line for a first-year Hero Corps student in the first week of classes, and especially one who couldn't use his quirk without breaking his own bones, and instead of disciplining you for not following the XPLCT instructions of your teachers, all of which would normally happen if what you did were to take place during a normal training exercise, I want to congratulate you. However, Shota continued, kneeling down to be closer to Midoriya's height so he could look at him at eye level, let me run this scenario by you. You're a UA graduate, you've been a pro hero for over a decade, having fought countless villains in too many life or death situations to count, and now you're a teacher. You're fighting a gang of cheap punks who dared to attack your class of first-year Hero Corps students during one of their first training exercises of the year, and one of your 15-year-old students who couldn't use their quirk without injuring themselves deliberately positioned themselves close to where you're fighting, thinking that they can help you out. How would you react to this? Midoriya opened his mouth, about to say something, and Shota quickly interrupted him. Keep in mind that this is a child and it is your job to oversee their training and ensure this child's safety while they are in your care. Their safety is paramount, you are to do whatever you can to protect them. Deliberately ordering the child into a life-and-death conflict is out of the question. As Midoriya chewed on that question, Shota placed his hand on the boy's head. That hair was so soft and fluffy, how did he manage to do that while those curls still seemed so dang messy? Midoriya, you showed exemplary leadership in front of Asui and Mineta, ensuring that the three of you were able to capture the villains in the shipwreck zone and get to safety with the lightest possible injuries. Full marks. I'm really proud of you for that. However, if you were already planning on breaking your arm delivering a punch when you were trying to save All Might at the end there, I would have opted to just punch the air like you did during your battle trial on the first day. The wind pressure from one of your punches at full strength would have been enough to send both villains flying away from All Might and would not have exposed you to danger. I also appreciate the thought for when you came to the plaza to scope out the situation, given how many villains I was simultaneously fighting. Going through life as you did, I can only imagine that now that you have a quirk, you have the urge to prove yourself as useful opposed to the useless Deku your childhood bullies called you, even if it costs you everything. However, having my green student want to wade into an unnecessary combat against adults with a quirk he can barely control tells me that he doesn't trust that the pro heroes he's idolized all his life, the pro heroes who have graduated from the hero school he's just begun training at and have spent years fighting villains in the field, can fight their own battles. Midoriya's eyes widened when Shota gently suggested that he didn't trust his pro-hero teachers, but he softly rubbed Midoriya's head. That hair really did feel nice. You did well, and you made mistakes, but you all got out of it alive and with valuable experience you can't get in a classroom. There were some seriously lucky breaks involved that if they hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here to be having this conversation. You're not getting punished, and if you tell anyone I said I was proud of you I'll put you under house arrest again. But as much as you were concerned about me, think about how scared I was that one of my students had put themselves in a position where they could be killed. It's my job to put my life on the line. You just got your provisional license, so you're still learning about what that means, but that's not a lesson you needed to go out of your way to try to learn in your first week of classes. Yeah, but, Midoriya started, seemingly lost in how roundabout Shota was being. Isn't meddling where you don't have to the essence of being a hero. Shota withdrew his hand from Midoriya's head. That was an interesting phrase. Explain what you mean by that. Well, I get that we're heroes, or, well, training to become heroes, Midoriya answered. So we have an obligation to help others and fight off criminals who break the law. You're right in that I didn't have to interfere at the plaza. You had that under control at least until Shigaraki and Nomu joined in. But, if I hadn't, would I still have what it takes in here to be a hero? He placed his hand on his chest over his heart. Shota blinked, opening his mouth to say something, but then more words spilled out from Midoriya. And at the entrance exam. When Ochako was stuck underneath that rubble. Thinking back on it now, obviously the 0-pointer wouldn't have crushed her, her life wasn't in any real danger, and the 0-pointer wasn't worth any villain points. And I didn't have any points at that point, still sitting with a big fat 0. There was no reason for me to go after it and save her instead of trying for some of the smaller robots that were worth points. I had every logical reason to run away like Ida and Shoji and Amar did and not interfere. But in that moment, when Ochako was pinned and in trouble, all I could think about was that I had to save her. Mr. Aizawa, how can I call myself a hero if I ignore bad situations or run away when people in front of me are in trouble? Shota flicked his gaze back to the clock. Barely a minute left. Midoriya, you're mixing up two very important things. They're similar, but you need to distinguish between heroes and pro-heroes. You and that big heart of yours are aspiring to be the best hero you can be, but you're at UA to learn how to be a pro-hero. A pro-hero is a job. You work hours, you stop crime, and hopefully you go home and get paid so you can do the same thing the next day and the next day and the next day until eventually you take a teaching position to pass on your knowledge and skills or you manage to live to retirement. There was a flash of recognition in his eyes, so Shota kept going. With your heart and the power All Might gave you, I know that you're going to be one of the best heroes to come out of this school, unless you follow those heroic instincts of yours into a grave. Neither of us are here to see you become a martyr, you're too smart for that, so let's be smart going forward so that you can also be one of the most successful and longest-lived pro-heroes to graduate from UN, okay? You hear that, problem child? I want you to graduate at the end of your 3rd year, so let's work together so you and all your classmates make it to graduation. Midoriya gave him a nod, and Shota responded with a rare smile. All right. Good. Now go back to your girlfriend, Hero. Midoriya blushed and quickly started to head back down the stairs as the timer hit 0 seconds and the newest episode started up, showing a blue sky with some lazy clouds and the sound of cicadas in the summer. Shota sighed and shoved his hands in his pockets as he returned to his own seat. You softy, Nemurai teased. Can it? Heroes. I've admired them since I was just a little kid. The voice of narrator Midoriya spoke as the scene showed baby Midoriya lying splayed out in the sand in the hot sun after having just been beaten up by baby Bakugo and the other young kids of the neighborhood. "Oh hell, we're really doing a recap episode." Katsuki barked. "Just play the next one already." "No, you're watching everything, including episode 13.5, Kamemoto replied back. "I don't care if you talk over it or what, but if I had to watch it, you have to watch it, so get over it." "What's the point of the recap?" Mizo asked as the screen showed Izuku as a small child being super cute and excited watching All Might's debut video. "We just binged the whole first season over the past 2 days. We're not going to learn anything new, right?" Narrator Midoriya could always say something new that we might not have figured out, though, Koji pointed out. "Recap episodes are just an excuse to catch a few winks," Denki chuckled, leaning back in his seat and activating recliner mode. "Or, who cares about that?" Mina breezily waved off. "Any excuse to see baby Midori being so cute is a-okay in my books, right Ochiko?" The brunette blushed a little and looked away from her boyfriend and towards her right knee, eyes darting up to the screen when it showed her crush as a cute little kid. He really was far too adorable like that. "I'm not gonna say no, Mina. I studied," narrator Midoriya said as a series of his notebooks, from childhood ones with brightly decorated covers to the familiar campus brand series started to appear on screen, "because I wanted to be just like him when I grew up." A different title card appeared, this one showing a messy desk with a notebook, a stick of All Might brand gum, an All Might action figure, and several pictures of Midoriya, including the group shot of the whole class and All Might posing that normally appeared right at the end of the first season's intro segment, with the show's logo on the left and the episode's title written on the red-tinted notebook. "Hero notebook, kinda on the nose title for this one," Mai stated. "Think we're going to see some of the stuff that Midoriya puts in those notebooks of his?" Rikido asked. "I hope so," Denki replied. "I'd love to see what he's got for his entry on me." "Who says he even has an entry on you?" Kyoka asked. "I have entries on all of you." Izuku quickly corrected her. "All of you have such awesome quirks, I'd be crazy not to have stuff written down about each and every one of you." Denki smiled and made finger guns at Kyoka. "See? Told you." All Might's theme started up as the spinning globe appeared on screen. 80% of the population of this world has some kind of uncanny superpower. Those abilities are called quirks. "Okay, yeah, we're just having a total recap episode," Kyoka sighed, leaning back into her seat for a second before popping out of it. "Hey, I'm gonna get something to drink and snack on from Kamemoto. You girls want anything?" "Just a regular non-Hellfire cola for me, please," Itsuka replied. Momo nodded. "Same for me as well, Gyro." "Oh. And a bag of gummy worms." Kyoka grinned. "All right. Gummy worms it is. If you offering, Gyro, could you also grab a bowl of popcorn for me and Izuku?" Ochiko asked. She looked at the couple and smirked. "Nah, I don't have enough hands for that. One of you can come along, though." Izuku nodded, extracting himself from the blanket he and his girlfriend were in. "Sure. I'll go. I basically just sat down anyway." "Be quick." "I'll admit, I'm kind of obsessed with him," narrator Midoriya stated over a montage of All Might shots after just talking about heroes, which was an impossible topic to mention for the fanboy without discussing All Might. "Well, that's the understatement of the century," Yuga chuckled. "I don't believe there's a hero Midoriya obsesses about more than All Might." The scene shifted away from talking about All Might to showing Midoriya as he was in his UA uniform for the first time before leaving home to head to orientation day. "Oh, yeah. I'm Izuku Midoriya." His name as well as Deku in parentheses appeared on screen in bright green letters. "I like the green," Mai commented. "It's fitting." "It basically is Midoriya's color, Ribbit," Tsuyu agreed. At the height of the stairs, Kyoka turned to Izuku as they passed behind the principal, who was still watching the screen with a fond smile on his face, the animal's tail swishing gently behind him. "So, what did Mr. Aizawa want to talk to you about?" "Oh." Izuku blushed after glancing at his teacher, who he met eyes with. Nothing really. Just wanted to talk about the USJ again and how we'll work on my quirk going forward. Ah, I see, Kyoka answered, smirking. He chewed you out, did? Sorry, kid, it's not gonna happen. Kyoka stopped speaking and froze in her tracks, her head whipping. Back to the screen. Katsuki's eyes widened and he shot out of his seat. Mizo's relaxed posture vanished as he, too, rose from his seat and grabbed at the railing in front of him. No way, Kyoka muttered. That voice, Mizo gasped. Katsuki was far less subtle. You've got to be shitting me. No. Can't be. Hey. Babysitter. Pause it and rewind. Kamemoto sighed. So you figured it out, here. Denki glanced up and around while several others were confused by the reactions of the three in different areas of the theater. Here. Figured what out? Bakugo. You're interrupting the episode's retelling of Midoriya's origin, Can If Four Eyes. Hey, you caught it too, right? Izuku stared at Katsuki before turning back to the screen. Kamemoto had actually paused it and complied with Katsuki's request, rewinding the episode back a few seconds. He had hated this moment for as long as he could remember. It was ingrained into the fabric of his identity as being quirkless. How could he possibly forget it? What was Katsuki getting at? Sorry, kid, it's not gonna happen. The voice went through Izuku's ears again, and he felt the familiar pain from the indifference the doctor had showed when he had torpedoed Izuku's dream of becoming a hero. Based on the research available, it's safe to say that your son isn't going to develop a quirk. Why is Bakugo bringing this up? Why does he look so freaked out? Actually, why do Gyro and Shoji also look like they've seen a ghost? She wasn't like Yorozu and I were when we heard All for One again last. Wait, that voice. Izuku's skin grew cold. He didn't know he was backing away until he hit the wall. The doctor. No. It can't be. Izuku, what's wrong? Ochako called up from her seat, hearing her boyfriend's panic. I don't get it, man, Tetsu asked, glancing at Katsuki's terrified look. He'd never seen Katsuki actually look scared before. What's going on? A light bulb went off in Nito's head, and despite how much he had already decided to bring Izuku back down to earth, he couldn't help but clench his fist and slam it against his knee. That doctor who told Midoriya he was quirkless as a kid, don't you all recognize his voice? We just heard it a few minutes ago. What? Hunter asked. But you mean? Nah, can't be, right? Rikido proposed, the sweets hero starting to sweat at how uncomfortable that idea was. That's too much of a coincidence, right? Things like that don't just happen, Minoru agreed. Kyoka was next to Izuku, kneeling down with her hand on his back as he breathed, having fallen onto his but with his back to the wall. Midoriya, calm down. Yagi and Ochako were both on their way up to join her to help look after him. You're gonna be all right. Got it. Katsuki shook his head. No, that's it. That's the voice of the doctor who was with Shigaraki's boss. I knew it sounded familiar when we were watching the last episode, and now I'm sure about it. One of the kids who used to hang out with us when we were little, that doctor's his Gramps. We saw him from time to time outside of his practice. Hell, it's the reason why all us neighborhood kids were his patients. No doubt about it, that sick F who was with the boss villain is the same doctor who instigated the next 10 years of hell I put Deku through by calling him quirkless. Deku, that must be what you call a helpless loser who's completely useless. Young Midoriya, breathe for me, Yagi said, kneeling in front of him while Ochako was now on Izuku's right side with Kyoka still on his left. A few other students had left their seats to come up, Momo, Tenya, Mai, and Shoto included. While they were not crowding around him, they also weren't hanging too far back either. Izuku's panic at hearing Dr. Tsubosa's voice again and equating it to the same voice they'd heard alongside All for One was starting to subside, but that manic energy was already being channeled somewhere else as he began to mutter quietly enough that only he could hear. Dr. Tsubosa, he made the Nomyu. Nomyu have multiple quirks. Give and take quirks. Tsubasa. Wings, those wings. Izuku's eyes widened, and he suddenly no longer felt like he wanted to eat anything for a snack anymore. I think I'm going to be sick. It's all right, young Midoriya, Yagi said, placing a hand on his shoulder as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 shot up to get a vomit bag. "It's going to be all right." 𝐒𝐿𝐼 returned with the bag, which Yagi promptly opened up and placed in front of Izuku. The boy took it, but his stomach wasn't in revolt just yet. "Here, in case you need it." "All might." Izuku looked up, really noticing that his mentor was there. This man was the #1 hero, and he was intricately tied to All for One. If anyone knew, he would. All Might, the 𝐻𝐻𝐽, what are they? How did the doctor make them? Were they grown in a vat or? Nobody was even paying attention to the recap episode that continued on its merry way in the background now. Kamemoto piped up with, "That question is gonna be answered this season anyway, just saying." Yagi didn't pay any heed to her comment, and gripped Izuku's shoulders firmly while forming a thin frown with his mouth. They were people once, before the Doctor and Shigaraki's MS-star modified them to handle multiple quirks, but the process fries their brains, turning them into mindless empty shells. Now Izuku really did throw up, as his mind flashed back to that pale-skinned winged 𝐻𝐻𝐽 that grabbed him that night in Hosu. Him, over anyone else that was there at the time, above Todoroki or Endeavor or Ida or Gran Torino or any one of the other heroes who were there. Izuku couldn't hear the gasps of concern the others around him made, or Momo saying that she'd get him some water, or feel 𝐒𝐿𝐼's and Kyoka's hands on his back. He heaved again, heart locked in the horror of what had happened that night, and unable to escape the terrible knowledge of what he now suspected was true. 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐼, he spoke after his retching had finally abated, the rest of the students staying silent. "That kid who used to hang out with us and bullied me with you, Tsubasa. The one with the wings. Do you know why he stopped coming to school?" Katsuki frowned and stared through the crowd of people who had turned to look at him. He met eyes with Izuku, and he leaned back against the railing while folding his arms. Said his gramps was moving to a new city and his family was moving too. "Why?" Izuku paled even more, and tried to answer, but the words couldn't reach his throat. He felt ill and cold. Ice was in his veins, freezing his body in place, as the sheer horror of what All for One and the Doctor had done. That kid who had played with him and later bullied him throughout his childhood until he randomly moved away, he had been mutated into that grotesque alien existence before it was ended by the bloody tip of Stain's knife. Shoto, reading the room, unable to understand the connection Izuku was making, bluntly cut through the tension to the heart of Izuku's current freakout. This subject was also making him very uncomfortable as well, but someone needed to say it, or else everyone in the room would be mystified. It didn't appear as though Tenya had connected the dots yet, and he was the only other person who could. "In Hosu, there was a winged 𝐻𝐻𝐽 that went after Midoriya after we were rescued by Endeavor. It had wings that looked similar to those of the child Midoriya and Bakugo knew as kids." An even deeper chill descended upon not just the students, but the teachers as well. Nito finally rose from his seat at the front, whirling around with eyes wide in shock. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Time out. You're saying that that doctor turned his own grandson into a 𝐻𝐻𝐽? That's ridiculous. That's completely insane. Why would? Sometimes it's impossible to understand why evil people do what they do, young Monoma," Yagi said, rising from his kneeling position in front of Izuku so he could move to look down towards where the young blonde from 1B stood. "There are villains who cannot be reasoned with, whose values are so different from our own that it's impossible to understand or reconcile with them. This doctor who works with the one they call 𝐿𝐼 is one of those people. If he is willing to turn even his own grandchild into a 𝐻𝐻𝐽, then he must be apprehended as soon as possible," Nezu agreed. "Fortunately, we now have a name and a general history we can use to try to track him down." Tsubasa, was it? "It might be a fake name, however," Aizawa pointed out. "Agreed," Yagi said with a nod of his head. "Still, I'll let Tsukochi and Gran Torino know as soon as we get back. They're handling the investigation into the League. That we now have at least some lead on the man making the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is good news." Katsuki felt numb as he sank back into his seat. Practically everyone else was swarming around Izuku, so he figured really nobody would see his stricken face as he covered it with his hand. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Tsubasa, you idiot! Why'd you have to be that Fing But's grandkid? Some great hero you turned out to be, Katsuki." Couldn't even tell that that fat old doctor was a Fing villain working with All for One. Was it because I led them in bullying Deku that Tsubasa singled him out even as a Fing no Mu? Did I cause him to almost get killed again? Still covering his eyes, Katsuki leaned back in his seat so his head was facing the ceiling, and just let out one massive pained shout. Fuyuk. That's revolting, Kyoma declared in a hiss through her teeth. These villains truly are despicable. I do believe that despite how troubling this revelation is, there is nothing more that we can do at the moment beyond accept it, Nezu stated. Everyone, I suggest that we continue watching as Miss Kamemoto intends. There can be much insight we can glean when studying old material, as you have just clearly seen. Those in attendance who had dismissed the notion of watching a recap episode kicked themselves. However, at the same time, some of them couldn't help but wonder if what they had just learned was really something that they weren't better off remaining ignorant of. I didn't mean to get you caught up in my justicing, All Might said with a bright smile to Alderira Midoriya, with the light-hearted background music doing its best to try to bring the students back down from the horror of the dots that they had just connected. It wasn't entirely working. Izuku still felt sick to his stomach as he apologetically handed Kamemoto his vomit bag, feeling guilty about how the remains of that large, delicious breakfast the kitchen staff had made to try to help him had been brought back up. He would need to apologize to them too for wasting the strange ether quirk food that they had given him. To her credit, Kamemoto was looking at him with sympathy, and handed him a ginger ale and a bag of salted pretzels. Feel better soon, Midoriya. The young man nodded at her, glad that she wasn't wearing something quite as revealing today as she had been yesterday in that bikini top, and turned back to return to his seat. Both Ochako and Ida were at his sides, with Tsuyu, Shoto, Momo, Kyoka, Mai, and Itsuka hanging close by. He looked so much cooler in person. All Might's smile was punctuated with a brilliant lens flare. Oh yeah, forgot a bit about Midoriya freaking out about that, a hero chuckled. He turned back to look up at the top of the stairs as Izuku's group got close. So, Midoriya, how do you feel about All Might now that you've trained with him for a year and we've had him as a teacher for a semester? Still think he's super manly like when he saved you from the sludge villain and you got his autograph? Izuku paused in his path, and turned to look at his mentor who had already returned to his seat. Yagi also looked up towards where Izuku was, and their eyes met. Izuku glanced up at the screen, where it was replaying his freakout over All Might deflating into Skeletor in front of him on the rooftop, and then back to Yagi before bringing his attention to the couch where a hero was sitting with Katsuki and Tetsu. Given how close I was to finishing cleaning the beach, I don't think it was all that manly for him to wait until the morning of the entrance exam to give me one for. Or, we probably should have been supervised by Recovery Girl the week before and at least done a little training with it to finish off cleaning Dagobah Beach. Yagi felt like an arrow had just pierced his chest as Izuku cut deep. But then, the entrance exam would have probably gone differently, so who can say what would have happened then, or if I would have been in a position to save Ochako or if she would have gone to see present MIC to ask about giving me her points, since I was still at nothing. Izuku mustered his courage and gave his girlfriend a kiss on the cheek, trying to will his crazy blush to die down. So, even if it wasn't cool that I was given this power that could break my body and told to go take a test that could decide my future without ever having used it before, I think everything's worked out okay so far. Ooh. Don't sweep it under the rug, Midori. Mina countered. That was mean, All Might. Yeah, it's romantic as hell that the first time Midori used his quirk it was to save Ochako, but he broke his right arm and both his legs doing so, then passed out once present MIC called time. Not manly at all, All Might, sending Midori to take the entrance exam without figuring out one for all one teensy bit. Aizawa grinned and left his seat as his students all started throwing shade at Yagi for leaving Izuku out to dry when it came to preparing him to actually use one for all. They were making him so proud, given that that's exactly how he felt. Giving a 15-year-old a quirk the day of the UA entrance exam and expecting him to be able to use it without shattering his body. Give him a break. That's unrealistic for anybody, let alone a quirkless person who'd never known the feeling of having a power beyond regular motor skills. Where are you off to, Aizawa? Kyoma asked, narrowing her eyes. He paused only for a second to look back at her. To ask Kamemoto for some sake to drink. That last revelation took a bit out of me. Want something? Drinking on the job, hm. Kiyoma purred. This isn't a school event, Aizawa reminded her. Even if we are chaperoning them, somewhat. Besides, we're locked in here for another hour after this recap episode ends. It'll be fine. In that case, get a bottle and 2 cups. We can share, Kiyoma replied. She sighed and leaned back in her seat, her expression souring. I could honestly use some of that, too. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement and made his way towards their caretaker. Oi, Deku. You owe me a punch for that stunt you pulled with All Might. Leave him alone, Bakugo, Ochako retorted, glaring up at the other youth. Izuku doesn't owe you anything. Izuku swallowed a gulp of the ginger ale he'd been given by Kamemoto, looking up at the screen and watching a replay of when he rushed in to save Katsuki from the sludge villain. He reached for some of the pretzels, hoping that they would help to settle his stomach with their dry saltiness. Oh, you mean when I accidentally caused All Might to drop the bottles the villain was in? He asked aloud. Demonstrate, nerd. Izuku blinked before craning his head back to look up at Katsuki upside down. Okay, but don't you think you got enough hits in during our fight the other day? If you really want to, I can let you get a free hit in when we're training this afternoon. Ochako and his friends gasped. Izuku. What? It's only fair. What was fair was you realizing it was your fault and jumping in to save him like you did, a hero said before turning to Katsuki. Seriously, Bakugo. Why punch him for it? Midoriya. You don't need to comply with his barbarism. Tenya instructed. Momo nodded. That's right. Don't let Bakugo bring you down to his level. Itsuka shrugged. Actually, I kinda agree with Bakugo on this one, she said sheepishly. If my friend, and especially someone I hated, did something stupid that ended up in me getting attacked by a villain, I'd want to give them a good smack. Of course you would, Kendo, Nito scoffed. You're always too quick to rely on brute force. She frowned at him and raised her hand, to which he laughed. Ha! You prove my point. Maybe if you weren't so insufferable whenever Class A is involved I wouldn't have to chop your neck so often, she retorted. If they weren't showing off and getting in trouble all the time I wouldn't be so insufferable, Nito answered her. Explain again how it's our fault that we were attacked by villains, Momo queried with folded arms. I never said that it was your fault that you are a class of troublemakers, but troublemakers you are, with Midoriya here as the ringleader. I'm fine with that, Mina replied. Makes life more fun. Yeah, Minoma, Tetsu piped up. Maybe we'd have a bit more fun if we were a bunch of trouble magnet hellions too. Please don't, Aizawa muttered as he poured the sake. You'll give Vlad an ulcer. Mr. Power Loader already claims that I'm giving him more gray hairs than all his other students combined, Mai proudly announced. Hey, if you're giving Bakugo a free hit for accidentally sicking the sludge villain on him, does that mean he has to give you a free hit for all the times he beat you up since you were kids? Denki asked. You know, since it's only fair and all. Katsuki shot Denki a glare. He was not willing to endure an endless rain of one-for-all punches from Izuku as retribution for the 10 years of SHT he gave him, and he knew that Izuku would never be willing to do that anyway. Hey, Midoriya, forget I said anything. You don't have to let me punch you this afternoon, but if we end up sparring I'm totally going to pummel you into the ground. You got that, wannabe. You still haven't beaten me in a straight fight and you never will. Well, glad to know that some things never truly change, Fumikage muttered while Tsuyu riveted a giggle. Midoriya was hunched over, crying in joy and relief that All Might understood him, and was telling him the very thing that he needed to hear his entire life. Against the light of the sunset All Might stated, Young man, you, too, can become a hero. This part will never not get me. Tetsu sniffed, holding back his manly tears. It's just so inspirational, dude. Nito folded his arms. This music is trying too hard to make my sympathize with Midoriya. Or, cut it out, will ya? Mai asked, smacking him on the back of the head. You've been nothing but a wet blanket since you showed up. Midoriya went through hell. Nito growled. What are you even doing here? You're a support course gearhead. At least the rest of us are in the hero course. And why are you talking as if Midoriya's the only one who had it rough? Just because he was quirkless. I had to fight through the slime and the muck to get even an ounce of respect, with everyone mocking me for my quirk when I was a kid. Calling me copycat and picking on me for not having a real quirk, as if I asked to be born with copy. And then Midoriya goes and attracts All Might's attention, and he gets chosen to wield a phenomenal power that's been passed down for generations. All his barriers are being swept aside, while I had to fight tooth and nail to overcome mine just to get a shot at UA. Then you all go ahead and get attacked by villains, making everyone pay attention to the first years instead of the third years, but they're all there to see Class A and not the rest of us, as if we haven't been working just as hard as the rest of you and deserve just as much of the praise. More than half of the students balked at Nito's outburst. Put your back into it and drag it all the way to the park's entrance. Get that tire into the truck. This is what it takes to be a hero, kid. Hustle. Go. Hunter pointed at the screen. Dude, do you not see the insane stuff Midoriya had to do in order to just get All Might's quirk? Or see how he broke his bones whenever he used it? Rikido asked. I kinda doubt you horribly maimed your body whenever you used copy, Koji added. Nito growled. That's not the point. You were made fun of for your quirk. The blonde snarled and looked towards Izuku, who was giving him a blank look. Yeah, I was. Wanna fight about it? Izuku blinked. That's dumb. Your quirk is amazing. It'd be totally awesome to have a quirk like yours. I know. Nito replied. It's as good as every quirk in school combined. Yeah, there's so much you can do with a quirk like that, you'd have to be blind not to realize its potential, Izuku replied, smiling brightly and leaning across Ochako as he got excited. There's so much you could do with a quirk like that. You'd be able to handle combat or rescue at a moment's notice. And by copying the quirks of any villains you're fighting, you'd be able to throw them off when they are suddenly encountering their own quirk used against them. It's a really amazing and versatile power, Monoma. Exactly. Exactly. Nito replied. You get it, don't you? Ochako leaned back in her seat, smiling to herself and withholding shaking her head as Nito Monoma, freaking Nito Monoma, started to open up to Izuku, all because he started geeking out about Nito's quirk. Itsuka blinked, surprised at this rapid turn of events. Well, I wasn't expecting that to happen, she said. Momo giggled. That's our Midoriya. Every quirk is amazing as far as he's concerned, and he's right, Monoma's quirk is pretty amazing. Be kinda weird if all it takes to get Monoma to be nice to us is to just have Midoriya geek out over his quirk, Kyoka muttered. Maybe that really is all he needs, Itsuka answered with a shrug. He keeps talking us up and talking you down cause he's been told his quirk is. If the most powerful kid in our year, who happens to be in the other class, starts gabbing about how awesome Monoma's quirk is, maybe he'll start to lighten up. Kyoka scoffed. Here's hoping. Midoriya screamed in triumph, standing atop the cab of an old truck at the top of the pile of beach junk and refuse he'd cleaned up. Nito stopped cold at the sound of past Izuku's scream. What the heck was he doing, fraternizing with Izuku Midoriya of all people? But he seemed so earnest when he started to talk about his quirk. Was this all a ploy to get him to lower his guard? No, it couldn't be. Midoriya was an idiot idealist. There's no way that he was hatching a nefarious scheme against him. So, if he wasn't hatching a grand malevolent plot, did that mean that he actually thought that his quirk was amazing and he'd make a fantastic hero? No fooling. No sarcasm. No backhanded compliments or jeering. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts. All Might said as he and Midoriya were framed by the sunrise on the beach, All Might holding the fateful hair in his hand. Mina grinned and placed her hand under her chin. Not gonna lie, still a big fan of how Midori turned from twig to titan in 10 months. Oh, he could grate cheese on those abs. Izuku blushed hard at Mina's comment and busied himself with drinking some more of that ginger ale. Come on, Ashido, don't tease me like that. I'm the plain-looking one, remember? Ochako felt her cheeks grow hot when he said that, remembering her own words when she had been trying to describe him to present MIC. She frowned. No. Izuku does not need to continue thinking like that. Reaching out, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gripped Izuku by the chin and turned his head to look at her. Butterflies flew all around in her stomach, and she couldn't believe that she was actually going to say this, but she needed to. No, she wanted to say this to him. Izuku, he blinked, his eyes moving all over his face before finally settling on her eyes. She was blushing like crazy, which was only making himself blush harder, seeing that she was feeling embarrassed about something. Why yeah. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gulped, feeling a bead of sweat form on her forehead. Her heart was pounding in her chest. Say it, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Just say it. Are you ready? Present MIC belted out right before the practical portion of the entrance exam kicked off. When I said you were plain looking. I lied. She gulped again, feeling her throat constrict. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was dimly aware of Momo, Itsuka, and Kyoka watching her from behind Izuku, and she was sure that Tenya and Mai were also paying attention from the other couch behind her, not to mention everyone in the second row. Still, she had come this far, she had to say it now. You're hot, Izuku. She kissed him before the words even had time to settle. It turned out to be the perfect timing, their lips mashing together, each falling deeper into the kiss as heroic music kicked up. The screen showed a montage of the entrance exam, including Midoriya's powerful smash. As Uraraka, then Ida and the other examinees visibly expressed their surprise at his jaw-dropping move, narrator Midoriya began, I wish I could go back in time and tell 4-year-old me that everything was gonna be okay. Izuku didn't want to breathe. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had just said that he was hot. She just told him that he wasn't ordinary or plain, but attractive. And in that tone of voice. Now she was kissing him. He must have been going crazy. Just a few minutes ago he had been freaking out over learning that the doctor he used to see as a kid was an accomplice of All for One, and had most definitely turned his own grandson into the Nomu stain had rescued him from. He'd even thrown up. Yet now, here he was, making out with his out-of-this-world girlfriend who had just declared that he was actually hot, and she wasn't complaining about how there was probably still some lingering bile taste. How was this his life? 4-year-old him would never have believed him if he had the chance to tell himself this. You both passed the exam, projection All Might declared. That, if you work hard and don't give up, wonderful, life-altering things can happen to you, even if you are just a quirkless nobody. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 felt herself humming softly as she leaned into Izuku, his arms wrapping around her, and turning them into a cabbage roll filling as his hands brought the green blanket around with them. He deserved all of these wonderful, life-altering things, her hero. The boy who'd saved her and captivated her heart with his selflessness and heroic spirit, and was so adorable in his awkward earnestness and generally shy demeanor. His pure heart deserved all the good things in the world, and she was going to make sure he got them, starting with her love. Get a room, nerds. Katsuki shouted. Midoriya. Uraraka. No fornicating in the theater. Tenya Momo had stars in her eyes, a hand over her mouth. She was picturing herself wrapped up in that green blanket with them, laying on top of Izuku, while 𝐒𝐿𝐵's lips were pressed against the back of her neck as her ponytail covered the other brunette's face. Kyoka jabbed her in the side with a finger, startling her out of it, while smirking. Momo's cheeks turned pink and she tore her gaze back to the screen, blowing up her cheeks like a chipmunk, and then thinking of how adorable 𝐒𝐿𝐵 would be if she had a chipmunk quirk. The pair themselves broke from each other as if scalded when Tenya's shout hit them, and despite the fact that they were now dating, neither of them were able to look each other in the eye for more than a second. Once again, they had just started making out in front of their entire class. How could they keep forgetting that everyone else was around and start doing this? Pretzel? Izuku asked, reaching for the bag that had fallen to the ground to offer some to 𝐒𝐿𝐵. She nodded, not saying a word, and took a few before shoving them in her mouth. She ran her tongue over the salty cubes embedded in the snack, using them to get rid of the faint taste of bile that had still lingered on Izuku's lips. 10 out of 10, she'd still kiss him again, but maybe after some mints. Show me it's no mistake that you're here, Aizawa said. Class 1A was gathered in their PE clothes outside for Aizawa's quirk assessment test, with a quick number of shots of them all as narrator Midoriya continued his voiceover. You see, my classmates and I all want to be pro-heroes. The teachers can be a little HAD on us, he continued as Izawa used his binding cloth capture weapon to ensnare Midoriya and yank him in for a red-eyed stare-down, before a montage of his classmates competing in the event started. We have to go all out. So, Mr. Izawa, you said the other day that you had something against the entrance exam, that it wasn't rational, Shoto inquired, looking towards their teacher. That's right, he answered. It overemphasizes flashy physical quirks, and here we go again, Kiyama sighed. Which can severely limit our pool of those who pass, where children with quirks who would be very useful in heroics against real people are weeded out because their quirk is ineffective against a robot. Shoto nodded. But then your quirk assessment test on orientation day, that was a series of entirely physical tests, and you threatened expulsion of the student who came in last. Izawa nodded. Yes, it was. Are you about to call my methods hypocritical, Todoroki? Not at all, sir. I just found it interesting that you would model your own personal entrance exam after a test you felt distaste for. Izawa stared down at Shoto Todoroki for a moment, then brushed his gaze over the rest of his students. Some of them were looking at him in curiosity, while others had this expectant expression on their faces, and others still were just shooting glances as if they were anxious of attracting his attention but still interested in his answer to Shoto's veiled question. He sighed. Just because I don't agree with the system currently in place doesn't mean I don't understand its merits. A large portion of our work involves physical activity, not even in the form of fighting villains, but just getting around, moving yourself, objects, and other people, and not every quirk is best suited for that. The purpose of the quirk assessment I have you perform is to give you practice using your quirks in unusual ways that you maybe haven't before, to try to augment your physical abilities, and also to give me a baseline for where you're at and what you'll need to improve on in your heroics lessons and other quirk development training you take at UA. Not every quirk is suited for it, but the test gave you an opportunity to flex your creativity on how you could use your quirks to give you whatever edge you could in traditional physical tests. But they were still physical tests, sir. Denki countered. Yeah. Toru agreed. I'm invisible, Kaminari can generate electricity, and Koda can talk to animals. How were quirks like ours going to help us in any way? By also recognizing the limitations of your quirk and that it's not going to be useful for every situation. But threatening to send someone home just because they get last in a series of physical tests when their quirk can't be used for anything physical is even more stupid than the entrance exam. Toru argued. At least in the entrance exam I had a way to use my quirk to sneak up on the robots and hit the kill SWCH to disable them. Your quirk assessment test gave me nothing to work with. Izawa looked directly at the invisible girl, keeping his frustration at her poking perfectly logical holes in his ritual off his face. I was never going to expel you, 𝐔𝐸𝐽. I knew you had more potential in you than however you'd place in my tests. The only one I was concerned about was Midoriya. If he'd not shown me any improvement between when he broke himself during the exam and here, he would have been out. So you were singling Izuku out? Ochako yelped. Izawa sighed. Of course, if it came to that, I'm sure that Principal Nezu would have overruled my decision to expel Midoriya in that case. Can't have All Might's successor learning to use his quirk in secret without someone like Recovery Girl around if he's breaking his limbs all the time, and I probably also would have been made aware of the extenuating circumstances regarding his lack of control. However, that's all behind us now, and we'll be taking steps to rectify those mistakes caused by a lack of communication and information, so drop it. Please, don't be too hard on Mr. Izawa, Izuku pleaded. I was able to overcome his challenge and start getting some control over One for All because of the expulsion threat. If I didn't think my path to being a hero would end right as it was beginning, I might not have figured anything out. Ochako gave him a serious look as she contemplated his words before finally sighing. Fine, but I'm still mad about it. And I still mean what I said before. If you'd been expelled after you'd proven you could be a hero when you saved me, I'd have walked out, too, and found another hero school to go to. Izuku's eyes glimmered with tears. Ochako, if you two are going to start making out again, please don't, Kyoka interjected. It's cute, but distracting. Midoriya's smash during the first heroics lesson with All Might was tearing up the building after he narrated that Bakugo still had it in for him. Well, I guess none of us came to UA to make friends, narrator Midoriya admitted. Still, I found some great ones. Man, I don't know what you were saying during that match, Kirishima said as he, Ashido, Soto, and Zero confronted Midoriya when he returned from Recovery Girl's office, but you were all fired up. Ooh. He's gonna talk about us now. Mina cooed, squirming before leaning forward in her seat while grabbing a handful of her popcorn. I wonder if he's going to say anything about me or just stick to Ochako. The students here range from weird to downright irreplaceable, narrator Midoriya said as the scene shifted from clips of the class greeting him upon his return from Recovery Girl, to when Uraraka caught up with him and Ida after they were free to home post Aizawa's quirk assessment test. I like Deku. It could make a great hero name. Plus, I think it sounds kinda cute. Ochako felt her cheeks go red amidst the teasing snickers of her classmates. Yeah, Uraraka is pretty irreplaceable, isn't she? Mashiro said with a wry smirk. I'm sure Midoriya wouldn't even be able to function properly if she were gone, Itsuka teased. Hey, come on you guys, knock it off, Izuku ummed, placing his head in his hands. I never actually said that. So you're saying that Uraraka isn't irreplaceable to you? Denki ribbed him. I never said that either. Izuku yelped. Kyoka chuckled. You are too easy, Green, she said as the screen showed clips of the other students in 1A and moments of their daily school life not involved in the fight at the USJ. And I'm still doing my research, too, narrator Midoriya's voiceover said over their bus ride to the USJ. I take plenty of notes about everyone in my hero notebooks. Here we go. A hero cheered. Bring on the entries. Denki agreed. First up was Bakugo's page, showing a nice drawing of Bakugo on the left with some notes on the right. Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitch. Hey! Why's my entry so small? You've been studying me for years, Deku. I should have a whole notebook dedicated to me. First off, my childhood friend, Kaken, narrator Midoriya said, a little bite of sarcasm around the word friend, as it replayed bits of their fight during All Might's first training exercise. He can secrete nitroglycerine-like sweat from his hands and make it explode. He really excels when it comes to combat. He even took first place in the entrance exam. They can't all be long-winded, I guess, Rikido commented as the pages of the notebook flipped. Ochako felt her heart throb as it opened to her entry, with a cute drawing of herself in her hero costume on the left and some notes about her on the right. Kiyoma squirmed and giggled in her seat at how adorably Izuku drew Ochako. Uraraka can make anything she touches totally weightless. Plus, she can make herself float. The only thing is, if she uses her quirk too much, she pukes rainbows, Shoto spoke up. Nearly everyone turned to look at him, not expecting Shoto to be the one to tease Ochako. What? He asked. I have yet to see evidence otherwise. Mina began cackling, falling back into her seat, while Kyoka and Denki both snorted. Mai held back a burst of laughter, then devolved into a giggle fit that spread, while Ochako and Izuku just groaned and covered their heads in the blanket, vanishing from sight. That just made even more giggles spread. By the way, can we talk about your quirk? Izuku asked, looking at Ochako underneath the blanket. I've been meaning to ask some things about it since this morning. I'd like to get a better understand of it and run some ideas by you. Sure, she answered, a smile returning to her face. Let's talk about it during training this afternoon. I'd rather not talk about it now when everyone's so hung up on the rainbows. Unless you want to throw up on your own, you can't prove that you don't vomit sunshine, Mina countered the lump underneath the evergreen blanket. After having briefly discussed Ida, the pages flipped to another student. Then there's Todoroki. His quirk lets him freeze with his right hand and burn with his left. At least, that's what I hear, narrator Midoriya said over clips of Todoroki in action during their first heroics lesson and at the USJ. He only ever shows us what his ice powers can do. Man, I can't wait to see your fight at the sports festival again, a hero commented, pumping his fist as the pages flipped. That's gonna be so awesome. Hey, he's talking about you, now, Zoo. Ribbit, Tsuyu said with a nod, eager to hear what narrator Midoriya had to say about her quirk over a montage of shots at the USJ. Allow her to swim super fast underwater, jump really high, and even cling to walls. So, basically, whatever a frog can do. Pretty basic information, actually, she said with a finger to her chin and a slight head tilt. Well, what do you expect? Kamemoto asked. This is just a quick recap episode, not an in-depth documentary on each of your quirks, especially when he only knew you guys for a week at this point in the story. Yeah, that's true, Minoru sighed, checking himself out in action at the USJ as narrator Midoriya talked about him. We haven't had much chance to show off yet, here. Kirishima hardened his arms, and Kaminari threw up electricity as he prepared to fire off against the villains in the mountain zone. That's not everyone. All of my classmates have incredible quirks. We're constantly training and trying to figure out how we can use our powers to their fullest potential. Kyoka smirked. Gotta admit, I love how badass he's making all of us look here, she said, liking the montage of action shots of the class. Present MIC appeared on screen, followed by Recovery Girl and then Aizawa coming out of his sleeping bag as narrator Midoriya went into talking about the teachers. The teachers that guide us at UA are all impressive, too. They're pro heroes. Kiyoma's eyes widened and she elbowed Aizawa. Look. He's got an entry on you. I already know that, Aizawa said, trying to hide how pleased he was. It already showed us that he did when he finally recognized me after he saw my goggles. Also an agile fighter, particularly when he uses the special cloth wrapped around his neck to snare a bunch of villains at the same time. Yeah. You go, Mr. Aizawa. Rikido cheered, watching Eraserhead take down a trio of villains simultaneously using his binding cloth at the USJ. And then, of course, the greatest pro ever is a teacher at UA this year. The #1 hero, All Might. All Might flexed in front of the sun, looking back with a smile on his face as his name and quirk, One for All, showed up on the screen. I was wondering when you'd start gushing about All Might again, Itsuka said with a smile and folded arms as she shot Izuku a look. He and Ochako had since unwrapped their heads from under the blanket, having calmed down, and were munching on pretzels. Izuku only lightly blushed this time from the rubbing and shrugged. His quirk can be used to channel overwhelming amounts of power. It's known as superpower. Mina cheered, while several others countered her by saying One for All along with narrator Midoriya. Texas. Sma. All Might yelled, punching the air in front of the sludge villain while still holding onto his grocery bag full of pop. Toru leaned back in her seat. Hey, Midoriya. When are you gonna get sturdy enough that you can throw punches like that without breaking your arms? Probably when he's got tree trunk arms like All Might, Hunter answered. No way, Mina waved her arm back and forth. If Midori got that buff he'd lose his cuteness charm. Midoriya's cuteness is in his face, ribbit, Tsuyu commented. That's right, Momo agreed with a nod. No offense, Midoriya, but imagining you with huge muscles like All Might right now, it feels odd and unnatural. Izuku raised his hands. No. That's all right. I can't imagine myself like that, either. I've inherited All Might's power, narrator Midoriya stated as Midoriya in his first hero costume ran through the entrance into Ground Beta. Though I can't really control it yet, understatement of the year, Aizawa scoffed. As the camera panned up a frontal view of his first hero costume, narrator Midoriya continued. It looks like it's going to take some time for me to make his quirk my own. But that just means I have to keep pushing myself. I won't stop. I'm positive I'll become a legendary superhero like him one day. There were a few oohs and ohs as the on-screen Izuku clenched his fist with a determined frown, ready to follow through on his dream to control One for All and become like All Might. Recovery Girl's office. The old female hero intoning seriously, do you have to be the symbol of peace? Is it that important? Shrunken All Might replying, if they knew I wasn't, the temptation of this power could corrupt our society. This quirk, those who wield it are responsible for mankind's safety. Flashes of their first combat training exercise flew by. So, yeah, narrator Midoriya continued over the somber, weighty background music. Everyone at UA is pretty incredible. Ochako frowned. I swear, Izuku, if you're about to say that you're not as incredible as the rest of us, but what's the point of having these quirks? Narrator Midoriya asked rhetorically as Kaminari walked forward with electricity coating his hand, then Yorozu swinging the quarterstaff she created. What should we be doing with them? And why did we all fight so hard to get into UA? Why are we trying to be heroes? At the heart of the matter, there's only one motivation. We want to help people. And to do that, we have to be able to take on villains. The screen lit up with a shot of Shigaraki standing in front of the UA barrier, behind the throng of reporters. That's a lesson we learned the hard way, far earlier than any of us expected to. The day that we were attacked while training. When we met pure evil. Minoru frowned as the screen showed Shigaraki in the bar. Geez, didn't know that you were going to go all philosophical on us, Midoriya. Don't go labeling me with your ideology, Deku, Katsuki growled. My motivation is to beat the SHT outer every villain I come across and become number one. At least you'll be indirectly helping people, right Bakugo? A hero said with a grin. Shut up, Kirishima. Yeah, he's never gonna be number one. Kyoka dismissed with a wave of her hand as the chilling music of evil came in when the recap hit the USJ. Midoriya here's gonna have that locked up harder than All Might did. What did you say? Katsuki shouted. Deku still hasn't beaten me in a fight. You're too easy to rile up, you know that. Kyoka teased. Momo sighed before frowning. Bakugo, Endeavor has solved more cases and defeated more villains than All Might. Yet until All Might's retirement, he never got close to eclipsing him as the number one hero. Clearly, defeating more villains isn't all it takes to become the number one hero. Tomura Shigaraki. The boss of a group calling themselves the League of Villains. He has a fearsome quirk that lets him disintegrate anything or anyone he touches in an instant. You. So creepy. Toru shivered. Yeah, Itsuka said, rubbing her arms. I'll be thankful to never have to see him in person. Izuku gulped. I'd be happy to never see him again, he agreed. Hopefully, with what we learn here, the pros can catch him and lock him up behind bars so no one will have to encounter him ever again. Mr. Aizawa, Tenya spoke up, are you quite confident that you are all right? You did have your elbow practically destroyed by Shigaraki's quirk, after all. My eyes were injured more severely than my elbow, Ida, and they'd still functional, he assured his student. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. You just worry about your training. No Mew, Kurogiri, kill him. Tetsu leaned forward. Oh, are we gonna see All Might show those villains who's boss again? Hell yeah. That fight showed he had guts. So manly. All Might. All Might. All Might. All Might. All Might. The manly bros sitting up by Katsuki kept chanting All Might's name, soon sweeping up almost everyone else in the Maple Theater as the show replayed All Might's fight with Nomyu one more time. Yagi blushed in embarrassment and rubbed the back of his head. He really didn't deserve these kids, cheering him on like this when the whole encounter had been his fault for not being there for them from the beginning. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus Ultra A. Looks like Nomu's blasting off again. Denki wailed as they saw Nomu fly off into the sky. So that's about it, right? Rikido said as narrator Midoriya talked about the end of the incident. We're all caught up. Seems like it, Mizo said with a nod. Stop evil. So we can protect the world, narrator Midoriya declared as the camera swooped out from UA, the setting sun shining over the pedway between the main campus towers. The music had energy to it, more energy than what one would think a winding down epilogue would have. All Might grinned knowingly from his bed in the nurse's office. Those villains made a mistake attacking them. This class is strong. They are filled with courage and drive. Mark my words. They'll become great heroes. The camera bloomed to white, before transitioning to an aerial shot of a circular stadium, fireworks shooting overhead. The students gasped, excitement rising on all of their faces as they recognized what was about to happen. And now, a life-changing event is about to take place, narrator Midoriya declared. The UA Sports Festival. Hell yeah. A hero shouted. Bring it on. Tetsu cheered, pumping his fist. Our fight was so epic, dude. A hero said, grinning like a mad lad at Tetsu. Yeah. I can't wait to watch it again on this screen. Momo gulped, her eyes on the preview clips of what was to come in the future of the show. I'm going to see myself face Tokoyami again. Maybe I'll be able to glean something from my loss. I've thought long and hard about it, I've dwelled on it for more hours than I can count. Seeing it from another perspective might be beneficial to me. What is justice? What does it mean to be a hero? I'm still figuring all that out, but I have learned some things. It's okay to fall. It's okay to cry. You just have to keep moving forward. You have to go beyond. Plus ultra. A hero sniffed. That was so manly, Midoriya. He sobbed as watercolor images slowly and artistically began appearing over Midoriya's theme music for the credits. Ochako nodded her head, leaning into Izuku's side. It was really well spoken, Deku. You know I never actually said that, right? Izuku mumbled in embarrassment. Ochako made a noise in the affirmative. Maybe, but it's still you. It's something you felt, a conclusion you came to on your own after the League of Villains attacked us. The you up there wouldn't have said it if the you down here hadn't felt it. Izuku felt his heart squeeze at the smile she gave him, and quickly wiped his arm over his eyes to prevent himself from tearing up. Thanks, Ochako. You're the best. Darn right, I am, she giggled, before being surprised by Izuku's lips touching hers. The contact was brief, only for a second or so, just a quick peck, really, but it happened all the same. The other me meant it, really, he said. You are irreplaceable. Mai smirked. So this is gonna be a constant thing now, yeah. Midoriya, while I am happy for you, I must insist that you and Uraraka stop flirting every 5 minutes while we are attempting to watch these episodes, Tenya mildly protested. Or, if you must, please relocate to the back of the theater where you will not bother anyone else. Don't be such a killjoy, Ida, Itsuka giggled. Let 'em be happy. If they want to keep kissing in front of everyone, then that's their business. Never expected you to get so bold, though, Midoriya. Minoru slumped back in his seat. Finally, that recap episode is over, he said, ignoring the flirting going on in the front row with every fiber of his being and quashing down his jealousy of Izuku being the first boy in class to get a girlfriend. Now let's bring on the sports festival. Not sure why you're so excited for it, Mineta, Nito taunted. You never made it past the second round. Neither did you, Minoma. A red background, familiar fanfare, and yellow kanji spelling preview. Next episode preview. Mina exclaimed. The new season of My Hero Academia is finally about to begin, announced narrator Midoriya as it showed Aizawa wrapped in bandages giving a hard look to the camera and Kirishima pumping his fists in excitement. Don't miss the UA Sports Festival that everyone's going to be watching. The student who wins the competition will basically have their future as a pro hero in the bag. Everyone will be fighting for the top. Ochako paused and sank back into her seat as she saw herself in the hallway, fiddling with her hair and looking uncertain. If we're talking about the sports festival next then, yeah, it's gonna show my talk with Izuku and Ida. Next time, that's the idea, Ochako. Uraraka finally tells us why she's here. Go beyond. Plus ultra, chorused the class, continuing their ritual of cheering the school's motto. Ochako sank further into her seat and grabbed some more of the pretzels. Diu, she hummed, wanting to smother her face with the blanket but deciding against it. Everyone's gonna hear. Izuku smiled as the 5-minute timer came on. Don't worry about it. Everything will be just fine. Ochako gave him a look and munched on the pretzels, puffing up her cheeks and pouting. Yeah, sure, Izuku's secrets all got revealed, but she hadn't figured that more of her own would get unveiled to the class, especially not the ones about her family situation. Momo nearly died. Chipmunk cheek Ochako really was too cute.